Chapter 801 Vaudin's Suggestion. Is this what happened? It's not that simple. Just kill him. Little sister, don't tell me that you can't bear it. Right. It's not just like this. Wouldn't it be too cruel? In the place where the gods fell, in a wide river, Lolita was riding on a shark. And her mind couldn't help but think of the conversation she had with her second brother after leaving the manor that day. That day, she finally told her second brother the reason for her entanglement with Gervais. His second brother Vaudin was naturally shocked when he heard the news. After the shock, he gave her a piece of advice that would last forever. Just kill Gervais directly. However, she didn't know what was going on in her mind at that time. But she couldn't bear to watch the shameless bastard die. Finally, under the strange look in his second brother's eyes, he gave another suggestion. That is to let her go directly to the land where the gods fell to find Gervais. And then explain the matter and tell Gervais her identity and the priest's prophecy. Then let him make his own choice. If he chooses to give up the elf queen and marry herself, then everyone will be happy. And she, Lolita, will no longer be entangled in this matter and will marry Gervais. The other option is that if Gervais is unwilling to marry him, then he can only kill him, whether it's for the priest's prophecy or for his identity as the princess of the sea tribe. He must be killed to silence him. At first, Lolita thought that her second brother was joking and teasing her. But after thinking about it carefully for a long time, she realized that it made sense. The most important thing is that for this Gervais, Lolita found that she did not hate him, which was something that had never happened before. In the past, when faced with other men who looked at her with leering eyes, Lolita would have wanted to blow their heads off. But this god of death does not. And his abilities and physical strength are completely worthy of him in all aspects. So, she followed her second brother's idea and came to the land of God's Fall. And she was on the road to Seignior City the night before. Of course, she has not told her father about this yet, because her father definitely does not agree with her marrying a human race. She just made an excuse to go to Seignior City to discuss wine and magical potions. So she and her second brother came to the land of God's Fall. They replaced their third brother with the City of Hope, in order to ensure that this trip is foolproof. If Gervais does not agree to separate from the Elf Queen, then marry him. Her second brother Vaudin and his father also asked for a mid-level commander of the Red Flag, plus 4 or 5 peak Black Flag Knights like Alonso. Both Lolita and Vaudin felt that was such a lineup. There should be no surprises on this trip. Second brother, we still have a few days to go. Lolita and her group of 400 to 500 people did not move forward from the land, but moved along a large river towards the city of Seignior, and, because they are sea people, they can travel safer and faster in the water. It was already the third day since we entered the river. As she felt closer and closer to Seignior City, Lolita became more and more uneasy and gradually felt at a loss. First of all, she was not sure whether she liked the god of death, because he just didn't want to kill the god of death. In addition, what should I do if the god of death does not choose to leave the elf queen? Do I really want to kill him? Little sister, don't worry. It's coming soon. According to the topographic map obtained from the human race, there is a small city more than 150 miles upstream of the river. When the time comes, we can go ashore nearby and go there directly. Seignior City. It only takes 4 or 5 days at most to arrive. Vaudin also rode a shark and dolphin leisurely forward. Seeing his little sister's complicated expression, he replied helplessly, among the brothers, he is the one who has the most contact with Lolita. And he is also the one who knows the little girl best. That day when he proposed to get rid of the god of death directly, he saw Lolita fell silent. Then he didn't have enough confidence to make excuses, saying that killing the god of death was too cruel. Vaudin knew that his little sister's heart might have been seduced by the god of death. Too cruel? When Lolita first came to the Holy Continent, countless lechers disrespected her because of her beauty and were eliminated. At that time, Lolita would not feel that cruel. On the contrary, the god of death really underestimated her. Now Lolita said the word cruel. That's why Vaudin made the proposal to go to Seignior City. And his proposal to go to Seignior City was not a random idea, but a far-reaching consideration. After all, they are the Sea Clan, compared to the safety of the little sister, the Sea Clan, and the human-killing god. Naturally, he chose the former without hesitation. He knew from the various deeds of the god of killing that although the god of killing was rumored to be extremely cruel, underneath that cruelty, he must be a person who values friendship and loyalty. For example, in order to save the eldest lady of the Sky City, the god of death risked his life several times. And when he left the City of Hope, Vaden also heard that the god of death had given several magical potions to the two classmates, who did not have a close relationship. You must know that at that time, a potion was worth 30 to 40,000 gold coins. Even with such a value, the god of death was even willing to give it away. This is enough to show that the god of death is definitely not selfish. And exactly like this, what if my little sister suddenly came to the door and asked the god of death to abandon his original wife and marry her? How will the god of death react? Will you agree? If it were any other person, even the lord of the holy city, Vaden would not be able to give an exact answer, because there are so many benefits to marrying my little sister. First of all, the little girl is famous for her beauty. Secondly, the younger sister has the status of a princess of the sea tribe, plus the status of the rich daughter of the sacred trading company. With the combination of such conditions, the lord of the holy city would probably be tempted. But if it were the god of death, Vaden was 100% certain that the god of death would not agree. Because in addition to the importance of friendship, the god of death also has a terrifying ability to make money. The god of death made at least tens of millions of gold coins during this trip to the City of Hope. At this point, the god of death will no longer be tempted by the background of his younger sister, the eldest lady of the Holy Merchant Company. As for the younger sister's status as the princess of the Sea Clan, even though the Elf clan has declined, her wife is still the queen of the clan, so both sides should be equal. As for her appearance, Queen Vaden of the Elf tribe has naturally seen her, and she is a beauty on the same level as Lolita. Therefore, in comparison, my sister actually has no outstanding advantages or allure in front of the god of death. In this case, coupled with the relationship between the god of death and the Elf Queen, my sister will only be the one who fails. This is exactly what Vaden wants to see. His move is called retreating to advance. By then, because of her rejection, her little sister's good impression of the god of death will definitely disappear, and he can kill the god of death and completely solve the little sister's troubles. The father who did not tell them about this matter had this in mind. If his father knew that his little sister actually fell in love with a human race, he would never let her stay in the Holy Continent again. Speaking of which, Vaden felt that he had good intentions. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. I am indeed the smartest among the brothers. Such a complicated matter is just a small plan to get the best of both worlds. Report. Your Highness the Second Prince. Your Highness the Princess. Hundreds of natives were found in the river ahead. Our waiting team is fighting with them. Just when Vaden was bursting with pride, a sea soldier quickly swam up from the front and shouted a report. Indigenous people? This is a river. They should be some defeated soldiers. After hearing the report, Vaden just thought about it for a moment and then dismissed it, and then shouted to the whole team. Everyone move forward quickly. Then a group of more than 500 people quickly rushed towards the front of the river. More than 10 minutes passed in a flash. I didn't expect this indigenous sea tribe to escape into the river. But it's bad luck for them. They met us. Effortlessly clearing away the hundreds of indigenous sea tribesmen, Vaden put away his sword. Vaden was not surprised at all by the appearance of such a group of indigenous troops in the inland waterway, because even in the ocean, they encountered several waves of indigenous soldiers on the road who had no time to escape. Everyone, keep going! Those who were killed were all defeated soldiers. Naturally, there was no battlefield to clean up, so Vaden ordered to continue moving forward. Yes, His Highness the Second Prince. Afterwards, Vaden and others continued on their way, and just after they left, among the pile of indigenous corpses, there was an indigenous sea tribe member who climbed up with difficulty. After looking at the retreating figures of Vaden and others, the indigenous sea tribe swam directly towards the shore. About half an hour later, Vaden and others were on their way in a hurry. Report. There is a large group of natives in front of His Highness the Second Prince. The scout responsible for the investigation hurriedly returned to report again. There are also indigenous people? How many people are there? They just happen to be wiped out together. Although there are only more than 500 people in the team, there is a red flag mid-level knight leading the team, plus 7 or 8 black flag knights. And Vaden is not afraid at all. Your Highness, the Second Prince, there are at least tens of thousands of them. They are so dark that they look like an indigenous army. The scout was a little out of breath. He waited for Vaden to finish speaking, and then loudly reported the report. Indigenous Legion? Vaden's eyes widened, and his calm expression suddenly froze. Yes, Your Highness the Second Prince. The indigenous army has been mobilized in full force, and should be able to catch up soon. The scout nodded vigorously. Asshole! How could an indigenous army appear in this river? After a while, Vauden finally reacted and couldn't help but curse. After he finished cursing, he hurriedly shouted to everyone. Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately! Little sister, hold me tighter later. Be careful! Vauden was the least violent among the brothers and sisters, and he was obviously a little nervous when encountering such a situation. Although he still remembers caring about Lolita. No matter how you look at it, his expression is much more nervous than Lolita's. I know. Second brother! Just be careful! Lolita rolled her eyes at her second brother, and then pulled out the long sword from her waist. Ha ha! I really didn't expect it. I just wanted to grab some belongings and then escape. I didn't expect to encounter a more valuable treasure in this river. When Vauden and others hurriedly began to retreat, after running more than a mile along the original road, they found that their way back was blocked. Tens of thousands of indigenous sea tribesmen actually circled behind them. There is actually a red flag knight. This is a complete indigenous regiment. Vauden and all his subordinates' expressions suddenly turned ugly. If the opponent only has a large number of people, but does not have a strong person to guard them, then they still have a chance to break out and return. But now it is impossible, with both front and rear being blocked. The 500 or so of them turned out to be turtles in a jar. Guys, don't be afraid. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lulubo. As long as you surrender obediently, I promise not to hurt you. This Lulubo is the commander-in-chief of the indigenous army, and he did not expect to be waiting for people like Vauden in this river. Although the true identities of Vauden and others are not yet known. But just by looking at the quality of the guards and the red flag knight, you knew there was a big shot inside. Lulubo, how about we make a deal and you let us go? When we reach the beach, we will let you go into the deep sea. Vauden looked around and saw that he was surrounded by natives on both sides. And he immediately opened his mouth and said to Lubo, Okay, this is a good deal. But in order to prevent you from breaking your promise, I need you to put down your weapons now. Lupo did not object, but just went with the flow and said, Break out from behind. After listening to Lulupo's words, Vauden and Lolita looked at each other, and then whispered softly. Of course, they couldn't do this condition of laying down their weapons and surrendering. And they weren't fools either. In the current situation, it seems that the only option is to give it a try. Only by breaking through can one have the possibility of survival. And the direction of the breakout also became the direction of their street and city. Because although there are more natives there is no strong red flag knight like Lulubo to stop them. Cacao, Alonso, be sure to protect Lolita later. Vauden gave instructions to Alonso and others. Yes, His Highness the Second Prince. Everyone, break out towards the west. Kill! The next moment, Vauden roared violently, and then everyone stood up, turned around and charged towards the pursuers from behind. Catch them! Especially the two riding sharks. Catch them with a bounty of 1,000 coins. When Lulubo saw Vauden and others starting to break out, he immediately shouted an order. Kill! In an instant, Vauden and more than 500 people seemed to be plunged into the ocean. Fortunately, in order to ensure that he could kill Gervais this time, he also brought enough strong men. Although there were many enemies, they gradually began to rush out of the encirclement. Where to run? Your Highness, Princess, leave quickly. Let's break up the queen. As screams continued to be heard in their ears, Vauden and Lolita finally broke through the encirclement with the help of their subordinates' desperate escort. But at this time, Lulubo from behind had already rushed forward. The red flag knight named Cacao immediately stopped when he saw this, roared at the two of them, and then met Lulubo and others. Little sister, let's go! Seeing that the strong indigenous people from behind gathered together, Vauden did not show any pretense, and immediately took Lolita and began to flee quickly towards the west. Chapter 802, Scare. This little conch is really a good thing. Fortunately, I had the foresight not to give it back to Lolita. At this time, Gervais was in the river outside the Holy Bridge Castle. The deepest part of the river here was more than 10 meters. However, Gervais can move freely underwater, as if walking on flat ground. There was a thin film of water covering his whole body, preventing even his clothes from getting wet. As for breathing, I don't know how this little conch does it. Gervais also feels that it is no different from being on land. He has stayed in this Holy Bridge Castle for 3 days. From the second day after conquering Shaka, he would come to the river to play in the river every afternoon. After all, there are 2 suns in the land of God's fall. Soaking in this water is more comfortable than turning on the air conditioner in the previous life. Your Majesty! Look! We have caught a few more! While Gervais was walking leisurely, Shaka ran over with a few sea tribe soldiers. Several people grabbed a few small fish of 2 or 3 pounds and were offering treasures to Gervais. Get ashore. However, this little fish is not enough to fill your teeth. Gervais just glanced at it and waved his hand, asking a few soldiers to take it back. After 3 days in the Holy Bridge Castle, in addition to eating World of Warcraft meat, Gervais wanted to change his taste after eating some grilled fish caught by Shaka yesterday. However, this section of the river was almost swept away by Shaka and others a few days ago, so there were not many big fish, although there must be many more upstream. The big fish didn't dare to swim down due to their large movements. Your Majesty, you can actually use small conches to summon these fish. When Shaka heard Gervais's words, his heart suddenly tightened. There were originally countless big and small fish here, but they had just caught them all a few days ago, so they immediately warned them carefully. Huh? Can this still summon fish? Yes, Your Majesty. This conch of yours has been blessed by the god of the sea. As long as you blow it, all the fish that hear it will gather here. Shaka nodded affirmatively towards Gervais. Okay, let's try it with conches. Once you get better at it, you can just catch a few big ones. Yes, Your Majesty. At that moment, Gervais lifted the conch, put it to his mouth and blew it. As the small conch is blown, the special sound of the conch immediately begins to spread up and down with the water flow. Here it comes! Your Majesty! The fish are coming! After waiting quietly for about 4 or 5 minutes, Shaka suddenly let out an exclamation. Then Gervais looked in the direction Shaka pointed, which was the upstream direction of the Holy Bridge Castle. At this time, a dark school of fish was swimming rapidly along the current. The ones at the front turn out to be Warcraft fish. There are at least tens of thousands of ordinary fish of different sizes and meters in the rear. There are so many fish! Shaka, catch those monster fish! Yes, Your Majesty! Don't worry. The next moment, these fish schools came around Gervais and the others, and then began to circle around. However, those monster fish and monsters saw the appearance of Gervais and others clearly, and because there was no sound of conch, they immediately wanted to escape. However, how could a few Warcraft fish be Shaka's opponents? Before they could even take a few steps, they were directly stricken by Shaka's fork. Your Majesty! Caught! Shaka immediately beamed with joy, and now he no longer had to worry that Gervais would blame him for draining all the water in the river. Very well. Let's go! Now that I have caught the ingredients for grilled fish, I am naturally ready to go back and enjoy the delicious food. Boom! But just when Gervais and others started to dare to move towards the shore, they suddenly heard a booming sound from behind. Huh? Someone is fighting! Gervais immediately recognized that this was a man-made movement, and it was still in the water. At that moment, he couldn't help but look in the direction where the sound of fighting came from. The next moment, he saw 4 or 5 figures fleeing in panic, followed by a dark mass of pursuers. Well, it looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. Because they were hundreds of meters away and still in the water, Gervais did not recognize on the spot who the people being chased were. There's someone in front of me. Little sister, let's run to the shore quickly. Wadden and others fled for a day, and only 5 of the hundreds of people who originally escaped were left. Although the remaining subordinates are all Black Flag Knights, they are now covered with bruises. After seeing the figures of Gervais and others, he immediately regarded them as the indigenous sea tribe, and immediately hurriedly spoke to Lolita, preparing to take a detour and escape. Second brother, I think the sound of the conch just now is a bit familiar. Let's take a closer look first. If there is any danger, we will avoid it immediately. They had heard a little bit of the previous conch sound in the distance. After hearing this, Wadden immediately suggested going ashore to escape to avoid being attacked from both sides. But Lolita felt that the sound of the conch was somewhat familiar, and insisted on leading the others to run wildly in the river. Why are you so familiar? Could it be that your conch is not making the sound? Wasn't your conch snatched away by the god of killing? These conchs are all naturally formed, and the sound of each one is different. Now that the situation is so urgent, Wadden felt that his little girl was fooling around, and immediately said angrily, Sounds a bit like that to me. Lolita rolled her eyes at Wadden. This second brother was usually resourceful, but he panicked when he encountered a battle. Don't be ridiculous. The god-killing Satan city seems to be still 100 or 200 miles away from here. Wadden naturally didn't believe it. The next moment, they saw hundreds of indigenous sea people in front of them, waiting to look at them. Little sister, did you see it? It's an indigenous sea tribe. Let's get ashore quickly. After seeing the situation clearly, Vauden was immediately startled. Wait! It's Gervais! However, what Lolita saw was different from him. Lolita immediately saw a handsome young man from the indigenous sea tribe. Isn't it the Gervais they are looking for on this trip? It's really him! Come on! Let's go find him! Maybe we can be saved! Vauden was stunned for a moment when he heard this. And then he saw Gervais in the crowd. And his face suddenly lit up with joy. The god of death is famous for his ferocity and majesty. And he also has more than 100 giant lava beasts. When the time comes to escape to the shore with him, he will probably be able to escape and ascend to heaven. Holy crap! It's this little girl. Is this a hornet's nest? Gervais finally saw Lolita and the others clearly, and cursed secretly as he looked at the dark sea of indigenous sea tribes behind them. At the same time, Gervais immediately put the small conch into his clothes. God of death! Please help! It's us! It's us! Lolita and Vauden. As Vauden and others got closer, Gervais immediately heard Vauden's cry for help. Everyone! Retreat ashore! When Gervais heard the call, without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards the shore with Shaka and others. Are you kidding me? That's 20,000 sea tribe natives. And this is in the water. This? Vauden's shout stopped abruptly. What are you doing? Second brother? Let's go ashore too. The god of death is a human being, not a sea tribe. Lolita is well aware of Gervais's character. Although he is decisive in killing, he is an extremely rational person and a person who doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. It was his normal reaction to flee ashore now. After all, he and others were followed by more than 20,000 indigenous sea tribesmen. Oh! When Vauden heard this, he immediately started running. Afterwards, Lolita and the others struggled towards the direction Gervais was evacuating. Dang, dang, dang. When Gervais and others came ashore, the alarm sound of the bronze bell in the Holy Bridge Castle reached their ears. At this time, Hayden had already led more than 200 direct guards towards this side, and 100 rapid dragon birds in the air were flying towards this side carrying slave soldiers such as Longy and Long Air. Your Majesty the King! That's what happened. We stood on the city wall and saw rough waves in the river over there. Hayden came to Gervais and hurriedly saluted and asked, Tens of thousands of indigenous sea people are coming. Tell everyone to return to Holy Bridge Castle. Yes, Your Majesty. Afterwards, the group headed towards the Holy Bridge Castle in a hurry. Gervais turned his head and glanced at the river bank, only to see that girl Lolita and several people from the sea tribe chasing him. It's really troublesome. Gervais cursed secretly, then ignored it. Hurry up. They're closing. After landing, Vauden's eyes immediately brightened when he saw a city appearing here. If there is a city, he will be much safer. Boom. Finally, at the last moment when the gate closed, Lolita and her party of 5 finally entered the Holy Bridge Castle. Phew! It's finally safe! Hiding in the Holy Bridge Castle, Vauden breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Lolita, you are such a good young lady. Why did you come here from the City of Hope? When Lolita and others arrived at the city tower, Gervais frowned as he looked at the indigenous army coming ashore from the river. Lolita, let me talk to Lord Gervais. Lolita felt extremely aggrieved when she heard Gervais's unkind tone, as if he was blaming herself for offending the sea tribe natives. Isn't she here just for Gervais? Otherwise, how could she encounter such a thing? She immediately thought about telling Gervais the real purpose of her visit, but she didn't expect to be interrupted by her second brother. Lord Gervais, we came to Saint and City this time and wanted to buy some wine. Unexpectedly, we met this group of sea tribe natives on the road, and we managed to escape with great difficulty. Lord Gervais, as long as you protect us, we will definitely compensate you when it is safe. In Lolita's puzzled eyes, Vauden directly changed the purpose of his and others' coming. At the same time, he secretly thought that it was very dangerous. If this god of murder knew the true purpose of himself and others now, when the time comes when the little girl is rejected in public, she will definitely get angry and want to leave. And then she and others will be in trouble. Vauden knew his sister's temperament best, and he could definitely do such a thing if she was rejected in public. In addition, after the killing god really refused, there was no way he and the others could kill him now. And it is very likely that the choice to kill the god will become one of 3, which is to kill his own group. Let's take a look first. As you can see, there aren't many people in my city. If we really can't save it, then there's nothing I can do. Gervais looked at Lolita and Vauden, but did not really drive them away. But a scare is still necessary. Thank you, City Lord Gervais. Thank you, City Lord Gervais. When Vauden saw Gervais's approval, his face was immediately filled with a smile. And then he pulled Lolita aside. At this time, the forward of the High Tribe indigenous people had arrived 100 meters outside the city. Human invaders. When these indigenous sea tribes arrived outside the Holy Bridge Castle, they did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, the leader of the sea tribe came to the front of the crowd and shouted at Gervais. "What's the matter with you, Aboriginal sea tribe?" When Gervais heard the shouting, he came to the edge of the city wall and asked Lulubo below. "My name is Lulubo, and I am the commander-in-chief of our sea army. Human invaders, we are not here to cause trouble for you today. As long as you can hand over the few sea people we are chasing, we promise to retreat now." Lulubo was not afraid of Gervais and the others on the city wall, but he wants to preserve his strength and have bigger plans in the future. After all, their base is in the sea, and it is not cost-effective to lose 1,000 or 2,000 men to capture this fortress. Don't listen to him, Gervais. As long as you protect us this time, we will give you 100,000 gold coins when the time comes. As soon as Vauden heard what Lulupo said below, Vauden was afraid that Gervais would agree because of the large number of people. So he immediately spoke. Gervais turned his head and glanced at Vauden, and then shouted to the people below. "They are willing to pay 100,000 gold coins for protection. If I hand them over, the loss will be huge. Human invaders, I just don't want to start a big fight. Look, I have a whole legion here. Are you really willing to lose your life for these 100,000 gold coins? If you think it's worth it, then you can't blame me." When Naralupo heard this, he rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to speak. "Well, what you said seems to make sense, Commander Lulupo. You are asking me to think about it." After hearing what Lulupo said, Gervais nodded and muttered, and then looked at Vauden and Lolita behind him with a half-smile. "Gervais, if you really want to send us out, then go ahead." When Lolita saw Gervais's joking expression, she immediately turned her face away and snorted coldly. After turning his head, his eyes became even more red with grievance. "No, no, 300,000. We are willing to pay 300,000 gold coins. Lord Gervais, we are friends after all, and you and Lolita are familiar with each other. You can't ignore it like this." Alder is not as emotional as his little sister, and protecting his and Lolita's reputation is the most important thing at the moment. "How about it, human invader? Have you thought about it?" At this time, Lulubo's urging came from below. "Ahem. I've thought about it." Gervais immediately looked at Lulupo. "That means I'm not ready to let you go. Give me the hack." As a race belonging to the same holy continent, Edward and Gervais have long said that under normal circumstances it is best to deal with the outside world in unison. And these indigenous sea tribes also participated in the team that attacked Edward and others. So Gervais would naturally not let them go. He just chatted with Lulubo for so long just to scare Vauden and Lolita. Boom, boom, boom. Following Gervais's order, more than a dozen small steel cannons installed on the Holy Bridge Castle were instantly activated, making deafening explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! In an instant, more than 10 cannonballs were fired into the crowd of High Tribe indigenous people outside the city, taking away hundreds of High Tribe indigenous people in one wave. Chapter 803 The Sea Clan Siege Method. "What kind of weapon is this?" Vauden was startled by the sudden rumbling sound. Later, when he saw clouds of blood mist erupting from the Sea Tribe's natives more than 200 meters away, he immediately cried out in surprise. "Gizmo. Not worth mentioning." Gervais smiled and did not explain. "Asshole. Shameless human invader. Today I will cut you into pieces." Gervais's play made Lulubo instantly furious. With a distorted expression, he said a harsh word towards Gervais, then turned to the army behind him and roared loudly. "Kill me! Leave no human in the city. Just keep the few sea invaders. Woohoo! Kill!" The conch L that followed the Sea Clan's charge was blown, and the sound of killing was heard outside the city all day long. 20,000 natives of the Sea Tribe flocked to Saint Anne's City from all directions. Seeing that Gervais did not say anything, Vauden immediately stepped aside and prepared to watch Gervais's performance. The battle below had also begun. After all, it goes without saying that the murderous god has a vicious reputation, so it shouldn't disappoint anyone. The artillery reloads quickly and fires freely. Seeing the Sea Tribe below rushing towards him, Gervais put on his armor under the service of the guards and gave an order. Boom, boom, boom. Following Gervais's order, just tens of seconds later, the second round of Ling sounded again on the city wall. Suddenly, Dozens of people fell down again among the sea people outside the city. Musketeers, prepare! Because Wally's mineral deposit space has reached its maximum. And the reserves of saltpeter are also very impressive. Gervais has already ordered the forging of muskets to be used by the Holy Bridge Castle. So at this time on the city wall, all the direct guards were armed with a musket. Bang, bang, bang. As the guards pulled the trigger, white smoke suddenly filled the city wall. The Sea Clan's charge formation below was now very dense. And there was no need to aim at all. As long as they attacked the crowd, hundreds of low-strength Sea Clan soldiers could be harvested in an instant. Only the elites of the Sea tribe, who are above the silver, can withstand the small power of the musket projectile. However, although Gervais and others have taken advantage of the location, they are also assisted by sharp long-range weapons. However, there are too many natives of the High Tribe, and they have lost hundreds of people. So there is no sign of it at all. Moreover, under the sound of the conch sh. Each of these sea soldiers were fearless, and soon rushed to the moat of the Holy Bridge Castle. The moat was originally designed to defend ground troops, but it was of no use to these Sea Tribe natives. It even provided the Sea Clan with a little space to hide, because the musket projectiles were unable to penetrate the water when they hit the river. If only there was gasoline in this world. Seeing this situation, Gervais couldn't help but sigh. If there was gasoline at this time and poured into the moat, wouldn't these sea tribes charging in the water become self-service seafood? Ha ha! Stupid human invader! Pay the price for your stupidity! Seeing that his subordinates had rushed to the bottom of the city wall, Lulubo's anger at being teased by Gervais finally dissipated, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Your Majesty, these sea people don't carry any siege tools. How can they attack the city? Is it possible to use human ladders? The Sea Clan's attacks on the city wall were not violent when they charged, because they fought underwater all year round and had no concept of long-range attacks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hayden asked Gervais in confusion. The city walls of the Holy Bridge Castle are 30 to 40 meters high. These sea tribes charged without carrying any climbing tools, not even simple wooden ladders. When he thought about it, these sea people wouldn't take a ladder to come up. Right? After Hayden asked, Gervais had not yet said anything, but Vauden and Lolita, who were standing not far away, laughed. At that moment, both Gervais and Hayden couldn't help but turn their attention to the two of them. In fact, Gervais really couldn't answer Hayden's question, because he has never really seen the War of the Sea Clan. He was also aware of this problem before, but he knew that since these sea tribes began to attack the city, he would know what method they would use when the time came. So he didn't worry too much. Hayden didn't expect it but asked directly, causing Vauden and Lolita to laugh. Ahem, Commander. The Sea Clan actually rarely participates in siege battles, because even if there is a city wall in the water, we can just swim over it. However, if you really want to attack the city, there is actually a way. Some sea people will have small suction cups growing on their bodies, which can be used to climb directly on rocks or walls. Another way is to plant a fast-growing sea vine under the city wall. This kind of sea vine has been blessed by sacrifices. As long as it is planted into the soil, it will grow rapidly within more than 10 seconds, and then become a tree that can be climbed. The latter being looked at by Gervais and Hayden. Vauden and Lolita were also a little embarrassed. After all, they were the ones who caused this incident, and they are still laughing now. Vauden coughed twice, and quickly informed Gervais and Hayden of the Sea Clan's siege method. How can it still be like this? Hayden was extremely surprised after hearing this. Is this Kaido afraid of fire? Gervais also gained knowledge, but he was a man who had become a king anyway. Naturally, he remained calm on the surface, but instead asked thoughtfully, Afraid? But it's very difficult to light the sea vine with a torch, because the sea vine grows moist. I have seen human magicians deal with Kaido in the past. Just 1 or 2 fireballs can ignite the entire Kaido. Vauden didn't think much and answered Gervais directly and affirmatively. Wow! Wow! And just after Vauden finished speaking, a crashing sound suddenly came from the side of the city wall. Several people immediately looked towards the edge of the city wall, and the next moment, they saw green vines quickly climbing up the corridor of the city wall. The main trunk of this green vine is as thick as an adult's arm, and there are many branches and leaves on both sides, forming exactly the shape of a ladder for climbing. No need to think about it. This is the sea vine that Vauden said the sea tribe used to attack the city. Everyone, give up the Vulcan spear. Draw your sword and prepare to face the enemy. Seeing that Kaido had grown up, Gervais was not idle either. He immediately pulled out his sword and started giving orders. Clang, clang, clang. We must win! We must win! Kill! 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 In an instant, the direct guards on the city wall drew their swords and began shouting slogans to increase morale. Ding! After Hayden pulled out his long sword, he immediately tried to slash at Kaido growing on the city wall, faced with Hayden's chops. Although this sea vine was tough, it could only be cut in two. However, after cutting off the sea vine, instead of getting better, Hayden's expression became even more serious, because a section of the sea vine on the city wall was broken. But the sea vine outside the city wall still clung firmly to the city wall, which did not affect the climbing of the sea tribe below at all. There are at least 500 to 600 such hating roots on the city wall at this time. You can imagine what kind of battle they will face next. Hayden, you don't have to worry about this. Now go to the city wall on the right and keep an eye on it. Yes, Your Majesty. Gervais didn't care at all about these vines. He comforted Hayden and sent him to another section of the city wall. Because of the large number of sea tribe natives, they almost surrounded the Holy Bridge Castle on all sides. However, their main attack directions were the main gate where Gervais was, and the right wall near the river bank. Gervais has arranged more than 50 direct guards at the main gate, and there are hundreds of direct guards on the right wall. The remaining two sides were handed over to the last 50 remaining direct guards and Shikana's group of Sea Clan boys. Therefore, since there is no strongman on the right, Gervais must let Hayden go. This main entrance is enough for him alone. On the other hand, Gervais should also be careful about the two sections of city wall on the left and back. After all, I don't know if those fishmen in Shaka will defect in battle. For this reason, Gervais has already ordered his magic squadron to pay attention at all times. If Shaka and others really dare to rebel, the first thing they will encounter is a rain of fire from the sky. Kill! Just at this moment, the first native of the Sea tribe finally climbed onto the city wall. As soon as this young soldier of the Sea clan appeared, he immediately saw several direct guards shouting loudly, raising their swords and slashing at him. Poof! Following two sounds of flesh penetration, the sea soldier who had just emerged died on the spot, and then fell off the city wall. Kill! However, the fall of this Sea clan soldier was just the beginning, and the next moment, the figures of the Sea clan emerged from 500 to 600 sea vines. Kill! All of a sudden, loud shouts of killing could be heard from the city wall, and both the Sea clan soldiers and Gervais's direct guards began to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, the first wave of sea soldiers who climbed up at this time were cannon fodder, and most of them were bronze knights. Moreover, the equipment is also rudimentary. Facing these sea tribe soldiers, the direct guards can compete with 3 or 5 of them without falling behind at all. Lord Gervais, are all those knights in the sky yours? Let them join the battle quickly. It will be too late. The fighting on the city wall began. Vauden originally thought that the god of death had some good means of defending the city, so he saw that his expression remained normal from the beginning until now. However, with a simple charge of these natives, they all climbed onto the city wall, which immediately made Vauden feel a little unconfident. Judging from the current situation, if the natives come up in a few more waves, then today's battle will be over. Moreover, at this time, he had already seen Lulubo outside the city running towards the city quickly. Your Excellency Vauden, don't panic. Let them crawl for a while. This is all trivial. Hearing Vauden's unconfident words, Gervais glanced at him lightly, and then replied to him unhurriedly. The Lord of Gervais City, Narulupo himself, is a red flag knight, and he also has more than 20 strong men above the white flag knights under his command. I'm afraid if they all rush up together later. Vauden didn't know where Gervais's confidence came from, and he continued to speak immediately. But in the end, when Gervais just looked at him with a smile, Vauden felt guilty and couldn't talk anymore. Of course, although he couldn't say anything, Vauden was already doubting in his heart whether this god of death was unreliable. Thinking of this, Vauden immediately looked at his little sister, wondering if he should take her away from this section of the city wall, find a way to break out from a place with few natives, and continue to escape. However, Vauden looked at his little sister, and then he realized that the little sister was staring at Gervais's back, and her eyes were filled with light. My little sister? When did this happen? Vauden suddenly felt the urge to hold his forehead, and the next moment he moved closer to Lolita and pushed Lolita. Little sister, Narupo is about to rush to the city wall. Why don't we go and hide first? However, I don't know if Vauden's call was too quiet, and he didn't receive any response from Lolita at all. Little sister? Vauden had no choice but to push again. What's wrong? Second brother? In this way, Lolita finally reacted. She had seen Gervais calm and composed in such a scene before, and she couldn't help but think of the scene when Gervais chased thousands of orcs alone. So I was so absorbed in thinking for a while that I didn't even hear what Vauden said. Narupo will be coming to the city wall soon. Let's go to the city for a while first. Worried that his words would be heard by Gervais, Vauden used the excuse of going to the city to escape. Second brother, how is this possible? This time the trouble is caused by us. It is impossible to avoid it no matter what. As soon as Vauden finished speaking, Lolita rejected his proposal and even gave him a scolding. Alonso, what are you doing standing still? Hurry up and help those soldiers kill the enemy. After teaching her second brother a lesson, Lolita gave orders to Alonso and others. Yes, Miss Lolita. Alonso and the others heard Lolita's words, immediately responded, and then began to kill towards both ends of the city wall. At this time, Lulubo's strongmen also climbed up the city wall, and Alonso and others immediately confronted them. In fact, Alonso and the others had been fighting just now, but they were just passively killing the natives nearby to protect the safety of Lolita and others. Otherwise, the city wall is now crowded with Sea Tribe natives. How could they have so much time to talk here? Clang! After waiting for Alonso and others to leave, Lolita herself drew her sword and prepared to join the battle. Little sister, don't go. It's too dangerous. Second brother, it's enough for me to go. Seeing Lolita's behavior, Vauden was shocked and quickly grabbed Lolita to persuade her. And Gervais had already heard the movement from behind. And at this time, he turned around and said to the two of them, You two just stay alone. Since we have collected the money, there is no reason for the customer to do it himself. Ahem. Lord Gervais is right. We will definitely give you 300,000 gold coins when we return. When Vauden heard this, he immediately smiled, complimented Gervais, and then pulled Lolita aside. I guarantee that your 300,000 gold coins will be worth it. Gervais nodded, and then with a thought, a strength-enhancing fruit appeared in his mouth. After eating the strength-enhancing fruit, the damage immunity fruit follows. When Gervais finished eating 2 black kiwi fruits, Lulubo, the leader of the Sea Tribe, happened to step onto the city wall. Human invader, this is the fate of your own death. Be afraid, stupid reptile. The moment he arrived at the city wall, Lulubo locked the three of Gervais. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and he walked towards this side step by step. Seeing this scene, Vauden couldn't help but pull Lolita to get behind her. Lolita, on the other hand, was not afraid at all and did not retreat at all. It's not certain who is seeking death. The show has just begun. With that said, Gervais raised his head and waved in the air. Ho ho ho! As Gervais waved, the rapid dragon bird that had been hovering 100 meters in the sky immediately roared and swooped down from the sky. Lulubo also saw more than 100 aerial knights in the sky. However, although the air knights here can bring some trouble to his legion, they are too few in number and pose no threat. Stupid reptile. Do you think you can do it with just hundreds of aerial monsters? Whoosh whoosh. Lupo mocked Gervais with disdain. However, at the next moment, his words stopped abruptly, because at this moment, he saw fireballs streaking across the sky, hitting the city wall like meteors. The fireball technique is no different from the attacks of birds and monsters. Not only can it be controlled by the magician, but it is also faster. More importantly, the scene in front of him was unforgettable to Lupo. He had experienced such a tragedy somewhere before. Isn't this the magician army that appeared near Shinka City? Why are they here? Chapter 804 Killing Lulubo. At this time, Lulubo's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. In fact, let alone Lulubo, even Vauden and Lolita stared straight at the group of fireballs falling from the sky with their eyes wide open. Once upon a time, magicians were the noblest, strongest and rarest existences in the human race in the Holy Continent. But now they saw hundreds of magicians appearing at the same time, and their hearts were even more shocked than Lulubo. Lolita, am I dazzled? How could this god of death have so many magicians? And they are all fire magicians. Vauden tugged on his little sister's sleeve, with a look on his face that he had seen a ghost. When Lolita heard what her second brother said, she originally wondered if she was dazzled. The next moment, he twisted Vauden's arm hard. Ah! Lolita! What are you doing? It hurts me so much! The instant pain caused Vauden to scream, rub his arms, and complain to Lolita. Now I'm sure it's not dazzling or a dream. Lolita looked at Gervais with gleaming eyes, and replied to Vauden in a nonchalant manner. In the shocked and frightened eyes of Lulubo and the Sea Tribe soldiers, the fireball in the sky finally fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. As the violent explosion sounded, many sea soldiers gathered on the city wall were hit one after another. Ah! Help! Help me! Some of the Sea Tribe soldiers were more lucky and were directly hit by the fireball and died instantly. Some sea people were unlucky and happened to be near the landing point of the fireball. The moment the fireball exploded, the bursting flames adhered to their bodies. The Sea Clan likes water and cannot withstand high temperatures. The soldiers of the Sea Clan who were suddenly ignited by the fireball began to scream and run around, trying to find companions to extinguish the flames on their bodies. This wave of fireballs alone took away the lives of at least 300 Sea Tribe soldiers. What's even more serious is that so many magicians appeared at the same time, which immediately caused the sea soldiers to lose their previous fighting spirit, and they all had a faint urge to run away. How's it going? Your Excellency Lulupo. My men's fireball skills are pretty good. Right. By the way, I'm sorry about the Shinka city you just mentioned. That was exactly the time I was there. It turns out you were among them at that time. So we are still old acquaintances. As things started to reverse on the city wall, Gervais raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Lulubo, whose face was distorted. He also didn't expect that this guy had seen the power of his squadron of magicians. I will definitely kill you. Go to H.L. You weak reptile. Facing his subordinates, who suffered heavy losses, Lulubo couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately raised the trident in his hand and blasted it towards Gervais. Gervais was not afraid at all, and immediately pushed his sword across his chest to meet Lulubo. When, with a sound of metal clashing, Gervais' long sword jammed into Lulubo's trident. You are not a Black Flag Knight. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Lulubo's expression changed instantly. Gervais' strength was actually as strong as his drum. Who told you that I am a Black Flag Knight? Silly fish. Let's go! Gervais replied angrily, then quickly changed his body shape and approached Lulubo, and then directly pressed his shoulder against Lulubo's chest. Immediately, Lulubo was carried by Gervais and flew towards the outside of the city wall. Reptile, you are asking for death. Go to H.L. Although Gervais pushed him away, Gervais's back was completely exposed to Lulubo's eyes at this moment. Lulubo immediately seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, then held a fork with one hand and stabbed Gervais directly in the back. Boom! Lulubo originally thought that his blow could directly pierce the human race in front of him. Unexpectedly, when the trident pierced the human's body, it only felt like it was piercing some tough object with huge resistance, without any feeling of penetration into the flesh. How can this be? Faced with such a result, Lulubo's eyes widened and he looked at the intact Gervais in disbelief. Let's fight. Why do you have so many problems? I don't see so many strange things. Don't you feel annoyed? Facing Lulubo's astonishment, Gervais said in disgust. In just tens of seconds, this guy was stunned and asked so many times. Bang bang. When Gervais's words fell, the two of them landed on the ground. At this time, they were already more than 30 meters away from the city, just across the moat. Ah! I'm going to kill you! Wave bombardment. Not only did he lose in battle, he was even mocked verbally by Gervais. Lulubo finally fell into madness, roared violently and began to activate his secret skills, and then attacked Gervais. This is my first time to feel the power of the Red Flag Intermediate Knight, so I'll have some fun with you. Death God Blood Moon Slash. Gervais also raised his sword and swung his most powerful blow. Boom! In an instant, their killing moves struck together, causing a rumble that resounded throughout the world. Even the moat more than 10 meters away from them was shaken to the point of breaking into turbulent waves. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the figures of the two people slowly appeared. Although Lulubo was not injured at this time, he was breathing heavily. It was obvious that the blow just now consumed a lot of his strength. As for Gervais, the same was true, breathing heavily. However, the next moment, Gervais had a smile on his face again. Ha ha! So happy! So happy! Silly fish! Take another hit from me! Blood Moon Death God Slash! Gervais shouted loudly and swung his sword towards Lulubo again. Wave bombardment! Reptile! Let's see how many hits you can last! Lulubo could clearly feel that Gervais's strength was actually slightly worse than his own. Moreover, there is a river nearby, and their high clan's talent can speed up the recovery of strength in this rich water vapor. At this time, he was confident that he could use up all the power of this human boy and then give him a fatal blow. Boom! As the two attacks collided again, There was another explosion in the field. After the explosion, the two figures appeared again. But this time, the situation of the two of them was not as good as before. Because all of them were killing moves. 2 consecutive attacks also consumed a lot of power. So their own defense was no longer at its peak. At this time, there was a little blood on the corner of Leloupo's mouth. And he gritted his teeth and looked at Gervais. Gervais's condition was not much better. Not only was his clothes messy, his mouth was bloodshot. And the hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. Ha ha! Reptile! Why don't you shout again this time? Go to H.L. Wave bombardment. Seeing that Gervais was at a disadvantage, Leloupo suddenly laughed heartily, not wanting to give Gervais any extra chance to breathe, and launched another big move towards Gervais. But what he didn't know was that Gervais was chewing an energy fruit in his mouth at this time. And the bloodshot streak at the corner of his mouth before was just the paint he touched himself. Blood Moon Death God Slash. Facing Leloupo's bombardment, Gervais also used his ultimate move to resist the next moment. Boom! The third explosion sounded outside the city wall. It's really amazing. He deserves to be called the God of Death. He has the strength of the mid-level red flag at such a young age. Little sister. Fortunately, our plan was interrupted. This is also a blessing in disguise. If we really dare to kill this murderer, we probably won't be able to go back this time. Seeing the two people fighting like peerless ferocious beasts outside the field, Vaudin felt lingering fear. He dared to conclude that if Leloupo hadn't been chasing him this time, and they had attacked Gervais, there was a high chance that they themselves would have suffered. Even if they were lucky enough to kill Gervais in the end, they probably wouldn't have much left. Why do you want to kill him? Can't he just marry me? Gervais is so strong. I think even if my father knew about it, he wouldn't object. Lolita fundamentally refuted Vaudin's words. Because at the moment she came, she subconsciously felt that Gervais would definitely marry her. After all, not only is she beautiful, she is also a princess of the sea tribe. As long as Gervais marries her, countless treasures in the vast ocean will continue to be provided to Gervais. Lolita feels that no one can resist such temptation. Okay. Vaudin received his sister's rebuttal, and his expression suddenly became strange. He can't tell Lolita, silly sister. In fact, this is all brother's plan. What you think may not even have a 1% chance. Of course, if he really dared to say that, given the current state of Lolita versus Gervais, he would definitely give himself a beating. Second brother, Gervais should be fine. Seeing that the fighting outside was still going on, Lolita asked Vaudin worriedly. It should be fine. Gervais is only half a point less powerful than Leloupo. Judging from the past combat power of the god of killing when the weak defeated the strong, Leloupo will most likely die here today. Although when he came here, he wanted to kill Gervais to solve his little sister's troubles. But at this moment, they were in the same boat as Gervais. Vaudin naturally hopes that Gervais will win. Boy, it seems you can hold on. Ha ha. I told you a long time ago not to seek death. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. When the third blow ended, the two figures appeared again. The bloodshot corners of Leloupo's mouth became even more bloodshot, and the armor on his body became pitted. But at this moment, he was surprisingly happy, because Gervais looked even worse than him. At this time, Gervais was not only bleeding from the corners of his mouth, but also had blood on his nose, and most of his armor was broken. The whole person can only stand on the sword, looking shaky. Fart! It's not sure who will die in the end. Gervais held the sword in his hand, his eyes full of unyielding expression. Ha ha! Let's see how stubborn you reptile can be. I can at least release 3 blows from this wave bombardment. I want to see if you can survive it. Because Gervais looked so miserable, Leloupo felt that he had already won. So he proudly revealed his details to Gervais. Wave bombardment. Are there 3 more strikes? Ha ha! Leloupo only felt that victory was in sight, and did not see the faint smile on Gervais's face at all. Blood Moon Death God Slash. Next, outside the city of the Holy Bridge Castle, there was a series of bombardments as the two men collided with each other. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, after the third bombardment, Leloupo was out of breath. At this time, he was also exhausted, and his body could only stand with his trident stuck on the ground. Boy, if you don't die this time, then I have nothing to say. Leloupo's eyes were fierce, and he said bitterly towards Qianyanchen. The human reptile was already on the verge of collapse before, and Leloupo thought that the next attack would change and kill him. But after each bombardment, although the boy's appearance became worse, he still stood and did not fall. In order to completely kill the reptile in this last blow, Lulubo even used his last remaining strength. When he thought about it, this blow would definitely kill the reptile. After all, the reptile's appearance was already horrific. Not only were its eyes, mouth and nose bleeding, it was even unable to stand, half kneeling on the ground. Time passed by, and Lulubo focused on looking ahead, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The next moment, the smoke and dust finally dispersed, but the ground in front was empty, leaving only a broken armor and blood on the ground. Ha ha! Reptile! You are finally dead! Lulubo looked at the broken armor and the pool of blood on the ground, and laughed happily. Scenes like this are not uncommon, no matter how strong he is. As long as the power in his body is exhausted, his body is not strong enough to withstand the attack of the Red Flag Knight. Just like ordinary people, it is very normal for them to be blown to pieces in an instant. Hey! Silly fish! The fight isn't over yet. Why are you smiling so happily? But not long after Lulubo's hearty laughter came out, a lazy voice came from behind him. Well, Lulubo's laughter stopped suddenly, and then he looked back with a ghostly expression on his face. You are not dead? How is this possible? The person behind him at this time was Gervais. Although his clothes were a bit messy, and he had no armor, Gervais's face was clean, and there was no trace of blood anywhere. Of course I'm fine. I took advantage of the opportunity just now to wash my face. I was just teasing you earlier to prevent you from running out of strength. What if you escape or break into the city and kill my men? Gervais looked at Lulubo with a look like a fool. These guys whose racial talents are biased towards combat ability are indeed not very smart. He couldn't tell even though he was acting all the time before. The reason why Gervais went to great lengths to drain Lulubo's power was entirely because he was worried that Lulubo would have other thoughts. In this world, the stronger the person, the harder it is to distinguish between life and death, because as long as there is not a huge gap in strength, in a one-on-one situation, even if the opponent is injured, it is still very easy for them to escape. Just like the old Duke Batman of the Golden Shield family. After rescuing Halton in the City of Hope, Edward did not pursue him, because even if you chase him out, there will be no result, unless Batman's fighting spirit is finally exhausted. It will be possible to completely kill the opponent. Despicable reptile. I'm going to kill you! Lulubo finally knew that he had been tricked again, and he became furious. Then he raised his trident and threw it towards Gervais, as if he really wanted to fight for his life. However, after the trident was thrown, Lulubo's painting style suddenly changed, and the original angry and desperate energy disappeared instantly. Instead, he turned around and fled towards the moat more than 10 meters away without hesitation. This moat is directly connected to the big river outside. As long as he is allowed to escape into the water, it will be like a fish entering the water, and the chance of escape will increase exponentially. Do you think you can still escape at this point? Gervais had already expected this, and easily dodged the trident thrown by Lulubo with a sideways movement. Blood Moon Death God Slash. Boom! Gervais did not pursue at all, but stood on the spot and swung his sword directly at Lulubo. In an instant, the blood-red sword light completely enveloped Lulubo, and Lulubo was less than 1 meter away from the moat at this time. Ah! As a wail resounded throughout the audience, Lulubo became the third Red Flag Knight killed by Gervais. Chapter 805 I Want to Marry You. The screams disappeared, and when the smoke slowly dispersed, it was seen that Lulubo was already cold. A huge wound penetrated directly from the shoulder to the chest. The third Red Banner Knight. Fong Wei approached Lulubo and picked up his trident, feeling a slight sense of accomplishment in his heart. After exploring Lulubo, Gervais looked at the surrounding Sea Clan soldiers, who were still climbing towards the city wall, because the battle between Gervais and Lulubo was so fierce and terrifying. The area within 100 meters had long been a restricted area for the soldiers of the Sea Tribe. The smoke and dust also obscured their sight a moment ago, so the Sea soldiers did not know that their leader Lulubo had been killed. Your commander Lulubo is dead! Those who surrender will not be killed now! Gervais held Lulubo's trident high, and then shouted loudly towards the surroundings. Gervais's roar spread hundreds of meters around with the blessing of fighting spirit. In an instant, the Sea soldiers, who were charging under the city wall, looked towards this side in shock. When they saw the trident in Gervais's hand, they then looked at Lulubo, who was lying in a pool of blood and was already cold. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and panic suddenly appeared. Ah! Commander Lulubo was killed by that human race! Everyone! Run away! Commander Lulubo is dead! Run away! We can't defeat them at all! In an instant, the news of Lulubo's death spread. All the sea soldiers changed their direction and ran towards the river in a hurry. Some of them, who were close to the moat, even jumped into the river with a pop and started swimming. Damn it! We can't let them run away! These are free labor! When Gervais saw these sea tribe soldiers starting to run away, he naturally would not really let them escape. So he immediately took out the small conch. As the small conch sh. I was blown. The sea soldiers who were running wildly a moment ago stopped one after another and looked at Gervais with doubts on their faces. Seeing the soldiers stop escaping, Gervais became even more energetic, and the sound of conch sh. Suddenly echoed throughout the audience. Although these sea soldiers have already seen that the person who blew the conch and gave the order was Gervais. But Lolita, the little conch, was blessed by the god of the sea. Without the supervision of a leader like Lulubo, these sea soldiers will naturally be suppressed by the effects of the conch itself and unconsciously obey the orders from this little conch. Boom, 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 boom. As the conch sound continued, the impact on these sea tribe soldiers became more and more serious. In the end, these sea soldiers finally dropped their weapons and squatted on the spot to surrender. In addition, the same is true for the sea soldiers on the city wall. The High Clan soldiers who were fighting fiercely with the direct guards immediately retreated, dropped their weapons, and squatted down to express surrender. Of course there are exceptions. That is, there are 3 or 5 small bosses of the sea tribe. They have the strength of the Black Flag Knights, and the sound of the small conch cannot suppress them. Several people quickly jumped off the city wall, trying to escape. Unfortunately, Alonso and the others didn't give them a chance at all, and directly chased them and hacked them to death on the spot. Little sister, this god of death actually knows how to blow the conch sh. And order the natives to surrender. On the city wall, Vauden's eyes widened when he saw Gervais taking out the conch and directly suppressing tens of thousands of sea soldiers. The most important thing is that this little conch belongs to my little sister Lolita. Yeah, I saw it. I didn't expect him to use it too. Lolita looked at Gervais with gleaming eyes and hummed without looking back. Little sister, that little conch belongs to you. I think I should get it back later. Otherwise, if the god of death becomes hostile or unfavorable to our sea clan in the future, it may cause a lot of trouble. Vauden was speechless when he looked at his little sister. I think that's your thing. Aren't you angry? You wanted to get it back last time in the City of Hope, but the god of death had forgotten it, and you were still furious. Now the evidence is conclusive, but there is no intention to take it back. Second brother, have you forgotten our purpose this time? If Gervais is willing to marry me, then what's the difference between putting my little conch on him and myself? Well, Vauden was speechless for a moment, but his face turned blue and white. He felt as if his plan was starting to get out of hand. Looking at Lolita's appearance at this time, her love for this murderous god is probably several levels higher than in the City of Hope. In fact, Vauden did not know that all intelligent creatures actually have an inertial thinking. That is, once you make a certain decision, you will unknowingly go deeper and deeper in the direction of that decision. Just like Lolita now. When she was in the City of Hope, she was still torn between killing Gervais or marrying Gervais. Because at that time, she did not have a clear decision in her heart about these two choices. However, under Vauden's instigation, the seeds of wanting to marry Gervais were actually planted from the moment Lolita set off. Otherwise, if she really wanted to kill Gervais, she would not go there herself. It would be better to go directly to his Neptune King father to confess this matter, and then act like a baby. Then Neptune King will naturally send countless masters to try to kill Gervais for the sake of his precious daughter. Therefore, this shows that when Adela set off for St. Anne's City, she subconsciously chose to marry Gervais. And as we go along, this willingness deepens little by little. With this battle, Lolita's desire reached its peak. Looking at Gervais's calm and composed appearance, Lolita remembered the majestic appearance of Gervais fighting thousands of orcs alone. Seeing the battle between Gervais and Lulupo, Lolita will also think of Gervais's majestic appearance of fighting thousands of orcs alone. This is a process of unconscious thinking. After all, that battle scene was definitely the pinnacle of Gervais's personal charm. Hayden, Shaka, these prisoners of the Sea Tribe are handed over to you. Take them all into the city and keep them under guard. As the few leaders of the Sea Tribe who tried to escape were killed, the battle came to an end quickly. Of course, this is thanks to the little conch I got from Lolita. Otherwise, the sea soldiers and leaders on the city wall who have no way out may fight to the death. And those escaping sea soldiers will be as slippery as loaches after entering the water. And Gervais will not be able to do anything to them. Thinking of this, Gervais couldn't help but glance towards the city wall. But he saw that Lolita girl and Sea Clan Vauden were looking at him intently. Gervais quickly turned sideways to cover the small conch, and then took the small conch back into his space ring without leaving a trace. This thing is Nava Odin's love token for Lolita. They must have seen it just now. But I have to be thick-skinned later. Such a good thing cannot be returned. Moreover, this also affects my command authority over the natives of the Wanhai tribe. There is no room for loss. After Gervais hid the small conch back in the space ring, he thought about it for a moment. After thinking about the countermeasures, Gervais looked as usual and walked towards the city wall with Larubo's trident. Ha ha! Lord Jevis is indeed very brave. Lalubo, a red flag mid-level knight, was killed by Lord Gervis in just a few strokes. As soon as Gervais came to the city wall, Vauden quickly stepped forward and complimented Gervais. He wanted to kill Gervais when he came. Now that the threat of Lalubo has been removed, he became slightly guilty when facing Gervais. Ha ha! Your Excellency Vauden praised me. I just have better luck. The sedan chair was carrying people, and Gervais also smiled when he heard the compliment. However, most of Gervais's attention at this time was attracted by the girl Lolita, because he found that Lolita's beautiful eyes were looking at him unblinkingly at this moment. Is this really okay with you? Your Sea Tribe boyfriend is still with you. Aren't you afraid that he will be jealous? Or maybe this girl is planning to ask for the conch back? Gervais couldn't help but think to himself. Lord Gervais, there is no need to be modest. I will watch the whole battle today. I will definitely give you 300,000 gold coins when the time comes. Vauden didn't know what Gervais was thinking at this time, but he still offered his kind words. Thank you so much. Lord Vauden. Your Excellency Vauden. There are corpses everywhere here. Why don't we go to the temple in the city to sit down and talk? You must be tired after coming all the way. I just asked the servant to prepare a sumptuous dinner to entertain you. Gervais was now worried that Lolita would ask him to get the conch back. So he decided to change the subject and asked the two of them to go to the temple to talk, so that he could hide the conch. Okay. Then thank you, City Lord Gervais, for the hospitality. When Vauden heard this, he felt hungry in his stomach. They had been hunted for a full day, and it could be said that they had not eaten enough. Now they were indeed tired and hungry. Afterwards, the three of them headed towards the temple in the city. Returning to the back garden of the temple, Gervais asked his servants to tidy up 2 guest rooms for Vauden and Lolita so that they could wash up. And then he got into the bedroom. In the bedroom, after washing, Gervais hid the small conch in an inconspicuous drawer, and then went to the restaurant wearing a brand new dress. Not long after Gervais arrived at the restaurant, under the leadership of the servants, Vauden and Lolita also came wearing brand new dresses. What made Gervais a little surprised was that this Lolita actually put on a black lace dress. This long skirt has a waist-cinching design, which directly highlights Lolita's perfect and concave figure. This reminded Gervais of his own Caroline. And only Caroline could compete with this Lolita. In addition, because it is an off-shoulder design, the black fabric also makes her fair and jade-like skin look particularly dazzling. Although she has a bad temper, I have to say, this Lolita feels quite worthy of the title of Enchanting Woman, because he mistook Vauden for Lolita's lover. Gervais did not look too closely to avoid being rude. He just took a look and asked the two of them to sit down. At this time, the long table was filled with delicacies such as Warcraft meat, Warcraft grilled fish, mushroom soup, etc. Moreover, everyone is surrounded by wine. After sitting down, with a greeting from Gervais, the three of them began to feast. Especially Gervais and Vauden. Their mouths were full of oil. But Lolita's eating appearance is indescribably elegant, and she actually looks like a lady. The only thing that made Gervais a little uncomfortable was that Lolita would look at him from time to time while drinking wine. And he has bright eyes. Ahem! Even though Gervais was a man, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward being stared at by Lolita with such bright eyes. So I deliberately coughed twice as a reminder. When Gervais coughed like this, Lolita's cheeks, which were tipsy from drinking a glass of wine, became even more rosy. Gervais! However, at the next moment, Lolita seemed to have summoned up the courage and shouted towards Gervais. What's wrong? Miss Lolita! Lolita's Gervais does not have any suffix added. In this Western background world, this kind of title can be said to be very intimate in formal occasions. For example, when Vauden calls Gervais, he also adds the word, City Lord. And when Gervais calls Vauden, he will also add, Your Excellency. So Lolita's voice made Gervais a little wary. You're not planning to ask for the conch, are you? Gervais thought to himself, and was ready to deny it. That I think. Ahem. Lolita. Let me forget it. Lord Gervais's battle has just ended. Let's discuss the wine and potions with him later. Vauden was enjoying his meal. But the chef who stayed at the Holy Bridge Castle this time was Gervais's original chef Jimmy. After being nurtured by Gervais for so long, he has long figured out a set of cooking techniques that are biased towards the past life. So even Vauden, the second prince of the sea tribe, can't stop eating. But now when he heard Lolita suddenly speak, he no longer cared about the delicious food at hand, and quickly interrupted Lolita's words. Miss Lolita, I'm so sorry about the wine, because I have organized my own caravan. So, no. Gervais. Gervais felt relieved when he heard Vauden's words. As long as it wasn't a small conch, he had nothing to worry about. Deng even opened his mouth to explain about wine. However, Gervais was interrupted by Lolita just halfway through speaking. It's not about the wine. Gervais. Actually, I said I want to marry you. Lolita could no longer suppress it at this moment. Perhaps because of the effect of the wine. After refuting Vauden's statement, she gritted her teeth and revealed her true purpose. Quiet. Very quiet. When Lolita finished speaking, pins could be heard on the dining table. Gervais's eyes widened in disbelief. And he looked at Lolita, and then at Vauden. I thought to myself, is this girl so bold? Will Odin jump into the river later? Chapter 806 Too many scenes. For a moment, no one spoke. Gervais finally laid his eyes on Vauden, and hinted with his eyes, your girlfriend is so blatant. And you don't say anything? If you are a man, stand up and criticize severely. Faced with Gervais's meaningful eyes, Vauden finally reacted. If he doesn't stop his little sister at this moment, his identity will be exposed later. If the god of death knew the little girl's choice after being seen by a human man, I don't know if the god of death would directly deal with the two of them. Lolita! Vauden straightened his body and spoke under the gaze of Gervais. Seeing this, Gervais was relieved. If there was a quarrel between the two people, it would be nothing to do with him. Otherwise, if word spreads, his reputation will be ruined. I don't know why this girl Lolita's eyesight suddenly improved and she actually fell in love with this handsome guy like him. It's just a love triangle. He refuses. Lolita, how about we stop talking about this now and talk about it later? However, the scene of Vauden's righteous words and severe criticism that Gervais imagined did not appear. Instead, he sounded like I'm begging you. Gervais's outlook on life was immediately impacted. I want to say it now. Gervais, I want to marry you. Are you willing to marry me? Lolita had already spoken out her words. Naturally, the bastard was so determined that he could not stop at this moment. After refuting Vauden's plea, he looked at Gervais with sharp eyes, hoping that he could give an answer. Boom. As the saying goes, what is tolerable is unbearable. Seeing this situation, Gervais felt that he had to say something to save Vauden and Lolita's views. So he took action directly. Faced with his powerful action, Vauden and Lolita were both frightened. Miss Lolita, what you are doing is wrong. Do you know? Although you like me, but you have to know your own position. Do you know your position? With a serious face and sharp eyes, Gervais looked at the somewhat overwhelmed Lolita and asked questions one after another. Seeing that Lolita's eyes were blank and she didn't answer him, Gervais continued to repeat. Miss Lolita, do you know your position? This repeated questioning finally made Lolita react. And then she shook her head blankly. What position do I need to get married to you? Or is it because my identity is not worthy of you? Although I haven't mentioned that I am a princess of the sea tribe. I am the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company. Well, seeing Lolita shaking her head, Gervais sighed, and then looked at Vauden. Your Excellency Nava Odin, do you know your position? Vauden didn't need Gervais to repeat himself, and reacted immediately. But he also shook his head in confusion. Don't even know your position? Then you two are still in a relationship? Gervais cursed the two of them in his mind. Then he could only continue to speak. Since you don't know your position, I will give you a free explanation today. You? Miss Lolita, as Vauden's lover, should you be loyal to him? How can you express your love to me in front of him? When Gervais said these words, Vauden and Lolita were petrified on the spot. Lolita reacted after a moment and moved her lips to explain. Not even in private. But Gervais thought he was trying to make it easier. So he immediately interrupted Lolita when she opened her mouth to utter a word. Now let's talk about you. Vauden, as Miss Lolita's lover, You didn't strictly correct Miss Lolita when she made a mistake. Your concept is wrong. Of course. This is actually your business. Strictly speaking, I'm just an outsider. That's all I can say. I hope you can take care of yourself. After Gervais finished speaking, he felt that he was really upright today, conveying the positive energy accumulated in his previous life. However, when Gervais thought he was delivering positive energy, Lolita and Vauden felt 100,000 monsters running through their hearts. He actually thought that my second brother and I were lovers. Lolita looked at Gervais with disbelief in her eyes. However, it can also be seen from this that Gervais is a truly moral person. The next second, instead of feeling unhappy because of Gervais's misunderstanding, Lolita began to admire Gervais's character. Although Gervais has the elf queen wife Alice, he is unclear about Adela in the City of Hope. But now Lolita feels that this should not be Gervais's fault. After all, what he says now is honest. Then if I force him to abandon Alice, won't that damage his noble moral character? It's just that if he doesn't abandon Alice, then how can I marry him? Do I have to be with Alice? Thinking of this, Lolita couldn't help but feel a little entangled, and her face turned slightly red when she thought of certain scenes. Ahem. The scene here is the scene where she, Gervais, and Alice appear in front of acquaintances at the same time. Hey, it seems that my preaching has worked. Lolita, who seemed indifferent just now, actually knows how to be ashamed. She must have found her own position. Seeing Lolita's pretty face blushing slightly, Gervais, who was very satisfied with the result, looked at Vauden. But Vauden looked at him with resentful eyes at this time. Does this guy have masochistic tendencies? I'm speaking for him, and he actually blames me. Gervais felt that Vauden's eyes were a little strange, as if he was not grateful for standing up for him. How did Gervais know that he had forcibly cuckolded Vauden? And no one could stand it. Gervais. But at this moment, Lolita spoke again, diverting Gervais's attention. Actually, you misunderstood. Vauden is my second brother. Huh? Your second brother? Gervais did not understand the words for a moment. He couldn't help but repeat it several times in his mind, and it wasn't until the next moment that he looked at Lolita with wide eyes. He's your second brother. Are you brother and sister? Gervais was really shocked by Lolita's words. Lolita's fair cheeks were slightly red, looking shy as never before, and she nodded towards Gervais. After getting Lolita's answer, Gervais still couldn't believe it and looked at Vauden again. Vauden covered his head and nodded to Gervais, acquiescing. At that moment, Vauden actually wanted to stop Lolita from revealing their relationship. However, perhaps because Gervais cuckolded him indiscriminately, Vauden somehow failed to take action. At this moment, Gervais knew that he seemed to have too many roles. It turns out that these two people are actually brother and sister. So wouldn't it be illegal for Lolita to marry her? Chapter 807 Rejection. Of course, it doesn't matter whether it's compliant or not. What's important is that Gervais added a scene for himself, which completely changed the eldest lady Lolita's perception of him. In addition, Gervais is still a little curious about Lolita's true background. If this Lolita is from the Sea Clan, wouldn't it be the largest trading house in the Holy Continent? Thinking of this, Gervais immediately asked Lolita, Miss Lolita, if Vauden is your second brother, wouldn't you also be a member of the Sea Tribe? Yes. The Holy Firm. It was also specially created by us, the Sea Clan, for the convenience of walking on the mainland. In addition, it was also created to facilitate the secret trade of some of your human race's specialties, because many of your human race's things and resources are not found in the sea. Now that it had been made clear, Lolita answered all questions without hesitation. Hey, I didn't know you were from the Sea Clan. I am the princess of the Sea Clan, and my father is the king of the Sea Clan. No wonder. That little conch actually belongs to this girl Lolita herself. Unfortunately, I thought it was a love token sent by Vauden. Gervais finally figured everything out at this time. At the same time, I also know why the Holy Trading Company is so powerful and can operate unimpeded among all races in the Holy Continent. Because the vast ocean also has countless rare resources. No race can refuse such a business. I don't know how the lords of the Holy City will react when they know the news. Gervais thought so. Gervais, are you willing to marry me now? After answering several Gervais doubts in succession, Lolita is still most concerned about her marriage to Gervais. At this time, her beautiful eyes were full of maturity, and her voice was soft and sweet, making her look like a courting woman. Well, without that messy love triangle, Lolita's question this time stopped Gervais. Do you think this Lolita is beautiful? Of course. Unless she is blind. No one will think she is not beautiful. Those delicate and cool facial features are a gift from God. And with their curvy body, they can rival Caroline's figure. It can be said responsibly that she is even slightly ahead of Caroline in terms of hardware configuration. In addition, the identity behind Lolita. If she were in the previous life, she would have been a proper national goddess with a white and rich beauty. But now I haven't even confessed to Alice about Caroline and Adela. Ahem. No, this is not about being honest or not, but about the lack of emotional foundation. As one of the top 5 young people in the new century, I refused to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket. Finally, after a fierce ideological struggle, Gervais decided to reject the Lolita girl's behavior of jumping in line. After all, although he was a little bit greedy for Lolita, the two of them were originally at war with each other. Although they are considered acquaintances, if there is love, then there is definitely no love. At least Gervais does not have feelings for Lolita yet. Although Gervais is now shamelessly pretending to have 3 people in his heart. It is all a matter of course, which is different from Lolita's current situation. Ahem. Seeing the expectation in Lolita's eyes, although Gervais made a decision, he didn't know how to refuse. However, as the saying goes, long-term pain is worse than short-term pain, and hanging someone up is simply a hooligan. In the end, Gervais hardened his heart. Miss Lolita, you are beautiful and I like you too. When she heard this, Lolita's eyes were gradually shining, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, almost jumping up and cheering. Seeing this scene, Gervais quickly speeded up his speech. It's just that we don't have a real relationship now. So you said to marry me? I can't accept it for a while. In an instant, the light in Lolita's eyes receded, replaced by reddish eyes and a pale complexion. Although I can't bear it, I still have to say what I need to say. Besides, Lolita, you also know that I am married to the Queen of the Elves. You are the little princess of the Sea Tribe. You will definitely be able to marry someone whose identity matches yours. After saying that, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. Now, while people are still not in deep trouble, it would be a great blessing to let them find their way back. How can there be no feelings? Gervais, we met in the Magician's Tower, and then met many times in the City of Hope. You also saved me many times. We have already had intersection and feelings. Lolita's face was a little pale, but she did not agree with Gervais's words. Well, faced with such a statement, Gervais was speechless. It was obviously a life and death fight. Okay, but now it has turned into love and murder. But I already have a wife. I love her very much, and she loves me very much. Miss Lolita. So, Gervais was ready to change his ways to reject Lolita. Unexpectedly, he was only halfway through his words when he heard Lolita's decisive words. I do not mind. In an instant, Gervais was petrified. In this medieval world, it was common for nobles to find lovers, but she still maintains monogamy on the surface. And this Lolita Sea Princess now says she doesn't mind. When did this little girl become obsessed with brother? Why didn't I find out before? According to Gervais, this can really be regarded as true love. Little sister? In fact, the most shocked among the 3 was Vaudin. Before coming here, my little sister made a vow to divorce Gervais and the Elf Queen. But now she actually said that she doesn't mind being someone's little wife. Vaudin felt that his outlook on life had been greatly impacted. Moreover, if this is reported back to his father. Thinking of this, Vaudin instantly shuddered. Second brother, I decide my own affairs. You don't need to persuade me. Even if my father disagrees, I will still make this choice. Alas, Miss Lolita, otherwise, how about you let me think about this matter again? I will give you an answer when there is a result after a while. Gervais now understood that Lolita had probably made up her mind, and it would be impossible to persuade her to give up immediately. There is only one other way to choose, and that is dragging. Gervais didn't know if Lolita's true love was a temporary passion or what happened. However, time is the best way to calm her down. Okay, Gervais, I will be waiting for your answer. When Lolita heard what Gervais said, it was the best answer today. She immediately bit her red lips and finally nodded in agreement. Well, then keep eating. I'm full. I'm going to deal with the aftermath of today's battle first. After such a fuss, Gervais couldn't eat anymore, and immediately resigned from Lolita and Vaudin. Lord Gervais, go and do your work. Don't worry about us. Lolita and Vaudin naturally had no objection. And then Gervais left the restaurant, leaving the brother and sister behind. Seeing Gervais leaving, Vauden stood up quickly, came directly to Lolita, and then said in pain, "Little sister, what you just said were a joke. Don't scare the second brother." "Second brother? Do you think I can make a joke?" Lolita's complexion had recovered at this time, and she rolled her eyes at her second brother angrily. "My little sister, that god of death has a wife. Didn't we agree before we came that you will marry him only if he is willing to divorce the Queen of the Elves?" Vauden felt as if he had stepped into a huge pit during his trip to St. Anne's City, which not only pitted him, but also pitted his sister. "That was before. I have changed my mind now," Lolita replied sharply. After a pause, he continued, "Second brother, please stop trying to persuade me. I have my own decision to make. But hasn't Gervais rejected you now?" Vauden had no choice. His little sister had the most stubborn temper. Even 10 monsters might not be able to pull back what she decided. "He didn't refuse. He just said that he should think about it carefully." Lolita's eyes looked like she would get what she wanted in the end. "Then, little sister, why don't we return to the ocean first? Wait until the god of death has thought about it, and then let him send his decision over? At that time, we will be able to give him 300,000 gold coins together." "No, second brother, go back by yourself. I have decided to stay and follow Gervais. I believe that I, Lolita, will not be worse than anyone else. How can Gervais refuse me? Second brother, I'm full. I'm going back to the guest room first." With that said, Lolita stopped talking nonsense with Vauden, stood up and left the restaurant. "How will I explain this to my father when I go back?" Looking at Lolita's disappearing back, Vauden felt like crying. After Gervais left the restaurant, he walked directly out of the small building and walked towards the temple in front. "Call!" Breathing in the fresh air on the path in the back garden, Gervais took a long breath. He really didn't expect that one day he and Lolita would be in such a situation. It was simply unexpected. Moreover, to be honest, it really takes a lot of determination to reject such a charming woman like her. Passing through the garden path, Gervais soon came to the temple. Just as he was about to walk out of the temple, Hayden walked up the steps and met him head-on. "Your Majesty the King! Hayden, are you done?" When Gervais saw Hayden, he immediately stopped and asked, "Yes, Your Majesty. There are more than 14,000 Sea Tribe prisoners, all of whom have been gathered and detained in houses in the city. They are now under the supervision of Shaka and your magician squadron." Hayden immediately informed Gervais of the situation with the prisoners. And this time when the Sea Tribe surrounded Lolita and others, although there were more than 20,000 people at the beginning. However, because Lolita's elite men fought desperately, the natives of the Sea Tribe suffered thousands of casualties. In addition to the thousands of people who died during the siege, only more than 14,000 people remained out of the 20,000. "Oh, how about the casualties?" Gervais is not particularly concerned about the number of prisoners of the Sea Tribe. What he is most concerned about now is the casualties of his subordinates. "Your Majesty the King, the direct guard suffered more than 40 casualties in this battle, including more than 20 seriously injured and 10 dead. In addition, the Sea Clan Brigade led by Shaka also killed more than 60 people and seriously injured more than 100 people in this battle. Those seriously injured soldiers must do their best to treat them. And the same goes for Shaka's men." After hearing the casualty report, Gervais had already expected it, but he still felt a little distressed. These are all his family members who have taken magical potions. When he grows up, he will become a golden knight or even a white flag knight. In addition, although there are few enemies on the city wall guarded by Shaka and others, the equipment of these sea soldiers cannot be compared with that of the direct guards. It is not surprising that the casualties are greater than that of the direct guards. "Your Majesty, treatment is already underway, because there are 5 magicians in your magician squadron who know healing skills. The lives of the seriously injured are not in danger," Hayden replied immediately. "That's best." Gervais nodded and then continued. "Hayden, those dead guardsmen, collect their bodies, register their names so that the pensions can be accurately sent to their families. In addition, Shaka, you should also send some more food to express condolences and reward him. And bring wine. Yes, His Majesty the King. I will take care of all this. Don't worry. Well, is there anything else? If not, then go ahead and get busy." After explaining everything, Gervais no longer has to go to the city. "Your Majesty, there is indeed one more thing. Shaka asked me to ask your opinion." "What's up?" Gervais just asked casually. Unexpectedly, something really happened. So he asked immediately, "Among the Sea Tribe prisoners, There are 5 white flag knights who all know Shaka. I heard Shaka said that they also want to be loyal to you. So Shaka wants to ask your opinion. Are you loyal to me? Then ask Shaka to bring a few of them over to show me first. I'll wait for them here. Gervais estimated that Shaka and the small leaders of the Sea tribe were worried that they would hand over the Sea tribe natives to Baden and the others, or kill them directly. So they came to him immediately to express their loyalty. However, Gervais is also short of people under his command. If these Sea people are really willing to surrender, then it is okay to accept them. Anyway, he is not worried that these natives will rebel. After all, even if these natives rebel, they will only flee at most. This poses little threat to Gervais. Yes, Your Majesty. Hayden responded immediately, and then walked towards the outside of the temple. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Shaka brought 5 Sea tribe natives to the temple. Gervais glanced at them one by one and found that these people were indeed white flag knights. 2 of them are at the peak level of the white flag, and the other 3 are at the intermediate level of the white flag. On the contrary, Shaka is at the low level of the white flag. Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King! Several people came to the temple, except for Shaka. They all shrank when they saw Gervais. Finally, under the leadership of Shaka, he knelt down towards Gervais. Well, everyone, get up! Gervais leaned on the armrest of the chair with one hand and hummed expressionlessly. Thank you, Your Majesty the King! Several people replied respectfully, and then slowly stood up. After several people stood up, Gervais continued. Tell me, why are you here for me? Your Majesty the Great King, we know full well that we made a big mistake by following Lalubo to attack your city. However, please give us a chance to atone for our sins and serve you like Shaka. We will do our best to serve you even to the death. Although these people were a little afraid of Gervais, they all spoke sincerely. Oh, you want me to give you a chance to redeem yourself? Gervais deliberately lengthened his voice and looked like he was thinking. Chapter 808 Lolita's Craftsmanship. Your Majesty, Shaka can guarantee them that they will definitely be loyal to you. At this time, Shaka, a young boy from the Sea clan who had a fairly flexible mind and knew Gervais' true character, spoke. In just 2 or 3 days of contact, Shaka knew that the king he was loyal to now was definitely a benevolent monarch. If you are loyal, there will be absolutely no danger. Therefore, he also hopes that his tribe can join Gervais's command to avoid being given to the Sea tribe invaders or directly killed. Oh, Shaka, are you willing to vouch for them? Yes, Your Majesty the King. Okay, since Shaka guarantees you, then I will accept you temporarily. However, I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise this will be the end of Lulupo. Gervais finally agreed after thinking for a moment, and his voice became majestic at the end of his words. Thank you, Your Majesty the King. My subordinates will never dare to have any second thoughts and will serve you to the death. In this way, before the strong men above the white flag appeared in the direct guard of Gervais, there were already 6 strong men in the captured troops. Very good. Since you are willing to be loyal to me, then go ask your original soldiers. If they are willing to be loyal to me, then stay. If you don't want to... Speaking of this, Gervais paused for a moment, glanced at several people, saw several people's heads shrinking, and then continued with satisfaction. Then I will ask those Sea tribesmen if they want to buy them. If they don't buy them, then kill them. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Several people were very nervous and had no complaints. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If no one is willing to surrender and pledge allegiance, naturally they cannot keep the food and consume it in vain. After all, they are the Sea tribe and cannot work on the shore for a long time. Go! Afterwards, Gervais dismissed a few people and returned to the small building. I took the strength-enhancing fruit today, but I still had some side effects. So I just went back and lay down. Now that the threat from the Sea tribe natives has been eliminated, now Gwais should prepare to return to Saint and City. When he returned to the small building, Gervais did not see Lolita and Vauden, so he went directly to his bedroom. However, just as Gervais opened the bedroom door, he saw a pretty figure in his room, making the bed and tidying up. Miss Lolita? Gervais was a little surprised that the little princess of the Sea tribe was actually cleaning the house. Gervais, are you back? I had servants who were helping you clean up, but they were a little clumsy, so I let them go and help you clean up. Gervais looked at the neatly folded bedding and thought to himself that it was definitely not folded as well as the servants. And I don't know where you came from to judge it. The 2 male servants were specially left to take care of Gervais when Thomas and others left. Naturally, they were all veterans. Thank you very much. But, Miss Lolita, you are the princess of the sea tribe. You should not do these things in the future. There are servants to do it. Although the work was not done as well as the servants, it was still a thoughtful gesture. So Gervais naturally needed to express his gratitude. It's okay, Gervais. I'll just help you sort it out. Lolita smiled sweetly and didn't take it seriously. Gervais was speechless. To be honest, even Gervais had never experienced such a situation in his previous life. Well, Miss Lolita, thank you very much. I'm a little tired now and want to rest. Gervais wasn't going to bother anymore, since everything was almost done now. It was just right for Lolita to leave so that he could have a good rest. But before he finished speaking, Lolita was directly surprised. Gervais, are you tired? Let me rub it for you. I've learned a lot about it. In the past, my father didn't even need a maid when he was tired, so he was willing to let me rub it for him. As if she had discovered a new world, Lolita put down what she was doing and quickly came to Gervais and pulled him to massage him. In the end, Gervais did not refuse and laid down on the bed obediently. Then Lolita began to rub his back and shoulders. Not to mention, Lolita's bed-making skills are not very good, but her back and shoulder rubbing skills are really good. She must have learned it in the past, as he said, when Gervais was lying on his stomach enjoying the high-level service of this little sea princess. Because the door was not closed, he was seen by Vauden, who had been secretly paying attention to the situation here. Vauden pretended to pass by casually, and his face turned even darker when he saw the situation inside. I'm really going to die now, and I'm afraid my little sister is really going to lose herself. Early the next morning, Gervais got up early and decided to return to Saint and City today. After all, there were still many things waiting for him in Saint and City. His main task now is to strengthen his strength. And there will definitely be several battles to fight in the future. Exactly when the war will begin depends on when the other holy cities of the Holy Alliance launch their campaign. Second brother, don't worry and go back. Just tell your father that I will play here for a few more days, so that he doesn't have to worry about my safety. Thousands of people had gathered at the gate of Shengxiao Fort. Vauden and 4 of his subordinates rode the rapid dragon bird temporarily borrowed by Gervais. But Lolita was saying goodbye to Vauden with Alonso and one of his guards. Little sister, my father will definitely beat me to death. Vauden is like a widower. How could that be possible? Just say that I haven't finished talking about wine yet. Lolita looked disbelieving. Okay, second brother, go quickly. Gervais seems to be setting off. After saying that, Lolita walked towards the front line without looking back. Wow! Vauden had no idea, and finally took 4 of his subordinates into the sky on a rapid dragon bird. Second brother, take care. You may get hit twice, but you won't be beaten to death. Seeing her second brother leaving, Lolita silently prayed for him. Hayden, Shaka, I'll leave the Holy Bridge Castle to you. If there is any situation, you can send someone to Saint and City to report it at any time. When Gervais leaves today, he will take with him the 5 indigenous White Flag Knights, who have just pledged their allegiance, and the 3,000 Silver Sea Tribe soldiers. The remaining more than 10,000 sea soldiers were all left in the Holy Bridge Castle under the leadership of Hayden and Shaka, with Hayden as the main player and Shaka as the auxiliary. As for the direct guards originally stationed here, they will still stay here to garrison the Holy Bridge Castle, even due to the loss of casualties. Gervais will have to replenish the number of direct guards here when he returns to Saint and City. Yes, His Majesty the King. Don't worry. Hayden and Shaka immediately responded respectfully. After the battle, Gervais assigned a body-strengthening potion to Hayden and the direct guards, which was regarded as a reward for everyone's heroic fighting. In addition, Shaka, a native of the Sea Tribe, also received a strengthening potion. That was Gervais's sudden idea last night. When he distributed the potion to Hayden and others, he asked Shaka to try it, and finally discovered that his magical potion was also effective on the Sea Tribe. This is a major discovery. But in fact, this is not surprising. After all, the things produced by the system should be more magical. Besides, even ordinary potions, some individual magic potions are also effective on other races. That's right. Next, if you see dwarves, they are not tall, but they are very burly, and they also like humans with big beards. You have to treat me well and tell them the direction to Saint and City. Gervais is really thinking about the dwarves now, because there were so many direct guard casualties yesterday. Most of them actually suffered from equipment. If the equipment is better, The casualties may be reduced by 1/3. This was mentioned by Vauden later, because he compared Gervais' mithril armor with that of their sea tribe. There is a substance called gold crystal ore missing from it. Although this gold crystal ore is expensive, it can be purchased like mithril. The only troublesome thing is that only dwarves know how to blend this thing into iron materials to achieve the best effect. So Gervais is now eager to have a few dwarves to upgrade the weapons and equipment for his team. Yes, Your Majesty the King. We remember. At this time, Gervais happened to see Lolita walking towards this side with Alonso, and was ready to set off. Set off! When Lolita jumped on the back of the giant crocodile brother, Gervais gave the order, and then the whole team began to move towards street and city. Half a day after Gervais and others left, they were on the other side of the bridge at Fort Holy Bridge. Collard, is this route correct? We have been walking for 3 days. There were more than 20 people in the group, and all the dwarves were riding in a dilapidated cargo carriage, and the back of the carriage was full of broken items. For example, wooden tables, wooden chairs, iron felts, hammers, and big black pots all resemble the rhythm of the great collective migration. It shouldn't be wrong. Look, there is a big wooden bridge in front of us now, and there is a small city on the other side of the bridge. When the time comes, go directly to the right. We will reach St. Anne's City in 2 days' walk. Quallard held a simple map and checked it carefully before explaining it to his companions. Since the god of death left the City of Hope that day, Quallard had received 5 jugs of wine as a gift. Unfortunately, seeing the 5 pots of fire wine drinking less and less, Quallard still couldn't sit still. Not only is the dwarf's own fire wine no longer fragrant, but even blacksmithing has lost its energy. Therefore, Quallard was restless and thought for a whole day, and finally put up the notice that the house was closed, and then began to load his belongings onto the carriage and prepare to go to St. Anne's City. Anyway, as an excellent dwarf blacksmith, you can make money no matter where you are, as long as there are human warriors. You need weapons and armor. In addition, except for Quillade, there are not many dwarves in the City of Hope who have such thoughts. The 9 carriages behind him belong to other dwarves. Since they participated in the competition, they have been equally obsessed with Hellfire wine, and they immediately packed up their belongings after returning, because they all had the same destination. Although there was no invitation when they left, they naturally met each other on the way. Then let's cross the river quickly. I've finished all my Hellfire wine, and I can't wait any longer. Upon hearing Quellard's words, another dwarf immediately urged him. Afterwards, a group of people, led by Quillade, drove their carriages to the bridge, and when Quellard and his party walked across the wooden bridge and came to the other side, a cavalry team came running quickly, and the heads of the sea tribe popped up in the river. Quillard, these must be indigenous people. The knights in front were easier to talk to, but the sea tribe in the river, these dwarves were also well informed, and they immediately realized that they were probably indigenous people. So, several people immediately picked up the 30 or 40-pound hammer on the carriage and took a defensive posture. The people in the river should be the indigenous sea people, because their skin is darker, which is due to being sunburned. The sea people in our sacred continent should be whiter. As for those knights, I'm not sure yet, but when I bought the map, the Holy Trading Company didn't say there were natives on this route. Quellard was not sure what was going on for a while. However, dwarves have always been known for their bad tempers. Even when faced with such a situation, they were not timid. They just put the wine bag to their mouths and kept pouring it into their stomachs. And then they were ready to fight with the hammer at any time. Dwarf! The person coming was none other than Hayden. And the appearance of this group of dwarves had long been noticed. Because of Gervais' instructions, Hayden went out to greet him in person. Looking at these humans who were almost the same as Gervais' description, it was the first time for Hayden to see a magical race like dwarves. So he made a special statement to confirm. Yes! We are the dwarves! Who are you? Quellard answered Hayden angrily. I am a subordinate of His Majesty Gervais. He told me that if there are dwarves coming, let us welcome them. You guys have worked hard all the way. Why not rest for a while in our Holy Bridge Castle? After confirming the identity of the visitor, Hayden explained the reason for his visit very politely. At the same time, he was secretly frightened when he looked at the dwarf's gnarled muscles. If such dwarves formed a large army, they would really be invincible. Hayden didn't know that the best talent of these dwarves was blacksmithing, so he thought that dwarves were powerful soldiers recruited by Gervais. Gervais is the god of death. Quallard and others reacted instantly, and then the alertness on their faces immediately disappeared, revealing happy smiles. Commander, I'm sorry for the offense. We thought we met the natives of the land of God's fall. Quallard looked at the Sea Tribe natives in the river and Shaka next to Hayden. This Hayden could tell Gervais, and also said that by the time he and the others arrived, Quallard had no doubts. This Shaka just became loyal to His Majesty Gervais a few days ago. And the same goes for these sea people. So you don't have to worry. By the way, I don't know what to call you. My name is Hayden. You can just call me by my name. Hayden nodded and explained the identities of Shaka and others. That's it. Commander Hayden. My name is Quallard. And this is Varu. Then Quallard introduced the identities of the dwarves to Hayden one by one. Guys, it's an honor to meet you. Let's not talk here anymore. Let's go to the Holy Bridge Castle with me to have a rest. When I came out, I had people prepare food. You can continue on your way after you finish. There are still 2 days of journey ahead. Hayden greeted several people politely. Commander Hayden, thank you for your kindness. However, we want to feel the city of Saint, and as soon as possible, so there is no need to rest. Quallard, however, verbally rejected Hayden's invitation, because they could not wait to drink the fire wine, and did not want to delay even 1 more minute. How can this be done? His Majesty Gervais specially left a fine wine called Hellfire wine for me to use for entertaining. Hellfire wine! Hearing this, before Hayden could finish speaking, Quallard and others were salivating. Commander Hayden, let's go eat! Hurry! Hurry up! Instead, Quallard and the others began to urge Hayden to get up. Well, Hayden and Shaka were also confused by the dwarf's reaction. However, it is best to quickly lead a few dwarves towards the Holy Bridge Castle. Chapter 809, Comforting Caroline. Gervais didn't know that after he left, the dwarf blacksmith who was thinking about him had arrived at Holy Bridge Castle. He was moving forward quickly with a group of newly recruited Sea Clan boys, because there are no carriages and supplies to drag them down. Even though there are thousands of people in the group, the speed they can move is not slow at all. 2 days later, outside St. Anne's City, Caroline was waiting here early along with Gandalf, Gust and others. Half an hour ago, Rapid Dragon Bird sent back news that Gervais was about to arrive. Gervais has been away for more than half a month this time, and Caroline really misses him a little. For this reason, Caroline dressed up carefully today, and the purple waist dress completely highlighted her proud grace. In addition, she has been taken care of by Gervais, and she has long since shed her youthfulness, and now she contains infinite femininity. Carefully dressed and vaguely feminine, Caroline's beauty is directly pushed to its peak. I'm coming! Gervais is here! At this moment, a huge team finally appeared at the corner of the road in front of St. Anne's City. At the very front is a huge lizard-shaped beast, which is Gervais's giant crocodile brother. Suddenly, Gandalf and others all spoke out. When Caroline heard this, she was also filled with joy. She looked over with a sweet smile on her face, and her hands clenched into fists on her chest out of excitement. Just looking at it, Caroline frowned slightly. It seems that Gervais didn't bring a maid to serve this time. Right. Why did he bring back a maid? With such doubts, Caroline couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and stood in the same row as Gandalf and Gust. As Gervais and his party got closer, Caroline finally saw the woman's appearance clearly. So beautiful! Those clothes are definitely not those of a maid. Caroline's heart suddenly clenched. Welcome to His Majesty the King. Gervais, you are finally back. Ha ha! Father! Count Gust! Why did you come to greet me? It doesn't have to be so grand. When Gervais came to Gust and others 20 or 30 meters away, he stopped the team. Gust, Gandalf and others immediately greeted them respectfully. Gervais greeted them with a smile on his face, and then jumped off the giant crocodile. Gervais! His Majesty! Seeing Gervais coming to the ground, Caroline and Anna, the maid, rushed up immediately with a silver basin and towel. Caroline first greeted Gervais sweetly, and after saying hello, she looked at Lolita, who followed Gervais and jumped off the ground. As for the little maid Anna, she didn't think too much and just immediately handed the towel to Gervais. Caroline, thank you for your hard work during this time. Seeing Caroline's dress, Gervais knew that she was very thoughtful. But at this moment, Caroline's eyes looked behind him from time to time, and he immediately realized something. He immediately introduced to Caroline while wiping his hands with a towel. Caroline, the lady behind me is the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company. She wants to come over to discuss wine. I'll stop by street and city for a few days. In order to prevent the revelation that the Holy Trading Company was founded by the Sea Clan, Gervais still told a little lie in front of everyone. This matter was Vauden's request to Gervais when he left. In this regard, Gervais temporarily agreed. After all, there is no direct conflict between the Sea Tribe and the Sea Tribe.
Hello, Sister Caroline. My name is Lolita.
Lolita had already sensed hostility when she saw Caroline looking at her. She was still confused about who she was before. But when she heard Gervais calling Caroline's name, Lolita immediately remembered it. When Gervais was still in the City of Hope, wasn't it Caroline who had full authority to negotiate the sale of wine on Gervais's behalf? Such a person must have an extraordinary relationship with Gervais. And if she wanted to achieve good things with Gervais, she might have to get through Caroline. So Lolita deliberately lowered her attitude and politely called Caroline sister.
It turns out to be Miss Lolita from the Holy Trading Company. Welcome to St. Anne City.
Although Caroline still had some doubts in her heart, she didn't reach out to hit the smiling man. Moreover, she had already heard about the power of the Holy Trading Company. So she greeted Lolita with a smiling face.
Let's go! Let's go to the city first.
Seeing Caroline's lifeless expression, Gervais finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Caroline was the only person with whom he really had a status besides Alice. So it would be embarrassing if a fight broke out.
Okay, Gervais. Food is ready in the city.
Caroline nodded immediately and responded to Gervais.
Gervais, how will these Sea Clan soldiers be placed?
Just when Gervais walked up to Gandalf and the others, Gandalf said something to Gervais.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Gervais remembered it after hearing this, then turned around and gave instructions to the 5 sea captains.
Just stay in the moat.
Although St. Anne City is a small city, it still has a moat. And the moat is connected to a medium-sized river 2 miles away, which is enough for these 3,000 Sea Clan soldiers to move around.
Yes, Your Majesty the King.
The 5 sea captains responded respectfully. Afterwards, Gervais led everyone back to St. Anne City, and the Sea Tribe natives began to sneak into the moat in an orderly manner.
It's amazing. When I was in Eurasia, I never thought that there was such a race.
When Caroline and others saw the scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. After returning to the city and having a sumptuous lunch in the temple, Gervais returned to the back garden. And Lolita, the little princess of the Sea Tribe, also shamelessly followed her, saying that she was unfamiliar with the place and was a little scared to be too far away from Gervais. In this regard, Gervais had no choice but to arrange her into a guest room in the small building. This situation made Caroline frown frequently. In this regard, Gervais naturally had to comfort Caroline to calm her emotions, especially not to let down her exquisite dress today. After nearly an hour of comforting communication, Caroline's mood finally calmed down a lot.
So, this Lolita is actually a Sea Tribe, and she is also the little princess of the Sea Tribe.
Caroline was sitting in front of a dressing table, arranging her hair that was messed up by Gervais's preaching just now. After hearing the true identity of this Lolita, she couldn't help but scream in surprise.
Yes!
Gervais looked at Caroline's pretty, blushing face, feeling full of accomplishment, and replied immediately when he heard the inquiry.
Then why doesn't she have those scales and gills like those of the Sea Tribe?
Caroline continued to ask doubtfully.
Well, according to Lolita herself, her mother is one of the most unique ethnic groups in the ocean, called mermaids. And because she looks like her mother, she is different from other sea tribes.
Gervais also listened to Lolita's own explanation. After all, it was impossible to sit with this girl without saying a word during the 2-day journey.
Mermaid!
Caroline naturally didn't know what a mermaid was, but she didn't hesitate. Anyway, she didn't know anything about the races in the Holy Continent.
That Gervais? You said she came here because she wanted to marry you, so you wouldn't agree.
Compared to why Lolita looks different from ordinary sea people, what Caroline cares about most is the latter point. In the past, apart from Alice, Gervais belonged to her. But now that there are competitors, and they are still so good, she is afraid that she will be left out.
If I had agreed, I would have agreed long ago.
Seeing Caroline's appearance, Gervais knew what she was thinking, and immediately spoke to comfort her.
And Caroline, don't worry. No matter what. Besides, Alice, you are the one in my heart. Your position in my heart will never change.
Gervais explained her status to Caroline. No matter whether there are others in the future, her status as Caroline will never change.
Gervais, you are so kind.
When Caroline heard this promise, she immediately became happy. Although, the meaning of Gervais's words may be that he will have other people in the future. However, in Eurasia, it was normal for nobles to find lovers, especially now that Gervais's status is so high and he is so outstanding. It is impossible for no girls to like him.
All she wants is to have a place in Gervaise's heart forever. As for how many confidants Gervais had in the end, this matter should be taken care of by Alice, the head wife. After continuing to chat with Caroline in the bedroom for a while, Gervais left St. Anne's City while the sky was still dark and came to the gathering place. At the gathering place, he found Bernard directly.
Your Majesty the King! Bernard, it seems you have worked very hard during this period. You actually broke through and became a golden knight.
When Gervais saw Bernard, he immediately discovered that he had broken through.
Thank you for your Majesty's gift. Without that strengthening potion, I would have to wait several years for a breakthrough.
Now Bernard has become extremely respectful to Gervais. This is naturally not because of Gervais's identity change. It was because Gervais had eradicated the church and avenged him. In addition, it is because now Alec has grown rapidly under Gervais and has reached the Bronze Peak Knight. This kind of growth rate is very incredible in Bernard's view, and it cannot be separated from Gervais's care.
Ha ha! No need to say thank you to me. You deserve this. By the way, Bernard, I have something here that I want you to help me build.
After reminiscing, Gervais took out the image of the alembic, and at the same time, several guards behind him carried the small alembic from the City of Hope.
Okay, Your Majesty, such a thing can be built in 3 days.
There is actually no technical content in the distiller, but Gervais has to forge a large one this time, so it will take some time.
Yeah. Okay.
Gervais did not press after hearing that it would take 3 days. There was no sign of the dwarves coming yet, so there was no rush. The most important thing is that he has not yet arranged to brew wheat wine by himself. It will probably be a few months before the wheat machine is actually brewed. When Gervais returned this time, he also stocked up a large amount of dwarf fire wine to deal with the possible arrival of dwarves. After arranging the still in the blacksmith workshop, Gervais did not return to St. Anne immediately, but took Caroline to arrange a place to build the winery. This H.L. fire wine is different from wine. Wine has no raw material like grapes in the outside world. But hellfire wine is different. As long as the dwarf knows the function of the alembic, his H.L. fire wine will no longer be fragrant in a minute.
Caroline, you can build a winery here. I've already drawn the plans.
Immediately, Gervais took out a simple diagram he had drawn on the road. It was actually a small closed fortress. The surrounding walls are 7 or 8 meters high, and there is only one doorway for entry and exit. This will ensure that no one else can get into the winery in the future. After all, hellfire wine is a highly potent alcohol that can control dwarves. No force would be unmoved. He must prepare for a rainy day.
Okay, Gervais. I'll arrange for the goblin to check it out later.
After Caroline got the design, she put it away.
Well, then you and Anna will help me again.
Regarding the wheat wine matter, since it was the first operation, Gervais had to handle it himself. Although he had some memories of the process of brewing wheat wine in his previous life, he didn't remember it as deeply as the wine. I just have a rough idea that the wheat needs to be soaked, steamed, cooled, and then koji added, followed by fermentation. Among these steps, the most important ones are undoubtedly koji and fermentation. To make koji, wheat and peas are ground into powder and added in proportion. Then water is added to mix, and then placed in a specific temperature environment to wait for it to mold to form koji. With the help of the little maids Caroline and Anna, Gervais quickly prepared several portions of the raw materials for koji in different proportions. Anna's little maid carefully recorded and marked these raw materials. These koji raw materials in different proportions are then mixed with water, and then placed in different environments to wait for fermentation to produce mold. Gervais remembered that the temperature at which mold develops was important, so he made 2 portions of each ratio. Half of it was placed in the sacred forest, and the other part was brought to the land of the gods, because the climate and temperature of the land of gods fall, and the sacred forest are different. Gervais can ensure the success of making the koji to the greatest extent. After everything was done, Gervais returned to the temple and began to practice hard. Early the next morning, Gervais woke up leisurely.
It's better to be comfortable in your own bed.
It had been a long time since Gervais had slept so comfortably, and the smell of Caroline's scent on the quilt was indescribably comfortable. Boom, boom, boom.
Come in.
Now that Gervais has returned, Maid Anna will naturally wait outside the door in the morning to wait for Gervais to get up and wash up. Hearing the knock on the door, Gervais didn't think much and gave an order directly. Bangta. Then, the door was opened, and Gervais looked towards the door, but was stunned.
Lolita, why are you here? Let me help you get up and wash up.
Facing Gervais' question, Lolita answered very naturally. It's okay to let Anna do this kind of thing.
To be honest, Lolita's appearance really made Gervais a little bit intolerable. I don't know why Lolita's cool appearance in the past changed so quickly. The majestic little princess of the sea tribe actually rushed to be a servant.
How can this be done? What if we get married in the future? I have to help you dress and wash yourself. So now I have to start studying early.
Chapter 8:10 The dwarves arrive. Finally, Gervais finished washing up with the help of Lolita. Although this girl is clumsy in serving others, because of her good body, Gervais can experience a different kind of flavor. For example, when Lolita was helping him get dressed, she couldn't help but bend down slightly. When Gervais lowered his head, he could see a beautiful scenery. It usually only takes 7 or 8 minutes to get up, but it took more than double the time with Lolita's service.
Okay, Gervais, are you satisfied?
After finishing dressing and washing, she brought Gervais to the mirror. Lolita clapped her hands with satisfaction and smiled happily at Gervais, obviously feeling very accomplished.
Can!
After confirming that the holes in the clothes were buttoned correctly, Gervais immediately nodded to Lolita, just putting on clothes and holding a basin. Gervais naturally has nothing to be picky about. The most important thing is to have Lolita serve him, which can increase blood circulation.
Let's go have breakfast.
Gervais immediately said hello and took Lolita out of the bedroom.
Okay, Gervais.
Lolita followed happily immediately, not forgetting to straighten her collar before going out, with bright eyes in her beautiful eyes. When the two arrived at the restaurant, they sat down and ate. After a while, 2 people came into the restaurant again.
Caroline, have you eaten? Sister Caroline. Morning.
The visitors were none other than the little maids Caroline and Anna. Caroline's eyes were slightly displeased, while the little maid Anna stood pitifully behind Caroline.
I've already eaten. Gervais.
Caroline replied gently to Gervais, and finally walked to Gervais and sat down.
Miss Lolita, it's early for you too.
After sitting down, Caroline looked at Lolita. At this time, Lolita was sitting next to Gervais, but the position was a little more empty. Logically speaking, ordinary guests would naturally sit opposite the host.
Miss Lolita, I heard that you were the one who helped Gervais get up this morning.
It turned out that little maid Anna stood at the door of Gervais's bedroom early in the morning, waiting for Gervais to wake up, ready to help him get up and wash up. But unexpectedly, while waiting, Lolita came up to her and suggested that she replace Anna's maid to do this. At first, maid Anna naturally didn't dare to give in, but Lolita said that she might become Gervais's wife in the future, so she had to practice in advance now. And in the end, Anna didn't dare to persist, so she left. After leaving, Anna's little maid naturally went to find Caroline. Anna, the personal maid, naturally knows the relationship between Caroline and Gervais the best. When Caroline found out, she immediately felt threatened by Lolita, and at the same time felt sorry for Anna, the little maid, so she rushed over.
Yes, Sister Caroline. Look, I didn't mess things up.
Lolita heard Carola's question and admitted it generously without making any excuses, still with a smile on her face. At the same time, I also look like I am pretty good at serving people. Caroline was naturally a little annoyed when she saw this. But with Gervais here, she couldn't make any mistakes. He could only speak in a normal tone immediately.
Miss Lolita, you are the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company, and you are here as a guest in Saint and City. You cannot be allowed to do such a thing. Otherwise, if word spreads, it will bring bad reputation to Miss Lolita. And it will also be said that we don't know how to treat guests. Besides, Anna has been Gervais's personal maid from the beginning, so she is even more familiar with serving Gervais.
Caroline's words clarified what happened this morning, and at the same time made Lolita understand the identity of her guest. After speaking, Caroline finally asked Gervais,
Gervais, do you think so? Well, what Caroline said makes sense. Lolita, you are the eldest lady of the Holy Company. You really can't do these things. Besides, having Anna serve is enough. Let Anna do it from now on.
Gervais also has one head and 2 big heads, although Lolita's service is more sentimental. However, Gervais would like her to calm down a little. After all, Caroline has no status now, so she must be particularly sensitive in this regard, and he doesn't want to hurt Caroline's heart.
Oh, I know. Gervais, Sister Caroline.
Lolita didn't mean to refute, and after listening, she bowed her head obediently. It seemed that she was even more aggrieved than the little maid Anna. Seeing this scene, Caroline couldn't say anything else, and the matter came to an end. Then he turned his face back to this side and looked at Gervais with a sweet look on his face.
Gervais, my necklace is pretty, isn't it?
As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to a string of crystal-clear gemstone necklaces on his snow-white neck. This necklace was naturally given by Gervais, although it was just an ordinary necklace worth hundreds of gold coins. The most important thing was the thought.
Well, of course it's beautiful.
How can I say that the gift I bought is not beautiful? And it looks really beautiful when paired with Caroline's slender neck and snow-white skin.
Thank you, Gervais. I've also had Alice's share sent to me. Okay.
Gervais purchased a total of 3 gifts this time, and Adela's has been delivered on the way. The remaining 2 are naturally Caroline and Alice's. Originally, Gervais planned to deliver it in person, but thinking about the fact that Lolita was following him, Gervais planned to wait a few days before going, so he had someone deliver the gift first. Otherwise, it would definitely not work to bring this girl Lolita to meet Alice. But leaving Lolita alone in St. Anne's City, Gervais was also worried that she would cause trouble.
Your Majesty, Lord Gust asked to see you. He said that a group of strange people came outside the city.
Just when the restaurant was filled with a warm atmosphere, I came to the door of the restaurant and reported to Gervais.
Weirdo?
Gervais was a little confused, but the next moment, he suddenly remembered something and stood up immediately.
Caroline, Lolita, you stay here. I'm going to work first.
After saying that, Gervais didn't even eat breakfast and walked out of the restaurant with a piece of bread. Arriving at the temple, Gus was already waiting here.
Your Majesty the King. Well, Gus, where are those people? Your Majesty, they are still outside the city gate, although there are not many in number. Most of them are golden knights, so I dare not let them in. They are all very short. They said they came to see you.
Gus immediately informed Gervais of the detailed situation.
Ha ha! It's finally here. Let's go to the city gate and have a look.
Gervais confirmed his idea as soon as he heard this, and immediately gave an order, and then led Gus and others quickly towards the city gate.
Collard, why is the gate of St. Anne's City closed? Do you think we can make money in the future if we come here?
It stands to reason that no matter which city the dwarves go to, it will be easy to make a living. After all, the demand for weapons and equipment in this world is very large. But when the group of dwarves arrived at St. Anne's City, they felt a little nervous, because the main gate of St. Anne's City was closed. No adventurers or civilians entered or exited at all. This was different from the cities they saw on the road. If there is no population in the city, no matter how skilled they are, if there are no customers, who will they forge iron tools for? And how will they make money?
It should be no problem. I heard that Lord Gervais is very wealthy. Have you seen the soldiers on those walls? I bet there must be no crystal concentrate in their armors. So, maybe Lord Gervais will ask us to help forge soldiers' armor by then.
Quellard was not worried, and instead spoke to reassure his other companions.
That's right. The armors worn by the soldiers of Holy Bridge Castle are not forged from crystal concentrate. Lord Gervais will definitely make some.
After hearing Quillade, everyone finally calmed down.
The door is open.
At this time, several dwarves suddenly saw the gate of St. Anne's City in front of them beginning to slowly open. When the door was fully opened, the leader was none other than the Lord Gervais whom they were eager to see through.
Lord Gervais! Lord Gervais!
When several dwarves saw Gervais, it was as if they were seeing a benefactor, and they immediately stepped forward to salute and greet him in excitement.
It turns out to be a friend of the dwarves. I just heard the report from my subordinates, and I was still wondering who came to St. Anne's City.
Gervais also quickly pretended to be surprised and stepped forward to greet Quellard and others.
Lord Gervais, since we drank your fire wine, we like it very much. I heard that you also sell hellfire liquor here?
Quellard and the others came all the way here, and naturally they were most concerned about the fire wine. So they turned to Gervais for confirmation as soon as they met.
Ha ha! You are the blacksmith of Quillade.
Gervais, the other dwarf blacksmith, did not recognize him, but he remembered this Quellard.
Collard, you've come to the right place. Although the quantity of this fire wine is not large, as long as I come to St. Anne's City, I will supply it in sufficient quantity and ensure the sales in St. Anne's City first.
Seeing that all the dwarves were looking forward to it, Gervais happily gave them a positive answer. As for the small amount of hellfire liquor, Gervais naturally reserved it. He is not planning to make money from hellfire wine for the time being, but wants to use it to win over the dwarves. Therefore, only by making the fire wine more precious would the dwarves be willing to stay in St. Anne's City. Gervais naturally learned this from hunger marketing in his previous life. No matter what new product he has. Even if the warehouse is piled up, you still have to pretend to be out of stock so that you can't buy it even if you have money. Otherwise, if a large piece comes out all at once, others will regard it as ordinary goods.
That's great. Lord Gervais, we came to Saint and City just for the fire wine.
Sure enough, the amount of fire wine was not much, but Gervais would supply it to them in sufficient quantity, and the last worry of the few dwarves finally fell away. Gervais saw that each of their carriages was filled with food, and he had completely devoured them in his heart. However, in order to allow a few people to forage in Saint and City more safely, Gervais spoke again.
We in Saint and City very much welcome friends from the dwarf tribe to come, especially those who stay here to open a blacksmith shop. For this reason, I guarantee here that as long as dwarves open a blacksmith shop in the city, each blacksmith shop can receive 2 pots of fire wine from me every week, completely free of charge. This Lord Gervais is so generous. I have decided to stay in Saint and City and open a blacksmith shop in the future. Me too. Thank you, City Lord Gervais, for your generosity.
2 jugs of wine a week may sound a bit less, but if you think about the alcohol capacity of these dwarves, 2 jugs of fire wine is already the limit of their drinking capacity at one time. The last time they were in the City of Hope was for a competition. In order to win, so they drank 2 bottles and lay down. On weekdays, half a bottle a day is definitely enough for them, so that they can enjoy the drink without getting drunk. Therefore, as long as the normal amount of alcohol is used, 2 bottles of wine can last for a week. They don't have to worry about the lack of business in the blacksmith shop in Saint and City, and they won't be able to buy wine by then. It can be said that Gervais played into the hands of a group of dwarves by offering 2 bottles of wine for free.
Very good. Saint and City welcomes Gervais' dwarf friends to open a blacksmith shop. Here I will also promise to have at least 3,000 sets of weapons and armor for you to forge.
Gervais immediately laughed heartily, and this group of dwarves was truly under his control.
Thank you, City Lord Gervais.
When they heard about 3,000 sets of armor, the eyes of the dwarves suddenly lit up. They originally thought that they couldn't have their cake and eat it too, but now I really got it. Not only can I make money, but I can also drink free hellfire wine. This is a fish and a bear's paw.
Okay. It must have been a hard work for these dwarf friends to come all the way. Let's go into the city first. I will ask my subordinates to arrange accommodation for you. After you have rested, I will treat all my friends who have come from afar to enjoy delicious food and wine in the evening. Thank you, Lord Gervais.
A group of dwarves were coaxed by Gervais into a coma and entered the city. The most spoken thing along the way was to thank Lord Gervais. After handing over the dwarves to Vivian and Nathan, who had just received the notice, Gervais returned directly to the temple.
Your Majesty the King!
Only when Gervais walked to the gate of the temple, he saw Bud, the captain of his Warcraft squadron, waiting for him.
What's the matter, Bud? Back to your Majesty. We were trading freely in the west direction of the city just now. Some of the mounts suddenly started digging holes and ran underground while digging. I didn't dare to delay, so I came to report to your Majesty immediately.
Bud immediately reported the reason.
Huh? Digging a hole?
Gervais was also stunned. The lava monitor can indeed dig holes, but it is rare for it to start digging for no reason.
Come on! Take me to see now!
A few lava giant lizards were his little brothers after all, and there were not many of them. Gervais was immediately ready to go over and investigate. Chapter 8:11 Gold Crystal Mine. Soon, under the leadership of Bud, Gervais came to the edge of the woods to the west of Saint and City. The lava giant lizards were also discovered nearby and captured. At this time, there are hundreds of direct guards gathered here, but there are only more than 90 lava giant lizards left.
Where is the burrow?
Gervais was not verbose and asked immediately after arriving at the place.
Your Majesty the King. Over here. Please follow me.
Bud immediately stepped forward and then led Gervais into the forest from a forest path. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, they came to an open space. Here, Gervais saw 6 huge cave entrances, all of which were dug diagonally downwards. The diameter of the hole is also very large, about 3 meters in size, which is similar to the cave that I saw on the crater.
Your Majesty, this is the hole dug by those mounts. At first, the guards followed, but then they dug deeper and deeper and had no choice but to retreat.
Bud brought Gervais to the entrance of the cave and introduced him to Gervais.
Well, you guys wait here. I'll go down and take a look.
Gervais looked at the hole thoughtfully. He thought that these lava giant lizards must have discovered something. So they started digging holes. Moreover, he was also mentally trying to contact several lava giant lizards underground. Unfortunately, the ground blocked the spiritual transmission, and he could only feel that the salamander giant lizard was in good condition. It seemed like they had discovered something that made them happy.
Your Majesty, let's go down with you. It's too dangerous for you to be alone.
When they heard that Gervais wanted to walk into the cave alone, Bard and the others were naturally worried and immediately spoke to dissuade him.
Just wait here with peace of mind. If there is any danger, it would be better for me to deal with it alone.
Gervais shook his head at Bud. After hearing this, all the direct guards' faces turned slightly red. Gervais was telling the truth. After the explanation, Gervais took out a prepared torch directly from the space ring, and then carried the torch into the cave entrance. The hole was dug diagonally downward, so walking was easy. In a short time, Gervais had reached more than 300 meters underground, and as he went deeper, his connection with several salamander monitors became stronger and stronger. After continuing to walk for 7 or 8 minutes, when Gervais reached a depth of more than 900 meters, he finally reached the end of the cave.
Huh? There's light!
Gervais couldn't help but feel shocked, and then quickened his pace and headed forward. He could directly hear the movements of several lava giant lizards without using psychological induction. They were making squeaking sounds as if they were eating. Ho ho ho! As Gervais walked out of the 3-meter wide hole, the scenery ahead suddenly opened up. This is actually a natural underground cave. The space inside is very large, and several lava giant lizards gathered together without looking crowded. What surprised Gervais even more was that in addition to stalactite pillars, there were many shining gems on the walls of this underground cave. These gems vary in size, ranging from the size of a watermelon to smaller than a peanut. These gems are golden and transparent. Some are embedded in the rock walls, and some fall directly to the ground. What several lava giant lizards are chewing are these golden transparent crystals. When several lava giant lizards saw Gervais arriving, they immediately let out a low roar of joy, and then came to Gervais chewing crystal stones.
You guys, you dug holes so deep just for food.
Gervais was not angry. He gently stroked the heads of several big guys, and then picked up a crystal stone on the ground and put it in front of his eyes to look at it.
What is this? It contains a faint breath of fire element. You guys will eat it if you don't want it.
Gervais did not recognize this kind of golden crystal. After examining it for a while, he put a few pieces into the space ring, and then began to explore the cave.
This cave is so big!
Gervais walked along the cave, and there were such crystal stones everywhere on the road.
Hey! There are traces of artificially dug roots here.
After walking for about 10 minutes, Gervais suddenly saw an artificially dug hole connecting the cave.
So, this should be a mine.
The diameter of the hole in front is 4 to 5 meters wide, enough for 2 carriages to enter and exit. Gervais has determined that this place must have been a mine owned by the indigenous people of Saint and City. With this idea in mind, Gervais led several Warcraft brothers towards the top of the cave entrance. Finally he came to the end of the cave, which was blocked by several large rocks.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais raised his sword and swung it directly. Boom! With a burst of explosions, the huge rocks blocking the road ahead were instantly shattered and flew away. Then Gervais' eyes suddenly became clear again. This should be somewhere in the forest, because the outside is surrounded by lush green trees. Gervais walked out of the cave and immediately discovered that there was a medium-sized open space around the cave entrance, which was blocked by dense branches and leaves on all sides. And those trees are obviously the result of artificial transplantation, just to hide the hole.
I just said that other cities have mineral deposits. Why don't Saint and City have mines? It seems that the priestess still has some tricks up her sleeve.
Gervais was naturally certain at this time that this mineral deposit was definitely owned by Street and City. It is possible that the indigenous people had sealed up the mineral deposits early because they had received the arrival of the invaders. Although the priestess had no choice but to tell the story about the Fountain of Life, she concealed the matter. If it weren't for these greedy lava giant lizards, it would still take many years and months to discover this mineral deposit.
Then what kind of mine is this? It seems like I have to take it back and ask Wenton about it.
Afterwards, Gervais judged the direction according to the sun in the sky, and rode the lava giant lizard towards the east. About 20 minutes later, Gervais finally arrived at the edge of the forest.
Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King!
When the direct guards saw Gervais arriving from other places, they all looked surprised.
Leave a team of 10 to guard. The others follow me. Let's go back first.
Gervais was not prepared to explain to them, but left a Warcraft team behind.
and then returned directly to Saint and City with a wave of his hand.
Teacher, are you looking for me?
Back in St. Anne's City, Gervais quickly sent someone to find Winton.
Well, Winton, I have something here that I need you to help me identify.
The potion master is the chemical expert in this world, and he is the one who knows the most about various materials. With that said, Gervais took out the golden crystal taken out from the cave.
This thing looks familiar.
When Winton saw what Gervais took out, he immediately took it and inspected it.
I remember now.
Finally, after observing for a while, Winton remembered the information about the golden crystal.
Teacher, this is a gold crystal mine. A what? Gold crystal mine?
Gervais's eyes widened, wondering if this was a joke. He only learned about this thing from Vauden a few days ago. Now the Warcraft boy just dug around casually, looking for a few bites to eat, and unexpectedly discovered a gold crystal mine. Isn't this a pillow for when you're dozing off?
Yes, Mentor. This is gold crystal ore. Although we don't use it when preparing magic potions, the dwarves like to use it very much when forging weapons and equipment. The price of this gold crystal mine is also very high. It costs 1 gold coin per gram. Tutor, have you discovered the gold crystal mine?
Winton was very sure of his answer, and at the same time looked at Gervais with some curiosity. After all, it was impossible for Gervais to get such a gold crystal or for no reason and just ask him.
If this is really a gold crystal mine, then it should be it.
Gervais suddenly felt happy when he thought of the large chunks of gold crystal ore in the mine. Now that he not only has a dwarf blacksmith, but also gold crystal ore, it can be put on the agenda to change the equipment of his army. After confirming the gold crystal mine, Gervais asked Caroline to arrange the mining of the mineral deposit. Then when it was dinner time, Gervais held a small dinner in the temple, specially inviting the dwarves who came to Saint and City to dine. The dwarves have no special needs for delicious food. They only have a special liking for fire wine. During the dinner, Gervais took the opportunity to take out the gold crystal ore and asked the dwarf for confirmation again, and got a positive answer from the dwarf. Taking this opportunity, Gervais gave a detailed explanation of the order for 3,000 armor weapons. Because of the offensive of Hellfire wine, he finally negotiated with the dwarves that the price for forging a complete set of armor weapons was the crafting fee of 30 gold coins per set. The materials and the gold crystal raw materials are all provided by Gervais himself. The crafting fee of 30 gold coins is not too expensive, because the general market price is 50 gold coins. After all, the complete set includes weapons, armor, helmets, and shields. In addition, after thinking about it for a while, Gervais planned to build armors for his monsters. A total of 100 pairs of lava dragon defensive armor, plus the defensive armor of the giant crocodile brother. The cost of this lava dragon's armor is 10 times that of personal equipment, which is 300 gold coins. And the one made by the giant crocodile brother is really extremely expensive. The crafting fee alone costs 3,000 gold coins. After all, even if 10 dwarf blacksmiths work together to forge the body of the giant crocodile's little brother, which is more than 10 meters long, it will take a lot of time. Of course, the armors of the Warcraft boys are arranged last. In this way, after the dinner, both Gervais and the dwarf blacksmiths were very happy. Time passed, and it was the next morning. This morning Gervais had a rare opportunity to summon the main managers in the territory to hold a meeting. Also present were Caroline, Gandalf, Gus, and even Vivian.
I summon you here this time to announce something. I am ready to allow some nobles from Eurasia to come to the Holy Continent through the teleportation array, and then live in Saint Anne's City and freely adventure and trade.
Gervais sat in the main seat, looked at the people below, and slowly expressed his thoughts. Today, there are too few people in Saint Anne's City. If it weren't for the large number of soldiers and a few serfs responsible for farming, it would really be like an empty city. Gervais went to the city where Johnson, Edward, and others lived. Naturally, he envied the prosperity and liveliness of their city, so he quickly put this matter on the agenda, and he was ready to start raising the level of force in Eurasia.
Your Majesty the King, this is a good thing. Many nobles have long wanted to come over and see what the Holy Continent is like. I believe they will go crazy after knowing this news.
Gus was the first to speak. Before Gervais came back, he was not as busy as he is now, so he could often return to Eurasia to talk with the nobles about what he had seen here. After hearing this, the nobles naturally yearned for this place. Even their descendants, when they heard the news here, wished they could come over and learn more through their connections.
Gervais, I think it's okay. After all, Eurasia is your subject now.
Letting them come over can speed up their cultivation. I agree too. Gervais.
Next, Gandalf and Caroline also expressed their opinions. However, Vivian, the civil administrator, had nothing to say. She knew nothing about these matters.
Okay. If that's the case, then this matter is settled. Let's talk about how to limit the candidates who come here.
There are tens of millions of people in Eurasia. And there are also many nobles, big and small. If they all come in a swarm, Gervais is sure that street and city will be in chaos. Therefore, this opening up needs to be done slowly, from less to more. When Stormwind City is truly built one day, it would be best if the two sides can exchange their needs, and even civilians can come.
Gervais. Otherwise, we will limit each family to a business group quota, and make them buy a house or shop in Saint and City so that they can stay and trade for a long time.
Caroline is now in charge of the finances of the entire gathering place. So she has an eye for money. Even though Gervais had just made a lot of money, and was not short of money, she still thought of ways to make money.
Real estate economy.
When Gervais heard this, he immediately looked at Caroline and defined her idea in his mind.
That's okay, but we can't deliberately steal their money. That's it. Caroline, remember, we are going to plan a noble academy in Saint and City, which will specialize in teaching fighting spirit and magic. As long as a noble buys a house or shop in Saint and City, in addition to getting a 1-year tax-free trade, he can also recommend one person to enter the academy. As long as you enroll in school, you can purchase mental potions or powerful potions at a 20% discount. Each person is limited to one purchase.
The 20% discount is 2,000 gold coins. So Gervais only earned 1,000 gold coins. Although this price is still a bit expensive for Eurasia. But you must know that there is such a potion, which means that a golden knight or magician will definitely appear. This is a very good deal. Even if you can't afford it for the time being, it's not too late to buy it after you make money by running a business in the Holy Continent. Moreover, now that there is no church in Eurasia, the income of the nobles has increased by nearly 1/3. 2,000 gold coins, for many baron families, can still be taken out by gritting their teeth. By then, groups of nobles will become stronger, and it will be a win-win situation for Nagwais and his subjects. Chapter 8:12 My wife is here. In the end, after discussions, the stores in Saint and City were divided into 3 grades according to different locations and areas for sale to the nobles of Eurasia. They are 700 gold coins, 500 gold coins, and 300 gold coins respectively. Although this price is not high in the Holy Continent, even in Lindong City, the best store only costs more than 1,000 gold coins. After the matter was settled, Gervais was completely at ease in the next few days, occasionally inspecting the construction progress of Stormwind City, and the rest of the time is practicing and occasionally being sweet with Caroline. However, because of the clingy tale of Lolita, the sweetness between Gervais and Caroline these days has always been at night. This morning, Gervais woke up leisurely from bed, and with his call, the door was opened.
Lolita, why are you here again?
Gervais's call was naturally to ask the little maid Anna to come in to help him get up and wash up. But what he didn't expect was that among the people who came in to serve him, the girl Lolita appeared again. The only difference from last time is that this time Anna also followed Lolita, and was not driven away. Facing Gervais' question, Lolita blinked at him, and then said slowly,
Gervais, I think I should learn how to serve you. So we can. Stop. 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 Come and serve.
Gervais was defeated by this girl, and was not prepared to let her say anything more outrageous.
Come on, Anna. Let's serve Gervais to get up.
Upon hearing Gervais's words, Lolita immediately became happy, and then she called Anna to help Gervais get up. Of course, Lolita was the main focus during the time when I got up and washed up. The little maid Anna played a supporting role, handing out clothes and carrying basins. Don't even think about coming to Gervais in person. Seeing this, Gervais was unable to complain, so he acquiesced. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Lolita's skills in serving others were much better this time. It only took more than 10 minutes for Gervais to get dressed and wash his face. Gervais stood in front of the mirror. After confirming that it was correct, he was ready to say, Okay, let's go have breakfast. At that time, an accident happened. Tap, tap. Gervais only heard a series of footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. Gervais was a little confused. This small building was his bedroom, and only a few people could enter without permission. If it was anyone else, they would all need to be notified. and Ike and other personal guards would be waiting at the door of the small building. But now the sound of tapping footsteps could be heard in the corridor. It was clear that there were no less than 10 people. Alice! The next moment, Gervais' confusion turned into fright. When the footsteps reached the bedroom door, a beautiful figure appeared inside the door. It was his cheap wife, Alice. At this time, Alice's face was expressionless, as if she had returned to the cold countess she once was. After he came to the door, his eyes quickly looked around the bedroom, and finally landed on the little maids Lolita and Anna, who were surrounding Gervais in the room. Your Highness the Queen! Ah, I have met Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Anna was not at all panicked by Alice's appearance. She just bowed quickly. But Lolita, like Gervais, was also slightly frightened. After being frightened, she reacted and bowed slightly to Alice. Well, Miss Lolita, I didn't expect to see you here. Alice nodded in return to Lolita, and then turned her attention to Gervais. Her eyes filled with coldness. Obviously, she actually wanted to say this to Gervais. Gervais didn't even tell me. I met Miss Lolita at least before. I knew you would be well entertained when you came. As she took the position for longer and longer, Alice actually gained a faint aura of calmness and authority when she was serious. Faced with such momentum, Gervais was okay, but Lolita was faintly suppressed. And for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Of course, the most important thing here is that Lolita has some guilty conscience. Ahem! Alice, why are you here? Seeing such a situation, Gervais naturally couldn't stay still. He immediately stepped forward to the door and greeted Alice softly. I heard that you came back from the City of Hope, so I have some free time these 2 days. So I came here to see you. There was a deep chill in Alice's beautiful eyes, and her tone was cold and without warmth. It was obvious that she was really angry. If it had been in the past, Alice would have turned around and left long ago. But now, she has regarded Gervais as the only one in her heart. Originally, after Alice received Gervais's gift the day before yesterday, she was naturally filled with joy and tenderness. So I specially found some free time to come and see Gervais. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the door of the small building, they saw Ike and others looking a little strange and their eyes a little wondering. She walked in immediately and saw Lolita and Anna surrounding Gervais. This is Gervais's bedroom, and this dignified young lady from a sacred business firm is actually here. Needless to say, Alice can come up with many versions. She even couldn't help but look at the bed. Ahem! Thank you for your hard work, Alice. He must be happy that Alice came to see him specially. But at the moment, he also felt that he was a little wronged. Especially the way Alice looked at the bed. She clearly suspected that she and Lolita had done something. Gervais didn't dare to let his cheap wife have more brains. So he immediately explained. Alice, although Miss Lolita lives in the small building, she sleeps in the guest room. She just came in with Anna. Really? Then the guest still needs to stay here? Alice naturally didn't believe it. Even if she was staying in a guest room. There were so many houses in the city, and this one wasn't the only one with a back garden. There must be something fishy about this Lolita appearing here early in the morning. Facing Alice's questioning, Gervais couldn't argue. He couldn't say that Lolita coveted him. So she insisted on coming to live with him. Sister Alice. But at this moment, Lolita spoke. Upon hearing Lolita's changing names, Alice was stunned for a moment. Sister Alice, don't blame Gervais. This is all of my own free will, Lolita said to Alice in a pitiful tone. Lolita, what nonsense are you talking about? Nothing is voluntary. We are innocent. Gervais was completely convinced by Lolita's amazing assist. It's okay that she didn't say anything. But when she said that, he was really wet and wet. And it was either shit or shit. Especially when Alice looked at him now. Her eyes were even colder. And the anger in her eyes was very obvious. This is why Gervais kept hiding things from her even to this point. Gervais, it's all my fault. I deliberately pestered you and wanted to marry you. This is what made Sister Alice angry. As she spoke, Lolita's eyes turned slightly red. Alice looked at Lolita and her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Finally, he looked at Gervais with a knife-like gaze. You go out first. I have something to talk to Miss Lolita. There was too much information in this matter, and Alice planned to sentence Gervais after fully understanding it. So she opened her mouth to drive him out. In this way, Gervais was driven out of his bedroom. Oh my God! What is this? The world can be a lesson. My innocence has been completely ruined. Gervais stood at the door with his forehead raised, feeling that he had been treated unfairly. If it's about Caroline, he admits it.
But this Lolita girl, he has never even laid his finger on her. Thinking like this, Gervais had no choice but to walk towards the lobby of the small building in the end.
Prince Gervais! Prince Gervais!
When Gervais walked through the corridor, the 7 or 8 female elf guards standing in the corridor saluted and greeted him. But there was a hint of weirdness in that look.
Gervais
was in no mood to argue with these elves. He walked through the corridor to the door of the hall, opened the door and walked in. Gervais sat down in the hall for half an hour. During this period, he always paid close attention to the movements in the direction of the bedroom. Gervais was really worried about whether Alice and Lolita would fight. If a fight breaks out, then it will be troublesome. On one side is the little princess of the sea tribe, and on the other side is the queen of the elf tribe. Although Lolita definitely cannot beat Alice today. After all, Alice has been recognized by the Tree of Life and received the blessings left by the gods and goddesses. But a real fight would get Alice into trouble. Not even the Holy Alliance could do anything about the strength of the sea tribe, let alone the elf tribe.
If I had known that, I would have told Alice about Lolita when I sent someone to deliver the gift that day.
Gervais sighed. The reason why he didn't plan to tell Alice that Lolita came to Saint Anne's City a few days ago was because he was worried that Lolita pestering him like this would make Alice worry. At the same time, he expected that after Vaden returned, the Sea King would definitely send someone to call Lolita back as soon as possible. Later, when I have time to visit Alice, I will mention the background of the Holy Trading Company, and there will be no trouble in this matter. But Alice came directly and bumped into Lolita in his bedroom. It was such a coincidence. Bangta. At this moment, Gervais's ears moved, and he seemed to hear the bedroom door open. Gervais immediately stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door of the hall. When I came to the corridor, I saw Alice and Lolita walking out of the bedroom.
This is weird.
However, when Gervais understood the status of the two of them, he fell into doubt again. At this moment, Lolita was seen happily holding Alice's wrist, and the anger on Alice's face had faded.
Am I being blinded?
Gervais rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It seemed that the two of them were now like good sisters or best friends.
Alice!
Gervais shouted tentatively.
Huh? Is something wrong?
Although Alice's face was still cold, her tone became normal, which meant she was really relieved.
Nothing.
Gervais looked at Alice and then at Lolita. But it was not easy to directly ask the reason. I'm going to wait until when Lolita is alone and ask why.
Gervais, where are your sacred tree and fountain of life?
Seeing that Gervais didn't say much, Alice asked Gervais.
In the backyard. I'll take you there.
With that said, Gervais led the way and led Alice towards the backyard. Soon, Gervais led the two of them to the sacred tree, and little Wally happily came to Gervais and screamed non-stop.
Master! Master! Little guy, you are so good!
Gervais put Wally in the palm of his hand and praised him.
Although this fountain of life is small, its breath of life is very strong. When the holy tree grows in the future, the holy tree and the fountain of life will complement each other, and the fountain of life may be able to speed up its growth by then.
Alice saw the fountain of life, closed her eyes, and felt it carefully for a moment, and then expressed her feelings.
I don't know how many years it will take.
The fountain of life is naturally conceived, and it is also capable of growth. It's just that the growth rate of a creature created by heaven and earth, like the fountain of life, is extremely slow. But now such a small spring of life is actually used to allow people to get close to it and soak in the life energy. It has no other use. If you take too much water, it may directly lead to the disappearance of the fountain of life. Therefore, we can only wait until it has grown to a certain level, and then we can take out the spring water and drink it directly. This will not only strengthen our body, but also increase our lifespan. This is also the reason why Gervais made no other moves towards the fountain of life after planting the holy tree.
There's nothing we can do about it. This fountain of life is rare in the world. However, if your holy tree can grow within 1,000 years, then you can try to ask the holy tree to transfer it to Stormwind City, so that it can exist in the holy continent forever.
After hearing what Gervais said, Alice softly uttered a sentence.
Millennium.
Gervais shook his head, not knowing whether he would still be alive at that time. But the next moment, he remembered that his cheap wife was an elf and had a lifespan of 1,000 years.
No, I also want to live for 1,000 years.
Gervais swore secretly in his heart. Dang, dang, dang.
Is there an intruder?
However, at this moment, the alarm bell in Saint Anne's City was suddenly sounded and was directly transmitted to the backyard. Hearing this alarm bell, Alice and Lolita looked confused. As for everyone, Gervais frowned.
This alarm bell will only sound when a large group of enemies or powerful people come. In this situation, something important must have happened. Wow! While Gervais was thinking this, a rapid dragon bird also fell in the sky.
Come on! Let's go take a look!
Naturally, the rapid dragon bird did not land in the backyard, but at the door of the small building. Gervais immediately led Alice and Lolita towards the front door of the small building.
Your Majesty the King!
When Gervais walked out of the small building, the direct guards riding the rapid dragon bird had already jumped down.
What happened? Your Majesty, my teammates and I just rode the rapid dragon bird for daily patrol. When we patrolled 20 miles south, we discovered that a team of more than 5,000 people was rushing toward Seignior City.
The direct guard did not dare to neglect and immediately reported the information to Gervais.
South! Why didn't Holy Bridge Castle send the message?
Upon hearing this, Gervais's expression suddenly changed. To the south was the road in the direction of the Holy Bridge Castle. With such a large team coming, whether they are friends or foes, it stands to reason that the Holy Bridge Castle would notify them. Chapter 8:13 Neptune.
Ike, go find Vivian and Lord Nathan now, and ask them to take the serfs in Saint Anne City to retreat to the sacred forest first. Also, notify Caroline and let him prepare to move the gathering place.
At the moment, Gervais did not dare to neglect. There is a team of more than 5,000 people, and Hayden and others have not sent back the message yet. There are only two possibilities for this situation. Either Hayden and others did not discover this team. Either something has happened to the Holy Bridge Fort. But no matter what the situation is, it shows that this group of people has bad intentions. So he had to prepare for the worst.
Dilly!
At this moment, Alice also called out to a female elf behind her.
Your Majesty, what are your orders? You immediately go to the forest outpost and inform Elder Fern, asking him to bring the elf warriors to Saint Anne City immediately. After notifying Elder Fern, you go directly back to the palace. Inform my father about the situation in Seignior City, and ask him to bring his people here too.
Alice gave two instructions to the female elf behind her in one breath, both of which were orders for the elves to bring people to come for support.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The female elf didn't hesitate after hearing this. She immediately nodded in agreement and prepared to rush out of the temple,
etc.
At this time, Gervais called her down. Gervais looked at Alice and said,
Alice, just ask him to inform Elder Fern to come. The situation is still unknown. Going back to the elves directly to gather people is too aggressive. Let's go to the city wall to see the situation now, and then make a final decision.
When his cheap wife saw that street and city was in danger, she did not hesitate to blow the whistle to support him. Gervais was very moved. However, when the situation is still unclear, going directly to the elf headquarters to gather people will definitely cause a big stir. Therefore, he thought it would be better to wait until the group of people arrived. Anyway, the elf clan headquarters was more than a day's journey from here, so half an hour was not missing. As for Elder Fern, he is very close and can arrive in a few hours. When fighting the orcs, Elder Fern brought 500 elves to support him.
All right.
Alice and Gervais looked at each other for a moment. Seeing his persistence, Alice finally nodded and agreed to the proposal.
Dilly, according to what Gervais said, for the time being, we just need to inform Elder Vaughn. Yes, Your Majesty.
The female elf responded respectfully and left quickly.
Let's go to the city wall and take a look.
Gervais is naturally not afraid of his enemies. He now has tens of millions of gold coins and sufficient energy points. When he gets fierce, he is not afraid even if the enemy has 5,000 golden knights. What he was thinking about now was the losses suffered by his subordinates and the civilians in the gathering place. After all, a person's total strength is always limited. As long as the enemy comes with 2 or 3 masters to hold him back, his men will suffer heavy casualties. After walking out of the temple, Gervais rode the giant crocodile and headed towards the city wall with Alice and Lolita. And his squadron of magicians had already flown into the sky on rapid dragon birds. When Gervais came to the city wall, Gust and Gandalf were already waiting with a group of direct guards.
Gervais! Your Highness the Queen! Your Majesty the King! Your Highness the Queen!
When Gervais and others came to the city wall, Gandalf, Gust and others respectfully saluted and greeted them.
How is the situation? Will anyone be sent out to investigate in the future?
Gervais nodded to everyone before continuing to ask.
Your Majesty, 4 rapid dragon birds have been dispatched. I believe there will be a reply soon.
Gust replied immediately.
Very well. Cheer up everyone and listen to my orders later.
Hearing this, Gervais said nothing more
and waited silently with everyone on the city wall. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the rapid dragon bird that went to investigate the situation flew back.
How's the situation? Have you found out who it is? Your Majesty the King. Because the other party does not have aerial knights. We took a closer look and found that the other party is probably a sea tribe.
Just like the sea tribe you brought back the day before yesterday.
When the guard heard Gervais' inquiry, he didn't even dare to take a breath, and quickly jumped to the ground to salute Gervais and report.
What? Sea clan?
Gervais frowned after hearing this. Lolita was also stunned when she heard this.
Yes, Your Majesty. I also saw the flag of their team, which is a blue trident flag.
The guard immediately nodded affirmatively towards Gervais. At this moment, Gervais was certain that this group of people was definitely not soldiers of the indigenous sea tribe, because the flag of the sea tribe natives has a yellow base. Gervais had seen it when he fought with Lulubo, so he moved his eyes to Lolita. Lolita also understood what he meant. Her face turned slightly pale, and she nodded to Gervais.
Then keep waiting. Wait and see what they are here for.
Gervais was a little confused at this time. He saved Vauden and Lolita. Logically speaking, he should be the great benefactor of the sea tribe. But look at this posture. They are not here to thank you. There are 5,000 people in the group. So it's crazy if they are here to thank you.
Is it because of this little girl? Gervais continued to glance at Lolita.
That doesn't make sense. Lolita stayed here voluntarily, and I didn't kidnap her here. Even if Neptune doesn't agree with Lolita's wish to marry me, just send a few masters to kidnap her back.
What to do? What to do? My second brother must have told my father what the priest predicted. Otherwise, he would not have sent so many people.
Lolita was secretly anxious in her heart at this time. She had already guessed what this sea tribe team was here to do. At that moment, she couldn't help but grab Alice's arm and looked at Alice for help. Although Alice also frowned slightly in thought. But after feeling Lolita's anxiety, she patted her palm to comfort her. In such a tense atmosphere. More than 10 minutes later, the High Clan team finally appeared on the road outside the city.
They are all gold knights. And there are hundreds of white flag knights.
When they saw the battle outside the city clearly, Gervais and others took a breath of cold air. This scene was no less than a lineup that captured a city of hundreds of thousands of people. In addition to the Gold Knight and the White Flag Knight, there are also several Black Flag Knights and Red Flag Knights. Of course, the most shocking thing was the middle-aged man at the front of the team. This middle-aged man has a solemn face, and every move reveals a soul-stirring power. The most terrible thing is that Gervais found that he could not see that this middle-aged man's strength was even half a point stronger than top human beings such as Edward.
Lolita, is that Neptune?
Gervais didn't know what Neptune looked like, but from the middle-aged man's unpredictable strength and the presence of Vauden by his side, Gervais roughly guessed his identity. There was a hint of nervousness on Lolita's face, and she nodded slowly towards Gervais. Under the watchful eyes of Gervais and others, the Sea Clan team outside moved directly toward the city wall of Saint, and without hesitation. Then, when they approached the city wall more than 100 meters away, they stopped advancing at the signal of the Sea King. Gervais did not order an attack during this process, because he really did not want to fight with the Sea Clan team outside the city unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he might really not have many men left.
Vauden, I don't know what you, the Sea Clan, want to do with so many soldiers and horses coming to Saint and City this time.
After seeing the other party stop, Gervais immediately stood in front of the city wall, and with luck and vindictiveness, he asked questions outside the city. Vauden outside the city had an embarrassed look on his face when he heard Gervais's inquiry, and then looked at Neptune beside him. Seeing Neptune nodding towards him, Vauden replied loudly to Gervais,
God of Death, you have repeatedly bullied the frivolous little girl. Now that the incident has occurred, my father has brought the elites of the Sea Clan to attack you. Now I advise you to surrender quickly so that the safety of the rest of the people in the city can be kept. Vauden shouted awkwardly at Gervais. But when he shouted, he did not dare to look at Gervais at all, but lowered his head halfway.
Vauden, is your Sea Clan so ungrateful? If I hadn't saved you at Holy Bridge Castle a few days ago, you would have fallen into the hands of the natives of the Sea Clan. For this, I have paid the sacrifices of many of my subordinates. Life. Now you actually repay kindness with hatred.
Gervais felt a little angry after hearing what Vauden said. He didn't know that Lolita also had the advice of a priest. He thought that the Sea Tribe just wanted to cause trouble. So he immediately scolded her. When Vauden heard Gervais scolding, he wanted to find a crack in the ground and turn in. But after thinking about it, He deliberately rode the monster under him and took 2 steps forward.
God of Death, we are not here to talk nonsense with you this time. So you'd better make a decision now. This is your last chance. Otherwise, the 5,000 elites of our sea tribe will crush your city of Seignior. By the way, you'd better hand over my little sister right now. Otherwise my father will be rude to you.
At the end of the sentence, Vaudin winked at Gervais without the sight of Neptune and others.
That's enough. Come back.
When Vaudin finished speaking, Neptune called him down, and then glanced at Vaudin angrily. The last sentence of Vaudin could not be more clear. That is, if you want to survive, you must find a breakthrough from his sister. Gervais turned his head and looked at Lolita, who looked a little pale, and made sure that this matter had nothing to do with this girl. He then continued to ask downwards.
How are the people in my holy bridge castle doing?
Now that things have reached this point, what to choose next depends on the situation of the holy bridge castle. If the soldiers and horses of Seignior Fort have encountered unexpected events, they will really fight to the death.
The people in your little fort are safe and sound. We came ashore early, and were not discovered by them.
Vaudin replied immediately. Neptune glanced at him immediately, and Vaudin immediately lowered his head and did not dare to speak any more. Neptune retracted his gaze and looked at Gervais on the city wall again, and spoke in person for the first time.
You must be the God of Death. Seeing that you saved my children a few days ago, I will give you a choice now. And that is to kiss yourself immediately. Otherwise the whole city will be buried with you later. Now I will give you 3 minutes to think about it. As soon as the 3 minutes are up, I will immediately let people start attacking the city.
After saying that, Neptune had no other words to say. For a moment, the field was silent, except for the flags of both sides fluttering in the wind.
Your Excellency, Sea King, my reputation as a god of killer is not derived from fear. I can tell you now that as long as you really dare to attack Seignior City and hurt any of my subordinates, then in the future, I will return 10 times the amount to Sea King. Clan!
Gervais was sure that he would never get any benefits today, but he was confident that he could escape. And if it really comes to this point, the Sea tribe will one day face an even more violent revenge from Gervais. Gervais's words echoed in the field, and the Sea King outside the city couldn't help but glance at Gervais. However, despite all his high expectations, Neptune is not a soft-hearted person regarding the prophecies regarding his favorite little daughter and priest. Dangji raised his hand, ready to give an order to start attacking the city. When Vaudin saw the scene, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. When Gervais on the city wall saw Neptune's movements, he also raised his hand, ready to order an attack,
etc.
At this moment, Lolita finally couldn't remain silent and squeezed from the back of the crowd to Gervais' side and took Gervais' arm.
Father, you are not allowed to attack Seignior City.
After Lolita hugged Gervais' raised arm, she immediately shouted to the Sea King outside the city.
Lolita, this matter is between men.
When Neptune saw his beloved little daughter, his originally calm expression immediately became more tender, and he spoke to Lolita.
No. Father, you are my father. Gervais is the person I like, and the person I want to marry. This is my business.
Of course, Lolita couldn't be dismissed with just one sentence, so she immediately refuted Neptune's words.
Lolita, be obedient. You are the princess of my Sea clan. There is no way you can marry a human clan. We, the Sea clan, have billions of creatures, and all kinds of young heroes are at your disposal. When you get back, your father will take the throne and choose a husband of your choice.
When Neptune heard Lolita's words, he finally spoke sternly, saying in a tone that could not be rejected that the matter between Lolita and Gervais was impossible.
Father, I don't want any young heroes. I just want Gervais.
Lolita gritted her teeth and persisted, looking extremely determined.
He already has a wife, and she's also the queen of the elves.
Neptune's original tenderness gradually disappeared, and it was obvious that Lolita was so rebellious that he became angry, especially on such a lifelong event.
I don't mind. I'm willing to be Gervais' little wife.
Lolita answered still sharply. You? Neptune was immediately furious, and then waved his hand.
Capture this city for me, and capture the god of death. How dare you? If you dare to come, I will die for you right now.
Clang. Seeing the army below drawing their weapons and preparing to attack the city under the command of the Sea King, Lolita was extremely anxious. Finally, when he saw the long sword hanging by a guard next to him, he grabbed it without hesitation and put it on his neck, threatening him downwards. Seeing this scene, in an instant, the high clan soldiers and horses below who were ready to move were stunned and did not dare to make the slightest move. Chapter 8:14. You still behave when you get the advantage.
You're really going to piss me off.
Neptune was immediately angered by Lolita's actions. But even if he gets angry again, he only has this one daughter. In the past, he kept it in his mouth for fear of melting away. But now he is really trying to avoid it. And he is in a dilemma for a while.
Lolita, put the sword down. This matter is none of your business.
Gervais had a new understanding of Lolita when he saw her threatening her with death in order to save him. She couldn't blame Neptune's actions today on her. So she immediately spoke to stop Lolita.
No, Gervais. This happened because of me. I'm sorry for you. If my father really dares to attack the city, I will die in front of him and give you an explanation.
Lolita's will is surprisingly strong. And even Gervais can't dissuade her from success. Just when Gervais was thinking about whether to take the sword from Lolita's neck by force, Alice walked up.
Sister Lolita, put down the sword first. I'll go talk to your father.
Alice came to Lolita's side and directly pressed the long sword across Lolita's neck.
But, Sister Alice, my father will definitely not give up today. After all, it's okay. I'll go talk to Neptune. I'm sure he will understand you.
But Alice continued to comfort Lolita. As she said that, Alice gently took the sword from Lolita's hand. Lolita did not resist violently. It was obvious that Alice now had an extraordinary status in her heart. On the contrary, Gervais felt that there was something wrong with the style of painting. Why did the two of them have such a good relationship after entering the bedroom once?
It can't be Lily. Right.
Gervais felt vaguely that the colorful hat was about to appear again. After Alice comforted Lolita, she saw Gervais's eyes looking strange, and she didn't know what she was thinking. So she rolled her eyes at him, and then said softly,
Gervais, I'm going out to talk to Neptune now. You don't have to act rashly. Otherwise it will be difficult for Lolita. Alice, forget it. This is too dangerous. I think the Sea King is determined to cause trouble. The worst we can do is retreat into the forest first. The Sea Clan won't be able to occupy the city for a long time. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely let them know the consequences of messing with me.
Gervais was unwilling to put his cheap wife in danger.
You do not understand.
As soon as Gervais finished speaking, Alice's brief but powerful retort came. Gervais was speechless when his cheap wife said,
You don't understand.
He really didn't understand what caused today's situation.
Grandpa, ask someone to open the city gate. I'll go out and talk to the Sea King now.
After Alice and Gervais finished talking, they looked at Gus beside them. Gus hesitated to speak, and finally looked at Gervais. After seeing Gervais nodding silently, he spoke to the direct guards below.
Open the city gate. Her Royal Highness the Queen is leaving the city.
Afterwards, Alice took the lead and led several female elves out of the city gate.
Gus, there are 12 potions here. Now you send 10 of them to the moat below. If anything unexpected happens later, then each of you will take 2 directly. And then follow me to rescue Alice.
Gervais took out 6 strength-enhancing potions and 6 damage immunity potions. These potions were specially prepared by him a few days ago. They are convenient for use in emergencies and are 100% effective. The situation is critical enough now. Just take it out.
Yes, Your Majesty.
After hearing Gervais's instructions, Gus took the potion and walked towards the bottom of the city wall.
Your Excellency Neptune, are you the new Queen of the Elves?
When Neptune saw Alice coming outside the city with several armed female elves, he immediately guessed her identity.
Yes, Lord Neptune. You can call me Alice. Your Excellency Alice. The god of death didn't dare to come out himself. So he actually sent your wife out. Fortunately, I thought he was so brave.
Neptune looked at Alice, who was more than 10 meters away, and Neptune said sarcastically,
Your Excellency Neptune, I'm afraid you have made a mistake. The reason why I came out was not because Gervais asked me to come, but because I came out voluntarily for the sake of Lolita, and you see, tribe.
Alice didn't pay attention to Neptune's taunt, but responded calmly.
Humph. Queen of the Elf, do you think that our Sea Clan can't solve a small city of Saint Anne?
Naturally, Neptune didn't think it was difficult to capture Saint Anne City, and he wasn't afraid even with the support of the elves.
King of the Sea, taking Saint Anne City with 5,000 of you is a mistake. I know this very well. However, I can guarantee one thing. That means you absolutely can't kill Gervais,
Alice said firmly. After saying that, seeing that Neptune was very disdainful of her words and wanted to say something else, Alice immediately added,
Your Excellency Neptune, although you are the junior level of Purple Flag, even stronger than Duke Edward,
But what you don't know is that when Gervais was still the Golden Knight, he could kill more than 10 white flags with one sword. Strong knights and black flag knights. And he is now a black flag knight. Even if he still can't defeat you, he can still escape if he wants to. Your Excellency Neptune, I know you did what you did today because of Lolita. But have you ever thought about how Lolita feels? If you really have a big feud with Gervais, what will happen to her in the future? Regarding the specific glorious deeds of Gervais in the City of Hope, Alice had only learned about it from Lolita before. When Gervais himself told the story, he only told her a general story, and did not tell the specific details, especially the deeds that could highlight his own greatness. But when Lolita told it before, she focused on describing how heroic Gervais was, and how he was surrounded by dangers with many enemies. In this way, Alice realized how difficult it was for Gervais to come to the Holy Continent alone, and how lucky she was to meet him again. Therefore, since Alice knew about Lolita today, she no longer meant to blame Gervais. After hearing Alice's series of words, Neptune fell into silence, and for a moment he just frowned and thought. He had naturally heard about the deeds of the god of killing, and Vaden truthfully told what he knew. Originally, Neptune just regarded Gervais as an ordinary young monster. No matter how strong the monster was, he would kill him. But now after what Alice said, after thinking about it carefully, I felt that there was some truth in what Alice said. If the god of death cannot be completely killed today and Gervais escapes to the sacred forest, there will definitely be endless troubles in the future. Coupled with the priest's prophecy, Neptune needs to think carefully. Seeing Neptune's silence, Alice knew that the matter might be turning around. So she opened her mouth again to pursue the victory. Your Excellency Neptune, I have a suggestion. I hope you will consider it carefully. Since Lolita really likes Gervais, why not let Lolita marry Gervais, so that the prophecy of your sea priest can be solved smoothly, and Lolita can also be happy? Alice's words can be regarded as giving Neptune a better choice. And since she is Gervais's official wife, this sentence is the most convincing. How is this possible? Guise already has you as his wife. How can my daughter marry a man who is already married? After hearing Alice's suggestion, Neptune naturally refused and immediately retorted. Your Excellency Neptune, how can a good man really have only one true love? I believe you know this better than me. And Gervais is so good. Lolita is not wrong by marrying him. I can even give Lolita a status. I believe you have heard more or less about Gervais's abilities. You have to know that he has done such deeds only a year after arriving in the Holy Continent. And he is only 19 years old. Alice's words were clear and coherent, and she pressed forward step by step. She was more able to speak with ease than the aloof countess back then. Yes, father. The god of death made tens of millions of gold during his trip to the City of Hope. Vaden had been listening to the conversation between Alice and Neptune with his ears pricked up. Hearing this, he couldn't help but echoed. But before he could finish speaking, he immediately silenced himself under the gaze of Neptune. Lolita, what did you and Alice talk about in the bedroom today? Watching Alice talking to Neptune outside, Gervais always felt that there was something weird about his cheap wife. After all, before he left the bedroom, Alice was still furious and looking like she was going to blow herself up. But half an hour later, there was no trace of anger at all. And he even had kind words for Lolita. It's nothing. Gervais, I just told you something about you in the City of Hope, and then said that I was the one who wanted to pester you and marry you. Lolita was still a little embarrassed to say that she wanted to marry him because he took a look at her. This sounds as if his love for Gervais is very false and not sincere. Is that really all there is? Gervais naturally didn't believe it and continued to ask. Well, that's it. Lolita's pretty face turned slightly red when asked by Gervais. The originally enchanting woman turned out to be a bit like a little girl. Gervais, Alice is back. At this moment, Gandalf, who had been paying attention to the news outside the city, reminded Gervais. Gervais quickly looked outside the city and saw Alice heading towards the city wall. What's even more surprising is that the Sea King and Vaden also followed Alice with more than a dozen powerful sea people, heading towards the city wall. Gervais, open the city gate. I have already discussed it with the Sea King. They will not attack the city. Alice came to the bottom of the city wall and shouted low to Gervais. Gervais, this, because Gust has already reached the bottom of the city wall. The one who can command the direct guards on the city wall is Gandalf. Gandalf saw Neptune and a dozen strong men following Alice, and looked at Gervais hesitantly. Father, go and ask someone to open the city gate. Gervais believed in Alice unconditionally and immediately nodded towards Gandalf. Good.
Seeing Gervais's approval, Gandalf immediately ran towards the bottom of the city wall. Soon, the city gate of Saint and City was completely opened, and Alice led Neptune and others directly into the city.
Your Excellency Neptune, please wait a moment. I will explain to Gervais and Lolita.
After entering the city, Alice said something to Neptune, and then quickly walked up the stairs to the city wall with her skirt in hand.
What's going on, Alice?
The reason why Gervais did not immediately walk down the city wall was because he wanted to hear Alice's explanation first. Only when he meets Neptune can he judge what attitude he should adopt. After all, his identity is different, and everything he says and does is different.
How about it? Neptune has agreed to marry Lolita to you.
Alice's eye roll this time was very obvious, and the slight resentment mixed in it was clearly visible.
What? He promised to marry Lolita to me? This, I haven't agreed yet. Let's talk about it. You, me and her.
Gervais was suddenly confused. His cheap wife went out for a date, and she was actually pimping him. Is there anything crazier than this in the world?
Why aren't you happy? Who told you to bring this about yourself? Humph!
Alice felt that Gervais was taking advantage, and still acting well. How could such a thing exist in Eurasia? Although those aristocratic ladies can turn a blind eye and allow their husbands to raise mistresses outside, the status of the head wife is always in their hands. This is the final bottom line. As for a little sea princess like Lolita, even if Alice is willing to let her be Gervais's little lover, can Sea King accept it? If he hadn't promised to give Lolita a status, even the King of the Sea would not have agreed.
Alice, it's not a question of whether I'm happy or not. It's a question of okay. I accept it.
Gervais felt that he was wronged, even though he had an unclear relationship with Caroline and Adela. But he really doesn't have this Lolita. But now, he has found another cheap wife for himself. However, in the middle of what he said, he saw Lolita's face full of grievance after hearing it. So she quickly shut her mouth, just secretly said in my heart,
"Why has my place become a cheap wives' club?"
Seeing that Gervais didn't speak anymore, Alice replied,
"Gervais, go say hello to Neptune now. They are still waiting below." "All right."
Gervais was helpless and finally nodded. To be honest, he does not reject Lolita, and even a normal man would be happy to get such an enchanting woman. Moreover, this can prevent street and city from suffering, and Gervais should be happy. At that moment, Gervais took the lead towards the stairs of the city wall, while Alice was behind and whispered into Lolita's ear,
"Ah, Sister Alice, where can I have it?"
I don't know what Alice said in Lolita's ear. Lolita's face turned red immediately, and then she retorted in a low voice,
"Even if you don't, you have to pretend that you do. Otherwise, your father would definitely not agree to it just now."
Alice replied immediately,
"Oh, okay, Sister Alice, I listen to you."
In the end, Lolita could only admit it with a blushing face. Afterwards, the three of Gervais walked down the city wall one after another. Chapter 8:15, Raw Rice Cooked Rice.
Lord Gervais, little sister.
When Gervais walked down the stairs, the atmosphere in the city gate was quite strange. Neptune kept looking at the city with a sullen expression, and was not prepared to say hello to Gervais. On the contrary, after Vauden saw Gervais, he greeted him, and Lolita sheepishly, with a little embarrassment.
"Hello, Your Excellency Vauden."
This Vauden seemed to be forced, and Gervais didn't remember it, so he said hello to him. However, he was not prepared to say hello to Neptune. After all, the two of them were at war with each other just now, and whoever spoke at this moment had a hint of bowing his head. Of course, Gervais didn't want to speak, but Alice behind him didn't allow him to do this, and immediately gently twisted his waist.
"His!"
Gervais suddenly took a breath and looked towards Alice, but he saw Alice wink at him. Gervais was helpless. His cheap wife really risked her life for him today. Not only did he go out of the city to negotiate alone, he also found a wife for his husband. After struggling for a moment, he finally had no choice but to speak to Neptune.
"Your Excellency Neptune, welcome to Saint and City." Snort.
However, although Gervais spoke first, Neptune still ignored him, and just snorted as a response. Facing Neptune's appearance, Gervais was furious. If it weren't for Alice's good intentions, he might have gone crazy. In fact, Gervais didn't know that Neptune was angrier than him at this time, because before, Neptune still refused to let his daughter marry a married man. But in the end, Alice showed her trump card, and he had to hold his nose and agree, because Alice said that in the past few days, Gervais and Lolita have cooked rice.
I am afraid that after a while, he, Neptune, will probably be able to have a grandson. Alice asked him if he wanted his grandson to be born without a father. Faced with such a problem, even though Neptune was furious, he really didn't dare to let such a thing happen. So he finally relaxed. After all, when Lolita really has Gervais's child, it will be impossible to find a sincere young hero even in the sea tribe.
The daughter has met her father.
After greeting Gervais, Lolita also spoke. He walked pitifully close to Neptune and shouted at Neptune.
Faced with Lolita's call,
Neptune couldn't be as tough as he was with Gervais. He looked back at her and gave a faint hum. Compared to Gervais, this kind of reaction is like heaven and earth.
Okay, Sister Lolita, take your father and brother to the temple now. Your father must have been tired of traveling all the way. I will go and arrange delicious food now.
At this time, Alice became a good lubricant on the scene, and she directly passed over Gervais and started arranging things. This actually saved Gervais from more friction with his new father-in-law.
Thank you, Sister Alice.
Lolita was also very smart. She immediately thanked Alice and then came to Neptune.
Father, my daughter will take you to wash up first.
After saying that, he took the initiative to hold Neptune's arm. Neptune's original expression was still full of anger, but after hearing Lolita's words and the movement of her holding hands, his face still showed a hint of helplessness. Then, led by Lolita, they took the lead and walked towards the city.
Let's go. Gervais, Neptune will also be your elder in the future. You should not treat him with such an attitude again.
After Neptune and his party left, Alice walked up to Gervais, stretched out her slender arm, and gently held Gervais's arm, pulling Gervais away while persuading her.
But that's not what I want. Alice, why are you willing to let me marry Lolita? Isn't this wronging you?
Feeling the tenderness of his cheap wife, Gervais was deeply moved. However, he really couldn't figure out the reason for what happened today. After all, Alice was so abnormal today. When Alice heard Gervais's question, she had the urge to continue to twist Gervais's words and write them down. But looking at his loving expression and thinking of the hardships he endured in the City of Hope, Alice finally softened her heart.
Gervais, when was the first time you had a conflict with Lolita?
Alice asked Gervais.
Is this the first time there was a conflict? It was in the underground cave of the Magician's Tower.
Gervais answered directly without having to recall it. That was the day when he obtained the Crimson Moon, and he would naturally not forget it.
Then what did you do to Lolita in the underground cave?
Alice asked again.
It didn't do anything. She was also in the cave at that time, trying to snatch away my Crimson Moon. And then I snatched it away. What's wrong? Is that incident related to today's incident?
Gervais himself would definitely not dare to say more about the specific process. Moreover, he didn't think what happened that day could be related to today.
Ha. What Lolita said is different from what you said.
Alice's expression showed that she knew you were dishonest. When Gervais saw this expression, he immediately realized that he had jumped into the pit dug by cheap wives. It was obvious that Lolita had told Alice in detail what happened that day. Fortunately, Gervais's face has been very thick after long-term experience and the cultivation of aristocrats. At that moment, he explained to Alice without blushing or heartbeat.
Alice, I had no choice at that time. Lolita always wanted to steal it from me. And she also released the imprisonment scroll herself. It happened that the two of us were hit by the imprisonment scroll at the same time. So some accidents happened.
Regarding Gervais' explanation, Alice just rolled her eyes at him without making any comments. Then the conversation changed, and she began to tell Gervais the real reason.
Actually, the reason why Lolita wants to marry you, and why Neptune wants to take revenge on Gorn is because of a prophecy. Prophecy?
Gervais looked at Alice with questions on his face.
That's right. It's the prophecy of the sea priest.
Alice nodded, paused, and continued.
When Lolita was about to leave for the Holy Continent, the high priest of the sea tribe gave her a prophecy. In the prophecy, if Lolita's face is seen by a human man, Lolita will have two choices when facing the first man who sees her face. The first choice is to marry this man, and the second option is to kill this man. If neither choice is made, it will definitely bring the danger of annihilation to the High Clan. So, you understand now.
Alice slowly told this thing that Gervais had never known.
There is such a prophecy.
After listening to Alice's story, Gervais was shocked at first. And then his thoughts suddenly became clear. He finally understood why Lolita always wore a gauze scarf everywhere. That wasn't because she felt she was too beautiful and wanted to cover it up, but because she couldn't be seen by human men. In addition, The reason why this little girl was wanted all over the continent to hunt her was probably not just because of Crimson Moon and his frivolous treatment of her. The most important thing among them was probably this prophecy. Similarly, it could also be explained that Neptune led more than 5,000 elites to attack Saint and City over a long distance. Since Neptune is unwilling to marry Lolita to him, he naturally needs to kill himself in order to eliminate the prophecy of the high priest of the Sea clan. However, Gervais really didn't expect that just because he had such an extra mouth. He bit off Lolita's veil and evolved into the current situation. It also gave me a cheap wife. However, thinking that he had a cheap wife, Gervais couldn't help but think of Caroline and Adela. Especially Caroline. She is his second confidant after Alice. If he found out later that Lolita had taken the lead, Gervais could be sure of what kind of blow Caroline would suffer. Thinking of this, Gervais tried to speak. Actually, Alice, I don't think this prophecy can be true. The Sea clan is so powerful. How can they be in danger of being exterminated because of such a trivial matter? Moreover, go and explain to Neptune. I know the reason for what happened today. Why don't we just write off what happened today? Huh? Are you unwilling to marry Lolita? Alice looked at Gervais in surprise. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that it's unfair to you. Of course, Gervais was very happy to have another enchanting beauty. And he also noticed Lolita's performance on the city wall. But there happened to be Caroline in it, which made Gervais reluctantly give up her love. Of course, you must not say this to Alice. And Gervais could only tell a white lie in the end. When Alice heard Gervais's white lie, she didn't know whether she believed it or not. Her arm holding Gervais's arm tightened, and she leaned closer. Gervais, there is nothing you can do about this even if you don't want to. For Neptune and Lolita, there are only two choices. That is, you and Lolita get married, or they kill you. Priest, for the Sea tribe or the Beast tribe. That is a more special and noble existence than the patriarch or the royal family. Because he is the spokesperson of the gods they believe in. And the prophecies described by the god spokespersons can completely affect their entire tribe and ethnic group. Even if Lolita and Neptune don't take this prophecy seriously. As long as this matter spreads among the Sea clan, it will definitely arouse the anger of the Sea clan. The Sea clan will also force them to make a choice. Alice explained the status of the priest and the influence that prophecy can bring to Gervais in detail. I see. After hearing Alice's explanation, Gervais opened his mouth, wanting to say something about Caroline. But he was afraid that Alice would go crazy on the spot. In the tangle, he could only suppress it in his heart first, prepare himself, and then think of a solution. After all, even if he and Lolita were to get married, they wouldn't be able to get married so quickly. And Alice looked at Gervais's hesitant expression. But there was an obscure meaning in her eyes that Gervais couldn't detect. Next, the two of them stopped talking about the matter and walked all the way towards the temple. Gervais happened to encounter a returning one on the road, and immediately asked him to go back to the original route to inform Caroline at the gathering place, asking them to suspend the evacuation order. Back in the temple, Neptune went directly to the back garden guest room under the guidance of Lolita, while Alice arranged for Thomas and Anna, the maid, to prepare a sumptuous lunch. In fact, this lunch should be more like breakfast. After all, Alice came just after Gervais got up. What followed was a series of events. He didn't even eat breakfast, and there was still some time before noon. As Alice issued orders one after another, the entire gathering place was mobilized. In addition to preparing a lunch for the Sea King, the Sea tribes outside the city also had to entertain them. Now the two sides have to sit down to discuss the marriage between Gervais and Lolita. And the army of 5,000 people cannot neglect them. More than half an hour later, Alice and Gervais, who had finished arranging things, continued to sit in the temple and wait. Your Majesty the King! Your Highness the Queen! But at this time, Caroline walked in from outside the temple. Seeing Gervais and Alice sitting in the main seats in front, he immediately stepped forward and saluted to them. Cousin Caroline, you are here. Please sit down for a while. Caroline, have things been settled at the gathering place? After Alice said low to Caroline, Gervais glanced at Alice with a guilty look from the corner of his eye, and found that there was nothing strange about her expression. And then he asked Caroline, Your Majesty the King, you have been appeased. Previously, the gathering place urgently summoned people to carry supplies and prepare to evacuate, which indeed caused a big commotion in the gathering place. Fortunately, not long after, news came out that the crisis was temporarily lifted, and no damage was caused. Otherwise, some grapevines need to be dug and brought into the forest, which will inevitably cause damage to some grapevines that are growing fruit.
Well, it's okay. Thank you for your hard work.
There was still a little sweat on Caroline's forehead. It was obvious that she had been busy before arriving at the temple.
It's okay. This is what I should do. Your Majesty the King.
Hearing Gervais's thanks, Caroline felt warm in her heart even though she couldn't show it on the surface. After a pause, he asked curiously,
Gervais, the guard at the door said that the people who just attacked were the Sea Clan. Why is that? Then isn't Miss Lolita the Sea Clan? You also saved her back then. It's a long story.
Gervais didn't know how to appease Caroline at this time, so he wanted to make a fool of himself and explain to Caroline in private later.
Actually, it's not a long story. It's just that Lolita wanted to marry Gervais, but Neptune didn't agree. So he led an elite army to capture Saint Anne City and kill Gervais.
Gervais didn't know what to say, but Alice spoke next, slowly explaining to Caroline.
How could this happen? Alice, how did things resolve later?
Gervais had previously asked her to arrange for the evacuation of the people at the gathering place. So Caroline knew that the matter must be serious, now that she suddenly no longer had to evacuate. She had a lot of speculations in her mind.
The matter was actually relatively simple to resolve. I went out to the city to discuss with the Sea King myself, and then convinced him to agree to marry Lolita to Gervais. This way, we don't have to use swords anymore.
Alice immediately satisfied Caroline's curiosity. Hearing this, Caroline's body trembled instantly, and her face immediately turned pale. Chapter 8:16 The hole you dug yourself.
Alice, why are you willing to let Lolita marry Gervais?
Caroline suppressed the pain in her heart and asked Alice.
There is nothing I can do. Otherwise, I would have to sacrifice so many lives today in Saint Anne City and the gathering place. Moreover, Lolita is indeed sincere to Gervais. So Neptune agrees. They are in the guest room in the back garden now, and they should discuss the engagement between Gervais and Lolita at the luncheon later.
Alice looked at Caroline and the gem necklace around her neck. Seeing that her expression was very troubled, she asked, pretending not to know.
Caroline, are you okay? Do you want the medical team to come check you out? I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from running just now.
After hearing what Alice said, Caroline's face turned pale. Faced with Alice's question, she could only pretend to be indifferent and answer. But when Gervais saw Caroline in such a situation, he felt heartbroken and guilty.
No, all the mistakes in this matter are my fault alone. How can I let Caroline bear the responsibility alone?
Although Gervais was a scumbag, he was still a responsible man. He immediately made up his mind and prepared to confess to Alice. When the time comes, whether Alice hits him or scolds him, he will accept it. However, Caroline could not be allowed to endure such a huge grievance alone.
Like, Sister Alice, Gervais, Sister Caroline.
And just when Gervais was about to confess himself, Lolita happened to come to the temple with Neptune on her arm after washing up. Lolita had completely recovered her mood at this time, and even changed from her previous indifference. With a happy smile on her face, Lolita's lively appearance made even Neptune look a little sideways. In the past, Lolita was only like this to a few close relatives around her.
Seeing
Neptune, Lolita and others coming out, Gervais could only hold back what he wanted to say. He smiled and gave Lolita a favor, then focused on Caroline.
Sister Lolita, Lord Neptune.
Alice on the side greeted Lolita and Neptune with a smile.
Sister Lolita.
Of course, Caroline also spoke, but her smile was a little forced. When she saw Lolita's smile at this time, she could predict that Lolita would become Gervais's legal concubine like Alice in the future. And she, the lover, may always be a lover. After the group said Lo, Gandalf and Gus just arrived at the door. So Alice stood up from the main seat.
Your Excellency Neptune, the luncheon is ready. Let's go over and take a seat.
Because there were still more than a dozen strong men from the Sea Clan who needed to personally protect Neptune. The luncheon was arranged directly in the temple. At this time, 2 long tables had been set up in the temple. Alice knew that there was still a gap between Gervais and Neptune, so she took the initiative to invite Neptune and Lolita to sit down instead of Gervais.
Thanks for the treat.
Neptune had no expression for Alice, and immediately nodded and walked towards the long table with Lolita's affectionate arm in arm. When Gervais saw Alice greeting everyone, he deliberately took a step behind and came to the side of Caroline, who was hesitating.
Caroline, let's go! Let's go together. I'm not going.
However, Caroline rejected Gervais and prepared to walk out of the temple. She was afraid that if she continued to stay here, She would feel the pain of grievance when she heard about the engagement between Lolita and Gervais.
Gervais. Caroline. Come here quickly.
At this time, Alice, who had already led Neptune, Lolita and others to the long table, found that the two of them were still there, and immediately greeted them. This greeting suddenly made everyone's eyes turn to them.
Let's go! Caroline!
Gervais immediately continued to urge Caroline. Under the gaze of everyone, Caroline could no longer refuse, and could only follow Gervais toward the long table with a forced smile. Coming to the long table, Gervais and Alice sat at the head table, while Gandalf, Gust and Caroline sat on both sides. Neptune, Lolita, and Vauden were sitting across from each other, and the rest of the sea masters were naturally at another table. Everyone was seated, and the servants, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly brought the roast meat and fresh soup that needed to be kept warm. When the dishes were almost served, Alice stabbed Gervais without leaving a trace under the table. After being poked by Alice, Gervais naturally knew what she wanted to do, and immediately complimented Neptune helplessly.
Your Excellency Neptune. You're welcome. Let's start eating.
Oh! Facing Gervais's words, Neptune's expression was also reluctant.
Father! Hurry up and try this barbecue. Gervais's chef is very different. The food he makes is even more delicious than the chefs in the palace.
Seeing the delicate atmosphere on the table, in order to ease the atmosphere, Lolita quickly cut a piece of barbecue for Neptune with a sweet smile and handed it to his dinner plate.
Then let me have a taste.
Hearing his daughter speak, Neptune nodded reluctantly, then picked up the barbecue and put it in his mouth.
How about it? Father, isn't the chef here in Gervais very good at it?
When she saw Neptune eating barbecue, Lolita felt that Neptune would compliment her as she said, which would ease the atmosphere on the long table. But she still underestimated Neptune's depression because of going to the apple of his eye. After eating the barbecue, Neptune frowned slightly, and then said,
It's not bad. It's just a little stronger.
Neptune's words were full of reluctance, as if he was reluctantly complimenting him to give his master face. After saying this, everyone at the long table suddenly had strange expressions, and Lolita also became extremely embarrassed. Could Chef Jimmy's skills be so bad? Of course that's not the case. In fact, the moment the roasted meat entered his mouth, Neptune, as the Lord of the Ocean, couldn't help but be slightly shocked. The barbecue tastes unprecedentedly delicious, and it is indeed much better than his cook's. But it was delicious, and he was going to embarrass this Gervais boy today. After all, this kid turned his pearl into cooked rice without saying a word. He had carefully cared for the pearl for 20 years, but in the blink of an eye, it was taken away by Gervais. Naturally, he couldn't bear this anger.
This old man!
Seeing that Neptune was telling lies with his eyes open, Gervais cursed secretly with some annoyance. If Alice hadn't been pressing him down next to him, Gervais would have stood up and challenged Neptune to find someone who could cook barbecue better than Jimmy.
Gervais, eat quickly too.
Alice was deeply afraid that Gervais would fight back, so she immediately cut a piece of barbecue for him to comfort him. In this way, Gervais continued to eat depressedly. When the Sea King over there saw Gervais's deflated expression, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes.
Father, come and taste the wine. This wine is more delicious than before.
Facing Neptune's temper, Lolita was also helpless. However, in order to make her father agree to the engagement more happily, she still had to coax her father. As for Gervais, he could only make up for it after the marriage is agreed. At that moment, Lolita immediately poured a glass of wine for Neptune and delivered it to Neptune.
Wine? When you gave it to your father, he only drank one sip. Then he gave it all to your brothers, because this wine tastes too light and is suitable for you girls to drink. My father usually drinks dwarf fire wine, which is really strong.
This time, Neptune was ready to pursue the victory. He didn't even take the cup. He just took a look at the wine in the cup and opened his mouth to speak. On the opposite side, Gervais, who was swallowing the roasted meat and holding the cup to take a sip of wine, froze. Seeing Gervais' frozen movements, Neptune felt happy, so he continued to speak.
Lord Gervais, I'm afraid you haven't drunk the dwarf's fire bar yet. Come! These bottles are given to you by me, and they can also help you gain some knowledge. Ha ha!
The dwarf's fire wine can be regarded as a niche alcoholic drink. After all, it is very strong. Of course, it doesn't matter even if Gervais has drunk it. Neptune himself likes to drink dwarf fire wine on weekdays. He feels that his drinking capacity can definitely crush Gervais. So I'm ready to make a fuss about this.
Father, let's forget it.
Only after Neptune finished speaking, Gervais had not yet responded. But it was Lolita who took the lead in persuading him. Lolita and Vauden paid close attention to Gervais's trip to the City of Hope. So they naturally knew about Gervais's gambling and drinking. But they haven't had time to tell Neptune about such a thing. After all, Neptune has been arranging the war in the land of God's fall. Now Neptune's motive for taking out this dwarf's fire wine is obvious. But this is completely like extending your face to Gervais and letting him press it and rub it. In order to avoid her father's embarrassment, Lolita naturally did not dare to neglect and immediately spoke to persuade him.
It's okay, Lolita. Father still believes in your vision. Since Gervais can catch your eye, it's nothing to believe in this dwarf's fire wine. Gervais, do you think so? Today you and I each have 3 pots. We are not allowed to use power to dissolve it. We drink it directly. After drinking it, I will immediately start discussing Lolita's engagement with you. Otherwise, there will be no discussion.
It's okay that Lolita didn't persuade her. Once she persuaded him, Neptune immediately concluded that Lolita was worried about Gervais. Instead, he was even more determined to use dwarf fire wine to make Gervais lose face. As the saying goes, what can be tolerated is what cannot be tolerated. Gervais finally couldn't bear it anymore. The old man took the initiative to bring his face over for him to rub. And Gervais felt that he had to control his arrogant attitude. So, he spoke directly.
Thank you, Neptune! But Lord Neptune, I have a kind of H.L. fire wine here. But it is more delicious than the dwarf fire wine. Let's drink this.
With that said, Gervais took out the H.L. fire wine directly from the space ring. And then had someone send it over without waiting for Neptune to speak. Seeing this, Neptune originally wanted to say something. But when he heard that the wine Gervais took out also contained the word fire wine, he also wanted to see what the H.L. fire wine was. He would tell later depending on the situation. Only when the H.L. fire wine was placed in front of him, Neptune's eyes lit up invisibly.
There is such a strong fire wine!
Neptune clearly knew from the rich aroma of the wine that this H.L. fire wine was not inferior to the dwarf fire wine.
Your Excellency Neptune, I'll do it first out of respect.
While Neptune was still surprised by the H.L. fire wine he saw for the first time, Gervais had already poured himself a glass and started drinking it. He was not prepared to give Neptune a way out, and was determined to beat Neptune.
Come on, boy! Am I going to lose to you again?
After hearing Gervais's words, and being curious about the fire wine, Neptune immediately began to serve it for himself, and then drank it. Gudong! Gudong!
Hiss! Why is it so strong?
However, when the wine entered his mouth, Neptune's eyes widened. The H.L. fire wine was much stronger than he imagined, which was far beyond his expectation.
If you drink 3 pots, wouldn't it be equivalent to drinking 6 or 7 pots of dwarf fire wine?
Neptune immediately had a calculation in his mind and hesitated a little. As an elder, he would be much more embarrassed than Gervais when he got drunk later.
Your Excellency Neptune, for the 2nd cup, I will continue to toast you.
But while Neptune was still hesitating, Gervais' words came again. And then he started drinking the 2nd bowl of cup. Seeing this, Neptune could only helplessly pour himself a 2nd glass of wine. Then, the more he drank 1, 2, and 3 glasses, the more frightened Neptune became, and he had a vague feeling of something bad. After drinking a whole pot, Gervais on the opposite side had a moment of rest. At this time, Neptune's face was already turning red.
Father! Are you okay?
When Lolita saw Neptune's appearance, she immediately asked in a low voice.
Lolita! Father! Everything is fine. This is just my level of drinking.
Neptune felt his stomach churn at this time, and his head already felt dizzy. However, when he saw Gervais looking at him with a smile, he waved his hand directly to Lolita who cared about him, saying that he could fight again.
Let's see how long you can last. Hearing Neptune's words,
Gervais smiled secretly in his heart. He could naturally see that Neptune was approaching a state of drunkenness. When he saw that Neptune was still pretending, he immediately spoke.
In that case, Lord Neptune, let's continue drinking.
With that said, Gervais continued to pick up the 2nd bottle of wine and pour it. Then, 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Just 4 or 5 minutes later, another pot.
Father!
At the end of the 2nd pot, Gervais on the opposite side remained calm. But Neptune was a little shaken.
I'm fine. Lolita!
At this time, Neptune felt that his tongue was a little numb, and he secretly wondered in his mind that the boy opposite was a monster. After 2 bottles of wine, even his purple flag knight's body began to get tipsy, but his expression remained unchanged. However, He was the one who provoked this competition. If he surrendered now, he, the Sea King, would not be able to stand up to Gervais in the future. So he could only hold on in the face of Lolita's concern. When Lolita heard her father's words, she naturally didn't believe it this time. A daughter is better than her father. In fact, the daughter who understands her father best is often her daughter. Lolita usually knows Neptune very well. In the past, Neptune would basically stop drinking after drinking to this state. Because Neptune once told her that if she drinks again, she will be really drunk, and it will affect her ability to handle affairs. Lolita is now very worried about how her father will discuss the engagement later if he is drunk. Thinking of this, Lolita continued to speak.
Father! Gervais, if you don't want to drink, you don't have to drink.
When Neptune heard Lolita's suggestion, he wanted to agree. After all, if the dignified Neptune got drunk here, he would be directly embarrassed. But it was he who suggested drinking 3 bottles of wine. Now to end it, he could only wait for Gervais opposite to speak first. Otherwise, he would be equally embarrassed. Neptune said nothing at the moment, and did not respond to Lolita. And Gervais knew the fire wine very well. He expected that Neptune would be able to walk even after drinking a pot. He was actually planning to continue drinking.
Gervais!
However, Gervais did not want to spare Neptune. But Alice could not really let the relationship between the two become tense. The slender little hand reached under the table without leaving a trace, and placed it on Gervais's waist. Feeling the extra palms on his waist, Gervais continued to smash his mouth.
Okay then. Let's come here first this time.
As soon as Gervais opened his mouth, Neptune immediately got off the slope, and immediately nodded and said something fake. However, although this time he failed to pursue and make a fool of himself, Neptune really calmed down a lot during the next meal time, and did not make any sarcastic remarks to trouble Gervais. The atmosphere at the table gradually began to become harmonious. Chapter 8:17 A Small Request. Everyone at the long table enjoyed the food for a while. When it felt like everyone had almost eaten, Alice wiped her hands with a square towel, and then spoke to Neptune opposite.
Your Excellency Neptune! Then let's discuss the engagement between Gervais and Lolita.
When Alice said this, everyone present stopped their knives and forks, and began to listen attentively. And Lolita gently pushed Neptune's arm, asking him to stop his knife and fork and respond quickly. With Lolita's push, Neptune finally put down his knife and fork.
Elf Queen, since Lolita really likes Gervais so much, and things have reached this point, then I won't deliberately entangle him.
Urged by Lolita, Neptune thought for a moment before speaking.
However, I am worried about one thing. After all, we are a sea race, and you are a land race. After Lolita gets married, she will stay away from the Sea Clan. Will she be happy in her future life? And will she be bullied?
Neptune was more forthcoming and directly expressed his worries. This was indeed the most important thing for a father to consider.
Father, I'm fine. Sisters Gervais and Alice are very good to me. And even Sister Caroline is very good to me.
At this moment, Lolita just wants to settle her engagement with Gervais as soon as possible, so she won't worry about these things. Speaking of which, she was just a little girl in her teens, and no one really bullied her at the gathering place during this period.
Lolita, you are still young and don't understand this yet. But your father is just a little princess, so you must let them express it to me. It can make me feel at ease, so that I can leave you here with confidence.
Neptune looked at Lolita with eyes full of love and reluctance.
Your Excellency Neptune, I don't know what kind of expression you need.
Alice was determined to carry out her good deeds this time. And of course she refused to discuss the engagement. She had no intention of asking Gervais to speak, and immediately continued to question Neptune.
My demands are not high either. First of all, 50 barrels of this fire wine must be sent to our Sea Clan every year. In addition, you have to send 100 barrels of your wine to our Sea Clan every year.
Upon hearing Neptune's words, everyone present's expressions froze. If these wines are sent to the Sea Tribe, does it have anything to do with Lolita's future happiness? Maybe if I give you some wine, Lolita will be a little happier. Even Lolita is like father. Are you doing this for my own good? The expression? Of course. These requests from Neptune are just appetizers. And there is no difficulty for Gervais. In the aristocratic world, betrothal gifts are naturally needed. And they are often high-end goods that are beyond the reach of ordinary civilians. For example, in Eurasia, big nobles like to give away fiefdoms. The small nobles would give manor, shop, or war horse or armor. Neptune ignored the strange looks from everyone, paused and continued.
For Lolita's safety,
I will leave 1,000 elite sea tribesmen behind. But you need to equip the weapons and armor of these sea soldiers, the ones forged by dwarves. You will also be responsible for future military expenses.
When Neptune entered the city, he had already seen the dwarf blacksmith shop in the city. According to the market price, a set of weapons and armor forged by dwarves, including materials, costs about 100 gold coins. Even if Gervais saves 20 gold coins on the labor cost, it will cost at least 80,000 or 90,000 gold coins to equip 1,000 people. And the future military expenditure will naturally be a lot. Alice didn't hesitate at all. This was what she should do. Every daughter of a nobleman would bring some soldiers from her parents' family to protect her when she got married, just to prevent them from being bullied after getting married. Of course, Neptune's request was not because he was short of money for the weapons and armor, but just to get Gervais to show off. After all, the King of the Seas said that there were 1,000 elite Sea Clan soldiers, and these Sea Clan soldiers also stayed here to obey Lolita's command. In fact, they were not at a loss in this calculation.
Very good. Then the next step is very simple. Because it is impossible for sea soldiers to stay on shore for as long as you humans do. So I will also provide 500 humans. But these humans are not very strong. So I need you to provide me with 500 of that magical potion.
Seeing the first formal request, Alice agreed without any hesitation. Neptune was very satisfied, and then continued to make the next request. After this request was made, the people present looked at each other in shock. Vauden and Lolita didn't expect that their father would dare to think of 500 magical potions, which were worth 5 million gold coins.
Father. Lolita. My father is talking to them now. And everything is up to him.
Lolita was worried that this request was too much and would be rejected. So she immediately dragged Neptune's hand and shook it twice in an attempt to dissuade her, but was immediately dismissed by Neptune in a low voice. Hearing the seriousness in Neptune's tone, Lolita knew that her father's will could not be changed this time. So she could only sit upright worriedly and look at Gervais and Alice pitifully. Naturally, Alice couldn't make the final decision regarding the 500 magical potions, so she remained silent for the time being. Others on the long table also looked at Gervais to see what he would say. However, only Caroline knew that Gervais would definitely take out 500 magic potions, because Gervais usually distributed privately to the slave soldiers and the number of potions directly under the guards. The number had exceeded 1,000. After returning this time, Gervais made a lot more. Therefore, these 500 potions are actually very easy for Gervais. Therefore, today's engagement is considered 99% complete. I remembered that I had followed Gervais for so long and was still sneaking around. And because Lolita had Neptune as her father, she was able to become Gervais's wife openly after just a few days in St. Anne's City. And it was Alice who personally negotiated the engagement for Gervais. The more Caroline thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. If she hadn't suppressed it with all her strength, tears of grievance would have fallen out long ago. Of course, Caroline did not hope that Gervais and Lolita could not complete their engagement. She already knew that St. Anne's City and Gervais would be in danger if there was no engagement. So she had already accepted the fact of the engagement. She is just worried about whether she will lose her current status in Gervais's heart after Gervais has Lolita. At the same time, I feel aggrieved by my status as an invisible person.
Your Excellency Neptune, is this your last request?
Alice pondered for a moment, looked at Neptune again, and asked seriously,
Yes, that's my last request.
500 magical potions, no matter how much they cost. The market price is an actual 5 million gold coins. Such a betrothal gift would not embarrass the daughter of Neptune. Therefore, as long as Gervais and the others can agree, Neptune will not make any other demands. After all, in terms of wealth, no other holy city in the Sea Clan can compare with its wealth. And he, the Sea King, does not need his daughter to earn wealth.
Okay, Lord Neptune, please allow me to discuss it with Gervais.
Alice nodded.
Please feel free to do so.
Neptune had no objection and smiled, and made a pleased gesture to Alice. 5 million gold coins. This is a huge test, and it is natural to understand that Alice and Gervais need to discuss it. At this time, Gervais was still deep in thought. Several requests from Neptune today made Gervais feel familiar. When he was in St. Osqui, it seemed that Edward had made similar demands to him. At that time, Gervais was still confused and felt that Edward's temperament had changed drastically, and he actually wanted to take advantage of him. But now it seems that I have wrongly blamed Edward, and he is basically asking for a betrothal gift from me.
But I didn't make it clear to him at that time. Could it be that I saw Adela walking out of my bedroom and misunderstood something? Gervais figured everything out in an instant. And then, he was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, Edward didn't think of killing him with a sword at that time. Otherwise he would have died unjustly.
Gervais!
When Gervais's thoughts were wandering, Alice shouted to him.
Gervais just reacted. Let's go over there and discuss it. Oh well.
Gervais came over immediately, and then stood up. As he stood up, Gervais' eyes stayed on Caroline's pale face for a moment. Afterwards, Gervais and Alice walked directly to more than 10 meters away to discuss.
Gervais, do you have 1,000 magic potions? 8,000?
Gervais was a little confused. Didn't Neptune just say 500?
Yes, just 1,000. Have.
The cost of 1,000 magical potions is 1 million gold coins. Gervais can naturally take it out, and immediately answered in the affirmative.
Well, that's okay. I'll give Neptune 1,000 magical potions later.
Alice received an affirmative answer from Gervais, nodded and said,
Why did you give him 1,000 magical potions?
Gervais didn't understand what his cheap wife was up to.
You'll find out later.
Alice took a deep look at Gervais, and then replied meaningfully,
Okay, 1,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces.
For Alice, Gervais trusted unconditionally. And the thing that worries him most right now is not 1,000 magical potions, but Caroline. After a pause, Gervais immediately spoke to Alice.
Alice, there is one thing I want to confess to you, and that is that I and Gervais. Let's not talk about these things for now. Let's settle Lolita's matter first. They are still waiting.
Unfortunately, Alice didn't give Gervais any chance to speak. He interrupted him directly, and then walked towards the long table without looking back. Gervais's words were stuck in his throat, and he was finally held back. This was the first time he encountered such a rejection.
Alas, we can only wait until later to expose it in public. I hope Gust's heart can withstand it.
Gervais finally shook his head helplessly, and then walked towards the long table. After both Gervais and Alice walked back to the long table, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Especially Lolita's eyes were full of anticipation and uneasiness.
Your Excellency Neptune, Gervais and I have already discussed it. However, your conditions need to be changed.
Alice spoke directly.
What? Change the conditions? Elf Queen, you don't think my daughter is not worth these 500 potions, do you?
Seeing that Gervais and Alice had concluded their discussion so quickly, Neptune thought that this request would definitely be agreed to. Moreover, this potion is also used on Lolita. From now on, when Lolita stays in Saint N City, the potion will still be of substantial help to Saint N City. Unexpectedly, Gervais would not even agree to this request, so he would not want to leave his daughter here anyway. After Lolita heard Alice's words, her face turned pale, her eyes were red, and she looked at Gervais, becoming the second Caroline in the scene.
Your Excellency Neptune, please listen to me first.
Seeing the change in Neptune's expression, Alice was not in a hurry and continued speaking slowly.
500 magical potions. Gervais and I discussed it and thought it was a bit too little. So, Gervais is willing to come up with 1,000 magical potions.
Alice showed a rare smile, and her beautiful face immediately stunned everyone. However, no one paid attention to Alice's beauty at this time. But all the attention was attracted by her words, because they don't know what the operation is. Neptune only asked for 500 potions. But now Alice and Gervais took the initiative to double the amount. That was worth 5 million gold coins. Twice as much unimaginable wealth.
8,000 magical potions. Elf Queen, are you serious?
Even Neptune, who was not short of money, was also shocked. He was full of doubts. His first impression was that Alice was teasing him. But in this situation, Neptune couldn't figure out why Alice would do this. Are you really preparing to go to war with the High Clan? Neptune felt that if this was not true, then this was the only possibility. And he was even secretly accumulating strength and preparing to fight.
Of course it's true. 1,000 potions. Gervais will take them out later. But we have a small request.
But Alice's next words reaffirmed the matter of 1,000 potions. However, this still failed to reassure Neptune.
What request?
Neptune asked seriously.
On the day of your wedding to Lolita, there will be another bride.
And add a bride? For a moment, everyone in the field was confused and couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence at all. Even Gervais didn't know why and looked up at Alice.
Do I have a cheap wife? Why didn't I know? Elven Queen, what does it mean to add another bride? Who is that person?
Just ask if you don't understand. Neptune frowned and immediately asked Alice.
She's on the long table. That's my cousin Caroline. turning her attention to Caroline. Alice spoke lightly. Chapter 8:18 Coaxing Wife. Brush. In an instant, everyone's light followed Alice and moved to Caroline. But Caroline was stunned and didn't react for a moment. She covered her red lips with her hands. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Caroline always thought she could hide it from Alice. But Alice had obviously seen the problem long ago, and now she was even making the decision together. After a moment, Caroline reacted under the strange gazes of everyone, and then lowered her head with a red face, wishing she could get under the table. Gus also widened his eyes, looked at Caroline, then at Alice, and finally at Gervais. As for Gandalf, this cheap dad, he used to look at his nose and his nose. But now he is thinking about whose genes Gervais has inherited. He is not at all as single-minded as his dad. Gervais, as the person involved, was also in a state of confusion at this time. I shouted in my heart, "No way! Does my cheap wife know this? And it's so good!" At this moment, Gervais finally understood why Alice didn't give him a chance to speak before. It turns out that the cheap wife has already understood everything, and everything is under her control. Absolutely impossible. I am the princess of the sea tribe. Father. Neptune understood what Alice meant. He also didn't expect that Gervais had so many confidants. And this elf queen was actually so generous, and took the initiative to nominate another confidant. Of course, Neptune was opposed to this request. He did not lack the 5 million gold coins at all. However, when he was halfway through speaking, Lolita directly grabbed his arm. Lolita begged him pitifully. "Father! Sister Caroline knew Gervais first, so I don't mind. Besides, Gervais is so good. It's normal for girls to like him." Lolita shook Neptune's arm vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh, Lolita, have you decided for yourself?" Now that things have come to this point, what else can Neptune say? In fact, speaking of confidant, as the absolute overlord of the sea, Neptune himself has countless beauties in his harem. He knew that even if he rejected this request today, it did not mean that Gervais would have no other confidant in the future. On the contrary, now that Alice has put this matter out in the open, she is very honest and respectful to him. Coupled with Lolita's pleading, Neptune finally had the intention to relent. Getting 500 more potions will also make Lolita's position more stable in the future. "Father, my daughter has decided. I am willing." When Lolita saw Neptune relenting, she immediately nodded hurriedly and answered in a very affirmative tone. "In that case, let's settle this matter. As for the wedding date, Elf Queen, have you made any plans?" Neptune looked at Alice and asked helplessly. When Alice heard the question, she turned to look at Gervais. Gervais's eyes met Alice's, full of gratitude and love. After thinking for a moment, he spoke on his own. "Your Excellency Neptune, why don't you wait until the battle in the land of the gods fall ends for the wedding? There will be a war at any time now, so it is not suitable to mobilize a large number of troops to hold a wedding. Gervais is the monarch of Eurasia, so if there is a wedding, all the nobles of Eurasia will be invited to attend the ceremony. By then, the flowing seats and main seats will probably be set up for 10.5 days, and there will be tens of thousands of guests and entourage. Okay, then the engagement between you and Lolita is finalized. You must ensure that Lolita is not ignored or bullied in the future." Neptune immediately agreed, and at the same time, he solemnly warned Gervais in a serious tone. "Your Excellency Neptune, please rest assured." Although Gervais was a little emotional, he still knew how to cherish the beauty, so he naturally agreed. From then on, the engagement was settled, and everyone continued to eat and drink for a while before dispersing. In the hall of the small temple building, Gervais, Alice, and Gus were sitting on the sofa in the hall with Caroline. The atmosphere in the hall at this time was quite awkward. Gervais originally wanted to reveal the affairs between himself and Caroline slowly, so that things would not seem so abrupt when the time comes. Neither Alice nor Gus will react too violently when the time comes. But this time the Lolita chick incident became the catalyst and immediately detonated the incident. Of course, judging from today's situation, Alice seems to have already gained insight into what happened between him and Lolita without Gervais having to reveal it himself. Therefore, the only person who was truly shocked today was Gust. "Ahem! Count Gust, I want to apologize to you here." After sitting quietly in the field for a moment, Gervais, as the person directly related to this matter, sat up straight after a moment of silence and spoke, sincerely apologizing to Gust. Well, when Gust heard Gervais's apology, he sighed helplessly. "Your Majesty the King, your apology is unnecessary.
I know Caroline's character. If she hadn't been willing, nothing like this would have happened. I just hope that His Majesty the King will treat Caroline well in the future. Even though Gus didn't expect the matter between Gervais and Caroline to develop to this point. However, on weekdays, we can actually see some clues from the contact between Gervais and Caroline. Now that Alice has taken the initiative to recognize Caroline, Gus naturally has nothing to object to. Besides, now that Gervais is so outstanding and has become a monarch, it is not a bad thing for Caroline to marry him. After a pause, Gus looked at Alice again and added, Also, Alice, can you promise your grandfather, for his sake, not to blame Caroline? You also know your cousin's temperament. Grandpa, don't worry. My cousin has been helping Gervais at the gathering place during this time, and I have seen her efforts. I am not angry with Caroline, Alice immediately assured her, directly dispelling Gus's concerns. Thank you, Alice. At this time, Caroline's eyes were still slightly red, and she held Gus's hand and expressed her sincere gratitude to Alice. She originally thought that today was her most disappointing day, but little did she know that today was her lucky day. Not only did Alice not blame her, she also took the initiative to help her initiate an engagement. From then on, she could be with Gervais openly. Caroline, there's no need to thank me. It was your sincerity that moved me. And if you want to blame me, you can only blame Gervais. Alice ignored Gervais after coming out of the restaurant. And now she even gave Gervais a big look. Ahem. Caroline, take Count Gus to rest first. I have something to say to Alice. When Gervais saw his wife's eyes rolled, he knew that a comforting meal was absolutely indispensable. However, this is the reaction Alice should really have. How can the first wife help her husband find two confidants and not be angry? It was obvious that in front of Neptune and others, Alice was pretending to be nothing out of concern for Gervais's face. Now that all her closest relatives were present, Alice began not to hide her emotions. Well, Gervais, Alice, let's go first. Caroline understood what Gervais meant, and immediately held Gus's arm obediently and walked towards the door of the hall. Boom! As the heavy door of the hall closed, the room fell into silence again. Alice, looking at his cheap wife, who turned her head to the other side, leaving only the back of her head for him. Gervais immediately leaned over and spoke softly. As he spoke, Gervais's hand stretched out towards Alice's palm. Do not touch me! However, Alice was like a kitten with exploded hair at this time, not letting Gervais touch her at all, and directly shook off Gervais's palm. As an experienced driver, Gervais was not angry at all about Alice's behavior, but was very happy. Being petty means that the other person still cares and can be coaxed. If the other person's face is indifferent and his heart is as calm as water, that's fatal, and he won't be able to keep him even if he wants to. At that moment, Gervais stood up directly and came to the front of Alice. However, when he came to Alice's front, he saw Alice's eyes were red, and crystal tears were pouring out of her beautiful eyes. Seeing Alice crying, Gervais instantly felt as if his heart had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. I feel so distressed. Alice, I'm sorry. Gervais immediately leaned over and squatted in front of Alice, reaching out his hands to Alice's fair and pretty face to wipe away her tears. Alice did not speak or evade, but her blue eyes stared upward tightly, unwilling to look at Gervais. Alice, do you know, at the beginning, when I saw you for the first time, I was deeply attracted to you. You were so noble and stunning at that time. So, at that time, everyone else was bowing their heads, but I was the only one who was looking up, because I was completely attracted by your beauty. Later, when you started to choose a husband, I didn't lower my head intentionally, but your nobility at that time made me realize that I was definitely not worthy of you at that time. So I might as well take advantage of this rare opportunity to eat more. A little good food. That's what I could get in Roseburg at that time. Unexpectedly, you chose me and said you wanted to choose me to be your husband. I was shocked at that time. Also, even after being chosen by you, I still feel that it is not real. And I feel that I am not worthy of you. So I want to refuse. But, facing your beauty, I finally chose to agree. I am now very glad that I chose to agree at that time. Otherwise, I would have lost the destined love of my life. Alice, do you think I was stupid at that time? I looked up when others were looking down, but I kept my head down when others were looking up. Gervais put his hands on Alice's cheeks and spoke affectionately of the scene when the two met for the first time. Although some of Gervais's negative psychology is hidden in it, but at that time, he was really amazed by Alice's beauty. I also have self-knowledge in my heart. So I thought that I would definitely not be selected and would eat with my head down. These words today can be regarded as his heartfelt words. Listening to Gervais's affectionate words, especially the last sentence, Alice, whose beautiful eyes were still filled with crystal tears, suddenly couldn't help but burst into tears and burst into laughter. Following Gervais's words, she also recalled that she had secretly chosen Gervais. At that time, Gervais was indeed a bit silly and a bit annoying in her eyes. And the biggest reason why she chose Gervais, besides Gervais's appearance, was that she wanted to deal with this boy who dared to ignore her. Now that I think about it, my choice at that time was so willful and so lucky.
Yes. Just smile. Alice, do you know? When you smile, you can be said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. I still remember the first time I saw you smile. I was stunned again,
seeing Alice's tears turn into a smile. The big stone hanging in Gervais's heart finally fell, and he immediately continued to talk sweetly to Alice.
Humph. You just like to use sweet words to deceive girls. If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have chosen you in the first place.
When Gervais said this, Alice felt a little uneasy. I felt that if I could forgive Gervais so easily, it would be too easy to forget him. His face immediately became angry, and he snorted coldly.
Alice, you have wronged me. What sweet words are there? I am telling the truth. You were like a goddess in my mind at that time.
When chasing girls, you need to be thick-skinned. The same goes for coaxing girls. As a veteran driver, Gervais had already received the essence of it online, and he still smiled and spoke to Alice.
Also, the reason why you chose me at that time must be because I was handsome, and the most pleasing to the eye among that group of people,
Gervais said without blushing or heartbeat.
Nonsense. Although you are handsome, you are not pleasing to the eye at all and even annoying.
Alice immediately retorted.
Okay. I hate it. If hating allows me to be with you, I would rather you hate me for the rest of my life.
Gervais pretended to be helpless.
Snort.
Faced with Gervais's thick skin, Alice naturally couldn't resist. In the end, she didn't know how to answer Gervais, so she simply snorted with a straight face.
Okay. Alice, don't be angry. You will always be my favorite wife in my heart. Thank you for what happened today. I will never forget it in my life. Gervais immediately stood up and sat on the sofa next to Alice. Alice was sitting on a single sofa. Although it was spacious enough for one person to sit on, it was inevitably crowded when two people sat down.
What are you doing?
Alice felt Gervais's breath close at hand. Her pretty face turned red, and she scolded angrily.
I'm trying to persuade you not to be angry.
Gervais didn't care and grabbed Alice's slender hands. After Alice's white and slender hands were held in his hands, Gervais kept stroking them.
You pervert! Let me go!
Alice was so shocked by Gervais's intimate move that she stamped her feet. But no matter how hard she tried, Gervais would not let go.
You are my wife. Our wedding was witnessed by Jones and all the nobles on the first day we met. How could I be a pervert?
Gervais felt the smooth satin touch in his hands and retorted without blushing or heartbeat.
You and I.
Alice was speechless.
I forgive you.
Finally, after stamping her feet, Alice gritted her teeth and uttered, Chapter 8 19 Time flies. After coaxing Alice, Gervais continued to tease his cheap wife in the hall for a while, and then left the hall with Alice. A moment ago, I had come to report that the Sea King was preparing to leave Saint and City and return to the sea to the east. When Gervais and Alice came to the temple, Neptune was explaining something to Lolita, while Lolita nodded obediently with tears in her eyes. When Neptune saw Gervais and Alice coming, he touched Lolita's head and then looked at Gervais and Alice.
Your Excellency Neptune, won't you stay a few more days?
Now that his engagement with Lolita has been finalized, and Neptune has become his real elder, Gervais must not be angry with his elder anymore. So he took the initiative to ask Neptune.
The natives in the ocean haven't been completely expelled yet. I have to rush back quickly to stay in charge. So I won't stay any longer.
The expression that Neptune looked at Gervais was no longer the same as when he entered the city. Because in the same way, now that Gervais has become his son-in-law, a big factor in his daughter's happiness from now on will be Gervais. And he can't give Gervais any shame. And for a king like Neptune, he can naturally afford to take up and let go of everything.
That's it. Your Excellency Neptune, please come to Saint and City again next time you have time. I will treat you well.
After hearing this, Gervais nodded and spoke without holding back.
Okay. By the way, Gervais, I want to tell you one more thing. No matter how many confidants you have in the future, I hope you can treat my Lolita kindly. She has never been wrong since she was a child. As long as your wedding is completed, I will hand over all the shares of the entire sacred business to Lolita.
Neptune nodded, thought for a moment, and solemnly explained to Gervais again.
His.
Hearing the last words of Neptune, Gervais suddenly took a breath. Others present at the Holy Trading Company may not be familiar with it, and don't understand what it represents. But Gervais knows it clearly. That not only represents endless wealth, but also represents a super-complete intelligence system. This holy continent is extremely vast, and the transportation is not developed. So the branches of the Holy Trading Company in various holy city areas have become the best bases for collecting information. When Neptune says this now, he probably wants to make Gervais understand the value of Lolita. So he will not neglect Lolita with contempt. After all, this sacred trading company was given to Lolita as a dowry. As long as Gervais and Lolita have a good relationship, they will naturally gain the same benefits. This is why the nobles gave their daughters generous dowries when they got married.
Your Excellency Neptune, don't worry. Since my engagement with Lolita has been concluded, she will be my wife from now on, and I will treat her equally.
Gervais gave Neptune a positive answer. Of course, his words were not for the sake of the Holy Trading Company. But he spoke the truth, even if there was no Holy Trading Company.
Well, if Lolita becomes pregnant one day, please send someone to notify me immediately, and I will send someone to take care of Lolita. I see that you have recruited a group of Sea Tribe natives. Just ask them to bring your flag to deliver the message. I will explain it to you, and there will be no accidental injuries.
Seeing Gervais' sincere expression, Neptune felt satisfied and began to explain the most important things.
Hearing
this, Gervais was a little confused. Is this Neptune so open-minded? They even had to explain this kind of thing. And this was before they were officially married. However, now that people have spoken, Gervais naturally wanted to give a satisfactory answer and nodded immediately.
Your Excellency Neptune, please rest assured. I promise to inform you as soon as possible when the time comes. In that case, I can rest assured to leave Lolita to you. Then I'll leave. Okay, Lord Neptune, have a nice journey.
At the moment, Gervais and Alice said goodbye, and at the same time followed up to send Neptune out of the city. Arriving at the entrance of the temple, Gervais was thinking about sending someone to load a few carts of wine and fire wine for Neptune to bring. But he saw Caroline already waiting outside the temple with several carriages. There were many wine barrels on each of the 5 carriages. A total of 40 or 50 barrels. Caroline thought so thoughtfully that she saved Gervais' words. And then the group walked to the outside of St. Anne's City.
Alonso! Your Majesty the King of the Sea!
Neptune stood outside the city and called Lolita's guards over.
From now on, I will hand over the 1,000 elites of the Sea Tribe to your command. From now on, you will be responsible for following the princess and protecting her safety. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best. No matter what.
Alonso did not hesitate and immediately swore a solemn oath. Alonso is actually not a Sea tribe, but an out-and-out human tribe. As for why, he would be loyal to the Sea clan. This goes back to the catastrophe 200 years ago. The catastrophe 200 years ago caused many human beings in the Holy Continent to flee to the sea. Later, for various reasons, he was lost on a desert island above the sea. After the Sea tribe discovered these small groups of humans, they did not kill them, but slowly contacted and helped them. In the end, these people were slowly assimilated by the Sea clan and became humans belonging to the Sea clan. Alonso, the descendant of the human race, was taught to be loyal to the Sea race from birth. So he later became Lolita's loyal guard when she walked across the continent. The 500 humans that Neptune mentioned at the dinner table were actually from such an isolated island. After generations of reproduction, they have a 100% sense of belonging to the Sea clan. Even if they choose to go to land, their allegiance is still to the Sea clan.
Very good. Except for the first group. The rest are going.
Neptune was also a resolute person. After giving instructions to Alonso, he took one last look at Lolita. The party school waved his arms and directly led the remaining 4,000 elites of the Sea tribe back to the original route.
Now send someone to the Holy Bridge Castle to inform Hayden and tell them about Neptune's situation to avoid conflicts. In addition, convey my order and let Shaka's fishmen expand the scope of their patrols in the future. This kind of thing can't happen again.
It must be said that Gervais was lucky this time, because Lolita had completely fallen in love with him. Otherwise, if Lolita's attitude is not firm, even if Alice goes out to negotiate, it will be ineffective. By then, a war is inevitable.
although Gervais will not be the one. It is estimated that few of his men will survive, and Saint and City and the gathering place will suffer huge losses. Therefore, as a lesson from the past, the patrols on the Holy Bridge Fort must expand the distance to eliminate all hidden dangers. Being able to get early warning means that no matter how powerful the enemy is, Gervais will have enough time to deal with it.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike immediately accepted the order and then returned to the city to start arranging Gervais' explanation. After Neptune and others disappeared on the road outside the city, Gervais looked behind him. At this time, Lolita was holding Caroline's arm and reluctantly watching Neptune and others leave.
Lolita, if you miss Neptune next time, I will have someone escort you back then.
Seeing the pitiful appearance of this little girl, Gervais couldn't help but feel soft in his heart and opened his mouth to comfort her.
Yeah, I know Gervais.
Lolita immediately smiled with red eyes.
Caroline, take Lolita to the gathering place to relax.
Gervais nodded to Lolita, then looked at Caroline beside him.
Okay, Gervais.
Caroline didn't object after hearing this, and took Lolita and headed towards the city. Gervais and Alice were walking behind.
Alice, how is Seignior City lately?
After this incident, Gervais finally had time to chat with Alice about home affairs.
Everything is normal, but the scouts we sent have already explored the location of the orcs, and they are only a few hundred miles away from us.
Alice took the initiative to hold Gervais's arm and answered softly.
Oh, then you should pay more attention. If anything goes wrong, send someone to notify me immediately.
Now that Alice and the others have discovered the traces of the orcs, Gervais can roughly determine the location of Seignior City. It took him 5 or 6 days last time to ride the rapid dragon bird from the land of God's fall to the orcs. It seems that Alice and the others are further away, at least 8 or 9 days away. Fortunately, it only takes more than a day to get there from the sacred forest.
Well, I know. Gervais, we won't expand any more in the future. After all, the number of elves is not large. You should be more careful here. After all, your strength is too weak.
Alice nodded, but reminded Gervais.
Don't worry. I will take advantage of this period of time to develop rapidly.
Next, Alice stayed in Saint Anne for another day. Then he returned to the elves' gathering place with Elder Fern and other elves who came to support. Before leaving, Gervais directly handed Alice the 2-tier profit from the sale of the wine and asked her to take it back on her own. After Alice left, Gervais also started busy with things in the territory. Time flies, and 5 months have passed in a flash. In these 5 months, the development of Gervais's territory has reached unprecedented levels, because he had enough gold coins and energy points. The infrastructure construction and soldiers' training were accelerated extremely quickly. The original more than 500 silver knights all broke through and became golden knights within these 5 months. As for the original bronze knights, their improvement speed is even more obvious, and they have all reached the silver high level or the silver peak level. Even the ordinary warriors recruited later are all intermediate and high-level bronze knights at this time. Now, Gervais already has a direct guard force of 3,000 people. The most elite among them are naturally the original 1,000 people. As for the other 2,000 weaker ones, Lori and Oaths each led a team. Most of them are bronze knights, and only a few are silver knights. Compared with before, this is already a qualitative leap, and it will still grow rapidly in the coming time. In addition to the direct guards, Ick and other personal guards have all reached the peak of silver knights, and they will be able to break through and become golden knights in a few days. Among Gervais's subordinates, the most dazzling one is naturally the magician squadron. Now Longy and others are already junior magicians. Their unified skill is to release fireball. After separation, the skills that each of them is good at can achieve different effects through cooperation. Gervais has specially arranged some simple tactics for this purpose. For example, in a head-on conflict with the enemy, the wind magician can first use the wind spell to blow up the dust, and then other aggressive magicians can use magic to output powerful magic. The ice magician can use the ice shield to resist the enemy's attack or directly hinder the enemy's progress when the enemy attacks. In short, the magician has reached a certain base and is simply a weapon for conquest. Through monthly battle drills, after Gervais discovered the beauty of magicians, he was no longer satisfied with only having a magic squadron. He directly sent people to Eurasia to contact those slave owners and purchase the well-trained efforts they already had. Of course, at the same time, people also brought a ban on using such cruel training of human slaves in the future. These slave owners were actually the spokespersons of some nobles, although the nobles behind them were quite dissatisfied when they learned about this ban. All dissatisfaction disappeared after Gervais showed them another path. Gervais asked people to tell them that if they want to start a large-scale slave trade, they should come to the Holy Continent to capture orcs. Orcs are not friendly to humans, and it is very common for them to eat people at will. So Gervais has no psychological burden on them. The slave owners became excited instantly after hearing Gervais's suggestion. In the past, the orcs were a great terror in their eyes. But as more and more news came back from the Holy Continent, they also knew that the orcs were divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The lowest orcs are actually not difficult to deal with if you are careful. Moreover, the orcs are huge and powerful. Once you really want to tame them, you will definitely not have to worry about selling them. And you can even sell them for a high price. Since then, Gervais has not only solved the problem of slave owners' cruel training of human slaves, but also purchased the last 500 existing slave warriors. These slave warriors are just like Long E and others. They are only one of 100 existences, and they are already emotionless killing machines. Gervais divided them into 2 groups, and 300 of them continued to train to become magicians. The other 200 people were trained to become titled knights, and were assigned to the leadership of Ike and others. They would become members of the guards in the future. Gervais is now a monarch after all, and the personal guard only has 10 people, which is too shabby. In fact, in addition to the magician squadron, the girls in the medical team are also improving rapidly. Half of the girls in the medical team have become junior magicians. Not only can they rescue the wounded on the battlefield, but they can also rely on their own magic to protect themselves when necessary. Therefore, the medical team is no longer the army of women with no protective capabilities. The military has developed so rapidly, and other basic developments are not lagging behind either. For example, Gervais's St. Anne City. Today's St. Anne City has become busy, and you can see people coming and going everywhere on the streets. They are all members of noble families who came from Eurasia. After these noble families purchased the shops in St. Anne City, they began to trade with their allies in the Holy City under the guidance of Gervais. Chapter 8:20 Prepare to go to war. For example, trade some iron ore, mithril ore, textiles, and other goods from Eurasia to the city of Johnson and others. Then use the gold coins earned to buy food or other cheap goods from the Holy Continent and sell them back to Eurasia. Don't underestimate this kind of trade. Because of the low labor force of the serfs in Eurasia, the products produced have a great advantage in cost, which is unmatched by the Holy Continent. Noble caravans can make a lot of money just by selling these daily necessities or mineral resources with little technical content. And buying cheap grain from the Holy Continent and transporting it back to Eurasia can make a huge profit when resold. Under such a trade environment, in just 5 months, the noble business groups in Eurasia can be said to have made a lot of money. This also made the nobles of the entire Eurasian continent know that the Holy Continent was a cornucopia, and they could pick up real money by sending out caravans. After the news spread, many nobles originally did not come to buy because they felt that the prices of the shops in St. Anne City were too high. But now they came in droves, trying to buy the shops in St. Anne City and obtain permission to trade in the Holy Continent. The coastal town of Storm Territory was already overcrowded at this time, and it was full of nobles or people sent by nobles to propose to buy shops in St. Anne City. Unfortunately, they did not respond to Gervais's call 5 months ago. Instead, they only came after seeing a profit. Naturally, Gervais would not let them take such advantage. So Gervais has now issued new regulations. That is, the noble families who purchase stores in St. Anne City from now on will no longer enjoy the original tax-free preferential policy for trade between the Holy Continent and Eurasia. Caravans traveling between St. Anne City and Eurasia. Gervais will collect a 5% trade tax. Of course, Gervais did not do this just to covet their little money. Compared with such a small tax, it would be more beneficial to Gervais if Eurasia could prosper. The real purpose of Gervais is to make it easier for people to travel from Eurasia to the Holy Continent, because traveling from Eurasia to the Holy Continent requires passing through the teleportation array. Nowadays, with the increase of caravans, the teleportation array operates almost 24 hours a day. Even so, there are still queues of people around the teleportation array every day. Some caravans who want to come to the Holy Continent or return to Eurasia need to submit an application 2 days in advance. And then, they will be queued up by the personnel who manage the transmission channel. Therefore, Gervais has sent people to the City of Hope to continue building several teleportation arrays between the Holy Continent and Eurasia to alleviate the current problem of insufficient teleportation arrays. Gervais was very happy to see the city of St. Anne flourishing. In addition,
What made him even more happy was that the walls of Stormwind City were being raised with the efforts of tens of thousands of serfs, and thousands of goblins, like Chazhar. Because of Goblin's supervision and guidance. And Gervais asking Lori and Alder to take the Bronze Knights to help with training from time to time. The construction of Stormwind City was greatly accelerated. Maybe it won't take 2 or 3 years for Stormwind City to be basically completed in another July or August. In these 5 months, Gervais himself has not missed any practice. With the blessing of Kiwi Fruit, he has broken through 2 levels in a row and successfully promoted to the high-level Black Flag Knight. If other title knights were to know about this speed of cultivation, their eyes would surely drop. While Gervais is practicing fighting spirit on weekdays, he also practices his own magic. He is now an intermediate magician. What is even more interesting is that after Gervais summoned his skeleton soldiers, only then did I realize that the skeleton soldiers number 1 had all been promoted. And number 1 had become a red skeleton. And the original Nightmare has now become a purple skeleton. Gervais remembered that he had never used soul crystals on them at all. But each of these guys had improved. Number 1 and Nightmare were still so fast that Gervais immediately communicated with the 2 younger brothers through his thoughts. In the end, Gervais only understood one thing from their simple expressions of thoughts. That is, they kept fighting in that dark world to become stronger. Although I don't know how fighting can help them level up so quickly, it does no harm to Gervais. Gervais is too lazy to worry about it anymore, and just let them develop on their own. This morning, Gervais woke up from his fragrant bed again. Gervais! Just as Gervais sat up, the call of Lolita came from outside the door. Come in! Lolita! Anna! Gervais had long been accustomed to Lolita waiting at the door, and immediately gave instructions to the outer door. Bangta. Morning. Gervais. Good morning. Your Majesty. Soon. Lolita and Anna, the maid, came to the bedroom. Since the last engagement, Lolita has appeared in Gervais's bedroom every morning for the past 5 months in order to cooperate with Anna to help Gervais get up. Gervais once advised Lolita, but she said that if she wanted to marry Gervais in the future, she would have to learn how to serve Gervais and find something to do for herself. After all, Caroline was already managing the camp, and it was not easy for Lolita to interfere in other aspects. After hearing such words, Gervais stopped trying to persuade her. It would be good for her to find something to do, so as not to be bored and bored. Now the little princess of the Sea Tribe service skills have reached Anna's level. She is not only fast but also thoughtful. Moreover, because of the engagement, although the 2 of them have not yet cooked a meal, they no longer have the same scruples in their behavior as before. So getting up now is also a pleasure for Gervais. Okay, Gervais, let's see how today is. I specially asked the caravan to bring this dress back from the City of Hope. Lolita clapped her slender white palms, pushed Gervais to the mirror, and proudly showed off to Gervais. Oh, very nice. I like this pattern very much. Looking at the tulip lace embroidered with gold on the clothes, Gervais nodded with satisfaction. It would be best if you like it. Lolita was immediately filled with a sense of accomplishment. And then she took Gervais's arm and said, Gervais, then go to the restaurant to have breakfast. I've asked Chef Jimmy to prepare it. I'm only with you. I'll go find Sister Caroline. I told her to continue traveling to Eurasia today. Well, go ahead. Come back soon. Gervais was led out of the bedroom by Lolita. When he heard that she was going to Eurasia, he had no objection. Over the past few months, Caroline and Lolita have become the best of sisters. He usually rides the rapid dragon bird around, and even occasionally goes to Alice's place to play with Alice. In the past few days, the 2 of them have been fascinated by Eurasia, mainly going to Eurasia. The ocean is right next to the storm territory. Lolita can take Caroline to the bottom of the sea and visit scenery that Caroline has never experienced before. As for safety, there is no need for Gervais to worry about it. The 1,000 elites of the Sea Tribe can naturally protect them. Bo! Gervais, I'm leaving then. When approaching the restaurant, Lolita directly put her feet on Gervais's body, and then gave him a passionate kiss. After giving him a sweet kiss, she walked towards the door of the small building with a smile. This chick! Gervais raised his hand to wipe his cheek and shook his head helplessly. This little girl's previously repulsive character will no longer appear in front of Gervais. Of course, Gervais could be seen once or twice in front of outsiders. Sometimes Gervais happened to see Lolita on the street. This girl was carrying Alonso with her head held high and her face indifferent. Even when a group of nobles from Eurasia saluted her, she just nodded in response. After breakfast in the restaurant, Gervais came to the temple by himself according to his schedule during this period. just when he was about to start practicing after checking the training progress of the slave soldiers. The guards guarding outside the temple quickly trotted in.
Your Majesty the King, you just received a summons from St. Osqui City.
The guard ran in front of Gervais and immediately took out a roll of envelopes.
Oh, bring it over and show it to me.
St. Osqui City was the big city that Edward captured. During this time, they would keep sending messages once a week. But the last summons was 3 days ago. This time it came early, which means there must be something important.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The guard immediately handed the envelope respectfully to Gervais. Because it was delivered by a rainbow bird, the envelope was rolled into a long cylinder. After Gervais took it, he made sure that the paint on it was intact before opening it for inspection.
Is it finally starting?
After Gervais checked the contents of the envelope, his expression immediately became serious. The envelope was naturally written to him by Edward, and it only said one thing, and that was to prepare Gervais. In the next few days, various holy cities should start to take action. According to reliable information, the Golden Shield family and his allies have made big moves in the past few days. They are constantly mobilizing troops and collecting supplies to send to the land of the gods. And this is a sign that the war is about to begin. Gervais thought he still had a few months to develop, but he didn't expect that so suddenly the battle would begin again.
You go down first. Feed that rainbow bird well, and I will let it deliver the message back later.
Silently putting the envelope in his arms, Gervais asked the guards to retreat.
Yes, Your Majesty.
After the guards exited, Gervais looked at Ike to the side and said,
Ike, go and notify my father now. And Gus, Lori, Audrey and others are coming to my place. I am preparing to hold a meeting. Yes, Your Majesty.
In the next few days, Gervais began to mobilize before the war. And this pre-war mobilization was to strengthen actual combat drills. In addition to frontal charges on flat ground, the drill also included multiple siege battles. During the drill, Gervais divided his subordinates into 2 teams, with 1,000 of the earliest direct guards serving as the siege party. The new direct guards led by Lowley and Audrey were on the defensive side. In this way, 3 days passed with 2 drills a day, which not only made the direct guards more skilled in attacking and defending the city wall, and Gervais himself also has a better understanding of how to seize the opportunity to allocate personnel to attack the city. Originally, Gervais was planning to practice for a few more days, but he did not expect that on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Edward's message came again. The Golden Shield family and his allies really started to attack the remaining indigenous cities. Edward's side has also made preparations and will begin to gather troops and horses in 2 days, and the official attack will begin in a week. In the letter, Edward asked Gervais if he wanted to take a detour to join them. Gervais thought for a moment and decided not to take the long way to Edward's side. After all, the road outside his city can also lead to the indigenous city. More importantly, if he chooses to take a detour, the safety of Saint and city will not be guaranteed. Therefore, he planned to go on the road with a single army this time. Even if he only captured 1 or 2 small cities, he would be satisfied. The most important thing was to maintain the stability of Saint and city. As for Edward and the others, wait until they start fighting, and then let them march towards themselves, allowing the natives to attack them from both front and rear. If everything goes well, Saint and city will no longer be alone in the future, but will be able to connect with Edward and others' territory again, and there will be no need to worry about security issues. Time flies, and it will soon be 2 days later. Woohoo! In the early morning of this morning, the sound of horns in Saint and city spread throughout the city, and the streets in the city were lined with crowds of onlookers. These people are the nobles of Eurasia, or the businessmen who work for the nobles. These people were quite excited today because they had received the news that their king was going to go on an expedition today, since the church was destroyed, and the powerful King Gervais is now uniting the continent. There has been no war in Eurasia for a long time. Even the friction between nobles was gone. If they hadn't heard the news today, people would have thought that there would be no war before His Majesty Gervais died of old age. Now that I heard it suddenly, it was naturally very fresh. Of course, more importantly, there may be business opportunities, because war actually represents wealth. As long as His Majesty Gervais can capture more cities, they can eat a lot of spoils.
Gervais, you must protect yourself. Remember that we are waiting for your return in Saint and City.
In the temple, Gervais was wearing brand new silver armor with a red cloak hanging on his back. At this time, Caroline and Lori were holding Gervais's arms and leaning on his chest, with a look of reluctance on their faces.
Don't worry, Caroline. Look at the times I've let you down. Gervais knew the worry in Caroline's heart, and immediately comforted her softly. Gervais, why don't you let Alonso and those 1,000 Sea Clan soldiers follow you? Although they are Sea Clan soldiers, they can still fight on the ground. After Gervais finished speaking to comfort Carlo, Lolita spoke again. No need. Alonso will stay in Saint and City so that I can go out with peace of mind. After all, 90% of Lori's direct guard of 1,000 people are Bronze Knights. The only ones with real combat effectiveness are your 1,000 Marines, the elite of the clan. Gervais softly rejected Lolita's proposal again. This time, the main force of the defense of Saint and City was indeed the 1,000 elites left by Sea King to Lolita. Chapter 821 Holy Leaf City. This time Gervais planned to take away an unprecedented number of people. More than 6,000 people. Among them, there are 2,000 direct guards, 1,000 of the most elite men led by Gandalf, as well as 1,000 people recruited and trained by Audrey. In addition, there are 3,000 indigenous sea tribesmen brought by Gervais from the Holy Bridge Castle, although the overall strength of his subordinates is still not comparable to other holy cities. Overall, this is the largest number of troops in Gervais's previous expeditions. In addition to these 5,000 people, the rest are the Air Force and Magician teams, the medical team, and the logistics team. Okay then, Gervais, you must be careful. Sister Caroline and I will be waiting for you to come back. Lolita heard that her 1,000 sea tribesmen turned out to be so important, so she no longer insisted on letting Gervais take them with them. Then, like Caroline, she said the words to wait for him in Saint Anne's City. Don't worry. With such a beautiful wife like you here, I will definitely come back soon. As the saying goes, beauty ages easily. And now that Gervais has a lovely wife in his home, he is no longer the lonely single he was before. Naturally, he will cherish his life even more and care more about his family. After saying that, Gervais took his hands out of their arms, and then stroked their cheeks. Okay, it's almost time. Bo, Gervais, we are waiting for you. The two of them also knew that they could not delay Gervais's business, so they obediently kissed Gervais's cheeks from left to right and then stepped aside. After the two women stepped away, Anna's little maid obediently handed over Gervais' helmet. Gervais took a deep breath, held the sword on his waist with his left hand, and walked towards the temple gate with his helmet in his right hand. Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King! When Gervais strode straight outside the temple gate, deafening greetings immediately sounded in the square outside the temple. At this time, colorful flags were flying in the square in front of the temple, and thousands of soldiers were neatly lined up. The soldiers were uniformly dressed, all wearing black armor. This black armor was specially processed by Jevister. The black armor could not only condense a thicker momentum, but also increase the concealment. Nowadays, other holy cities in the Holy Continent are equipped with shining silver armor. This silver armor can be easily exposed if you march at night. Get up! Facing this massive greeting and watching the uniform movements of thousands of soldiers, Gervais felt a sense of pride in his heart. He smiled and asked everyone to stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty the King! All the soldiers immediately stood up and stood in order again, waiting for Gervais' instructions. Today, I will take you on an expedition. Under my leadership, Stormwind City will surely rise, and Eurasia will surely prosper, and you will be my sharpest sword. When I defeat all enemies, that's when you will be honored. Rise! 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 When Gervais finished his brief words, the soldiers below immediately punched their chest armor and shouted loudly, Very good! For the rise of Stormwind City! For the triumph! Do it! At this time, Ike beside Gervais quickly handed over a silver cup, which contained the H.L. fire wine. Try! The soldiers below also picked up the wooden bowls that had been prepared from their feet. The contents of these wooden bowls are not the fire wine of H.L., but the fire wine of the dwarves. The next moment, thousands of people in the square raised their bowls and drank the dwarf fire wine in one gulp. Clang! Now! Let's go! The spirits of the Gervais soldiers were very satisfied. They immediately raised their swords and gave orders to all the soldiers in the square. This way of drinking and going on an expedition naturally does not exist in the Western world, but Gervais specially arranged it to increase the sense of ceremony. Now it seems that the effect is very good. At least it has greatly improved the morale of the expedition. Then, the soldiers immediately started moving. The first to set off was Gervais' Warcraft team, led by Gandalf as the forward. Then came the rest of the direct guards plus 3,000 native soldiers of the High Tribe. When the native soldiers of the Sea Tribe left the square, There were 350 magic teams and 130 medical teams. Seeing that his subordinates were almost gone, Gervais sheathed his sword and looked behind him. At this time, Caroline and Lolita were hiding in the door and staring at him. Gervais said nothing more, just nodded to the two of them and walked down the steps. After descending the steps, Gervais rode the giant crocodile brother directly towards the city gate.
Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King!
As Gervais moved forward, people from Eurasia on the street prostrated themselves and saluted Gervais. Gervais smiled and nodded. A few minutes later, the group of them passed through the city gate and arrived outside St. Anne's City. At this time, Gervais took one last look towards street and city, and then walked towards the front of the team without looking back. Tap! Tap! On a wide dirt road with green trees on both sides, a team of soldiers wearing black armor was moving quickly. The team marched in unison, and there was no noise of conversation during the march. Gervais and his party have left street and city for 3 days. Before setting off, he sent people to investigate the front line here. The hinterland of the indigenous people is 300 miles away from the nearest city of St. Anne's City. This city is not big. It is initially estimated that there are 30,000 to 40,000 indigenous people, which is not as good as street and city. Of course, with Gervais's current military strength, he is actually on the weaker side compared to others. However, Gervais has a squadron of magicians and siege weapons obtained from the Sea tribe. Therefore, Gervais is now confident in capturing such a small town. Wow! As Gervais and others were marching, a rapid dragon bird responsible for detecting the front fell in the sky.
Your Majesty, the Aboriginal city is 10 miles ahead. The gate of the city is currently closed, and there are Aboriginal soldiers on duty on the city wall. No trace of other enemy troops was found around the city.
As soon as the guard responsible for spying on the military situation landed, he reported the situation to Gervais.
Very good. Keep exploring.
Gervais nodded. It would only take them more than half an hour to reach the 10-mile journey.
Yes, Your Majesty,
the guard responded, then quickly jumped on the rapid dragon bird and flew straight into the sky again.
Ick.
After the guard left, Gervais shouted to Ike, who was riding a war horse behind him.
My subordinate is here. Let everyone rest where they are and have lunch immediately. We will set off immediately in 20 minutes. When we arrive under the indigenous city, we will start attacking the city directly.
Gervais gave the order to Ike.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike immediately responded, and then gave instructions to Alec and several other personal guards.
Pass Your Majesty's order to rest and eat where you are. We will set off immediately in 20 minutes. We will attack the Aboriginal city as soon as we arrive at it. Yes.
Following Ike's message, Alec and others immediately started running towards the back of the team on their horses. This time, Gervais's team of 6,000 people traveled, stretching for more than 2 miles on the road. Therefore, the current method of conveying orders, in addition to trumpets, is to have personal guards act as heralds and rush around to tell the news. As Acrylic and others rode towards the rear and continued to convey Gervais's orders, the entire team gradually stopped. The soldiers came to the shade of the trees on both sides of the road in an orderly manner and started to light a fire and eat. About 20 minutes later, the team completed the repairs on time. Following Gervais's order, the soldiers started their journey again. Dang, dang, dang. Half an hour later, alarm bells rang in the indigenous city of Seignior City, and groups of divine servant guards began to climb the city wall with weapons in hand.
Priest Jenny! Priest Jenny!
Jenny, the priestess of Holy Leaf City, also came to the city wall after hearing the alarm bell. The servant guards on both sides of the city wall saluted respectfully when they saw it.
Gallagher, how is the situation? Did this team come from St. Anne's City?
Jenny came directly to the leader of the 3,000 divine servants in Seignior City and asked.
Yes, Priest Jenny. This group of invaders is coming from the south.
The commander named Gallagher responded immediately.
The number of people this time is much higher than what Priest Delia said. When Priest Delia was defeated last time, he said that the group of invaders only had more than 500 people.
Jenny looked at the troops outside the city that were twice as many as her own, and felt worried in her heart. The last time Priest Delia of St. Anne's City evacuated, she had informed them of the information about the group of invaders. In the past few months, they have not dared to relax for a moment. Today, the enemy finally arrived, but the number of enemies was more than expected.
Priest Jenny, don't worry. These invaders look like they have many people, but I have observed that they are not strong. There are only 1,000 golden knights, and we have already transferred support from the main temple. Although the number is only 3,000,
There are still 3,000 golden knights. Gallagher was not worried about the enemies outside the city, but instead opened his mouth to comfort Ginny. And Priest Delia said last time that the leader of this group of invaders is stronger, and he has weird ways of luring monsters. This time we only need to strictly guard the city, and not leave the city on our own like Saint and City. These intruders will never come back. Then it's up to you, Commander Gallagher. If you defeat this invader, I will definitely ask for credit from the main temple for you. Seeing that Gallagher was full of confidence, Ginny felt a lot more relaxed, and she opened her mouth to encourage Gallagher. Yes, Priest Ginny. Gallagher immediately became excited when he heard Ginny's words, and then looked at the group of more than 6,000 invaders outside the city. Come on! We will not underestimate the enemy like Street and City. No matter how you cunning invaders talk, we will not leave the city. While Gallagher was waiting excitedly for Gervais to step forward to provoke him, Gervais began to form his troops. Except for the logistics team and the medical team, the other soldiers have already set up their formations, and they can start attacking the city just waiting for Gervais's order. Naturally, Gervais would not step forward to engage in any provocation this time. Last time, he had insufficient troops and was pursued by thousands of elite members of the Golden Shield family. So he had to resort to this strategy to lure the servant of God guards from Saint and City out of the city. But this time, Gervais came with so many men, and he was preparing for an upright siege. Seeing that the soldiers were almost in line, Gervais nodded towards the messenger on the side. When the messenger saw Gervais's signal, he immediately ran to the front of the large corner, and then put his mouth to it. Woohoo! As the messengers puffed up their cheeks and blew hard, the melodious sound of the horn immediately spread throughout Seignior City and beyond. Everyone listens to the order. Aim the giant crossbow at the enemy city. 1 minute. Prepare to shoot. Ike led a team of 50 people, and had already arrived 500 meters away from Seignior City. When he heard the sound of the horn, he immediately began to urge the soldiers to adjust the angle of the fort. Huh? Aren't you ready to provoke me? Gallagher felt a little strange when he heard the horn sound outside the city, and the intruders, who were making trouble a few hundred meters away. This is somewhat different from what Delia said at the beginning about the cunningness of the intruders. However, you may choose to attack directly to avoid wasting time. If I deal with you this time, the merits I will receive should be enough for me to transfer back to the main temple to continue my training. Gallagher thought to himself, then turned to look at the subordinate next to him. Can the bed crossbow hit the dozens of intruders at the front now? Gallagher felt a little uncomfortable looking at the more than 50 people messing around in that strip. He felt that it was a provocation to him, so he wanted to use the crossbow to make them look good. But it is a pity that the distance of 500 meters has been verified by Gervais a long time ago. The bed crossbow on the wall of such a small city cannot be hit at all. Lord Commander, those intruders are at least 450 meters away from the city wall. Our bed crossbows can't hit them unless they move forward another 100 meters. Okay, let's wait until they start attacking. Gallagher was a little disappointed and could only continue to wait patiently. However, he didn't know that the dozens of bed crossbows on his city wall would probably no longer exist in a while. Woohoo! 1 minute has passed, and a short trumpet sound came from outside the city wall again. Fire! As the horn sounded, Gallagher faintly heard shouts coming from outside the city. Boom, boom, boom. Just when he didn't know what the word fire meant, a huge explosion suddenly came from outside the city. The explosion was so unexpected that Gallagher couldn't help but tremble. Asshole! What is this? Bang, bang, bang. Ah! After being frightened, Gallagher wanted to yell, but the muffled sounds and screams that kept coming from his ears interrupted his thoughts the next moment. I saw debris of bricks and wood flying on the city wall, and accompanied by screams. Several of the God-serving guards were beaten to pieces in an instant by something. What is this black ball? No, it's a bed crossbow. Looking at the scene on the city wall, especially the 5 or 6 broken crossbows on the city wall, Gallagher's expression changed drastically, and he was undoubtedly distressed. It's just that what makes him feel distressed is yet to come. Just over 30 seconds later, there was another booming sound outside the city. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. With the second round of SH. Ling. 7 or 8 bed crossbows on the city wall were lost again, directly destroying 2/3 of the bed crossbows on this section of the city wall. Woohoo! And as the bed crossbow was almost destroyed, a louder horn sound came from outside the city. This is Gervais's order to start the attack. Chapter 822, Strong Attack on the City. Woohoo! As the attack horn sounded, the 3,000 Sea Clan soldiers at the front began to slowly move toward Seignior City. Of course, Gervais did not let them take the lead because he did not want these sea tribe natives to be cannon fodder. At this time, they looked like direct guards, wearing heavy black armor. Gervais' investment in equipment for them was no different from that of the direct guards. 5 months ago, at the request of the Sea King, Gervais helped Lolita's 1,000 sea soldiers forge gold crystal armors, and later luckily also equipped them with 3,000 natives. The reason why the sea tribe natives took the lead today was because they could easily cross the moat, and then use sea vines as a tool to climb the city wall. Originally, the High Tongue would not share this thing with outsiders, but Gervais seized some from the sea tribe natives, and then got a lot from Lolita's treasure chest-like storage space. Therefore, when he came this time, he did not plan to use siege ladders and other equipment at all, but directly used the tree vines as ladders to siege the city. As the 3,000 High Clan moved closer to the city wall step by step, the 2,000 direct guards at the rear followed closely behind. And finally, the 250 magician members including Long E. The crossbow is ready for the long archers, and the enemy will start shooting immediately after entering 100 meters. Gallagher stood on the messy city wall, gritting his teeth as he watched more than 5,000 people outside the city slowly approaching. Because the giant crossbow he relied on most had been almost destroyed. Fortunately, there are more than 500 longbowmen on the city wall, who can attack and kill enemies at close range. After killing a wave of miscellaneous fish, and then placing the enemies on the city wall, the 3,000 golden knights can eat these intruders without mercy. Here is the defensive strategy Gallagher prepared today. It's just that Gallagher's fantasy is beautiful, but reality is often very skinny. For such an offensive and defensive battle, Gervais has been practicing for 3 days, and naturally considered the basic offensive and defensive factors. As they got closer and closer to the city wall, when they were finally 100 meters away from the city wall, the sea people in front suddenly stopped, and Ho Longi and other magicians quickly ran up from behind.
Everyone! Enemies on the target wall! Fireball! Prepare! Attack!
As Longi gave the order loudly, more than 10 seconds later, scorching fireballs suddenly flashed outside the city. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of fireballs hit the city wall like a meteor shower without magic power.
Well, it's really a formation of rocket launchers.
Standing on a high slope in the distance, Gervais saw the scene under the city wall, and couldn't help but think of the scene of the Katyusha launch in his previous life. Rockets with tail flames were launched one after another, and the sound was naturally terrifying. Although it has turned into a fireball now, the effect is almost the same.
So many intruder magicians. Everyone, be careful. Take cover quickly.
Boom, boom, boom. When Gallagher shouted a loud warning, the fireball had already hit the city wall, and in an instant, the entire city wall was occupied by bursting fire and rumbling roars. Fortunately, the soldiers on the city wall are all golden knights, and are not stupid. Moreover, because the distance is relatively far, they have time to dodge when the fireball attacks. In the end, only a few of the Servant of God guards were hit by the fireball, and most of them were intact and hiding behind the walls. But although they escaped the attack of the fireball, the siege team below did not stop. Taking advantage of this gap, the soldiers of the Sea tribe who had stopped ran directly, and then quickly jumped into the moat. After entering the moat, the long archers on the wall were helpless against them. In just over 10 seconds, the High Clan soldiers emerged from the other side of the 30-meter wide moat.
Everyone, throw out Kaido and prepare to fight.
Arriving on the other side of the moat, the 5 captains of the High-Own clan immediately began to give orders to their subordinates.
Drink!
Following the order, the sea soldiers holding sea vine seeds struggled to throw the seeds under the city wall, and then waited with weapons in hand. Wow! Wow! As the seeds of the sea vine fell to the ground, instantly, the seed shone with a burst of blue light. Following the blue light, the seeds immediately began to take root and sprout, and then grew larger and larger, climbing towards the city wall at a speed visible to the naked eye.
You traitors!
The magician's fireball technique was a threat to the Golden Knights, but it was of no use to Gallagher. So when he looked up at the Sea tribe natives in the moat, he suddenly became furious. These guys are obviously from the race in the land of God's fall, but now they have taken refuge with the invaders and are helping the invaders to attack them. Wow! Wow! However, the seeds have been thrown, and no matter how angry Gallagher is, it is useless. As tens of seconds passed, the seeds of the sea vine, which were originally only the size of broad beans, had grown to more than 30 meters in height, clattering directly onto the city wall.
Quick! Send the order. Pour hot oil on it. Light these sea vines for me.
Because it has been prepared for several months, Seignior city has sufficient supplies for defense. Now seeing the vines spreading to the city wall, Gallagher immediately began to give orders. As an experienced military commander, he naturally knew that this Kaido could not be solved by chopping. The only way was to burn it with fierce fire.
Yes, Lord Commander.
When the messenger heard this, he immediately responded,
Quick! The Commander-in-Chief has an order to burn these sea vines with hot oil. The Commander-in-Chief has an order to burn these sea vines with hot oil.
As the order was conveyed to the entire city wall, the servant guards on the city wall soon began to take out jars of hot oil and pour it on the sea vines. Boom! After pouring the hot oil and lighting it with a torch, the sea vines soon began to burn.
Huh? There is such a thing as kerosene.
Gervais, who was standing on the high slope, was a little surprised when he saw the fire coming from the city wall. After all, he had never seen kerosene in the Holy Continent. But Gervais didn't know that the kerosene used by Gallagher was actually different from the one in his mind. The hot oil used by Gallagher is a substance secreted by plants. After simple processing, it can become a combustion aid like gasoline.
Command the magic team to put out the fire.
The branches of the sea vine were very thick and full of water. Although they were burning for a while, they were not completely destroyed. Gervais immediately gave an order to the messenger.
Woo!
The messenger received the order and immediately blew the horn to send the signal.
Magic! Put out the fire!
Longy immediately received the message from Gervais and immediately began to order the water magicians in the team to activate. Since Gervais planned to use the sea vine as a tool to attack the city, he had anticipated that the enemy would use fire to deal with the sea vine. So he had already given the horn command to Longy and others to extinguish the fire.
Freeze! Freeze!
As Longy issued the order, a total of more than 30 water magicians in their team immediately began to chant and cast spells. When the chanting and spell casting ended and the 3 words, freezing, were spoken, a strange scene immediately occurred on the city wall. Wow! Wow! I saw that a thick layer of frost immediately formed on the more than 30 sea vines that were originally covered with hot oil and were burning. If this ice is used to deal with the tidal night, even the silver night will be slowed down a little at most. But at this time it is only used to extinguish fire. But it is as good as ice to extinguish fire. So powerful.
Keep casting. Don't stop.
There were at least 80 or 90 vines on the city wall that were set on fire. So Longy immediately spoke and urged the water magician to continue casting spells. While Longy was directing the rapid fire extinguishing, Gallagher on the city wall looked livid, with a little confusion in his eyes.
Your Majesty, what's going on? Why are the invaders' magicians not only numerous in number, but also capable of releasing different magics?
After fighting the invaders for half a year, the natives also understood the details of these armies of the Holy Alliance. They knew that there was a magician profession among the invaders, and their abilities were very terrifying. Fortunately, from past knowledge, there were very few invading magicians. An army with at most a dozen magicians was considered too much. But now Gallagher has not only met hundreds of magicians, but many of these magicians can also release a variety of magic, which directly destroyed Gallagher's outlook on life. He also knows why street and city was lost. This team of invaders is strange. Tens of seconds passed quickly, and the dozens of burning sea vines were completely extinguished.
Then come on! You shameless intruders! Then I can only use blood to make you afraid.
Although Gallagher was angry at this time, he did not think he would lose. He himself is a strong red flag knight, and he has 3,000 elites in his hands. He is ready to give the enemy the most hated attack to wash away the previous grievances. Woohoo! As if in response to Gallagher, the horn of charge sounded again outside the city. The 5 sea captains hiding in the river below heard the horn sound and looked at each other, and then took out a bottle of medicine in their arms. Gulu! Gulu! Several people put the potion to their mouths and drank it directly.
Come on! The first person to climb the city will be rewarded with 1,000 coins.
The next moment, the 5 people threw the empty potion bottles, and the shouter took the lead in climbing up the shore and rushing towards the city wall.
Kill!
As the 5 people took the lead, other sea soldiers also followed, shouting and coming to the bottom of the city wall and starting to climb up the sea vines. The sea clan began to climb, and the direct guards also placed the wooden planks that had been prepared in the moat, and then sat on the wooden planks in groups. Under the wooden board, several sea soldiers, who had been arranged for a long time, quickly pushed the wooden board towards the other side. Suddenly, the most intense stage of the siege arrived.
Kill!
The 5 sea captains were the first to rush up to the city wall. Seeing the densely packed golden knights on the wall, they were not afraid at all. They shouted loudly and jumped into the crowd. Dang, dang, dang.
Ah!
After a few people jumped into the crowd, the god-servant guards quickly surrounded and attacked, and several sea tribe captains could only quickly round their swords to resist.
Huh?
However, at the next moment, they were surprised to find that they were just swinging a sword normally, but it directly knocked back dozens of enemies around them. There was even an unlucky guy who couldn't retreat in time, and his gold crystal armor was directly cut open with a big gap. After discovering this situation, several captains couldn't help but try to wave their swords again. In an instant, they finally noticed the same thing. His current strength has increased dozens of times.
This is His Majesty's potion.
Previously, because I was charging, I only had passion in my mind and had no time to think about other things. Now that they are truly aware of this power, they understand how magical the potion Gervais asked them to take. This is too scary.
Get out of your way, and let me deal with these traitors in the land of God's fall.
At this time, Gallagher had quickly rushed over and squeezed directly in front of several sea captains.
Red Flag's primary strength.
After seeing Gallagher, several sea captains immediately showed serious expressions on their faces. Even if their strength surges, they are not sure whether they can defeat each other.
You traitors! Go to H.L.
Gallagher ignored the worries of several people and immediately waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at the nearest sea tribe captain.
Kill!
The sea captain had no choice but to use all his strength to attack him.
Win!
But the next moment, the result of the two people's fight was unbelievable. The two of them were separated in one blow. Although the captain of the sea tribe was knocked back 4 or 5 steps by Gallagher's huge force, he did not suffer any damage other than that. You must know that the opponent is the Red Flag Knight. In the past, if you wanted to kill him, it would only take 3 or 5 swords.
Ha ha! Long live His Majesty the King! I can also fight against the Red Flag Knight today. Don't look at it. You guys, hurry up and kill the leader of the God-Servant Guard together with me, and dedicate his head to His Majesty the Great King.
After the sea captain reacted, endless excitement immediately appeared on his face, and he greeted the other companions.
Okay, dedicated to His Majesty the Great King. Kill!
Several other people also reacted, and then everyone quickly moved towards Gallagher to surround him. But Gallagher looked like he had seen a ghost at this time. He had clearly observed several people under the city wall before, and they were clearly White Flag Knights. How come the strength of these people now was at the peak of Black Flag? Moreover, he was currently on the city wall, surrounded by his subordinates, so he was unable to use secret techniques with greater lethality.
Kill!
Gallagher's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Seeing the 5 opponents coming together to attack, he could only roar and wave his sword to fight.
Well, it's almost time. Giant crocodile. It's our turn.
Gervais used his telescope to have a panoramic view of the situation on the city wall. Feeling that the time had come, he immediately gave the order to the giant crocodile beneath him.
Roar!
The giant crocodile roared violently when he heard Gervais's words. And then the hill-like body moved and began to charge towards the Holy Leaf City. Boom! Boom! Although the giant crocodile is huge, its speed is undeniable. Like those small lizards in its previous life, its body can lift 3 of its feet off the ground when it gallops. The distance was more than a mile, and in just tens of seconds, the giant crocodile brother arrived at the edge of the moat. Chapter 823 Chapter 825 Capture of Seignior City. Wow! The giant crocodile leaned down directly into the moat without any hesitation.
With a little brother like this, it's really easy to attack the city.
Standing on the back of a giant crocodile, Gervais could cross the moat without even getting his shoes wet. Boom! The next moment, the 30-meter-wide moat was easily crossed by the giant crocodile, and the giant crocodile stepped onto the ground again.
Giant crocodile, break open that city gate for me!
Arriving on the other side of the moat, Gervais immediately jumped off the back of the giant crocodile, and then calmly gave an order to the giant crocodile.
Roar!
The giant crocodile immediately looked at the city gate of Saint and City, then roared violently, accelerated suddenly, and crashed directly towards the city gate. Boom! Wow! As the giant crocodile's huge body suddenly exerted force, it hit the gate of Saint and City like a train. Suddenly, the ground shook at the gate of the city, and a lot of plaster on the city wall was shaken so hard that it fell down.
Okay, the giant crocodile continues.
When Gervais saw the scene, he immediately shouted and shouted, urging the giant crocodile brother to continue attacking.
Not good!
Gallagher on the city wall felt the vibration of the city wall and couldn't help but glance down. When he saw the giant crocodile's huge body of more than 10 meters, his face couldn't help but change. At this time,
The city wall has been climbed up by the enemy. If the city gate is broken again, Seignior City will fall under the attack from the front and back. Intruder! Die! But at this moment, a woman in white jumped down from the top of the city wall. It was Jenny, the priestess of Seignior City. Priest Jenny! Gallagher watched Jenny jump and couldn't help roaring. There are still thousands of intruders outside waiting for the city gate to be opened. Priest Jenny will never return if she jumps there. How brave! I actually took the initiative to deliver it to my door. Gervais saw the priestess of Seignior City jumping down. Instead of being nervous, he shouted happily, and then rushed towards the priestess like lightning. Angelina! Lord God! Your devout servant begs you to send down divine punishment to punish these blasphemers. God's punishment comes to the world. Priestess Jenny started chanting immediately after landing. However, the target of her attack was not Gervais, but the giant crocodile brother who was constantly hitting the city wall. When Gervais rushed towards her, Jenny didn't even frown. When the chant was completed, she pointed her finger directly at the giant crocodile. Holy shit! This divine punishment is much better than the priestess Delia. After Jenny finished casting the spell, Gervais immediately noticed something was wrong. The sky was originally clear, but now a large black cloud suddenly appeared above their heads. At this time, the giant crocodile brother also felt the threat, and had stopped hitting the city wall. He looked up at the dark clouds above his head, like a kitten with exploding fur, and kept letting out low roars from his mouth. Boom! While the giant crocodile brother roared, thunder suddenly appeared in the dark clouds above his head, and the lightning that appeared was as thick as a bucket. Holy crap! It's scarier than the forbidden curse! When Gervais saw the thick lightning, his hair suddenly stood up even more, and he felt that the Tianling cap was itching. How dare he delay it this time? He immediately opened the system panel and exchanged it for a kiwi fruit. Boom! The dark clouds come quickly, and the attack is at the next moment. When Gervais's kiwi fruit was finally exchanged, the thunder in the sky was already fully brewing. With a thunderous explosion, a blinding light appeared in the sky that could not be seen directly. I am coming! The moment the dazzling light appeared, Gervais directly changed his body shape and jumped towards the giant crocodile brother. Boom! The thunder that fell from the clouds hit directly in front of the city gate, causing pain in the eardrums of everyone within hundreds of meters. The next moment, when the dazzling light disappeared, there was a brief moment of silence in the originally fierce fighting field, and everyone stopped in response to the terrifying momentum. They wanted to see what kind of lethal effect this terrifying thunder had. However, when everyone saw the appearance of the city gate clearly, their eyes suddenly widened. I saw that the giant crocodile at the gate of the city was intact at this time, but there was a man like a brazed iron plate hanging on the giant crocodile. This red man was Gervais. Ahem! It was so powerful that even my armor was burned red. It is indeed worthy of divine punishment. Seeing everyone looking at him, Gervais couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the armor on Gervais's body was actually glowing red, and it was directly burned red by the lightning. However, Gervais himself showed no signs of injury at all. How can this be? When Priestess Jenny saw this scene, she covered her little mouth, her eyes full of confusion, because she had known for a long time that there were invaders coming to attack Seignior City. Her divine power had been accumulating anytime and anywhere during this period. The power of the blow just now was enough to kill the high-level monsters at the city gate with one blow. But he didn't expect that he would be fooled by the leader of the intruders. It was just a matter of blocking it originally. But with such power, even if the Red Flag Knight survived, he would be seriously injured. It was absolutely impossible for the leader of the invaders to survive. But now looking at the appearance of the intruder leader, there are no signs of injury. How can there be any sign of dying? Can a dying person smile and talk? Relaxed? Ha ha! Are you surprised? Surprised? Gervais looked at the priestess, but he was a little annoyed in his heart. This guy's divine punishment cost him 10,000 gold coins. Immediately, Gervais fell from the air, then flashed and came directly in front of the priestess. Snapped. Gervais directly slapped the staff from the priestess's hand, and then pinched the opponent's white neck with his palm. That indigenous commander! Will you surrender? After Gervais caught the priestess, he did not kill her, but looked at Gallagher above. Gallagher! Don't surrender! Snapped. When the priestess retorted, Gervais slapped the priestess on the butt before Gallagher could react. After taking the photo, Gervais raised his head and looked upward again. Shameless bastard! Gallagher above saw this scene, and his eyes were split with tears. The priestess was the most sacred existence, but the leader of the invaders dared to be so frivolous.
I'm just asking you if you want to surrender. If you don't surrender, I'll kill her now.
Gervais ignored Gallagher's anger and spoke out again word by word. Gallagher actually wanted to continue to persist, but saw that the city wall was already filled with the opponent's troops. Moreover, there were high-level monsters on the other side, and the city gate would not be able to block them for long. As his thoughts turned around, he finally spoke with difficulty.
We surrender. Very good. Now stop your men and put down their weapons.
Gervais was very satisfied with Gallagher's choice and immediately smiled. In fact, even if Gallagher doesn't surrender, their overall momentum is gone. In just tens of seconds, the city gate will be breached by them.
Put down your weapons.
Gallagher's face turned pale, and finally he raised his head and gave instructions to his subordinates around him. When the subordinates heard his words, they immediately stopped what they were doing, and after hesitating for a moment, they dropped their weapons. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the sound of discarded weapons echoed on the city wall. Squeak! Tens of seconds later, the gate of Seignior City was also opened by the captain of the Sea tribe who had entered the city.
Your Majesty the King!
Several sea captains opened the city gate and immediately filed out, saluting Gervais at the door.
Very good! Now, let's go into the city.
Gervais patted the shoulders of several sea tribe captains. The heroic Gervais of several people today can be seen in their eyes, and this can be regarded as their real certificate of submission. Following Gervais's order, everyone at the city gate immediately followed him into the Holy Leaf City. When Gervais and others entered the city, they discovered that there were no civilians in Seignior City, and the streets and houses were all empty.
I'm going to be so cruel.
Gervais couldn't help but complain. They fought fiercely here, but when they finally conquered it, they found that the battle was lonely. Apart from these thousands of local soldiers, the city was cleaner than ever. Fortunately, when Gervais and others arrived at the temple in Seignior City, they saw that the sacred artifacts in the city were still there. This is because these 3,000 indigenous elites are stationed here, and they need to perform priests to stabilize the morale of the army on weekdays.
I don't know if this holy weapon is effective. For today's siege, I spent 60,000 gold coins just on the cost of kiwi fruits.
Gervais held a pair of wrist-like sacred weapons in his hands, but he was thinking about the gains and losses in his mind. Each of the 5 sea captains spent 5 black kiwi fruits on a bottle of strength-enhancing potion. In addition, he just bought a damage immunity fruit to resist thunder, which is the cost of 10,000 gold coins. As for the casualties, we will have to count them again later.
Where have you residents of Seignior City gone?
While the casualties were being sought outside, Gervais began to interrogate the indigenous priestess.
Intruder, kill me! One day, the Lord Angelina will send down divine punishment to punish you blasphemers.
The priestess heard Gervais's inquiry, but she didn't buy it.
Oh, it seems you have forgotten the slap just now.
Gervais looked sideways at the top-tongued priestess, and couldn't help but raise his palm and rub it.
You are shameless.
When the priestess heard Gervais's words, she immediately remembered the slap Gervais had just given at the city gate. Her pretty face turned red, and she cursed loudly.
Ha ha! I have something even more shameless. I'm going to ask you now. Will you answer my question?
Seeing that this trick was effective for the priestess, Gervais immediately pretended to be shameless, and spoke with a wicked smile on his face. When the priestess saw Gervais's appearance, her face turned pale as expected, and finally she spoke angrily.
5 months ago, all civilians were sent to the main city. Intruders, please kill me.
Now Jenny just wants to die.
Oh, it was sent to the main city 5 months ago. What about other cities? Have they been sent too? Yes, the same goes for other cities.
Jenny continued to answer angrily. After saying that, he spoke to Gervais again.
Just kill me. Send her down and imprison her, and send her back to Saint and City later.
Of course Gervais would not kill the priestess. To be honest, he would not kill these natives indiscriminately if it was not necessary. Taking their city now is just the general trend and follows the actions of other holy cities. After all, even if he doesn't capture them, these cities will fall into the hands of others sooner or later. So it is better to capture them and lay the foundation for Stormwind City. Moreover, there must be rich resources near each of these indigenous cities, and they are all extremely important existences in the land of the gods. As for these natives, they will either stay and work as coolies in the future and slowly assimilate over time before becoming one of his civilians, or they will be sold to other holy cities. Of course, Gervais prefers to stay and use their advanced workforce, just like the thousands of natives captured by Shunqiao Fort. They are not helping him work honestly now. And their request is just to be able to priest their main god once a month. When the native priestess was taken away, Gandalf rushed over at this time.
Father! How are the casualties?
When Gervais saw Gandalf, he immediately asked,
Gervais, this is a big victory.
When Gandalf heard Gervais's question, he didn't even have time to sit down. He immediately opened his mouth, shook his beard, and answered in a loud voice.
Oh, a great victory? Yes, Gervais. Not a single soldier was killed. Only hundreds of people were seriously injured. And because of the medical team's treatment, the lives of the seriously injured were not in danger. So, this is a great victory. To be honest, my father has participated in dozens of siege battles over the years. No one died,
but he has never encountered a battle that can capture the city.
Gandalf was surprisingly happy. After all, Gervais was his son. If his son could win the greatest victory with the least casualties, that would naturally make him extremely happy.
That's it. Father, have you counted the number of indigenous soldiers?
Gervais was quite satisfied with the casualties. Of course, this must be due to the contribution of the magicians of the medical team. Otherwise, according to the normal casualty ratio, most of the seriously injured soldiers would not survive tonight.
We have counted. Originally there were a total of 3,000 divine servant guards in Seignior City. All of them were golden knights. Later, when we attacked the city, more than 20 people were killed and injured by artillery and magicians, and more than 100 people were seriously injured. However, the seriously injured are not in danger because of the rescue by the medical team. There are now a total of 2,981 indigenous prisoners.
Gandalf reported the situation of the natives in detail.
It seems that apart from the sacred objects, the biggest gain is the indigenous soldiers.
Nearly 3,000 golden knights are worth a lot of money even if they are sold as slaves. Moreover, they can be used as high-level coolies to train the best labor force no matter what they do.
Father, please go down and let the soldiers have a good day's rest. Wait until tomorrow morning. I will ask the 2 captains of the Sea clan to escort them back to Saint City with 500 people.
Gervais still needs to continue deep into the hinterland of the indigenous people, so these prisoners must naturally be escorted back to Saint and first. Because of the mithril shackles, Gervais did not have to worry about accidents during the escort.
Okay, Gervais. I'll make arrangements now.
Gandalf understood what Gervais meant. After the battle, it was natural for the soldiers to relax and enjoy the joy of victory. While Gervais was capturing Seignior City, thousands of natives were kneeling on the ground devoutly in the temple square of Saint and City, offering sacrifices to the staff captured by Gervais. This is the benefit Gervais promised them, and they will be allowed to sacrifice holy objects once a month. In return, they need to work hard to help Gervais and promise not to cause trouble. Otherwise, the sacrifice will be cancelled.
Lord Angelina, your loyal servant prays to you again. Please return and restore your great glory.
Chapter 8:24 Empty City. One by one, the descendants of the servants of the gods were lying on the ground, chanting devoutly in their hearts. Such sacrificial prayers have been carried out since they were sensible. Although there has been no response for decades or hundreds of years, they believe that one day, their main god will awaken and return again. Under the leadership of the priestess Nabel, everyone prayed devoutly. And soon this monthly event came to an end. And just when the descendants of the god servants opened their eyes and prepared to stand up after praying, the next moment everyone was stunned.
The holy relic is glowing.
The holy object that had never behaved abnormally suddenly showed unprecedented changes. A little bit of light shone around the sacred vessel. Buzz! As the light grew stronger and stronger, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the field, and halos of light appeared on the sacred staff, rippling like waves.
The Lord God has awakened and returned. Our Angelina has returned.
As the only priestess present, the moment she saw the halo appear on the staff, Nabel's face revealed an unprecedented surprise. She immediately spoke in a low voice to the descendants of the servants of God, who were kneeling on the ground in a daze.
What? The Lord God has returned?
Hearing Nabel's words, several of the nearby descendants of the servants of God were astonished, as if they were in a dream. Their main god had been gone for who knows how many years, and they never expected to witness the reappearance of their main god. Buzz! And just when the natives gradually began to glow with endless surprises, there was another buzz in the field. Then there was this buzzing sound.
But the shining staff dimmed again and returned to its original appearance.
This, Priest Nabel, what's going on? Hasn't the Lord God awakened and returned? I'm awake. The efficient one said that countless years ago, when the glory of the Lord God was still there, All the items in the temple had their own holy light, especially the sacred tools used by the Lord God. They are all filled with divine power, full of holiness. It was only after the death of the Lord God that these holy weapons lost their brilliance. However, the chief priest said that one day, as long as the Lord God returns again, these holy objects will shine again. Nabal is worthy of being a priestess. Although she is not strong, she always remembers everything about the Lord God. The staff suddenly emitted holy light, and she knew that this must be a sign that the Lord God had awakened. As for why the holy light of the staff would go out again, Nabal thought for a moment, thought of a possibility, and immediately comforted everyone in a low voice. The Lord God has just woken up, and his power has not been fully restored. If we want the Lord God to fully wake up and return, we need to continue to pray to the Lord God devoutly. Yes, what the priest said makes sense. It must be like this. Following Nabal's explanation, the descendants of the servants of God in front of them instantly understood. And then, they showed affirmative expressions and began to agree. They are all looking forward to it, hoping that their main God will wake up. And then they, the descendants of the servants of the God, will no longer be afraid of intruders. Then, Lord Priest, shall we continue to pray to the Lord Angelina now? This way, the Lord Angelina will wake up faster. The descendants of the servants of God, who were fervent in their hearts, immediately looked at Nabal. As long as she nodded, they would close their eyes and continue praying. No, we have already prayed once today, and the main God Angelina has also responded. However, the main God is very powerful, and it will definitely take some time to fully wake up, so we don't have to be too anxious. Nabal also wanted to pray continuously to awaken the Lord God as soon as possible. But as a priest, she knew that the Lord God was the supreme existence, and if she could wake up immediately, she would definitely be able to do it. However, the holy light of the staff continued to extinguish after maintaining it for a moment, which meant that the main God Angelina must still be in the process of awakening. Now, if you continue to pray to the main God Angelina, it may affect the main God's awakening. What's more important is that the intruders from street and city will definitely not allow them to do this. The guards responsible for guarding them have already seen the condition of the staff. The intruder's manager will definitely come to stop such a thing. So they need to try to keep it as it is to prevent the intruder from seeing anything strange. You will all obey the intruder's arrangements honestly later. We can't let any accidents happen to Angelina's awakening. Now whether the main God can be revived. This staff is the key. If the intruders are informed of the situation and the staff is destroyed, then they will be the sinners of their own tribe. Nabal figured everything out and immediately told the descendants of the servants of the gods, especially Commander Kinchel, that this guy had a bad temper. Although he was captured during this period, he was still unconvinced. Fortunately, he kept persuading him and finally suppressed it for the time being. Okay, Priest Nabal. After Kinchel knew that the goddess was about to recover, he saw the hope of regaining his freedom and immediately agreed. Priest Nabal, what's going on here? At this time, Caroline and Lolita arrived in front of the temple, escorted by a group of elite sea people. The staff had glowed before, and the guards had informed them. Hello, Miss Caroline. The holy object has just appeared to shine on its own. This is a scene where the holy object automatically absorbs the power of our devout faith and will appear every once in a while. Nabal bowed respectfully to Caroline, and then explained, the power of faith? Does it appear every once in a while? Caroline didn't know much about this aspect, so she was a little skeptical after hearing Nabal's explanation. And because the place of prayer was in the square, the scene was quite noisy, and the guards stood far away to help the natives maintain order, so they did not hear clearly the previous whispered discussions of Nabal and others. In that case, Priest Nabal, your sacrifices for this month have been completed. As agreed, you need to go to work now. I also need to put away the staff. Caroline glanced at Lolita first, and Lolita shook her head at her, indicating that she was unclear. So Caroline opened her mouth to clear out the natives and let them go back to work. Okay, Miss Caroline. Nabal had no objection. The more critical the moment, the more she had to remain calm. Then a group of natives, escorted by Lori and others, headed towards the gold crystal mine in the west of the city. Lolita, don't you know why the staff shines? Holding the staff in her hand, Caroline led Lolita towards the small building behind the temple. Sister Caroline, I know very little about the natives of the land of God's fall. Lolita nodded in reply. However, I don't think the priestess's explanation is necessarily credible. Lolita paused and added, well, we need to send someone to inform Gervais about this matter.
And we will also strengthen the supervision of the natives during this period.
Caroline nodded in agreement. Then the two men took the staff and sent it to the sacred tree in the garden of the small building again. And when the two put down their staffs and left, the already dim staff buzzed again. Then a lot of white light spots appeared on the staff and slowly converged towards the holy tree.
Hey! What is it?
Wally was playing among the branches of the sacred tree, and he saw these light spots hovering in the air curiously. 4 or 5 seconds later, all those white light spots merged into the holy tree. And then the garden fell into silence again, except for Wally, whose face was full of confusion. Gervais did not know that something strange was happening to the sacred tree and staff in his city of St. Anne. Early the next morning, he asked one of the Sea Clan captains to lead 300 Sea Clan soldiers to escort more than 2,800 captive natives towards St. Anne City. At the same time, they were asked to bring back a pair of metal wristbands, a pair of sacred objects seized from the Holy Leaf City, as well as more than 100 seriously injured people, because the road in the back leads directly to St. Anne City. Gervais was not worried about what would happen to them on the road. After the team escorting the prisoners left, Gervais left only 100 sea people as the force to protect Seignior City, and then led the team towards the next city again. Because of the siege of Seignior City, Gervais discovered that his seemingly weak troops were actually no worse than other holy cities in terms of siege. First, rely on long-range attacks to destroy the enemy's crossbows guarding the city, and then use magician firepower to suppress the opponent's long archers. And he still has thousands of Sea Clan soldiers under his command. So there is no need to worry about the moat outside the city. And there is no need to invest a large number of manpower and risk the river-filling operation. What's more important is that he also has 50 rapid dragon birds as aerial power. In the battle to capture Seignior City, Gervais chose to let the rapid dragon bird rest in the rear. But as long as he encounters a hard-to-gnaw bone, Gervais will let Longy and others ride on it, and then launch an all-round 3-army coordinated operation to attack the city.
Set off!
Looking at Seignior City, whose city gate had been closed, Gervais gave an order and more than 5,000 people set out on the journey again. 2 days later, outside a small city, Gervais frowned and looked at the city with the city gate open.
Your Majesty the King, we have been patrolling the city on the Rapid Dragon Bird, and there are indeed no natives.
I jumped off the Rapid Dragon Bird and came to Gervais to report.
It's strange that such a big city is empty. Not even a divine servant guard. Are the natives really willing to give it to us like this?
After listening to Ike's report, Gervais was thoughtful. They arrived at the city called St. Anne City 10 minutes ago, when they were 20 miles away from St. Anne City. The reconnaissance team sent by Gervais actually returned and reported that there was no one in St. Anne City, not to mention civilians. Not even the servants of God responsible for guarding could be seen. Empty streets, unguarded city walls, and a completely open city. This kind of report made Gervais suspicious. Could it be the famous empty city strategy in his previous life? Gervais immediately ordered to stay 20 miles away for the whole morning, and sent out all the rapid dragon birds to start carefully exploring inside and outside the city. After a morning of exploration, and after truly confirming that there was no trace of the enemy ambush, Gervais led the team to the front of St. Anne City.
Gervais, could it be that these natives know they can't be defeated, so they have evacuated?
Gandalf interjected next to Gervais at this time.
It's not impossible.
Gervais nodded. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation at present. Now it is not just Gervais who is launching the attack, but the entire Holy City forces of the Holy Alliance. Therefore, it is possible if the indigenous people shrink their defense line again. After all, in such a small city, 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers and horses can easily be defeated by each of them.
Let's go into the city and search again.
Although Gervais had this idea, he was still prepared to send people to conduct a careful carpet search in the city just in case. The Rapid Dragon Bird also continued to patrol dozens of miles outside the city to prevent this from being a strategy by the natives to lure the enemy deeper. A team of 5,000 people searched the city of St. Anne for 2 hours, and finally determined that it was an empty city with no one in it.
Ike, give the order. Everyone should rest in the city tonight. We will continue to go deeper tomorrow.
Gervais's original plan was to capture the 2 cities and then hold them. But now that he encountered such a good thing, he naturally would not stand still. He didn't care whether he would have enough manpower to defend the captured city in the future. Anyway, he was going as deep as possible now. Because, if the natives really abandon the city, then if they move slowly, it is likely that these cities will be advantageous to others.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike immediately accepted the order, walked out of the temple, and began to convey Gervais's orders. After spending a night repairing in Seignior City, Gervais and his party set out again the next morning. This time, Gervais only left 10 sea tribesmen to garrison in the city of Seignior. Gervais is not sure how many more cities will be empty next. If he encounters 3 or 2 cities and divides his troops too much, it will be uncomfortable if he really encounters the enemy. The strength is already strong. But if we divide our troops, I am afraid that we will be extremely happy and sad. In this way, Gervais left 10 people and closed the city gates tightly in Seignior City, and then continued on the road with his team. As we go deeper into the hinterland of the indigenous sphere of influence, the distance between the cities gradually shortens. Just one day later, Gervais once again encountered an empty city. However, even though there was a precedent, Gervais did not dare to let down his guard and swagger into the city. Instead, they searched carefully outside the city for several hours before entering the city.
Good things happen every year, but I didn't expect that this year there would be so many.
Gervais stood on the wall of this city called Seignior City. Gervais finally confirmed that these cities were abandoned by the indigenous people on their own initiative. Nowadays, these cities are like cabbage on the roadside. First come, first served. It is not too easy.
Your Majesty, the team has been assembled and ready to go at any time.
At this moment, I quickly came to Gervais's side.
Well, good. Let's set off now. There's no need to be slow.
Since there were cities to pick up along the way, and he was sure that this was not some conspiracy by the natives, Gervais was ready to speed up. Because the rapid dragon bird in charge of the investigation has reported that there is a medium-sized city more than 100 miles away. But the city is empty. Gervais is currently capturing small cities, and he is really greedy for medium-sized cities that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. After saying that, Gervais walked towards the city wall stairs. Chapter 8. 25 enemies meet on a narrow road. After a journey of more than 100 miles, under Gervais's forced march, he arrived at dusk the next day. Along the way he encountered no sign of the natives.
City of Holy Grace. It's indeed a good name.
Looking at the city wall, which was at least 50 meters high and nearly 2 miles wide, Gervais couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh heartily, revealing his white teeth. When he set out, he only wanted to capture 1 or 2 small cities, and then develop slowly. Unexpectedly, things changed so quickly. The natives abandoned the cities, and could pick them up at will. In addition to its large scale, the city of Holy Grace also has a supporting moat that is more than 50 meters wide, which is much larger than the ones previously occupied by Gervais. In addition, there is a large river running across it a few hundred meters to the north and east. The water surface is 200 to 300 meters wide, so the Holy Grace city is surrounded by water on both sides. It can be said that it is an easy to defend but difficult to attack place. The city. There was also a charred wooden bridge on the river. Needless to say, it must have been the work of the indigenous people who set it on fire.
Come on! Let's go into the city and have a look.
Gervais couldn't wait to see what the city he had just picked up looked like. So he waved his hand and led his men towards the city gate. When we arrived at the city, we saw that this Saint's Grace city was worthy of being a medium-sized city. The wide streets and exquisite buildings one after another were much better than St. Anne's City. Riding the giant crocodile boy all the way to the temple. This temple is at least 70 or 80 meters high, which is not a bit grander than Seignior City.
Father, please arrange for someone to take over the entire city now. We will rest here tonight.
When Gervais came to the temple, his only regret was that he found that all the valuable objects and furnishings inside had been taken away by the natives. Even the stage furnishings were the same. So he sat casually on a back chair and gave Gandalf an order.
Okay, Gervais.
When Gandalf heard what Gervais said, he was not disappointed because the temple was empty. He immediately shook his beard and walked towards the outside of the temple. Now, every city he occupies means that his youngest son's sphere of influence has expanded further. And with Gervais being strong, the Gale family will also rise. In the eyes of veteran nobles like Gandalf, as long as there is land, it means everything.
I don't know where Edward and Johnson have advanced. They should be almost there.
After Gandalf left, Gervais couldn't help but start thinking. In just a few days, he has traveled 400 to 500 miles. And it can be said that he has truly reached the hinterland of the indigenous people. Gervais speculated that there was not much room for the indigenous people to retreat, and a real indigenous city was likely to appear next, especially on the other side of the river. At this time, he has also sent scouts to investigate. If it is as he expected, then this Holy Grace city can become his base camp for the next battle. As time passed, the sky gradually dimmed, while Gervais was sitting at the long table having a meal. The guards guarding outside came in.
Your Majesty, the scouts sent to investigate the situation ahead are back. Well, let him in.
Gervais put down the knife and fork in his hand and gave an order.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Soon, the scout team leader, who was sent to investigate the enemy's situation, came to the temple.
How is it going?
Gervais asked in a deep voice.
Your Majesty the King, after crossing the river outside the city and traveling more than 20 miles away, there is a medium-sized city that can accommodate at least about 200,000 residents. At this time,
there are many natives active inside and outside the city.
Sure enough, the scouts' investigation verified Gervais's idea. Although the natives have reduced their defense scope, they would definitely control strategic locations at several key points.
We originally wanted to continue to observe the enemy's situation in detail, but the natives in the city also discovered us, and dozens of flying monsters immediately flew out of the city. For safety reasons, we immediately returned to Holy Grace City.
After silently listening to the scouts' report, Gervais nodded and said,
You go down first.
Yes,
Your Majesty.
After the guards retreated, Gervais began to think about it while eating. A city of 200,000 people is already considered an above-average city in this land of gods. This means that the other side of the river is a battleground for the indigenous people, and if they encounter them, it will definitely be a war.
If that's the case, then I'll be here waiting for Edward and the others to arrive.
Gervais alone may not be able to get involved in the rest of the journey. Facing 3,000 to 5,000 native soldiers, Gervais could still fight. If the enemy had tens of thousands of troops and it was a siege, it would be impossible to fight, and the casualties would be heavy, unless Gervais is really willing to spend money. After thinking about waiting to meet Edward and others in St. Grace City, Gervais continued to enjoy dinner. When Gervais finished his dinner and was about to get up and go to the back garden to wash up, Gandalf hurried in again.
Father, what's wrong?
It was rare for Gervais to see his cheap dad looking so anxious, so he quickly asked,
Gervais, the scouts who just went to the west to take charge of security came back and reported that they found a team 10 miles away to the west, with at least tens of thousands of people. The direction of the team seems to be towards us. A team of tens of thousands of people? Did the scouts see clearly the identity of the other party? Is he a native?
Gervais's expression immediately became serious. Now he is going deep alone. If this is a plan by the natives, it will probably capsize him in the ditch.
The scout captain said that it was a little dark, so he couldn't identify the specific identity of the opponent's team. He could only see them lighting up torches and marching in quickly. They will probably arrive at Holy Grace City in 20 minutes.
Gandalf continued to explain.
Come on, Father, let's go to the city wall.
After hearing this, Gervais realized that it was naturally impossible to wash up. They were an army of unknown origin, and they were alone now. No matter what, they must be on strict guard against it. With that said, Gervais stood up from the soft chair, and then led Gandalf towards the outside of the temple. While walking, Gervais ordered again to Ike behind him.
Ike, go and get Longy and the others ready, and come to the city wall to stand by. Yes, Your Majesty.
On the wall of Holy Grace City, the sky was completely dark at this time, and the sky was dotted with stars, with the soft light emitted by the bright moon. You could barely see the scenery 200 to 300 meters away, but further away it was gray, misty. At this time, the breeze was blowing, and the cloak behind Gervais was fluttering slightly. He stood motionless on the wall, looking intently to the west. Coming! Gervais suddenly said something to Gandalf next to him. On the road between the woods 2 miles away, a flickering flame suddenly appeared at the end of the originally dark darkness. As the first flame appeared, a line of torches emerged from behind like a long dragon.
Ike, tell me to go down and light the fire.
Seeing the team appearing on the road over there, Gervais immediately gave an order to Ike.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike immediately responded, and then ran on the city wall to deliver the order.
Your Majesty has ordered. Light a bonfire.
Boom! 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 As Ike conveyed the order, bonfires lit up in an instant on the originally dark city wall. The moment the bonfire lit up in the Holy Grace City, the marching team in the distance seemed to have noticed the situation here, and the marching team immediately came to a halt. Not the natives, or just a team that came unexpectedly.
During this period, Gervais had been paying attention to the movements of the distant team. The moment he saw them pause, he already made a judgment in his heart. If the other party deliberately planned to ambush him, then they must have known that they were in Holy Grace City. so there would not be any surprises about the bonfire that had just been lit. But now the marching team has stopped, which shows that the other party did not expect the appearance of Gervais and others, and was shocked. In this way, regardless of whether the opponent is aboriginal or not, Gervais can feel at ease. At least he is not ambushed, and the difficulty level is suddenly reduced. Gervais's guess was very accurate. The team 2 miles away did not expect anyone to show up in Holy Grail City. This team belongs to the Golden Shield family, and was specially sent by Batman to occupy Holy Grail City. The natives fully reduced their defense lines, and Gervais was not the only one to take advantage. Other holy cities also took advantage. And yesterday evening, the Dragon Bird team of the Golden Shield family explored the location of Holy Grail City, while Gervais was still on the way. For such a medium-sized city, and located on the edge of a river with convenient transportation, the Golden Shield family would naturally not let it go. Therefore, after capturing a small city 50 miles ahead this morning, they immediately sent out a team of 10,000 people to prepare to take over the city. Unexpectedly, the Holy Grail City now had an owner.
What's going on? Didn't the scouts report this morning say that there is no one in the Holy Grail City?
There are 3 generals of the Red Flag Knights in the Golden Shield family. Last time they were sent to hunt down Gervais. One of them was killed, namely Kiddo, who died outside St. Anne's City. The person in charge of leading the team this time was Ralph, one of the 3 Red Flag Knights of the Golden Shield family. At this time, Ralph stopped his mount and looked intently towards the city of Holy Grace with an unkind expression on his face.
Commander Rocker, the scout team conducted a reconnaissance this morning and found that there was indeed no sign of the natives. Could it be that these natives crossed the river and returned in the afternoon?
The deputy commander next to Rocker also frowned.
It's all my fault for that bastard boy from Stormwind City. If it weren't for him, our Golden Shield family's Dragon Bird Knights wouldn't be left with just this much. But now our journey has been in vain.
This army of 10,000 people has a general commander and 2 deputy commanders. The other deputy commander also echoed and cursed Gervais angrily at the same time, because the number of Dragon and Bird Knights in the Golden Shield family has been reduced by less than half. The number of Dragon and Bird Knights they can allocate is very limited nowadays. For example, when they came this time, they were not even assigned a Dragon Bird because the Duke was preparing to forcibly cross the river. Therefore, after confirming that there were no natives here, they felt that there was no need to send Dragon Bird Knights to act as scouts. But he didn't expect that in just one afternoon, people would appear in the Holy Grail City again. After cursing, the deputy commander looked at Rocker and continued.
Commander Rocker, should we return now? Or tell the team to keep moving forward? I want to see why people show up in this Holy Grail City for no reason.
Rocker thought for a moment and then made a decision. Now that he came to the city of Holy Grace, he naturally wanted to see what was going on. The most important thing was that Batman had told him before he set off that he should occupy the Holy Grail City and cross the other side of the river tomorrow. Then he would go back from the other side and help the main team forcefully cross the river. If he returns now after seeing a few torches, it would be too embarrassing for him. The commander-in-chief. As for safety issues, Rocker is not worried. As long as he does not encounter the main force of the indigenous people, he is confident that he can retreat safely with his men.
Yes, Commander.
Afterwards, the team from the Golden Shield family continued towards Holy Grail City.
Who are you?
7 or 8 minutes later, Rocker and others had arrived 1 mile outside the city. Raquel immediately sent his deputy commander to the moat to investigate the situation. It was already night, so neither party could identify the other party with the naked eye. The deputy leader of the Golden Shield family was straightforward. He knew that the traces of himself and others had already been exposed, and there was nothing to hide at this time. So he opened his mouth and shouted towards the city wall.
Who are you?
Gervais looked at the people on the edge of the moat through the faint moonlight and asked the same question. In fact, he already had a guess in his mind. Since the people below were probably not indigenous, they must be the Golden Shield family or his allies. After all, directly to the west of Gervais was the Golden Shield family and his allies.
We are from the Golden Shield family.
Hearing the rhetorical question on the city wall, the deputy commander was startled. He also vaguely guessed that Gervais and others were probably not indigenous, because if the natives saw them coming, the first thing they would say would be "You shameless intruders," instead of asking who you are.
Huh? The Golden Shield family? They really are enemies on a narrow road.
Gervais also didn't expect that it was such a coincidence.
I am from Stormwind City, and I have occupied Holy Grail City. You, the Golden Shield family, can go back.
At that moment, Gervais did not hide anything and spoke directly and coldly. What? Stormwind City? Are you the bastards of God of Killing? The deputy commander below was shocked, and then blurted out Seignior. Maid, you are seeking death. Spear of hell. When Gervais heard that this man was scolding him in front of him, he couldn't bear it. He immediately used the intermediate magic he had just learned in his backhand to release it. Chirp. This spear of hell is an intermediate magic. It is a spear composed of fire elements. The moment the spell is cast, it shoots towards the man with a whistling sound in the air. Shameless! The deputy commander below just spoke subconsciously. Who would have thought that the other party would be so decisive and start attacking? And the first attack would be an intermediate level magic. Although the bright red arc of the hell spear was particularly eye-catching in the dark night, its speed was surprisingly fast. Even if he discovered it immediately, he wouldn't have much time to deal with it. Seeing that the spear of hell was about to be shot in front of him, the deputy commander could only curse secretly, and then directly rolled off the demon wolf mount under him, rolling like a donkey on the ground without any scruples. Boom! Roar! The next moment, the spear of hell shot directly at the demon wolf he was riding on. The explosion was accompanied by the demon wolf's miserable howl. The hell spear directly penetrated the demon wolf's body, and after a moment, the demon wolf lost its voice. You shameless bastards! Wait for me! The deputy commander didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately got up and ran towards the distance, while leaving a harsh word on the city wall. Chapter 8:26 Filling the River. Luca! What's going on? Rocker, who had been sitting at the rear, saw the deputy commander running back angrily and immediately asked. The commander-in-chief is that bastard from the God of Killing. His people took over our holy grace city. Luca came to Rocker and explained with anger on his face. What? The bastard God of Death? When several people present heard Luca's answer, their faces immediately showed astonishment. And then, they also looked angry. Commander Rocker, what should we do now? If they are ordinary natives, they can also choose whether to attack the city or not depending on the situation. But if you want to kill a god, it will be a bit difficult. I don't know what kind of secret this God of Death has, which can make Commander Keto never return. It is impossible to say that they are not afraid of it. What's more important is that this God of Death is still an ally of Sky City. Their subordinates have to ask Batman for instructions if they want to deal with him unless they have a last resort. Is the God of Death in the city? Rocker pondered for a moment and asked Luca. Commander, it's too dark and I can't see the faces of the figures on the city wall clearly. But the attack just now was the intermediate magic spear of hell. And even the intermediate magicians are there. So I think the God of Death must be in the city too. In their impression, magicians are still rare and noble. And the presence of a magician shows that this team must not be just a bunch of soldiers. There are not many subordinates of Gervais. So it is easy to guess that these are the elite of Gervais. And he himself is naturally in charge here. So, now send the Rainbow Bird to report the situation here to the Duke. We will camp here tonight and wait until tomorrow morning to see how many people are in the Holy Grace City. After hearing this, Rocker made a decision immediately. As one of the 3 leaders of the Golden Shield family, he naturally knew how much Batman hated the God of Death. This time, Holy Grace City was occupied by the killing god again. So he definitely couldn't go back in despair. He even had the idea that if he could kill this murderer, his status in the Golden Shield family would be improved. However, there must be risks in killing the God of Death. So he still needs to inform Batman first. Okay, Commander. Luca and another deputy commander also guessed Rocker's thoughts and immediately agreed. Especially Luca. He was still frightened by the unprepared spear just now. And he even hated the people in the city. In this way, the 10,000-strong army of the Golden Shield family was stationed outside the Holy Grace City. It seems these guys are not ready to leave. Gervais's eyes turned cold when he saw the legions of the Golden Shield family starting to set up camp in the distance. If these guys stay, they will be a big threat to him whether they attack or not. Your Majesty, your subordinates are here. Now you take the soldiers in charge of logistics to the city to demolish some dilapidated houses and transport the stones to the city wall. Also, place the artillery on the city wall. Although it is not yet certain whether the Golden Shield clan will attack the city, necessary preparations must still be made. The natives of Holy Grace City really only left behind a complete city, with nothing else but houses. Therefore, Gervais and others must prepare these rolling stones by themselves. Yes, Your Majesty, Ike responded and immediately walked down the city wall with his guards. Father, please open the city gate carefully later and ask the Sea Clan captains to lead the Sea Clan soldiers to the moat. Be careful not to let the enemy notice. Then wait for my order.
After Ick left, Gr explained to Gandalf again.
Okay. Gervais. Father will do it now.
Gandalf nodded solemnly, and then walked down the wall.
But just stay on duty as usual tonight. Let the soldiers rest peacefully. Yes, Your Majesty.
After explaining everything one by one, Gervais continued to look at the camp outside the city, and slowly walked down the city wall. There are several rapid dragon birds patrolling in the sky, so Gervais can rest assured. And looking at the way the Golden Shield family is setting up camp, they will definitely not attack tonight. They had traveled a long distance to attack, and now they were setting up camp. If those soldiers still had the strength to attack the city, they would be delivering food. When he came to the city wall, Gervais did not return to the temple. Instead, he found a cleaner room beside the city wall and rested.
Commander Rocker, there is news from the Duke.
In the early morning of the next day, before the sun had risen, the camp of the Golden Shield family Legion outside the city received a message from the rear early in the morning.
Send it in!
Rocker did not take off his armor when he went to sleep last night. After hearing the news outside the tent, he immediately gave an order. Then the deputy commander named Karu walked in immediately.
Luca, why are you so early today?
Rocker asked in surprise when he saw that the letter was sent in by Luca.
Ha, Commander-in-Chief. I went to bed a little early last night, so I got up early today.
Luca smiled and explained while handing over the letter. In fact, the reason why he got up so early was just that he couldn't wait to observe how many soldiers and horses there were in Holy Grace City. The revenge of the spear last night made him, a majestic black flag peaked knight, feel like a donkey. But he has always remembered it in his heart. So when the letter was delivered, he happened to meet it. So he sent it directly to see if Duke Batman would let them capture the city.
Oh!
Rocker didn't say much, nodded, took the letter, and immediately opened it to check. Although Luca stretched his neck and looked forward to the content of the letter, he did not dare to get close to it at this time. After about a moment, Rocker finally read the contents of the letter.
How is it, Commander? Does the Duke have any orders?
Luca asked eagerly towards Rocker with expectation in his eyes.
See for yourself.
Fortunately, Rocker saw Luca's expression and handed him the letter directly. Luca took it and couldn't wait to check it out. During the inspection process, Luca's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his face couldn't help but reveal a happy look.
The Duke will come in person.
After reading all the contents of the letter, Luca excitedly said something to Rocker.
Yes, the Duke has also been thinking about this god of death for a long time. Some time ago, because the distance was too far, we couldn't trouble him. After all, it would be trouble if he was bumped into by the guys from Sky City. But this time, the murderer is obviously alone. This is a good opportunity to deal with him,
Rocker said calmly.
Luca, you have read the letter, so go make arrangements now. The Duke set off immediately after receiving the letter. Calculating the time, he should arrive in 1 or 2 hours. We will start to consume the Killing God's troops now. When the Duke arrives, we can take down the Holy Grace City in one go. Got it!
Rocker then ordered Luca.
Okay, Commander Rocker. I will make arrangements now, and we can start the attack in half an hour.
Luca just wanted it, so he agreed immediately and quickly walked out of the tent. When Batman learned that Gervais had seized their Holy Grace City alone, he was both angry and excited. He regarded this as a good opportunity to get rid of Gervais, so he immediately came personally with more elites.
Your Majesty the King!
At this time, Gervais did not know that Batman had come all the way over. At this time, he was still sleeping in the house, and was finally awakened by a knock on the door.
What's wrong? Ike, is the enemy starting to attack?
Awakened by the knock on the door, Gervais opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside the window. At this time, the sky had just turned bright. For Ike to wake himself up so early, Gervais thought there must be an emergency.
Your Majesty, the Golden Shield family outside the city has sent more than 3,000 troops and is filling in the moat.
Ike stood at the door and immediately reported the matter to Gervais.
Oh!
Upon hearing this, Gervais immediately stood up from the bed, and then opened the door. Just in case, Gervais did not take off his armor last night. After leaving the room, Gervais immediately took Ike to the city wall. When he looked outside the city, he saw thousands of people in the darkness outside the city holding tools and pulling carriages to dump truckloads of sand and wood into the moat. Of course, the moat is more than 50 meters wide, and they are not planning to fill it all in. Instead, they are divided into 3 groups and are preparing to fill in 3 roads that can cross the river. More than 3,000 of these people are all titled knights. And the weakest one is also a silver knight. So the speed of filling in the river is also very fast. I believe that it will take less than half an hour to fill the 3 roads to the city wall.
Gervais, do you want the Sea Tribe soldiers to interrupt them to fill the river?
When Gandalf saw Gervais coming, he immediately leaned forward and asked Gervais.
There is no need for father. Even if the Sea Clan stops it now, when all the troops behind them come up, they still won't be able to resist it.
Gervais looked at the scene outside the city, thought for a moment, and then rejected the idea. After a pause, Gervais said to Gandalf again,
Father, let's use longbows to deal with them first. We can't stop them from filling up the river, so we can only consume their troops first. Okay, Gervais.
Gandalf knew that his youngest son was no worse than him in commanding battles now. Moreover, Gervais now has magicians, sea tribesmen and rapid dragon birds among his subordinates. These troops are fundamentally different from the wars he experienced in Eurasia. So there is nothing to say.
I go and ask the soldiers to blast me with muskets and artillery. Just shoot into the crowd and that's it. As for the others, stay put. Yes, your majesty.
As Gervais's orders were passed on, everyone on the city wall immediately took action.
Longbowmen, target the enemy 80 meters outside the city. Fire arrows.
Whoosh whoosh.
Musketeers, release the enemy troops outside the target city.
Bang bang bang.
Artillery, target the enemy gathering place 80 meters outside the city. Aim at the target and prepare for 30 seconds. Put.
Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, guns and cannons roared and roared on the city wall. Since there were hundreds of magicians who could release fireballs, Gervais had begun to dislike long-range weapons such as longbows and muskets. However, under the attack of more than 100 long bows, plus dozens of muskets and 10 artillery pieces, the Golden Shield family team outside the city still felt that they were being attacked like a storm.
Ah!
Unexpectedly, a large number of wails and screams suddenly came from the team that was struggling to fill the river. Of Gervais's 3 long-range weapons, the most lethal is of course the artillery. At a distance of about 100 meters, the cannonballs shot into the crowd were like life-threatening iron balls, directly piercing through several silver knights. After hitting the ground, it even bounced back and harvested several soldiers of the Golden Shield family again. As for the longbow, it poses the least threat outside the city, because there are only hundreds of longbows. As long as the Silver Knight is careful, he can still barely avoid it. Even if you are unlucky, as long as you are not hit in the vital part, you will only be injured at most. Even because you are a titled knight, you don't even have to worry about infection.
Hold still. No retreat.
The lives of at least 70 or 80 companions were taken away by those 10 artillery pieces. Seeing their bloody and miserable appearance, some soldiers could not help but have a faint intention of retreating. However, the next moment, they were stopped by the captains, who were responsible for supervising the battle. Those captains drew their bright swords and threatened everyone. Boom boom boom. Puff puff.
Ah!
Only when the captain supervising the battle had finished speaking, the artillery on the city wall had completed its second loading and fired another salvo. One of the captains was also unlucky. Just as he threatened the retreating soldiers with his long sword, a cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared in his chest. It turned out that he was directly hit by a cannonball. His entire body was instantly lifted up, leaving a fist-sized hole in his chest.
Run!
I don't know which soldier saw the scene, trembled in fright, immediately roared, and then started to flee towards the rear with all the soldiers who filled the river.
Asshole!
Rocker and others could naturally see the movement on the edge of the moat clearly, and their faces immediately turned dark when they saw that the team was defeated in such a short time. Fortunately, the Duke is not here now. Otherwise the Duke might doubt their ability to lead troops when he sees them.
Luca, take 500 people over and let them continue to fill the river. If anyone dares to retreat, kill them on the spot.
The filling of the river was an order given by Batman himself, and Rocker would definitely not let those soldiers retreat. Moreover, those thousands of soldiers were not his direct subordinates in the first place. They were just miscellaneous soldiers who were originally used to guard the Holy Grey City. Now they are used as cannon fodder, and he will not feel bad at all.
Okay, Commander.
After hearing the order, Luca responded and immediately led 500 of his men towards the defeated soldiers. Just 2 minutes later, Luca led his men to kill more than 30 defeated soldiers who were running at the front, and immediately drove these defeated soldiers back to the edge of the moat, and continued to fill the river.
They're back again!
It seems they have to capture the Holy Grace City.
Gervais stood on the city wall, beheaded Luca's companions, and forced the soldiers to return with a panoramic view of the passage. He has seen the determination of the Golden Shield family. However, he is not particularly worried at this time. There are only 10,000 people in the Golden Shield family. If they really come to attack the city, he, as the defender, will not have a big problem. Chapter 8:27 The Goddess Scatters Flowers. Just like that, Gervais's Holy Grace City continued to fire cannons towards the outside of the city. However, the Golden Shield family ignored the lives and deaths of those cannon fodder soldiers, and continued to fill the river at all costs. At the expense of thousands of cannon fodders, the Golden Shield family finally filled in 3 corridors, about 4 meters wide on the moat of more than 50 meters wide. Although it took twice as long as originally expected, it only took more than an hour. It was enough to complete the crossing of the river before Batman arrived. Of course, filling in these 3 passages does not mean that the cannon fodder of the Golden Shield family will stop. They just move to the sides and continue to fill the river. The 3 channels just now are just preparations for the current attack. When Batman arrives later, their strength will reach nearly 20,000 people. If 20,000 people only have 3 passages, they will not be overcrowded. So the more passages, the better.
Commander Rocker, the 3 passages have been filled in.
The casualties of those cannon fodders did not affect the mood of Luca and others. Instead, they were happy that the attack was about to begin.
How is the siege ladder going?
Rocker sat on the demon wolf, looked at the Holy Grace City, which was only guarded by more than 2,000 people, and asked Luca.
Hundreds of simple wooden ladders have been set up. There are also 5 large engineering vehicles. However, according to your instructions just now, the siege vehicles will not be used until the Duke arrives.
When they came to Holy Grace City, they brought many carpenters with them in order to cross the river. Unexpectedly, we encountered today's siege battle, and those carpenters just had a place to use.
Very good. Let's start the attack.
Locker ordered in a deep voice the next moment.
Luca, you lead 2,000 people to attack the left wall. Billy, you lead 2,000 people to attack the right wall. Yes, Commander.
When the 2 deputy commanders heard the order, they immediately responded, then turned and walked towards their respective teams.
Your Majesty, they are about to attack.
The city wall of Holy Grace City is nearly 50 meters long, and the view is very wide. When soldiers and horses began to gather in the camp outside the city, they were immediately discovered by Gandalf and others. The Golden Shield family over there had no intention of hiding it.
The moat is still being filled in here, but troops and horses have been assembled over there to prepare for an attack.
Gervais also saw thousands of soldiers and horses being mobilized in the camp, and long siege ladders were assigned. However, what he is more concerned about at this time is the operational intentions of the Golden Shield family, because the other side has already dispatched most of its troops. So why fill the river? When the attack starts later, what's the use of filling the river?
Unless they have reinforcements.
Gervais guessed this possibility instantly.
Don't worry about the soldiers filling the river. The artillery is aimed at the enemy's attacking team. Once within range, fire immediately.
Gervais's eyes widened. Since he guessed that the other party might have support, he had to deal with it carefully. At the same time, Gervais was also thinking about how many troops the Golden Shield family would have in its follow-up troops.
Father, please stay here and help me. I'll go do something, and I'll be right back.
After thinking for a moment, Gervais turned to Gandalf and said again,
Okay, Gervais.
Afterwards, Gervais walked directly down the city wall. After walking down the city wall, he came to the house where he rested last night. After closing the door directly, Gervais immediately took out wooden boxes one by one from the space ring. When the wooden box was opened, there were medicine bottles inside, and these bottles were already filled with clean water. This clean water is taken from the artificial lake in the back garden of Saint Anne's small building, because street and city also has a spring of life. The spring water in the garden behind the small building has the same effect as the elven stream. Before setting off, Gervais prepared many medicine bottles for use in emergencies. Gervais was worried that the support coming from the Golden Shield family would be too strong, so he had to make full preparations. Opening the boxes one by one, Gervais directly began to redeem the strength-enhancing fruits from the system panel. A strength-enhancing gogbus is directly divided into 5 parts. That is, 1 kiwi fruit is used to configure 5 strength-enhancing potions. The more kiwi fruit is added to a potion, the stronger the effect will be. If the strength-enhancing fruit is divided into 5 parts, Gervais estimates that it will have at least 10 times the enhancement effect. Gervais spent more than 10 minutes directly preparing 205 strength-enhancing potions, using 50 black kiwi fruits. After finishing everything and putting away the newly prepared potion, Gervais left the hut and headed north of the city. There is no longer a moat on the back of the Holy Grace City, but a natural river. Gervais confirmed that there were no scouts from the Golden Shield family nearby, and then quickly came to the river outside the city.
Your Majesty the King!
When Gervais came to the river, a head immediately popped out of the river. It was the captain of the White Flag Knights among his subordinates from the Sea Tribe.
Seignior, take these 4 boxes of potions and distribute them to the 200 strongest among you.
Gervais took out 4 wooden boxes from the space ring, which were just prepared strength-enhancing potions. After handing over the wooden box, Gervais solemnly explained,
Without my order, you will stay in the moat and not be discovered by the enemy. If I blow the conch to convey the order, you will quickly take these potions. Do you understand?
Yes,
Your Majesty the King.
The captain of the Sea Tribe named Seignior received the 4 boxes of potions. His eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in response to Gervais.
Well, these 4 are for you 4 captains. You'd better kill a few more of the enemy's strongmen by surprise.
Gervais nodded and handed over 4 more fully effective strength-enhancing potions. If reinforcements from the Golden Shield family come, Gervais can imagine that there will be many strong men among them. The most powerful people on his side are these sea captains, so they will be the main force against those strong ones.
Yes, Your Majesty the King. Well, go ahead. You don't have to wait here. I will use the conch SH.L to deliver any orders you have next. Just wait in the moat to the west.
After explaining everything, Gervais stood up and then returned to Holy Grace City. Returning to the west wall of Holy Grace City, the soldiers of the Golden Shield family outside the city had already assembled a mile away.
Target. Enemy military formation. 30 seconds to pre-aim and prepare.
Although there are only 4,000 people, when these 4,000 Golden Knights gather together, it is a huge momentum. And the artillery does not need to deliberately choose the target later. It can be fired directly into the crowd. 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters.
Artillery. Fire!
Boom! As the siege team of the Golden Shield family arrived 500 meters outside the city, Ike gave an order, and the 10 artillery guns fired again in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The SH.LS instantly hit the siege team of the Golden Shield family. However, these 4,000 soldiers at this time were all the elites of the Golden Shield family, and because of their precautions, the formation was deliberately dispersed. The 10 artillery SH.LS only took away less than 30 people in one round of SH.Ling.
The Golden Knight is indeed different.
Gervais couldn't help but feel moved when he saw that many Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family could barely avoid the rebound of cannonballs.
Ike, when the enemy comes to the edge of the moat, immediately switch to shotguns.
However, Gervais was not very worried. This single cannonball could not skewer the enemy. But when they came close and the artillery was replaced with shotguns, even the Golden Peak Knight would be useless. There are only 3 passages on the moat, and they are only that wide. This crossing by Fagways is guaranteed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike immediately responded to Gervais.
Long E. Master, what are your orders? After most of the enemies pass through the moat, arrange for 50 trainee magicians to use Fireball to attack. Remember, only 50 people are enough. The rest of you remain on standby.
Since the other party wants to give him a surprise, it's not polite to reciprocate. And Gervais is also prepared to save the big surprise until the end. Then let's see whose surprise is the most surprising.
Speed up and move forward.
Luca and Bai, the 2 deputy leaders of the Golden Shield family, didn't know that Gervais had prepared a feast for them, and they were directing the attacking team to advance in an orderly manner with their long swords. Although the casualties of the 20 or 30 people were not enough to affect the morale of the team, the loss made them feel a little distressed. These are all Golden Knights. It takes at least 5 or 6 years to train one, and a huge amount of various materials are consumed during this period. They, the commanders, feel the most distressed when they have to be reselected and trained again. Regardless, fortunately, the weird weapons in that city needed to pause for more than half a minute each time they fired, which allowed them to afford the loss, seeing that the distance was only more than 400 meters. As long as they reached the bottom of the city wall, that was when they made the bastards in the city pay the price. 300 meters, 200 meters, 90 meters. Seeing that the city guarding the river was just ahead, Luca and Billy stopped delaying and immediately waved their swords and roared.
Charge! The first person to rush to the city wall will be rewarded.
If you kill one enemy soldier, you will get 10 gold coins. Kill all these bastards for me. Kill! Following the two men's violent shouts, the team that was just walking quickly started running in an instant and rushed towards the aisle on the three moats. As expected, they are worthy of being called the elite. Even during the war, they are still in order. Every move below fell into Gervais's eyes, and when he saw the team of the Golden Shield family starting to charge below, he couldn't help but praise them, because there are only 3 passages on the moat. Even if each passage can allow 10 people to pass side by side at the same time, it is still a bit crowded compared to 4,000 people. However, the charging team of the Golden Shield family below was not chaotic, but passed very quickly and orderly in sequence. Are the shotguns loaded? Of course. No matter how orderly the team of the Golden Shield family is, they can't escape Gervais's goddess scattered flowers. Your Majesty, the loading is complete. Then what are you waiting for? Give me a dam and teach them how to behave. Gervais immediately raised his eyebrows and urged Ike angrily. Yes, Your Majesty. Ike felt a little aggrieved. The cannon had only just been installed. It was not because he wanted to delay it. However, he naturally did not dare to make any objections. So he responded immediately, and then quickly gave the order. Cannon! Fire! Boom, boom, boom. As 10 streams of white smoke rose up from the city wall, countless projectiles shot out of the cannon chamber in an instant. Puff! 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 Ah! 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 The next moment, the elite members of the Golden Shield family, who were originally well organized and suffered relatively light casualties, suffered a devastating blow for the first time. They originally thought that the cannonballs fired from the city wall were still single shot. But as the white smoke rose, they suddenly saw countless tiny black spots flying towards them. Many Golden Knights wanted to dodge, but with such a large barrage, they had no room to dodge. In an instant, pieces of blood mist rose among the team on the moat, and the popping sound of flesh penetration continued like popcorn. With a distance of more than 70 meters, coupled with the terrifying impact of the artillery, a large number of figures would fall within 5 meters of the hit area. Whether these people were hit in important parts or limbs, even if they survived, they would still be seriously injured. This bastard! Why is this happening? Why did it become so many cannonballs? Carew and Ratio, as deputy commanders, took the lead and rushed to the front. When they quickly passed the moat, they were quite excited. I thought that the siege battle was about to begin, and I and the others would be able to kill and destroy everything immediately. But before I could be happy for even a second, I heard screams coming from behind me. When they looked back, they saw hundreds of subordinates lying in a pool of blood, all of them mangled. Even if there are still some subordinates alive, they can no longer get up. The wounds are all bursting with blood holes, and blood is constantly spurting out from them. They never expected that this weird weapon would have such a terrifying attack effect at close range. However, this is not the time to care about these things. We have now reached the bottom of the city wall. If our subordinates continue to gather there, the losses will be even greater. So Luca and Billy immediately roared loudly at those subordinates with red eyes. Everyone, hurry up and cross the river! Don't be stunned! When the Golden Knights heard Luca and Ratio's urging, they immediately reacted. There is more than half a minute between the strange weapons on the city wall. If they don't rush over now, the next wave of attacks will probably hit them. Rush! Don't block the way! So the next moment, the originally orderly Golden Knights scrambled towards the front. Plop! Plop! Don't squeeze! Ah! Bastard! Ah! Faced with the threat of death, these Golden Knights didn't care much. After all, it was impossible to retreat. They could only quickly cross the river to ensure safety. In an instant, the passage of the moat became crowded with people, and many Golden Knights standing on the bank were squeezed into the river by their companions. At this moment, no one will pay attention to these companions who have been squeezed into the river. After all, they are Golden Knights. Even if the armor is heavier, they will not drown. Now the most important thing is to rush to the other side to save their lives. However, what they didn't know was that those companions who fell into the river never came up again after entering the water. Asshole! Looking at the crowded and chaotic scene on the moat, Luca felt a little angry. However, fortunately, during these tens of seconds, thousands of people had already crossed the moat. At that moment, Luca was not going to delay and immediately roared. Everyone, kill me! Attack the city wall! And kill all the bastards in the city! Kill! The Golden Knights who had just crossed the river also gritted their teeth, roared and rushed to the bottom of the city wall in an instant. set up wooden ladders, and began to climb towards the city wall. Chapter 828, he is replenishing his fighting spirit.
They are starting to climb into the city, and they are going to hit me with rolling stones.
Below, Luca and Billy led the Golden Knight to fix a pair of wooden ladders at the bottom of the wall. And Gervais also began to take action.
Smash it for me!
Whoosh whoosh. One guard picked up a watermelon-sized rolling stone and threw it hard on the ground. Bang bang bang.
Ah!
Rolling stones fell like raindrops. And immediately a few unlucky ones were hit while climbing the ladder, and then screamed as they fell to the ground. Whoosh whoosh. But at this moment, Gervais suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from his ears. He looked closely, and saw that it was the long archers of the Golden Shield family who started shooting arrows to suppress the soldiers who were throwing rolling stones on the city wall.
How dare you play remote suppression with me?
Gervais immediately became angry and immediately began to perform magic.
Fireball!
As Gervais shouted, several fireballs formed in front of him, and then quickly washed towards the 5 or 6 longbowmen below. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang.
Ah! Ah!
The 3 longbowmen below were carrying their longbows and preparing to continue shooting with arrows. However, Gervais's fireball was so fast that he had no time to avoid it. He was instantly hit by the fireball and screamed as he lay on the ground wailing.
Longbowmen! Suppress the archers below!
After taking care of the 3 long archers, several other long archers from the Golden Shield family fled to Jincha like rabbits, because they knew there were magicians here and did not dare to stay longer. Gervais had no intention of hunting down these miscellaneous fish, so he immediately gave orders to his more than 100 long archers.
Yes, your majesty!
Those longbowmen immediately received Gervais's order, and then began to shoot the opponent's longbowmen specifically. Boom boom boom. At this time, the artillery on the city wall roared again. Puff puff. In an instant, another large group of people crossing the river fell down. But at this time, half of the Golden Knights had crossed the river, and more Golden Knights were climbing up under the city wall. These Golden Knights have learned well, and are climbing with one hand, and then put their long shields on their heads. And as their numbers increased, Gervais's men began to scatter, and it became difficult to smash them down.
Kill!
Finally, more than 10 seconds later, the first Golden Knight of the Golden Shield family climbed up the city wall. This man saw the city wall full of soldiers, but he was not afraid. He shouted loudly and flew down towards the city wall. Whoosh! Puff! However, he jumped into the air with a mighty jump, but a spear pierced him directly. It was Gervais who saw this guy being so arrogant, so he directly picked up a spear next to him and threw it at him. The man's chest was directly penetrated by the spear, and then he flew backwards and fell to the ground below.
Kill!
However, just after Gervais sent down the first Golden Knight to climb up, enemies continued to climb up from other places. And this time, there were enemies appearing on the entire city wall.
Kill!
At this time, the direct guards no longer threw rolling stones downwards, and they all pulled out their swords and started fighting.
Kill all these bastards in the city for me! There will be a reward of 10 coins for killing each person.
At this moment, a wild roar came from not far away from Gervais. When Gervais heard the sound, he immediately raised his eyes and saw that it was a peaked black flag knight. This person is none other than Luca, the deputy leader of the Golden Shield family. Just now, Luca came to the city wall, looked around and found no strong enemy, and immediately became arrogant, feeling that it was time for their one-sided massacre.
Then I'll send you down first.
Seeing how arrogant he was, Gervais immediately moved towards this guy.
Die!
Luca did not see Gervais's movements. He just happened to see a direct guard fighting beside him. So he raised his sword and slashed it down without hesitation. He wanted to give his sword a blood sacrifice. Good start. Seeing that the sword was about to hit the guard's neck, Luca could already foresee the scene of the other party's head falling to the ground, and a bloodthirsty smile couldn't help but appear on his lips.
When?
But the next moment, with a harsh sound of iron collision, Luca felt his arm go numb, and his sword was actually blocked.
You are the god of death!
Luca quickly looked towards the master who was blocking his sword, but he saw a young man looking at him with a smile on his face. In an instant, Luca recognized the appearance of the god of death. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. He quickly retracted his sword and looked at Gervais with a wary face.
Huh! Did you recognize me? I heard that you want to kill everyone in this city.
Gervais looked at Luca teasingly.
Humph. Everyone says you are a good killer, but I want to see it. Today you and your men will not be able to escape.
After Luca retracted his sword, he looked at Gervais carefully for a moment, and found that Gervais was only the first level of Black Flag. He felt a lot more relaxed at that moment. Strong people are arrogant, and Luca is naturally the same. Although he has also heard that the god of death can kill people beyond his level. It all depends on the power of the sword in his hand. Now that the city wall is crowded with soldiers from both sides, Luca is sure that the god of killing does not dare to use secret techniques unscrupulously. So this is his best chance to kill him. Go to H.L. Thinking of this, Luca's eyes showed strong murderous intent. And then he tightened his arms. And his figure suddenly rose up and slashed straight towards Gervais' head. However, Gervais did not panic at all. Stepped diagonally, and swung the long sword in his right hand directly to meet Luca's vertical sword. However, Luca's straight slash was just a cover. When he saw Gervais performing a horizontal slash, he immediately lowered his body and spun around. The long sword in his hand immediately turned into a roundhouse slash, and the target of the attack was Gervais's head. Became sideways.
Oh! You can also feint a shot. But it's a pity that your speed is too slow.
Seeing Luca change from slashing to chopping, Gervais just smiled. Then, he did not change the posture of the long sword, but instead accelerated his forward speed. Then he turned slightly sideways, pointed his shoulder directly at Luca, and slammed into Luca's arms. Boom! Suddenly, there was a dull sound of armor clashing in the field, and Gervais and Luca were filled with excitement. Luca was instantly hit by Gervais, and was knocked back several steps before he stopped.
What a speed!
Luca didn't expect that the combo he had planned would be directly broken by the opponent's speed.
Now it's my turn!
Gervais did not give Luca any time to be surprised. After the impact, he immediately slashed at Luca with his long sword.
Die!
Luca also immediately put away his mind, shouted loudly and attacked Gervais. At this time, he no longer had the previous contempt. Next, the two of them started fighting fiercely on the city wall. Although Gervais did not take the strength-enhancing fruit, his duel with Luca was not inferior at all. Even because he was a few points faster than Luca, Luca was frightened and had a faint intention of retreating. When Luca struggled to deflect the blow from Gervais and took a few steps back. At this time, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Gervais, on the other hand, didn't even take a breath. Gervais's body has been strengthened by the golden kiwi fruit, and it has become comparable to the existence of the red flag knight. He only lacks time to practice. As long as he is given enough time to practice and accumulate, it is only a matter of time before he can upgrade to a red flag knight. Luca looked at Gervais, and then under the city wall. He had the urge to escape, because the speed of this killing god was too fast. He finally understood why this killing god had such a terrifying reputation. If the god of killing hadn't been unable to use his secret skills on this city wall, she might have been in danger within a few moves. However, if he escapes now, as the commander-in-chief, he will not be able to explain it when the Duke comes. But at this moment, Luca suddenly saw Billy not far away.
Billy! The god of death is here! Come here and work with me to kill him!
Luca's eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly greeted Billy, who was not far away.
Good!
Billy had just climbed up the city wall. He originally wanted to look for trouble with the cannons, but after hearing Luca's words, he immediately rushed over. Killing the god of death is much more important than artillery.
Huh! 2 against 1?
Gervais glanced at Billy behind him, and then immediately took out a potion. This potion is the one just configured, with a 10-fold enhanced effect. Gervais originally didn't want to drink this potion, but now that the other two are peak Black Flag Knights, his life would not be in danger if he didn't drink it, but it would be difficult to kill them. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately drank the potion in his hand. These guys couldn't be left to Batman.
Quick! Billy! He's replenishing his fighting spirit! Let's kill him now! And this holy gray city will be ours!
When Luca saw Gervais's movements, instead of being afraid, his eyes lit up. He thought Gervais was using a recovery potion now. After all, Gervais is only a Black Flag Junior Knight. Even if his combat power is stronger, the consumption of fighting spirit will definitely double.
Go to H.L.
After Luca felt that he had seized the right time and place, he immediately launched an attack on Gervais. Billy, who was behind Gervais, also immediately moved, waving his sword and cooperating with Luca to attack Gervais.
Ah!
Luca thought this was their opportunity, and Gervais didn't think so. This guy actually used the strength-enhancing potion as a recovery potion.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais ignored Billy behind him, shouted loudly, and directly raised his sword to face Luca.
So fast!
Luca, who was charging forward, was originally very excited. But the moment Gervais started to move, his pupil shrank again, and an expression of extreme horror appeared on his face. At this moment, all he felt was that the god of death was in front of him.
Die!
Puff! Luca's horror didn't last long. The next moment, Gervais's ruthless word death appeared in his ears. As the word death fell, the sound of a sword piercing flesh was heard in the field.
How is this possible?
Luca's bloodshot eyes looked at his chest. A terrifying scar struck directly from his shoulder to his heart.
Go in peace.
How could Gervais talk to a dead man? He immediately pulled out the long sword from his chest, and then turned around and looked behind him. Boom! Luca lost the support of Gervais's sword, and immediately collapsed and stared at the sky with wide eyes, and finally gradually lost his luster.
Ruka!
Billy did not expect that Luca, who was as powerful as him, would be killed directly by the killing god in one move, and he immediately stopped attacking.
Don't worry. I will send you to accompany him.
Gervais saw Billy stop, but he was not ready to waste any more time. As more and more Golden Knights from the Golden Shield family crossed the moat, his immediate bodyguards had been suppressed.
God of death, you will definitely die today.
Billy's eyes were fierce. When he saw Gervais rushing toward him, he uttered a vicious sentence, and then headed down the city without moving his head.
Coward! You ran away. However, Luca is indeed decisive.
Seeing Billy jumping off the city wall without hesitation, Gervais cursed inwardly. Luca wanted to run away just now, but he still hesitated. But this guy named Billy ran away without even thinking. However, after running away, Gervais was not prepared to chase, but turned to look at the Golden Knights, who were still climbing up the city wall.
Longy! You can start taking action.
At this time, most of the Golden Knights have arrived, and there are at least 2,000 people on the city wall. Gervais feels that it is time to start harvesting.
Yes, Master! Everyone! Fireball! Free attack!
Longy and others had been waiting for a long time. After hearing Gervais' order, Longy immediately shouted. Immediately afterwards, 50 trainee magicians rushed up to the stairs of the city wall. Although these trainee magicians have only practiced for a few months, they can still cast fireballs. After a brief chant, fireballs the size of apples appeared in front of them. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom.
Ah!
After these fireballs appeared, they immediately shot towards the Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family. These Golden Knights are fighting directly under the guard. They never thought that the opponent would have so many magicians. Unprepared, the fireballs basically missed. In an instant, more than 40 Golden Knights were hit by the fireballs and suffered heavy injuries. After these severely injured Golden Knights fell to the ground, the direct guards fighting them immediately seized the opportunity and ruthlessly carried out follow-up attacks.
No! They have magicians!
After this wave of attacks, the nearby Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family were also shocked to discover the astonishing number of magicians, and they suddenly shouted in horror.
Fireball! Release!
But Longy and others were emotionless war machines, and instead of feeling proud after receiving the victory, they immediately started singing again. Whoosh whoosh. Then a second wave of fireballs appeared. Boom boom boom.
Ah!
A large number of wailing and screaming came from the city wall again, and more than 40 Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family suffered. Those who were unlucky were directly hit by the fireball and were killed instantly. The luckier one also fell to the ground with serious injuries, followed in the footsteps of his teammates, and was immediately killed by the direct guards with a finishing blow.
Fireball!
Release. Next, there was a one-sided massacre on the city wall. Longy led 50 trainee magicians and began to move forward step by step, harvesting the Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family on the city wall.
Run! There are too many enemy magicians. We can't deal with them. Retreat! Quick!
Without the command of Luca and Billy, these elite members of the Golden Shield family finally collapsed after supporting themselves for a while, and began to move closer to the city wall, and began to scramble to retreat.
Kill me! Don't let any of them escape.
When Gervais saw these Golden Knights beginning to retreat, he immediately gave orders loudly.
Yes! Your Majesty the King! Kill!
In a downwind battle, even an army with the weakest combat effectiveness can be easily captured, let alone Gervais's direct guard. At that moment, the guards began to fight with all their strength, chasing and beating the retreating elites of the Golden Shield family. Chapter 829 Batman arrives.
Asshole! How come there are so many magicians?
Although Rocker did not personally participate in the battle, he could clearly see the many fireballs that suddenly appeared on the city wall, and he immediately felt bad in his heart. Sure enough, a moment later, he saw his soldiers began to retreat from the city wall along the ladder. Some subordinates were so anxious that they lost their footing and fell directly from the wall. However, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly and had no choice. It is impossible to prevent these subordinates from retreating. The enemy has a large number of magicians, which is simply not something the Golden Knight can fight against. Even if he goes up there now and is surrounded by thousands of people and magicians, he will be consumed to death sooner or later. Now we can only hope that the casualties will be smaller, and we can explain to the Duke later. After all, they have tested out the God of Killing's trump card, and they will be able to deal with it better when the Duke comes later.
Billy, where's Luca?
5 or 6 minutes later, the first siege of the morning ended. Looking at the disgraced soldiers returning in defeat, Rocker's expression darkened. The casualties were not as small as he hoped, but were directly damaged by less than half. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that he didn't see Luca in the crowd. That is the deputy commander of the Legion, a peak black flag knight, who may become a red flag knight in a few years. Luca's death might be more serious than losing hundreds of golden knights, which made him worry about whether he would be punished by the Duke later.
Commander, Luca was killed by that god of death.
Billy didn't dare to hide it, and immediately told what happened on the city wall just now.
What? Killed Luca with just one sword? Are you sure?
After hearing what Billy said, Rocker was shocked. He knew that the god of death was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. According to what Billy said, wouldn't the killing god's strength be comparable to him?
I'm very sure. Commander Rocker, the god of death is very fast. Luca and I rushed towards him at the same time, but he had already arrived in front of Luca in a flash. Luca was killed before he could react. He hit it. Also, there are at least 50 magicians on the city wall. Ha ha. Gervais, they retreated? This is a big victory.
On the city wall of Holy Grace City, all the elite members of the Golden Shield family, who were still wreaking havoc here, have disappeared. Most of the elite members of the Golden Shield family, who scaled the city wall, have been killed. And only a few who were lucky enough to escape through the wooden ladders escaped. At this time, Gandalf came to Gervais's side, wearing armor covered with the enemy's blood, and spoke to Gervais freely. This can be said to be the most glorious battle Gandalf has ever fought in his life. A total of 4,000 golden knights. This would have been something he wouldn't have dared to think about in Eurasia. Back then, the church had 3,000 silver knights, and could sweep across the entire continent. If not for the appearance of Gervais, Eurasia would have completely fallen under the iron heel of the church. And now in just over a year, they have actually fought off 4,000 golden knights, who were armed to the teeth. If he went back and told those old friends, their loose teeth would fall out immediately.
We have retreated, Father, but we can't count it as a victory now, because they will probably come back later.
It was rare for Gervais to see his chief father so happy, and he responded to Gandalf with a smile. But he also told Gandalf bad news.
Will they come back again? Aren't they afraid of being wiped out?
Gandalf was stunned when he heard this. In his opinion, this time the soldiers of the Golden Shield family were completely massacred after they climbed onto the city wall, because there are a large number of magicians here. The 50 magicians just now were enough to scare the enemy. So Gandalf felt that if he were the commander of that group of people, he would definitely choose to evacuate immediately. Stopping losses in time is the best option.
Father, have you seen the river channels filled in at the back?
Gervais immediately pointed to the moat below and said to Gandalf. Because Gervais had previously focused on dealing with the siege team, he no longer paid attention to the enemies filling up the river. In just a short time, they filled up 3 corridors again. At this time, there were 6 passages more than 4 meters wide on the moat.
Gervais, do they still have follow-up teams coming to support?
Hearing Gervais's words, Gandalf looked down. When he saw the 6 aisles, he immediately realized and verified to Gervais with some uncertainty. As a veteran of killing fields, Gandalf naturally thought of this possibility after being guided by Gervais. The reason why he didn't expect it before was first of all, because he had been busy with the things arranged by Gervais and ignored these details. In addition, he didn't know much about the holy cities in the Holy Continent, so he didn't expect that the Golden Shield family would have such murderous intentions towards them.
That's right. Father, I guess the support from the Golden Shield family is already on the way, and will even arrive soon. So, the real battle we have to face is still to come. And this is just the appetizer.
Gervais nodded seriously, and gave Gandalf a positive answer.
No wonder you didn't let all the magicians participate in the battle just now. And the sea people in the moat didn't participate in the battle either.
Gandalf understood instantly, but he still felt a little worried in his heart. So he looked at Gervis and said hesitantly, Gervis, why don't we retreat first? The Golden Shield family has thousands of golden knights outside the city, and there will be support later, and they will definitely be elite as well. If there are too many of them. Only Gandalf dared and could say such words. After all, a war is imminent, and no monarch would like it if he was timid before fighting. Of course, Gandalf is not giving in. Rather, he believes that his youngest son now occupies enough territory and is thriving. Therefore, since there is such a prospect, it is not worth fighting to the death now. Gervais is still so young. In just 10 years, with the current speed of development, Gandalf feels that his youngest son will definitely become an unprecedented monarch who rules the world. Father, you don't have to worry. I know this. To the north of us is the river. If it really can't be stopped, we can completely retreat from the river with the help of the Sea Clan. So, even if we are defeated, we still have a way to escape unscathed. Gervais also roughly guessed what Gandalf was thinking, and in order to comfort Gandalf, he immediately told him the escape route he had envisioned. Of course, if he really has to retreat, he will only do so unless he is at the end of his rope and in an extremely critical situation. That's it. This makes me feel relieved. After hearing this, Gandalf finally felt relieved. With those sea people around, even if they don't have a boat, they can still walk freely on the hundreds of meters wide river with wooden planks. So there is really no need to worry about retreating. They're coming! Just as the conversation between the two ended, Gervais suddenly saw dozens of knights riding warcraft appearing on the road 2 miles away. Not long after these knights appeared, more soldiers and horses appeared at the end of the road behind them. Among these soldiers and horses were flags with golden shields. At that moment, Gervais picked up the telescope and carefully observed the outside of the city. Another legion of 10,000 people. And this time they are all elites. About 20 minutes later, the support team all gathered outside the camp where the Golden Shield family was stationed. Gervais made a rough estimate of the number of people, and found that there was another legion of 10,000 people, and this legion was uniformly equipped, and it was a legion composed entirely of golden knights. It seems that Batman is preparing to take me down at once. I just don't know if that old guy Batman is here in person. As far as Gervais knows, a Holy City family can only have 2 or 3 legions of golden knights at most. This is still the top Holy City family in the Holy Alliance. Now the number of golden knights from the Golden Shield family outside street and city has reached more than 15,000. Then excluding the elites responsible for protecting the Holy City. This must be all the elite troops of the Golden Shield family in the land of God's fall. From here, we can see how determined Batman is this time. Your Majesty the Duke! Your Majesty the Duke! Outside Holy Grace City, at the gate of the Golden Shield family camp. After knowing that support was coming, Rocker and Billy had already arrived outside the camp to wait. When Batman, who was riding a high-level warcraft wolf in the team, appeared, the two of them immediately stepped forward respectfully, knelt down and bowed their heads in salute. Facing the salutes, greetings and questions from Raquel and Billy, Batman did not respond immediately, but kept his eyes on the wall of the Holy Grace City in the distance. Is the God of Death in the city? After staring at Holy Grace City without saying a word for a long time, Batman spoke in a deep voice. Go back to your Lord, Duke. The killer god is in the city. Locker did not dare to neglect it all and immediately answered respectfully. Murderous intent immediately emerged in Batman's eyes, and then he looked back at the 2 people kneeling on the ground in front of him. Where's Luca? When Batman looked back, he saw that Luca was not among them, and his brows immediately furrowed. Go back to the Duke. Luca was killed by the slain god. Locker instantly felt a chill coming from his head, shuddered immediately, and continued to answer bravely. Are there any other casualties? Upon hearing the news of Luca's death, Batman's tone became a little colder. More than 1,800 golden knights were lost during the siege. After Rocker's words fell, the venue suddenly fell into silence. Suddenly, cold sweat slowly broke out on Rocker's forehead, but he did not dare to raise his head to even look at Batman. Tell me what's going on! After a moment of silence, Batman's cold words came again. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. I just arranged for Luca and Billy to each lead 2,000 men to attack Shanyan City, preparing to consume their forces. Next, Rocker told everything that had happened before, and Luca's death was fully informed to Batman according to what Billy said. As for the deaths of more than 1,800 golden knights, Locker also focused on the terrifying number of magicians under Gervais. This bastard boy has grown so fast. He can kill Luca in one blow without relying on the blood-red sword. After listening to Rocker's detailed account, Batman immediately turned his head to look at the city of Holy Grace, with a hint of hatred finally appearing in his words. He hated why a boy like a country bumpkin was so favored by God and became a Black Flag Knight in just a few months, and even had the strength to kill the top Black Flag Knight. Batman felt that God was simply blind. However, even if God favors him today, it will be useless. He, Batman, will definitely send this kid to H.L. today. Thinking of this, Batman turned around.
What is the strength of those magicians who kill God? Can you determine how many there are? Your Excellency, according to reports from the soldiers, there are at least 50 magicians under the god of killing. However, the strength should not be high. In addition to the fact that there is an intermediate magician in the city, the more than 50 people have released the fireball technique. They should all be trainee magicians. More than 50 trainee magicians. This killing god is very ambitious. It's a pity that he won't survive today. Rocker, you must gather your troops immediately and start attacking the city again.
Batman changed the subject and began to give orders to Raquel.
Yes, Your Majesty the Duke.
Rocker immediately responded.
Master Lamb, it's up to you to deal with those magicians next.
After giving instructions to Rocker, Batman gave instructions to the dozen magicians behind him in black robes. But his tone was much softer than that of Rocker.
Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. Don't worry, Lord Duke. If the god of killing is all trainee magicians, even if they have twice as many people, I guarantee that they will not be able to harm the siege team.
The magician named Lamb heard Batman's instructions and immediately responded respectfully. Lamb is a high-level magician. 5 of his teammates are also high-level magicians, and there are 7 intermediate magicians. So he is very confident in his statement.
Very good. Let's start now.
Batman's plan today is very simple. That is to rely on absolute crushing to capture the Holy Grace city in one fell swoop, and then send the God of Death to H.L. He planned to let Rocker's team take the lead and attack the city wall with the cooperation of more than 10 magicians from Lamb. After they stormed the city wall, he would personally lead the rest of the team into the city at one go, leaving the God of Death without any possibility of escaping or turning over. As Batman's order was issued, Rocker quickly organized the team. At this time, in addition to the carpenters, he had more than 6,000 people, of whom more than 3,000 were elites. And the miscellaneous troops, who had previously filled the river, also numbered about 2,000. Rocker did not hesitate to place the 2,000 miscellaneous troops at the front as cannon fodder, while the 3,000 elite troops were placed at the back.
Everyone, move forward.
When the team was assembled, Rocker gave the order. Woohoo! Accompanied by the sound of the horn, the army outside Holy Grace City slowly pressed towards Holy Grace City. Chapter 830 Large Siege Vehicle. This time, the siege team not only had simple wooden ladders, but also 11 towering siege engines. The fronts of these large siege vehicles were covered with thick wooden boards, and on the top there was a platform that could accommodate more than 10 people and was at the same height as the city wall. When the engineering vehicle is pushed in front of the city wall, the baffle in front will drop directly, and it will become a bridge directly connecting to the city wall. The soldiers no longer have to risk the trouble of climbing wooden ladders, and can reach the city wall quickly and safely.
This old guy really came in person.
Gervais put down the monocular in his hand, and his face finally showed a trace of solemnity. Although he is not afraid of Batman, this old guy is one of the 12 strong men in the human race who is as famous as Edward. His strength has reached the peak of the Red Flag Knight, and he is only one step away from becoming the strongest Purple Flag Knight in the mainland. Such top experts are crucial to any battle. If there is no one with the same strength to fight, then he can kill unscrupulously on the battlefield. At this time, Gervais was not sure whether he would be able to fight him after taking the enhanced strength effect. However, now that the Golden Shield family's siege team has begun, Gervais can only put Batman down temporarily. The ship will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Now it is business to block the attack of more than 10,000 elites.
Change the artillery to a single shot. Once the enemy's siege vehicle enters the range, fire and destroy it immediately.
When Gervais saw the 11 huge siege vehicles more than 50 meters high, he immediately gave an order to Ike. This thing is a powerful siege weapon, and Gervais had seen it when he was in Eurasia. However, this thing has a fatal flaw in Eurasia. That is, it is too large and difficult to move. It's a pity that in this holy continent, the Silver Knights can only be ranked at the bottom. If the title Knight is used to promote the siege vehicle, the shortcomings will disappear. Fortunately, Gervais also has artillery for ultra-long-range attack. He believes that bombarding this wooden thing with artillery can quickly solve the problem. Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike immediately took the order. After Ike left, Gervais looked at Long E again.
Long E! Master, what are your orders? If the artillery doesn't completely destroy those siege vehicles later, 50 of you will release fireballs to assist. You must deal with those siege vehicles before they get to the city wall. Do you understand?
This siege vehicle must be destroyed. For safety reasons, Gervais also added Long E and others.
Yes, Master. Well, then you go ahead and arrange them in groups of 5.
After nodding at Long and sending them away, Gervais turned his attention to Long Air on the stairs.
Long Air, from you to Long 51, a total of 50 people will wait for me in the city square. If you receive the order from the horn, you will immediately take off in the Rapid Dragon Bird to fight.
Gervais brought more than 50 Rapid Dragon Birds this time. They were not used in the previous battle. But the Golden Shield family will definitely attack the city in one go. And the Rapid Dragon Birds will definitely be used this time.
Yes, Master.
After Long Air listened to the order, a group of 50 people immediately rushed towards the square in Shenzhen City. At this time, there were still 150 magicians left at the stairs. Gervais was not ready to use them yet, so he gave them an explanation.
You continue to stand by and follow my orders later. Yes, Master.
With a group of slave magicians arranged, Gervais had nothing to arrange. There are less than 1,800 direct guards on the city wall, and there are 3,000 Sea Tribe natives in the moat. This is all the troops Gervais has now. Seeing the army outside the city getting closer and closer, and about to enter the artillery range, Gervais suddenly thought of something.
Father! Take these 2 potions, and take them immediately after the enemy attacks the city wall.
The potions Gervais gave Gandalf were strength-enhancing potions and damage immunity potions. This time Batman came in person and brought many strong men with him. Only then did Gandalf break through the Golden Knight. The risk factor was very high.
Okay, Gervais.
Gandalf didn't refuse and took it immediately.
Take both. Don't forget. Father! Don't worry. Gervais.
Gandalf immediately looked happy.
The artillery obeys the order and fires.
Just as the two were talking, Ike's shout finally came from not far away from Gervais. The Golden Shield family siege team had advanced to 500 meters and entered the range of the artillery. Boom, boom, boom. Following Ike's order, 10 artillery pieces roared immediately, and streams of white smoke rose up from the city wall. Whoosh, whoosh. As the red projectile shot out, Gervais captured the trajectory of the cannonball with his super 5 senses. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 10 LS were fired to the end. But it was a pity that only 3 rounds hit the siege vehicle in the end. The LS directly hit the siege vehicle, causing sawdust to fly and crackle. After all, this siege vehicle is a huge vehicle, and it is made of the thickest wood. So this L only caused limited damage to the siege vehicle. If you want to completely destroy it, you need to fire at least a few more rounds, or use blooming bullets at close range, which may have a very significant effect.
Quick! Reload the ammunition!
Seeing the hit rate in the first round, Ike did not dare to neglect and immediately urged the guards to reload. More than 30 seconds later, the LS were loaded again. At this time, the siege team had approached 400 meters.
All artillery! Fire!
When the loading was completed and the artillery aiming was fine-tuned again, it gave the order again. Boom, boom, boom. White smoke rises from the city wall again.
Very good. At least 6 shots can hit this time.
Gervais once again captured the trajectories of these LS and couldn't help but sigh, because the distance was much closer. The hit rate this time was very high. Gervais was very much looking forward to a few rounds of LS hitting the siege vehicle again. Maybe with better luck, the 3 siege vehicles that had been hit by 1 shot before might overturn this time. While Gervais was thinking this, the LS arrived in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Several muffled sounds immediately came to Gervais's ears. However, there was a muffled sound, and the scene such as sawdust flying and the siege engine collapsing that Gervais imagined did not appear. Energy barriers suddenly appeared on the siege vehicle, blocking several cannonballs.
Magician!
Gervais's eyes immediately widened. There were actually magicians on the siege vehicles. The moment the cannonball hit, these magicians released shields of various attributes, causing the cannonball to lose its left and right sides.
Damn it! We're in trouble this time.
Gervais could tell at a glance from the size and strength of those magic shields that the level of magicians on these siege vehicles was not low. This means that it is no longer possible for him to use artillery or trainee magicians to deal with siege vehicles.
Okay. Ha. Let's see what the God of Death will do this time.
While Gervais was a little dumbfounded, Rocker and Billy on the siege truck laughed heartily. They had suffered a big loss from the weird weapon before. Now that there are several magicians here, the strange weapons are immediately useless.
Your Majesty, what should I do if the artillery is ineffective against them?
Ick also realized the problem, and taking advantage of the gap between artillery reloading, he immediately ran to Gervais and asked,
In that case, you don't have to worry about the siege vehicles. Now aim your artillery at the soldiers below. Deal with them specifically. By the way, convey this order to Long Yi as well. Yes, Your Majesty.
When Ike heard this, he immediately responded, and then quickly went to Long Yi to convey Gervais's order.
Dragon 52.
After Ike left, Gervais immediately shouted to the team of magicians on the stairs.
Master, what are your orders?
Long 52 ran to Gervais respectfully.
Drink all these potions starting with you and ending with Long Jojo. After taking the potions, you will be divided into 10 groups. Each group will lead 15 trainee magicians, and then focus on a siege vehicle. Listen to my orders later. As long as I give the order, you will attack the enemy magicians in the siege vehicles at the same time. Do you understand?
Gervais took out a wooden box from the space ring. What is contained in the wooden box is not an enhancement potion, but an infinite magic potion blended with energy spirit fruits. The profession of magician is somewhat special, because in addition to being divided into levels, if magicians want to exert the true power of their level, they must learn the corresponding magic. Therefore, even if Gervais now gives them strength-enhancing fruits to transform Long 52 to Long 99 from junior magicians to intermediate magicians, it will be useless, because they have not learned intermediate magic. They are blind even if they have strength, and they cannot exert the damage of intermediate magicians at all. It was different when Gervais gave them the energy spirit fruit potion. When the number reaches a certain level, too many ants may kill the elephant. At that time, as long as they continuously release fireballs, they can hopefully contain the opponent's high-level magician. Now it is no longer okay to destroy those large engineering vehicles from a distance. Gervais can only wait for them to get closer before dealing with them.
Yes, Master.
Long 52 responded immediately without any hesitation.
Very good. Let's do it quickly.
Gervais nodded to Long 52. At this time, the siege team had reached more than 100 meters outside the city.
Everyone, start charging. Kill an enemy and get 10 bounty coins.
Rocker stood on the siege truck, pulled out his long sword, waved his arm, and gave the order to charge to the team below. Woohoo! Following Rocker's order, the herald immediately blew the charge horn.
Kill! Kill!
Upon hearing the sound of the horn, the team of more than 5,000 people on the ground below immediately burst out with shouts of killing, and then rushed towards the city wall like a tide.
Artillery! Target enemy charging team! Release!
Boom, boom, boom! At this time, this second siege finally reached its most intense stage. The next scene is exactly the same as before. The soldiers of the Golden Shield family were first baptized by the cannons and longbows on the city wall. And then, they crossed the moat en masse.
Ha! We are coming! Kill! Come into the city. We want revenge. Kill! We want the reward.
This time, the front line was the motley crew of more than 2,000 people filling the river. After sacrificing hundreds of lives, they finally reached the other side of the moat despite artillery fire and arrows. At this time, they were only more than 20 meters away from the foot of the city wall. These miscellaneous troops immediately became excited because they had escaped the terrifying artillery bombardment. As for climbing the city wall next, they were not very worried, because as long as they can persist for a moment, the elite teams and commanders from the 11 siege vehicles will arrive. And then, there will be nothing left for them to do.
Be careful. There is danger. Watch your head.
Whoosh whoosh. However, just as these motley crew were excited and ready to finish the last 20 meters, they suddenly heard an exclamation from behind. At the same time, there were a large number of whistling sounds coming from overhead. These motley soldiers immediately looked up. The next moment, their excited expressions froze, and their pupils instantly dilated. They saw red fireballs appearing above their heads, falling rapidly from above like meteors. Boom, boom, boom.
Ah! Ah!
Just a short moment later, those fireballs fell on their heads. Suddenly, the ragtag group of soldiers burst into flames, accompanied by bleak and painful wails.
Quick! Get under the city wall. The enemy magician has started to attack.
Although this round of fireball attacks only caused 60
or 70 casualties. It still dealt a huge blow to the morale of the motley crew. Fortunately, the captains who led the team were also old men on the battlefield, and they immediately urged the motley crew to move towards the city wall.
Sure enough, there are more than 50 trainee magicians. This god of death is really magical. I didn't believe it when the magical potion first appeared, but now I see it with my own eyes. These 50 trainee magicians, don't they represent magical potions?
The moment Longy started to attack with 50 trainee magicians, Lamb on the siege vehicle confirmed the fact that Gervais had 50 trainee magicians. However, Lamb had no intention of helping those motley crew, because Rocker had already discussed with him that the 2,000 miscellaneous troops leading the battle below were nothing more than cannon fodder. Now the most important task of these magicians is to protect the siege vehicle.
Master Lamb, those magicians will be looking after you later.
Although Rocker turned a blind eye to the deaths and injuries below, he instead looked at Longy and others on the city wall with hatred on their faces, and said something to Lamb.
Don't worry, Rocker. Leave those trainee magicians to us.
As a high-level magician, Lamb was full of confidence and made a sure move towards Rocker. After a pause, Lamb looked at Gervais on the wall and continued.
By the way, if possible, Rocker will try to save the god of death alive first. I'm very interested in his potion formula. No problem, Master Lamb.
Even if Lamb didn't say anything, Rocker would still give this god of death half his life. When the time comes, not only will he be forced to find out the formula of the magical potion, but he will also be tortured to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Next, as the cannon fodder team below died more and more, the siege vehicle finally arrived in front of the city wall intact.
Everyone, draw your swords and prepare to attack.
Upon seeing this, Rocker immediately shouted orders to the men beside him. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, nearly 100 golden knights on and off the siege vehicle drew their swords. Chapter 831 Batman joins the war.
Put the wooden bridge down.
Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, Rocker gave the order again, and the baffle in front of the siege vehicle was immediately lowered. After a muffled sound, the door panel pressed directly against the city wall, forming a wooden bridge.
Kill! Kill!
In an instant, Holy Grail City faced a crazy attack from 11 siege vehicles. The elite members of the Golden Shield family, who were hiding in the siege truck, screamed for kill all day long. They were not afraid to swarm into the crowd on the city wall, and actually used their flesh and blood to open a breakthrough for the teammates behind them.
Directly under the guards. Kill me!
The guards on Gervais' side were not afraid of the madness of the elites of the Golden Shield family, and started fighting with them under the leadership of their respective captains.
Master Lamb, I leave those magicians to you.
Rocker did not rush out immediately, but looked firmly at Gervais, who was dozens of meters away, and explained to Lamb again.
Leave it to me, Rocker.
Lamb was very confident and nodded to Rocker. The staff in his hand was already raised. After Rocker jumped off the siege vehicle, he started chanting. He has already seen the place where Long Yi and other magicians gather. Long Yi and others are currently in a melee with the elites of the Golden Shield family. He is going to harvest these trainee magicians first.
Dragon 520. Start attacking.
Gervais's attention was now focused on the 11 siege vehicles, and he naturally also noticed Rocker, but he was more concerned about the magicians. If these magics and siege vehicles are not solved, he will become very passive in the future, and the enemy can easily attack the city wall continuously, and these mid to high level magicians will be a disaster for his subordinates. So he, without hesitation, he gave the order to Long 52.
Master has ordered. Start attacking.
Following Gervais' violent roar, Long 52 and more than 150 magicians immediately received the order, and then began to chant.
What? There are so many magicians.
Lamb originally stood confidently on the edge of the siege vehicle, but just as he was about to finish singing, he suddenly noticed a lot of magic power fluctuations near the city wall again, and the magic power fluctuations of many of them were reached the level of junior magician. When he looked up, he immediately saw Long 52 and others singing this. Each of their teams has 5 junior magicians and more than 10 trainee magicians. This discovery shocked Lamb. It was hard for him to believe when the number of magicians had reached such a high level. However, what surprised Lamb even more was what came next. At this time, Gervais was not idle either, and he also started to release magic.
Spear of Hell! Spear of Hell!
As Gervais drank violently, 3 intermediate magic spears of hell appeared in front of him in an instant. The next moment, as the spear of hell completely condensed, they swished towards the distance with a few sounds. shooting away from everywhere. The target is Lamb. Instant magic? Or 3 combos? Lamb felt a chill running down his spine. He was so frightened that he even stopped the magic that was about to be completed, and immediately yelled, Advanced Flame Shield. This is his reserved magic stored in the staff, which can be activated instantly. Boom, boom, click. As the flame shield was activated, the 3H.L. spears all bombarded the fire shield, exploded and disappeared without a trace. However, the Spear of Hell is an intermediate magic after all. After 3 bombardments, even the energy of the flame shield was exhausted, and it shattered and disappeared with a click. Not only can you cast magic instantly, but you can also release it multiple times at the same time. How on earth is this done? Lamb's face turned slightly pale. This was not because of the consumption of magic power, but because he was frightened. Because what happened to Gervais was so incredible. Ha ha. Even if I tell you, you don't understand. So it's better that you don't know. And go with peace of mind. At this time, Rocker was already rushing towards him, in order to quickly deal with Lamb. Gervais was not prepared to talk nonsense with him. He immediately smiled bloodthirstily, and once again used instant magic to shoot towards Lamb. Spear of Flame. When Lamb saw this situation, he naturally did not dare to neglect, and immediately waved the staff in his hand. His staff can store 3 magic spells, all of which are high-level magic used to save lives. One of them is a high-level flame shield that was previously used for defense, while the remaining 2 are high-level magic for attack. Snake of Dark Fire. The fire that purifies the world. Lamb shouted loudly. It depends on whether you die or not. I have never met a Black Flag Knight who can dodge these 2 bursts of my instant magic at the same time. After releasing 2 high-level magics, Lamb felt a little relieved. These 2 instantaneous magicians are the best in killing, and they had the record of instantly killing high-level Black Flag Knights. Still has some strength. Gervais couldn't help but smile when he saw Lamb's victorious expression and the 2 high-level magics coming at the same time. Spear of Hell. Gervais immediately began to respond. He did not change the magic, but continued to release the Spear of Hell, shooting the Spear of Hell continuously, bombarding the Serpent of Nether Fire and the Fire of Purification. Boom, boom, boom. As the Hell Spear continued to bombard, bursts of roars suddenly came from the field. This is the sound made when Gervais' Hell Spear bombarded the high-level magic and was defeated. Boom. Finally, when the 2 high-level magicians approached less than 5 meters in front of Gervais, his Hell Spear had already fired more than 20 rounds. Through continuous consumption, these more than 20 rounds of Hell Spear finally shattered the Nether Fire Snake at the front. How is this possible? Can magic be broken like this? Lamb, who was originally full of confidence and thought that Gervais was about to be hit hard, was dumbfounded by Gervais's cool operation. His eyes were wide with shock. Although there have been people of the same level using magic to offset the opponent's attacks in the past, I have never heard of low-level magic being able to offset high-level magic in this way. If we talk about instantaneous release of magic, we can also say that Gervais is a monster. But he was not only an instant magic, he also released more than 20 intermediate magics in one breath. I'm afraid only God can do this. Lamb felt that he had been a fake magician for more than 30 years, and his outlook on life had been severely distorted. Gervais didn't care about Lamb's consternation. His Spear of Hell was still being released, and the purifying fire was still bombarding him. However, because the distance is too close, it may be impossible to use the Spear of Hell again to offset it. When the purifying fire was about to hit him, Gervais instantly changed his magic. Intermediate Flame Shield. Boom. The moment the flame shield appeared in front of Gervais, the purifying fire directly bombarded the shield, making a terrifying explosion. Click. The intermediate shield of Gervais broke apart the moment it was hit by the purifying fire. It turned out to be a high-level magic that could not withstand this blow, and the remnant power of the purifying fire continued to bombard Gervais. Feeling the extremely intense burning sensation, Gervais did not dare to waste even a second. Shield of Flame. Gervais once again put an instant fire shield on himself. However, such an operation is too dangerous. After all, the distance is too close. Even if Gervais can cast magic instantly, he is still dancing on the tip of a knife. Fortunately, his luck had always been good, and the shield formed again the next moment, resisting the remaining power of the purifying fire. Boom! With the last explosion, the 2 high-level magics released by Lamb were finally completely resolved. Huh? Fortunately, some of this world-purifying fire was consumed by the Spear of Hell before, and the remaining power was finally blocked. If it hadn't been consumed before, I might not have had time to release the third shield.
After he was safe, Gervais couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The danger involved was still very great.
You're not human. How on earth did you do that?
Seeing that his trump card was counteracted by Gervais in such a strange way, Lamb's lips trembled a little, and he looked at Gervais as if he saw the devil.
Hey, do you want to know? It's a pity that I don't want to tell you. Go to HL now. Spear of Flame.
Just after Gervais passed, he was wandering between life and death. At this time, he was not ready to experience such a feeling again. So without saying a word, he continuously released the Spear of Hell towards Lamb.
Master Lamb, be careful.
Previously, Gervais and Lamb were fighting fiercely. But in fact, it only took a few breaths. At this time, before Rocker could rush to Gervais, he saw with his own eyes that Lamb's trump card was broken. And now Lamb's condition was even worse. Rocker immediately reminded him anxiously. In fact, there was no need for Rocker to remind him. Lamb had already started to move. He turned around very quickly and hid behind the siege vehicle. Although Lamb is a high-level magician, except for the 3 magics stored in his staff, other magics need to be chanted to be released. But now that he met a monster like Gervais, he didn't even have a chance to sing. If he didn't run away, he would have to wait for death. The battle between magicians is often like a duel between cowboys. Whoever can shoot faster and more accurately will have a high chance of winning. And this is the case with Gervais at this time.
Want to run? It's too late.
When Gervais saw Lamb's actions, he showed a mocking expression. He had long expected that Lamb would run away, so he blocked his retreat. This was the prerogative of his instant magician. Puff! Sure enough, the next moment, Lamb, who had turned around on the siege vehicle, suddenly stiffened and stopped at the top of the stairs.
How is this possible?
With a popping sound, Lamb looked down and saw a fiery red spear piercing his body, and the scorching heat directly scorched his chest. Lamb's eyes were full of unwillingness. In a year or two, he would become a great magician. But now he died at the hands of a young man who was still young.
Mage Lamb.
When Rocker saw Lamb being hit, his expression suddenly changed. This was a magician trained by the Golden Shield family.
Asshole! I'm going to kill you!
Rocker immediately withdrew his gaze from Lamb. He was worried that Gervais would attack other magicians again. So he immediately shouted loudly. His fighting spirit reached its peak and charged directly towards Gervais.
Then I'll deal with you first.
Gervais glanced at the other magicians of the Golden Shield family. They were temporarily suppressed by Long 52 and others, so they would first deal with the Red Flag Knight. After all, if he were allowed to join the battle with the direct guards, Gervais estimated that his subordinates would be wiped out by him. Without any hesitation, Gervais directly exchanged the strength-enhancing fruit and took it.
You die? Thunder Advance Slash.
There was no one around Gervais because of the previous battle with Lamb. Both his own men and the elites of the Golden Shield family kept away from him. So Rocker didn't have any scruples. When he came to Gervais, he struck him with a secret skill.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais didn't have any scruples. When he saw the silver-white sword energy on Locker's long sword, he shouted loudly and charged forward with a critical strike. Boom! As the two swords clashed, a roar erupted in the field.
Boy! No wonder you can kill Luca. You have such strength.
After the explosion, Rocker saw that Gervais was unharmed and couldn't help but glared at him fiercely.
Ha ha! It's not just Luca. Let me tell you. In fact, I also killed Keto.
Facing Rocker, who wanted to tear himself into pieces, Gervais answered him with a smile.
Boy, do you think I would believe it? Without the help of the city lords in Sky City, you would never have survived until now.
Rocker frowned slightly when he heard Gervais's words, but relaxed immediately the next moment. It was impossible for him to believe that Keto was killed by Gervais. After all, Keto was a mid-level red flag, a few points stronger than him. Rocker felt that Gervais was probably trying to disturb his mind by saying it like this now.
Ha ha. Don't believe me? I'll send you to see him later. Just ask him yourself.
Gervais looked like he would believe it or not.
Asshole. Go to HL.
Rocker stopped talking nonsense with Gervais and swung his sword to strike at Gervais again.
Thunder Advance Slash. Critical strike and slash with one sword.
At that moment, the two of them started fighting on the city wall, while Gervais and Rocker were fighting. Batman, who had not moved outside the city, sat up straight.
It seems that Rocker and that kid have already met. That kid's trump card should be pretty much revealed. There are nearly 200 magicians. No wonder they can deal with Keto quietly. But if you offend my Golden Shield family, you must die.
At this time, Bartman felt that he had almost tested all of Gervais's trump cards, and also found an explanation for the failure of Kiddo and others. With nearly 200 magicians, such a lineup would be extremely valuable power in any holy city. When Kiddo led 1,000 golden knights to meet them, the god of death only had 1 or 2 strong men to guard them, and they could completely surround and kill Kiddo and the others. As long as these magicians grow up, it can be said without hesitation that they are even more valuable than a 10,000-person Golden Knight Legion.
Check! Your Excellency, your subordinates are here!
As Batman spoke, a peaked black flag knight next to him immediately came over respectfully.
The order goes down. Everyone, attack! Yes, Your Majesty the Duke!
The black flag knight named Check immediately responded, and then shouted loudly at the messenger.
Your Majesty the Duke has ordered. Everyone attacks!
Woohoo! At that moment, the army of 10,000 people outside the city began to move and began to slowly pass through the city of Holy Grace. And in the advancing team, Batman, the peak red flag powerhouse, the dignified Duke was among them, and he was actually preparing to appear in person. You must know that since entering the Land of God's fall, Batman has never personally participated in any battle. Now, in order to besiege Gervais, even though the city of Saint and was already crumbling under the attack of 5,000 to 6,000 golden knights, Batman had to make an exception. It has to be said that Batman's love for Gervais is beyond words. Chapter 832 Fauchon Shadowless Feet. Woohoo!
Ha ha! God of Death, you are dead today.
The sound of the attack bugle outside the city instantly reached the city wall. Rocker, who was fighting fiercely with Gervais, laughed heartily after hearing this. He now understood that he could not kill Gervais, and Gervais actually had the upper hand. But it doesn't matter now. When the army outside the city arrives, the Duke will come in person, and this god of death will become a piece of meat on the chopping board. What he needs to do now is to hold back Gervais. After hearing Rocker's words, Gervais took advantage of the gap and glanced outside the city. Sure enough, we saw the Golden Shield family's 10,000 strong army pressing towards Holy Grail City, and Batman, who was riding a high-level magic wolf, was at the front.
Even if Batman comes, you won't be able to see him. You must die first.
Although Batman is in trouble outside the city, Gervais, the commander-in-chief of the enemy army in front of him, is still ready to stop him first.
Ha ha! It's up to you, God of Death. I admit that I can't kill you, but it's impossible for you to kill me.
Rocker seemed to have heard a big joke and smiled scornfully, not believing it at all.
Ha! Yes, it's up to me. Breathless Slash.
Gervais was determined to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, and he started to really exert his strength immediately. This was also the best opportunity, because of the battle between him and Rocker just now. Their men have now retreated 7 or 8 meters away, and no one dared to get even closer, and his secret skills can be used just right. As Gervais shouted, a hurricane immediately appeared around his body, directly covering the sarcastic Rocker.
Die!
After the strong wind enveloped Rocker, Gervais suddenly rose up, and then struck Rocker's head with a powerful and heavy sword. When Rocker didn't dare to neglect, he immediately raised his long sword to block in front of him. However, at this time, Rocker clearly felt that Gervais's strength had strengthened, and it was 3 or 4 points stronger than before. In addition, after being enveloped by the strong wind, he had to face the endless wind blades, and Rocker could no longer laugh at this time.
Die!
When second strike. When the sound of the metal clash of the first sword fell, Gervais quickly retracted his sword and struck the second sword again at an extremely fast speed. Facing this second blow, Rocker's face turned ugly.
Die!
When the third strike. Cold sweat broke out on Rocker's forehead. Gervais's speed was too fast, and the hurricane disturbed most of his concentration.
No! We must escape from this hurricane!
Rocker did not expect that the true strength of this killing god was so terrifying, and he immediately wanted to retreat. How did he know that if he hadn't had some scruples on the city wall and Gervais directly executed the Blood Moon Death Slash, he would never have been able to survive the 3 moves? The next moment, Rocker began to retreat, preparing to escape from the hurricane. But Gervais never gave him a chance to withdraw.
Want to escape? Die!
Gervais immediately rushed forward and swung his sword directly to cut off Rocker's retreat.
God of Death, do you think I don't have secret skills? In that case, let's see who dies first.
When Rocker saw that his retreat was blocked by Gervais's sword and blocked back again,
A fierce look immediately appeared in his eyes. Now that it was a life and death crisis, he didn't care whether it would harm the safety of his subordinates. Protecting himself was the most important thing.
I said, you must be the one who dies.
Seeing Rocker's fierce eyes, Gervis's eyes flashed, but his mouth still looked like he was threatening death.
God of death. Die! Death strike.
The next moment, Rocker finished accumulating his energy and unleashed his most powerful blow on Gervais in front of him. The sword light produced by the long sword was actually filled with strong death energy. This is the most powerful blow that Rocker has unleashed with the death blade in his hand. Faced with this blow, even if the intermediate Hongqi was unable to defend himself, it would be uncomfortable. Rocker did not believe that the killing god could still block this blow. Click! However, just when Rocker looked confidently at his death-filled sword light covering Gervais's body, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Because with a click, the god of death wrapped in his sword light actually shattered.
I'm here for you. I said, you will die today.
When Rocker was in disbelief and confused about the situation, Gervais's voice suddenly came to his ears. Illusion. Rocker reacted immediately. Only then did he remember that this god of death seemed to be a magician too. Thinking of this, Rocker instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and then retreated violently to stay away from Gervais. It's a pity that Gervais rarely used illusions for the last time, and it also worked on him. How could he miss this opportunity?
Die! Critical 3-sword slash.
The next moment, Gervais rose up and struck out 3 consecutive attacks. Puff puff. There was no surprise in these 3 consecutive slashes. They were all struck solidly on the body of Rocker. The Red Flag Knight.
Your Majesty the Duke will avenge me.
Rocker is worthy of being the Red Flag Knight. In the past, Gervais's 3-sword critical attack could directly cut the enemy in half. But this Rocker only suffered 3 horrific sword wounds, and his head was not missing. Although he could not survive at this time, he still stared at Gervais with his hateful eyes, and said his last words intermittently.
I'm sorry, but you can't see whether Batman can help you get revenge. This is the consequence of messing with me. If you had chosen to leave directly last night, wouldn't things like today have happened?
Gervais stood in front of Rocker with a sword in his hand, his expression indifferent.
You must die. Foshan Shadowless Feet. I'm giving you this kick for free. Why do you talk so much nonsense even after you die?
When Gervais saw that Rocker was not willing to die simply, he even cursed himself, and immediately charged up a kick and kicked Rocker out of the city. Although this is a bit inhumane, these guys didn't leave last night and wanted to kill themselves today, so there is nothing to be merciful about. Boom! After being kicked away by Gervais,
Foshan Shadowless Kick.
Rocker flew hundreds of meters, which shows how powerful Gervais' kick was. However, as luck would have it, Rocker's body landed just over 10 meters in front of the advancing Golden Shield family army. The soldiers of the Golden Shield family had only seen a corpse in silver armor suddenly fly over from the city wall, and they thought to themselves who was so miserable, being kicked so far away. It must be very painful. However, when they really saw the face of the owner of the silver armor, they all stopped in their tracks.
It's Commander Lalaka.
The few closest Golden Shield family soldiers immediately widened their eyes, looking at Rocker with a look of shock. And then everyone looked at Batman, who was sitting on the high-level demon wolf. Batman, who was originally calm and composed, looked as if a dark cloud had covered his face at this moment, and he was terrifyingly gloomy. Batman looked at Rocker, and then at the city wall. He happened to meet Gervais' line of sight on the city wall. When Gervais saw Rocker looking at him, he actually smiled slightly, showing his big white teeth.
You bastard! You must die today! I will cut you into pieces!
Batman is finally angry. 2 of the 3 Red Flag Knights of the Golden Shield family are now dead because of Gervais, plus his own son. How can this not make Batman furious? It takes decades to cultivate a strong Red Flag Knight, in addition to massive resources. The most important thing is to find seeds with good training qualifications.
Come on! Rush into the city and leave no one behind.
Batman immediately roared and gave the charge order to the soldiers beside him.
Kill!
When the soldiers saw Batman, they were really angry. They dared to neglect him, and they immediately roared and rushed towards the wall of Holy Grace City. And Batman himself did the same, quickly heading towards the city wall amidst shouts of death.
Time is running out. We must deal with these siege engines first.
Seeing Batman's encouraging reaction, Gervais immediately looked at the 11 siege vehicles after retracting his gaze. Because there are too many people in the Golden Shield family, and there are middle and high-level magicians, most of the siege vehicles are still intact at this moment. Only one of them had been set on fire by the fireball. And it was the one in which Gervais killed Lamb. However, although the two siege vehicles were smoking and burning, they had not been seriously damaged. The soldiers of the Golden Shield family were still jumping out of the siege vehicles from a distance.
Spear of Hell!
The situation was urgent. Without hesitation, Gervais directly targeted the nearest magician and launched an attack. Whizzing! The magician was still trying to fight against Long 52 and others. Although Long 52 and others are junior magicians at the highest level, they are more powerful in numbers. Facing the magician's mid to high level magic, they will concentrate their firepower to consume the enemy's magic halfway, just like Gervais did just now. Moreover, because they have all received cruel slave training, killing has no negative emotional impact. So there is no food. But they can compete with these mid to high level magicians. And now the addition of Gervais has become the boulder that breaks the camel's back. Poof! As two hell spears shot out. Before the intermediate magician had time to react, Gervais's hell spear penetrated his body directly. Well, the intermediate magician looked at Gervais in disbelief. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. That is, you young man has no moral ethics. Boom! After staring at Gervais with hatred for a moment, the intermediate magician was finally drained of his last bit of strength and fell into the siege vehicle with a thud.
Spear of Hell!
After seeing that the intermediate magician was completely silent, Gervais didn't waste much time and immediately targeted the next one. Next, Gervais repeats the boulder that broke the camel's back. He actually killed all the magicians in the Golden Shield family in just tens of seconds. Several of these magicians also sensed the threat from Gervais. Like Nalum, he also used the life-saving special move inside the staff. But in the face of Gervais's combos, which were like cheating, their special moves had no effect at all. In the end, they all followed Lamb's footsteps and ended up in the street.
Phew! So cool!
After all the magicians of the Golden Shield family were eliminated, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the 11 siege vehicles had been completely set on fire by the attack of Long 52 and the others. And the soldiers of the Golden Shield family could no longer imagine climbing up the city wall as easily as climbing stairs.
Long 52. Now all of you start attacking freely.
However, although the siege vehicle had been destroyed, in just a few minutes, more than 4,000 elite members of the Golden Shield family had arrived on the city wall. The direct guards, who were pressing down on Gervais, kept retreating. If it weren't for the help of 50 people like Longy just now, perhaps the city wall defense line would have been lost long ago.
Yes, Master!
Long 52 and others immediately obeyed the order and began to help the guards attack the Golden Shield family soldiers.
It's time for the Rapid Dragon Bird to take action.
At this time, Batman's leading troops had already arrived at the city wall and started climbing. The pressure on the city wall has reached its limit. If he does not go all out, Gervais is worried that the guards on the entire city wall will collapse. So he is no longer prepared to hide them. Thinking of this, Gervais went directly to the inner end of the city wall and ordered to a soldier guarding the horn below.
Commander, order the Rapid Dragon Bird to dispatch immediately. Yes, Your Majesty.
The messenger had been waiting for a long time. After hearing Gervais's order, he immediately came to the front of the horn. Woohoo! The next moment, the horn sounded in the city.
The Master's order is here. Everyone board the Rapid Dragon Bird and go out to fight.
Longhair heard the horn sound and immediately gave orders to his companions. Wow! Wow! Then, Rapid Dragon Birds flew up one after another in Shenzhen City. See the Rapid Dragon Bird flying. Gervais quickly came to the outside of the city wall and looked down. At this time, Batman himself had just crossed the moat. And there were thousands of densely packed Golden Shield family soldiers preparing to cross the moat.
Now that Batman has crossed the river, it's almost time for Bud and the others to take action.
Gervais thought again in his mind. The reason why he waited for Batman to pass through the moat before calling out the sea soldiers was mainly because the sea soldiers were too weak, and he was worried that they would be killed by Batman himself if they showed up too early. After all, even if the 4 captains of the sea tribe took magical potions, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the moves of a super strong man like Batman. Therefore, only when Batman comes to the city wall can he 100% guarantee the safety of the Caspian people in the moat and play their greatest role. After crossing the river, Batman still didn't know that Gervais was ambushing him in the moat. At this time, he wished he could catch Gervais and cut him into pieces. After arriving at the city, he immediately jumped off his mount and started jumping directly along the ladder. I saw that Batman didn't need to grab the wooden ladder with both hands to stabilize his body. He could soar 5 or 6 meters in the air with just a tap of his toes. Then he landed on the wooden ladder again. And then with another tap, his body soared into the air again. After repeating this, Batman might be able to climb up the 50-meter city wall in less than 10 seconds. This old monster! Gervais was also shocked by Batman's operation, and took out the small conch from the space ring without hesitation. Woohoo! As the small conch was put to the mouth and blown, the crisp sound of the conch spread immediately. Under the water, Bard and others had long been hiding 4 to 5 meters deep, staring closely at the unaware Golden Shield family soldiers above. The sound of the conch! His Majesty has ordered that everyone take the potion! Bard and the other 3 Sea Tribe captains immediately roared, opened their respective potions, and poured them into their mouths. Ha! This is the power of the strong! Your great Majesty is so amazing! One of the captains of the Sea Tribe couldn't help but clenched his fists after drinking the magical potion. He felt the surging power in his body, and immediately cried out in excitement. Katai is making trouble. Get ready to fight. Although Bard also felt unprecedentedly satisfied with the surging power in his body, he still remembered that he had important orders at the moment. But, I know. I promise not to delay His Majesty's affairs. The Sea Tribe captain immediately smiled at Bard, then raised the trident in his hand, and said to the Sea Tribe soldiers behind him, Young men, for His Majesty's sake, fight with me. Chapter 833 Batman's Terror. Kill! As several Sea Clan captains rushed out first, the Sea Clan soldiers behind them also roared and rushed towards the shore. More than 200 of them were already in the realm of Golden Knights. At this time, they also took the enhancement potion given to them by Gervais, and they had already reached the level of the first level White Flag Knights. Kill! Ah! There are sea people in the moat! There are sea people in the river! Be careful of the sea people in the river! Plop! Plop! When the Sea Clan soldiers emerged from the river one after another, the Golden Shield Clan's team suddenly burst into exclamations. But Batman was about to reach the city wall at this time. But suddenly, he heard bursts of killing shouts from behind, and immediately turned his head and looked down. When he saw the natives of the Sea Tribe fighting out of the moat and attacking his subordinates, he immediately became suspicious. Those Sea Tribes suddenly burst out of the river and stabbed the crowd in the aisle. Although the overall strength of the more than 2,500 people in the Sea Clan is not strong, they are very cunning. The powerful Sea Clan was responsible for attacking his men head-on. But those Sea Tribesmen with Silver and Bronze Knights were hiding in the water, using sneak attacks to knock down his men, and then dragging them towards the water by their legs. This was unprepared, and hundreds of Golden Knights in the Isles and on the shore suffered disaster in an instant. Moreover, because the Isles were too crowded, many of his men fell into the moat due to their pushing and shoving. The soldiers who fell into the moat only had time to stand up and shout loudly, and then their expressions changed. They were pulled into the water and were no longer seen. Only the bright red splashes that kept emerging from the water after a few seconds made people aware of their presence. And, asshole! This is the first time for an old duke like Batman to encounter such a situation. The natives do not like to come into contact with invaders like them, let alone the Sea Tribe among the natives. At this time, Batman knew that these Sea Tribe natives must be related to the God of Death. But he didn't know how the God of Death could use these natives? Is it the same as the Golden Shield family? Batman thinks it's impossible. The natives of the Sea Tribe only believe in one God, and that is the God of the Sea. However, the temple of the Sea God must be in the sea. How can the God of Killing get the sacred objects of the Sea Tribe? Even if Batman couldn't figure it out, he wasn't going to think about it anymore. Fortunately, these natives were just Sea Tribes and couldn't move on land for a long time. Otherwise they might really threaten his big plan. Reduce the number of people passing through. Don't crowd together. Batman is about to reach the top, so he is not ready to go back to deal with those Sea Tribes. Now the business is to kill the God of Death first. As long as the God of Death is dead, these soldiers are not worth mentioning. After roaring at his men below, Batman jumped directly onto the wall. When he came to the wall, his eyes were filled with anger again. I saw fireballs flying randomly on the wall at this time, and the hundreds of magicians under the killer were constantly harvesting his elite. There were more than 4,000 people versus more than 2,000 people. But the screams that came from the crowd were basically from the soldiers of the Golden Shield family. Go to H.L. How could Batman endure such a situation? He immediately slashed his sword towards the nearest place where several magicians were gathered. After Batman struck out with his sword, a golden sword light shot out instantly. Be careful with that sword light! Several slave mages also noticed the threat immediately, and immediately wanted to chant and use magic to offset it. It's a pity that the magician can't complete the chant when facing this enemy who is only more than 10 meters away. They saw the golden sword light approaching in an instant, getting closer and closer to them, and the terrifying momentum rushed towards them. As expected, several people would be dead in the next moment.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
But at this moment, an agile figure suddenly jumped into the air and appeared in front of the golden sword light. Boom! This figure was none other than Gervais. Following his critical strike, he slashed out with his sword and directly collided with the golden sword light. There was an explosion in the field, and within 3 or 4 meters of the surrounding area, slave magicians and other fighting soldiers staggered. Blood spilled from their mouths, and they were actually injured by the aftermath. The light and shadow of the explosion disappeared on the spot, and Gervais's figure also appeared.
You are indeed worthy of being the peak knight of the red flag.
Gervais stood on the spot holding a sword in one hand, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Batman to be so strong, but this casual angry blow directly injured him.
Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to jump out. Then I will make you 8 pieces bigger first, and then I will take care of your subordinates.
Seeing Gervais appear in front of him, Batman's attention was immediately attracted to him, and he looked at Gervais with a sinister look.
Ha ha! If you want to kill me, then do it.
What Gervais wants is this kind of effect. For a big boss like Bartman, Gervais doesn't dare to let him stay on the city wall. As he spoke, Gervais immediately started to move, running his fighting spirit and flying towards the stairs of the city wall.
Boy, let's see where you can escape today.
Batman saw Gervais fleeing toward the city wall and knew what he was thinking. But he didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, the god of death is a clown no matter what he does. And his purpose was also to kill Gervais. And he didn't pay attention to these soldiers at all. The next moment, Batman used his fighting spirit to pursue Gervais. After Gervais quickly ran down the city, he saw Batman behind him with murderous intent. But he still paused for a moment.
Old guy, look at it. Thank you for sending them here in the first place. By the way, why don't you bring some again this time? I'm very disappointed with you.
After hearing Dougwise's words, Batman couldn't help but look into the air. But he saw dozens of familiar figures flying above them towards the outside of the city. Isn't this the Rapid Dragon Bird Aerial Legion unique to his Golden Shield family? What?
Damn it!
When he originally sent out a squadron of dragon birds to search for Keto, he didn't expect to lose more than 100 Rapid Dragon Birds, let alone be subdued by this god of death. All kinds of emotions surged out at the same time, and Batman became even faster. He wished he could kill Gervais with a sword right now.
Boy, you are so brave.
As Batman was running, he swung his sword at Gervais again. The golden sword light shot towards Gervais in an instant. Fortunately, Gervais was already on guard, and he quickly passed by the sword light in a flash. Boom!
Ha ha! Old guy, you can't hit me!
Deftly dodging the blow, Gervais continued to draw hatred. Seeing that Batman was less than 5 meters away from him, Gervais greased the soles of his feet and continued running towards the city. And Batman did not hesitate to pursue him.
Huh. Luckily this old guy didn't go to the city gate.
The reason why Gervais took the risk and stopped to attract hatred was because he was worried that Batman would go to the city gate to open the city gate in person. Now that he was directly pursuing him, Gervais was relieved. However, Gervais didn't know that Batman came here specifically for him. If it were just for the city of Holy Grace, Batman would not come at all, because he has a bigger plan. Next, Gervais and Batman escaped and chased each other gradually deeper into the city. After running wildly for more than a minute, Batman was running closer and closer, and Gervais felt that it was almost done, even though he had obtained damage immunity.
Old guy, let's fight to the death here.
Gervais stopped immediately, but Batman looked around for a moment, then showed disdain on his face.
Boy, do you think you can survive with the addition of a high-level monster? You know nothing about the power of the strong. Ha ha. I was discovered by you. Old guy.
When Bartman pointed it out, Gervais did not hide it.
However, now I am not thinking about surviving, but preparing to kill you. Blood Moon Death God Slash.
Gervais sneered, and the next moment he raised the Crimson Moon and slashed towards Batman.
Ha ha. You ignorant boy. Let me show you the true power of the strong.
Batman still had sarcasm on his face. And then he also raised his sword.
Red Flame Fear Slash.
As Batman roared violently, scorching fire instantly rose from his long sword, instantly suppressing the momentum of Gervais's Blood Moon Death Slash. After Gervais felt Batman's blow, his expression suddenly changed. This was the first time he felt such terrifying pressure after taking the strength-enhancing fruit.
Giant Crocodile.
Come help! Without even thinking about it, Gervais immediately gave orders to the giant crocodile brother. Boom! Roar! Roar! The giant crocodile brother had been arranged by Gervais in a hut on the street. After hearing Gervais's order, he broke out of the wall in an instant, and then shot 2 water arrows at Batman. Boom! The giant crocodile brother launched an attack, and Gervais's blood moon death slash also collided with Batman's red flame slash. In an instant, a loud noise erupted in the city. The shock wave was visible to the naked eye, knocking down a large area of houses on both sides of the street more than 10 meters away, and billowing smoke and dust erupted. Damn it! I can't resist it! However, this matter is not over yet. In the smoke and dust in the sky, Batman's red flame slash did not completely disappear, but continued to blast towards Gervais after defeating the blood moon death slash. Boom! There was another loud noise in the field, and Gervais was completely enveloped by the golden sword light at this moment. Ahem! Damn it! How can you be so strong? After the explosion, when the sword light disappeared from Gervais's body, he saw that the silver armor on his body was already pitted. Gervais couldn't help but spit out the dust in his mouth and curse secretly. Gervais had just received a blow, and the giant crocodile brother over there had already arrived in front of Batman. Its huge body flew directly, trying to slap Batman away with its front paws. Even you, a beast, want to hurt me? However, he saw that Batman was not in a hurry at all. He shouted with cold eyes, and then waved the long sword in his hand. When the long sword and the claws of the giant crocodile collided instantly. Roar! Batman's figure in front of the giant crocodile boy was like a kitten facing an elephant, but his sword directly stopped the giant crocodile boy from struggling to grab. The giant crocodile brother felt that his attack was blocked, and instantly roared angrily, and swung out a few more times. Dang dang dang. Unfortunately, the giant crocodile boy's consecutive attacks and grabs were all fooled by Batman without exception. You beast! Die! After Batman blocked the attack of the giant crocodile brother, he finally became furious. He pressed his feet down, and then he stepped heavily on the ground, and his whole body instantly jumped into the air. The giant crocodile brother was not slow when he saw this figure. He immediately turned around and swung his whip tail. Batman originally wanted to use his long sword to make a hole in the head of the giant crocodile boy, but when he saw the giant crocodile boy's tail whip coming, he quickly changed his move to block with a horizontal sword. When Batman's long sword once again firmly blocked the giant crocodile boy's sweep, and after blocking the attack, he grabbed the giant crocodile boy's tail. Ho ho! The tail was caught by Batman, and the giant crocodile boy immediately became angry and started twisting his tail. But no matter how it twisted its huge body, Batman remained motionless. Beast! Die! After Batman fell back to the ground, he just heard him yell loudly, and then his whole body flashed with light, and he actually threw the giant crocodile directly, and then he threw it far away, and the giant crocodile's little brother was directly thrown away. Boom! The giant crocodile's body, which was more than 10 meters long, was directly smashed into the building complex more than 10 meters away, crushing a large number of houses. Damn! This Batman deserves to be one of the 12 strong men. He is really perverted. Seeing such a scene, Gervais finally understood the reason why strong men like Edward and Batman could establish themselves in the Holy Continent. However, although Batman was strong, he could not make Gervais flinch. Old guy! Die! Since he couldn't fight with the secret skills, Gervais could only rely on close combat. Fortunately, he took the damage immunity fruit and could still compete with Batman in a short time. Boy, you've had enough fun. You deserve to die. Batman was a little surprised to see that although Gervais's armor was in tatters, he was not injured. However, he didn't think much about it. He was not going to waste any more time at the moment and was ready to kill Gervais quickly. The next moment, Batman also rushed towards Gervais, and the two figures instantly collided in the field. Dang dang dang. In an instant, the light in the field kept flashing, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard endlessly. Die! After all, Bartman is a veteran strongman, and his strength is much stronger than Gervais. After the two exchanged more than 10 moves, Bartman immediately used his strength. After pushing Gervais's sword away, he took advantage of the situation and slashed at Gervais. Weiss's chest. Crunch! With a piercing sharp sound, Batman's long sword struck directly on Gervais' breastplate, cutting a gap dozens of centimeters long in the breastplate. How can this be? But when the gap appeared, Batman was a little surprised and uncertain. because apart from cutting open the hard breastplate, his long sword was unable to make any further progress.
Old guy. Die!
Gervais ignored Bardman's surprise and counterattacked directly in the next moment, swinging his long sword and slashing diagonally at Bardman's neck.
Win!
Although he was attacked by Gervais at this moment of confusion, Batman still easily blocked it with his strength.
Boy, I want to see if you are really immortal.
Although he doesn't understand the reason, Batman knows that there can't be a truly invincible person in this world. Not even gods. The next moment, Batman used his tyrannical strength to directly deflect Gervais' long sword with his sword, and then ducked in front of Gervais.
Not good!
Gervais immediately became alert when he saw Batman approaching him quickly. However, it was too late for him to be alert, and his speed had no advantage over Batman. Batman approached and grabbed Gervais's wrist with his left hand, and then swung his sword to slash Gervais's arm. Gervais wanted to break free, but he felt that Batman's palm was like an iron pincer, preventing him from loosening his grip.
Cut!
The next moment, Batman roared violently and slashed down with his long sword. Batman's idea is very simple. There can't be an invincible person in this world. The previous attack on Gervais's vitals had no effect. Now, he will attack Gervais's limbs to see if he can open a breakthrough. Crunch! As the long sword slashed hard on Gervais's arm, a large gash was cut out of the gold crystal-forged wristband in an instant. Puff! What excited Bardman was that his chop actually worked. A wound 1 or 2 centimeters deep appeared on Gervais's arm.
Ha ha! Boy, I thought you were really invincible.
Chapter 834, got tricked by the system again. Although it was only 1 centimeter deep, Batman felt like he had discovered Gervais' flaw. As long as there is a flaw, if you spend a little more time, you can kill this kid even with a small wound. How did Batman know that the so-called flaw was just that 1 minute had passed, and the effectiveness of the damage immunity effect had changed from 100% to 99%? Of course, even though it was just a small wound, Gervais's expression had changed. It could even be said that his mood had sunk to the bottom, because after he felt the physical pain, he also realized that the damage immunity effect was weakening. So he immediately exchanged another damage immunity fruit and wanted to take it. After all, he was not short of energy points at this time, and it was best to be more stable and not get hurt. But when he redeemed the damage immunity fruit and was about to take it, a system prompt appeared in his mind.
Tip: you cannot take a second pill within 10 minutes after taking damage immunity. If you want to take it, please wait until the 10-minute time limit is reached before taking the damage immunity fruit. Damn!
You're cheating the system.
Why didn't you tell me such an important thing at the beginning? But now, at the critical moment of life and death,
you tell me to stay up for 10 minutes.
At this time, Gervais wanted to kill someone. Batman's strength is much stronger than him. With only 99% effectiveness, Batman can cut a 1 centimeter wound. After those 10 minutes, the effectiveness of the damage immunity effect will be reduced to 90%. A simple calculation: when Batman slashes him with a sword, he will get a wound of at least 10 centimeters deep. This kind of wound, let alone the vital part, can still severely injure him even if it is cut on the limbs. Gervais originally planned to rely on the damage immunity fruit to consume Batman, but he did not expect that he would be consumed to death by him first.
No. It's time to retreat.
Gervais was immediately ready to retreat, but he wanted to retreat. And how could Batman let him go? Gervais's arm was still firmly restrained by Bardman.
Spear of flame.
The next moment, Gervais shouted loudly and started to release magic directly. He didn't use magic to deal with Batman before. After all, the gap was too big and Batman could easily dodge. But at this moment, Batman was so close that he could only use the magician to try. Win!
However, the moment Gervais's spear of hell appeared, it was immediately noticed by Batman. Batman casually swung his sword and chopped the spear of hell into pieces.
Ha ha! Boy, you are too naive. If you were a magician, maybe I would be afraid of you. But it's a pity that you are only an intermediate magician.
Damn it. Old guy. Don't be arrogant. Let's see who is more ruthless.
Seeing that the hell spear was ineffective, Gervais immediately changed his strategy.
Fireball.
Boom! The next moment, Gervais directly summoned the fireball technique. When Batman saw the fireball appear, he immediately swung his sword to chop. But the fireball technique was different from the spear of hell. The fireball technique will explode after being attacked. In an instant, a large scorching flame appeared next to Gervais and Batman.
Boy, do you think you can hurt me like this? I will cut you into pieces today.
Facing the scorching flames after the fireball exploded,
Batman was also sprayed all over. Fortunately, he didn't react slowly and was wearing heavy armor. So in the end, only a few strands of hair and beard were burned by the sparks. Of course, this is not very harmful to Batman, but it is extremely insulting. In an instant, Batman furiously slashed at Gervais's arm with his sword again. Crunch! There was another armor-piercing sound on Gervais's arm, and a bloodstain appeared. Hiss. Old guy. Let's see how much of your beard can be burned. The stinging pain on his arm again made Gervais really angry. Fireball. 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 At that moment, Gervais began to cast out fireballs desperately. When the fireball appeared, although Batman was very reluctant, he still had to chop it into pieces. Otherwise, a direct bombardment on him would also cause some damage. Boom, boom, boom. Next, a strange scene occurred in the Holy Grace City. Continuous roars erupted in the middle of the street, and both Gervais and Batman were completely enveloped in the radiating flames. However, neither of them had any idea of avoiding the flames. Old guy, if you don't let go, we'll both die together. About a minute later, Gervais could already see that the armor on the two men began to turn red. This fireball technique is comparable to the temperature of magma. A stream of magma is poured on the armor. Even if it is made of stone, it has absorbed enough heat after 1 minute. At this time, Batman's forehead was already sweating. Fortunately, he is already a peak knight of the Red Flag, and his body has sufficient strength. Otherwise, if he were a bronze knight, he would probably be roasted by now. Of course, although Batman's body could still bear it, his proud gray beard had been burnt black. The most hateful thing is that the hair of this guy named Killer God is still intact. Boy, go to H.L. Bartman was so angry at Gervais's road style of play that he felt the burning sensation coming from his body. In anger, Bartman also began to attack Gervais crazily. Crunch! Batman slashed Gervais' arm with one sword after another. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. In just a few short breaths, there were 5 or 6 sword marks on Gervais's arm, and the blood had stained the entire arm red. No, it's a 3-centimeter wound. In another minute or two, my arm will definitely be scrapped. And if this old guy senses something is wrong and hits my vital points with a few swords, I will definitely die today. Gervais's mind was racing with thoughts, trying to find a way to break the current deadlock. Roar! At this moment, the giant crocodile boy who had just been knocked unconscious by Batman suddenly let out a roar from the rubble. Roar! The next moment, Gervais saw the dust-covered giant crocodile boy rushing out and rushing towards Batman. This is the only chance! Gervais was heartbroken. You beast! You actually dare to come looking for death? Batman naturally discovered the giant crocodile boy, and immediately stopped attacking Gervais, and swung his sword towards the giant crocodile boy who was charging towards him. When, unsurprisingly, the attack from the giant crocodile brother did not have any powerful attack power for Batman, and was firmly blocked by Batman. However, Batman blocked the giant crocodile boy, but Gervais also made a move. Old guy, take my sword! Gervais's arm shook, and a short blade appeared on his left hand, which was taken out from the space ring. Then Gervais held the short blade and stabbed Batman in the ribs without hesitation. Bartman didn't panic after discovering Gervais's sneak attack. He just turned around and moved away from the range of Gervais's thrust. Gervais had long expected that this blow would be impossible to hit, but the short blade he originally stabbed suddenly raised upwards, and the real target was Batman's arm. Crunch! As a sharp sound came out, a small gap immediately appeared in the wristband of Batman's arm. At this time, a few drops of blood emerged from the gap. Batman, who was in pain, immediately retracted his left hand that was holding Gervais. Boy, you are looking for death! Batman was furious immediately after retracting his arm. If he hadn't acted quickly just now, this kid might have cut off half of his arm. Old guy, this is to pay you back for cutting my arm just now. I will pay you back more in the future. Gervais, who had regained his freedom, did not pause at all when he was provoking Batman with his mouth. His figure was already flying rapidly towards the distance. Boy, you think you can escape? Batman gritted his teeth and ignored the giant crocodile brother, but quickly pursued Gervais. Roar! But the giant crocodile brother was eager to protect his master, but he flew towards Batman again, trying to block his pursuit. Beast, you are looking for death. I originally planned to kill this kid later and then take you back to tame you. Now since you are looking for death, I will give you a ride first. Batman was blocked by the giant crocodile boy for a moment, and he became furious instantly.
Then he jumped directly into the air. Before the giant crocodile boy's flying claws could reach him, he stomped hard on the bridge of the giant crocodile boy's nose, and then used this force till he flew high again and arrived above the head of the giant crocodile brother.
Beast! Die!
Batman flew into the air, the long sword in his hand pointing straight down, right at the head of the giant crocodile boy.
Spear of hell!
Gervais had already run 7 or 8 meters away at this time. When he saw this situation, he immediately stopped and without any hesitation, he released several hell spears at Batman. Dang, dang, dang.
Giant crocodile! I order you to run away now!
Batman didn't dare to ignore Gervais's hell spear. If it was hit by a real blow, he would also suffer a lot of damage. So he could only give up on killing the giant crocodile brother, and instead waved his sword to block the 5 or 6 hell spears shot by Gervais. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gervais directly gave the death order to the giant crocodile brother and asked him to escape.
Roar!
The giant crocodile brother was a little unwilling and wanted to block the enemy for Gervais. However, because of Gervais's forced order, he could only roar and then ran away in another direction. Seeing this, Gervais finally calmed down and immediately started running. Batman was furious. He, one of the 12 strong men of the human race, was disgraced by the cooperation of this man and one beast. Immediately, he took out a bottle of red potion from the space ring. Gudong.
I told you! You will die today!
The next moment, Batman's aura was directly strengthened by 3 times. This was a strengthening potion.
Strengthening potion!
Gervais did not forget to turn around and pay attention to Batman's movements while running, and was surprised to see his condition after drinking the potion. The Holy Continent does have potions that can enhance strength in a short period of time, but the effect is not as good as the strength-enhancing effect. And there are also side effects. For example, there is a madness potion for orcs, which can temporarily turn orcs into madness, but they will lose their minds and become crazy. The human race also has it, but the side effects are smaller. After the enhancement is completed, they will be temporarily weak for a short period of time. Of course, this also depends on the quality of the potion and the physical strength of the user. With Batman's status, no matter what medicine is used, it is naturally of the highest quality, which means that the side effects are very small. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that after Batman took the potion, his speed actually increased by 3 points, and the distance between the two people began to close in an instant. Previously, Batman's speed was only 1 point faster than Gervais, but now with the blessing of the medicine, it is already nearly half as fast.
Damn! It's only been 4 minutes now. If this continues, I'm going to die.
Gervais cursed secretly. He originally wanted to run to the city wall to let the soldiers start to evacuate, and then take Batman for a few laps before evacuating. But now there is simply not enough time. Under such circumstances, Gervais couldn't help but look at the alleys on both sides of the street. Then he immediately changed direction and planned to use the city's houses and streets to see if he could get rid of Batman.
Boy! Die!
Unfortunately, Bartman also knew what Gervais was thinking, and immediately began to attack Gervais as soon as he turned into the alley. As Batman shouted loudly, a sword light instantly appeared on the long sword and slashed towards Gervais. Gervais felt the huge power behind him and immediately dodged to avoid it. Boom! The sword light was narrowly dodged by Gervais and hit directly at his side. However, Batman's strength was enhanced at this time. Even if he didn't directly attack him, Gervais still staggered and almost fell. Moreover, as soon as he dodged like that, his figure was even slower.
Ha ha! Boy! You can't escape today!
Batman's eyes lit up for a moment. Then he laughed heartily and swung his sword towards Gervais again.
Boy! Die!
Boom!
Boy! Look where you're going!
Boom! Next, the two of them chased and escaped for another minute in St. Anne's City. However, instead of getting rid of Bartman, Gervais was chased up again. At this time, the two were only 2 meters away from each other.
Die!
Batman once again drew his sword with all his strength. Puff! At such a close distance, Gervais could no longer avoid Batman's sword light by dodging. However, he did not dare to stop and block the attack, so he could only hit it with his back. With a pop, a stream of blood burst out from Gervais's back.
Huh? My back will be hurt too.
Seeing the blood splattering on Gervais's back, Batman suddenly screamed in shock, and then his eyes lit up.
Boy! Let's see how long you can run this time.
Next, Bartman started attacking crazily from behind Gervais.
But Gervais had more than 10 bloody wounds on his back in just 10 seconds.
3 minutes left.
This time Gervais truly felt that death was approaching. Roar! Roar!
Huh? This cry sounds familiar.
Just when Gervais felt that he was in a desperate situation, he suddenly heard the cry of a flying monster above his head. But this cry is obviously not the sound of a rapid dragon bird. Gervais couldn't help but look towards the sky.
It's the Griffin of the Sky City.
Gervais instantly saw the griffin clearly in the sky.
It's actually that guy Edward.
Batman also noticed the two griffins circling in the sky, and frowned slightly.
However, there are only 2 griffins, which means they are just aerial scouts for reconnaissance. Boy, you have no hope. I can definitely kill you within 10 minutes. At this time, the closest distance to Edward is estimated to be more than 10 or 20 miles away.
Chapter 835 The Goddess Awakens. Batman understood all this in an instant, and immediately mocked Gervais. As a veteran duke, he naturally knows the scope of the aerial scout search, and the army must still be far away from here.
Old guy, then give it a try.
Gervais also understood that Bartman's words were true. He would definitely not be able to wait for Edward's help, but he would definitely not show weakness. Roar! At this time, the 2 griffins in the sky flew towards the east after circling for a while.
We can't waste any more time. Boy, just die.
Although it would take some time for Edward to arrive, Batman also had a sense of urgency, and his attacks became even more fierce.
Red Flame Fear Slash.
Batman directly charged up and struck Gervais with his most powerful secret skill. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying sword light directly enveloped Gervais, who was 2 or 3 meters in front of him, and the surrounding houses fell one by one. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Gervais's running figure could no longer be seen.
Ha ha. Boy, today is the day you die.
Batman held the long sword in his hand, waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, and then found Gervais to directly harvest his life and send him on his final journey. While Gervais is facing the greatest crisis, hundreds of miles away in St. Anne's City, the city is filled with joy today, because the 500 sea tribes sent back by Gervais have successfully escorted more than 2,800 prisoners back here.
Lord Gust, this is the prisoner His Majesty asked us to bring back. We will hand it over to you now.
The captain of the Sea Clan, who led the team, bowed respectfully to Gust and began to hand over the prisoners.
Okay.
Gust returned the salute, then waved to his subordinates, and began to accept the indigenous prisoners. The captain of the Sea Tribe did not stop. He saluted Gust again, and then came to Caroline.
Miss Caroline, this is the trophy that His Majesty asked me to bring back this time. It is a sacred object obtained from the indigenous temple.
The captain of the Sea Tribe took out an exquisite wooden box, and then handed the pair of wristbands to Caroline.
Okay. Good job.
Caroline took the box naturally, and then continued to ask the captain of the Sea Tribe.
Is your battle going well? Go back to Miss Caroline. Before I came back, the battle went smoothly. We captured the aboriginal city with very few casualties. Well, very good. Then you can go and rest first. I have already prepared the food.
Caroline nodded with satisfaction and confessed, now that she and Lolita have Alice's approval, it is justifiable. So when Gervais and Alice are away, she and Lolita can be said to have the highest status in St. Anne's City.
Yes, Miss Caroline. Miss Lolita, please resign.
After the captain of the Sea Clan left, Caroline took the box and said to Gust,
Grandpa, then I will send a sacred weapon to the backyard of the small building first.
Gervais had already told them to return these indigenous sacred vessels to the small courtyard after the sacrifice, and the same was naturally true for this one that had just been returned.
Okay, Caroline, you can send them in. I'll wait for Nathan and Vivian here to see how to distribute these natives. Sister Lolita, let's go!
Afterwards, Caroline took Gloria towards the temple. The indigenous captives, who were still tied up in the square, could only watch as the sacred objects were taken away. Soon, Caroline and Adela arrived at the backyard of the small building.
Caroline, Lolita.
As soon as the two entered the backyard, Wally happily flew over and greeted them affectionately.
Little one, come sit on my hand.
Caroline and Lolita often come to the backyard these days, and they have long been familiar with Wally. Lolita stretched out her white palm and let Vala fall on it, and then the two of them came to the edge of the sacred tree. At this time, there is also an exquisite scepter placed here, which is exactly the one that gave off the halo when the indigenous people prayed last time. Caroline came to the scepter and carefully placed the wooden box on the stone. After making sure it was stable, Caroline thought for a while, and then stretched out the wooden box.
After all, Gervais said that this sacred weapon seemed to have some effect on the sacred tree, so it should be opened. However, the moment Caroline opened the wooden box, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! Buzz! The moment the wooden box was opened, the scepter beside Caroline and the wristband in the wooden box suddenly emitted a white light. And then the two sacred objects began to vibrate and buzz.
Ah! What's going on?
Caroline and Lolita did not expect such a turn of events, and were stunned for a moment. Buzz! And just when they were at a loss, the two holy objects began to rise slowly, floating more than 1 meter high in the air out of thin air. White auras appeared above the holy objects, rippling like water, circular waves. And when the ripples of spiritual light rippled, they finally swept over the holy tree. And the moment the spiritual light swept across the holy tree, something happened to the holy tree as well. Little by little white light spots began to emerge from the holy tree, just like the scene when Gervais was pulled into the holy tree by the goddess.
This is my staff and bracers.
When the white light spots on the holy tree gathered more and more, reaching the extreme, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air outside the holy tree. Caroline and Lolita, who had just been blinded by the white light, heard this extremely beautiful female voice, and couldn't help but try to open their eyes to see.
Who are you? Why are you here?
The goddess who appeared this time was no longer the hazy goddess Gervais had seen before. At this time, she looked flesh and blood, beautiful and holy. At this time, the goddess was wearing a long blue and white dress, which showed off her curvy and exquisite figure. And in her hands, she picked up the indigenous sacred scepter and wrist guard.
You can call me Angelina, but there is one thing I need to ask you clearly. Why are my staff and bracers here? Also, where is the young man named Gervais?
Angelina didn't pay attention to the tone of Caroline's question. After giving a simple answer, she opened her mouth to question Caroline and the two of them. Last time, she transferred part of her remaining power to Gervais. Under normal circumstances, she would need to continue sleeping for 3 to 5 years to relieve the power lost by being sealed in the crystal sculpture for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, just a moment ago, the wrist guard and the staff appeared at the same time to wake her up. Even because there was so much power of faith stored in the staff and wrist guards, she suddenly regained the previous level of strength and was able to condense a real body and appear outside the holy tree.
You? Your staff? Are you a goddess?
Caroline and Lolita were shocked when they heard Angelina's words. These two items are sacred to the indigenous people. That is to say, they are items used by the gods they believe in. Now that this woman says these two items are hers, doesn't that mean she is a god?
N.J. Lee, not Angelina, Lord God.
In an instant, Caroline's eyes widened, and she looked at the beautiful woman next to the sacred tree in disbelief. Because she remembered that the name of the god that the indigenous captives prayed to on daily basis was Angelina.
Yes, I am the goddess Angelina. Because of my weak divine personality, I had to merge into the holy tree. Now, thanks to the power of faith in these two items, I can quickly regain my strength. Now can you tell me where these two things come from? And Gervais?
Goddess Angelina's face was holy and peaceful, and her words made Caroline and Lolita feel like a breath of fresh air. This appearance finally freed the two women from their fear.
Goddess Angelina, Gervais is leading the army on an expedition. We don't know exactly where it is yet. These two items of yours were left by the descendants of your servant. Goddess Angelina, what's wrong with you?
When facing Angelina, Caroline did not dare to lie and was prepared to tell the truth. After all, under their influence, speaking to gods was useless. However, just when Caroline was halfway through her words, the goddess Angelina, who originally had a holy and peaceful face, suddenly frowned.
There is a force trying to pull the power of my body.
Goddess Angelina frowned for a moment and finally answered. However, this answer made Caroline and Lolita feel a little confused. But both of them knew that this matter must be serious, because even the goddess showed a solemn and worried look. The two of them immediately stood there and waited in silence. The civilian area of St. Grace City was in a state of chaos, and the surrounding area of hundreds of meters had turned into rubble. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Batman's eyes began to look around the ruins. After a while, he finally saw the target of his search more than 10 meters in front of him. It was Gervais, who was lying motionless on the ground, half of his body still pressed under the gravel.
Ha ha. Boy, now I am sending you on your way. Don't worry. Your wives from Stormwind City and the Elf tribe. I will send them down to meet you sooner or later.
When Batman saw Gervais' figure, he immediately approached him with a long sword in his hand. Facing Batman, who was approaching step by step, Gervais still lay motionless in the pile of rubble. At this time, Gervais had fallen into a coma. His back withstood dozens of Batman's sword attacks. And this last powerful bombardment at close range finally made it impossible for his 94% damage immunity to fully protect him.
Ding! The host falls into a coma. Ding!
The host is facing a death threat,
and the system determines that the host is unable to resist on its own. Ding!
Spend 10 energy points to activate the system's main protection function.
The Dinghu Master System is searching for a rescue plan. The final rescue plan will be implemented based on the energy points owned by the host. Ding! The residual divine power in the host's body has been detected. Ding! The rescue plan has been selected. Using divine power to enhance the host's power. Ding! We are tracing back to our origins through the breath of divine power. Ding! It has been traced back to the origin, and the connection is being established. Ding! Contact is rejected. Use Plan B and implement a unilateral and forceful signing of a sharing contract. Ding! The sharing contract has been completed. 1,500 energy points have been consumed.
When Gervais's mind was buzzing, Batman had already arrived in front of him. Bartman kicked Gervais hard in the abdomen, knocking Gervais, who was half lying, onto his back. Looking at Gervais's face, Batman's eyes flashed with murderous intent.
Boy, go to H.L.
Batman knew that Edward would arrive soon, so he was not prepared to play an affectionate confession before killing. He simply raised the gleaming long sword and put the tip of the sword directly against Gervais's neck, preparing to pierce his neck mercilessly. The next moment, Batman's eyes flashed coldly, and his hand suddenly became stronger. Ding! However, when Bartman pressed down the sword hard, Gervais, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Bartman standing in front of him. Then at this critical moment, he rolled left to avoid Bartman's long sword, causing Bartman's sword to miss.
Huh? You're actually awake.
Batman's eyes widened, and he didn't expect that Gervais would suddenly wake up at this time.
However, you will also die.
Batman's reaction was not bad either. After feeling that the poke was empty, he instantly raised his sword and struck at Gervais, who was still rolling on the ground.
When?
Unfortunately, Batman's sword was directly blocked by Gervais, who had just stopped rolling and raised his sword. After blocking the sword, Gervais put his left hand on the ground, turned around handsomely, and stood up.
How is this possible? You are obviously seriously injured.
Batman was a little unbelievable now. Previously, he clearly noticed that Gervais's breath was very weak. It would be normal if he just woke up and rolled to dodge. But now Gervais not only blocked the slash, but also got up easily, which had to make Bartman confused.
Ahem. Old guy. Did you enjoy beating me?
Gervais stood up and looked at Batman's surprised expression. His eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for the system, he would really die here today. But even if he escaped the disaster now, he still did it after consuming those 1,500 energy points.
Who exactly are you? No, you can't be human.
Batman was beyond horrified, especially when he used his senses to look at Gervais again and detected an indescribable aura on Gervais. This aura made Batman feel a little afraid in his heart. Batman couldn't believe that he, a powerful person at the peak of Hongqi, would actually be afraid of a boy whose strength was only at the beginning of Hongqi.
Yes, I'm not a human being. I'm a god. Go to H.L. Old guy.
Gervais was not going to talk to Batman. He had held back his anger today, so he swung his long sword and slashed at Batman.
When?
Batman also quickly swung his sword to resist. And with a clang, the two swords clashed. Then Batman's expression changed drastically.
Did you suddenly become so strong?
Batman looked at Gervais with real fear in his eyes this time. What happened in just tens of seconds broke Batman's previous understanding. The reason why Batman is so strong is because of decades of hard work. And he also needs to have incredible talent and the accumulation of countless resources. But this killing god was clearly on the verge of death a moment ago. But at this moment, his power is already able to compete with him. And he even looks vaguely like he can't resist it. This is crazy even for Batman.
Huh. I told you. I am God. Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais smiled evilly, and then used his fighting energy with all his strength to strike out with his sword again. But Batman was shocked and once again swung his sword and slashed with Gervais.
When?
Puff. But this time, with the sound of dang, Batman's long sword was cut off directly. Then, the power of Gervais's sword continued unabated, splitting Batman's breastplate and striking the flesh inside. Chapter 8 36 Role Reversal. However, Although this sword only caused a 2 to 3 centimeter sword wound, it made Batman's face change drastically. It was too late. But it was too fast. Bateman, who was frightened, before Gervais could swing his sword again, directly threw the half-broken sword towards Gervais, and then headed towards Gervais without looking back. The walls rushed away. When Gervais quickly deflected the half-severed sword that was shot at him, and then pursued Batman.
Old guy, didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Stop now if you dare.
At this time, the roles between the two were actually reversed, with Batman running away from the front, and Gervais holding a long sword and pursuing arrogantly from behind.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Although Gervais' strength has been greatly enhanced, it is a pity that he was too seriously injured by Batman's repeated attacks. At this time, the speed of pursuit was not fast, and the two were always 5 or 6 meters apart. Seeing this, Gervais, like Batman before, directly began to attack with sword light from a distance. Puff! Following Gervais's critical strike, the red sword light immediately struck Batman's back, and a blood spray burst out from Batman's back. Although his back was injured, Batman did not dare to look back. He now knew that he could no longer kill Gervais, so he could only escape immediately. And because the situation with Gervais was so weird, Batman didn't dare to stay even for a moment longer.
Old guy, you are so shameless. You were so arrogant just now. But now you only care about running away. And you don't even plan to lose any face.
Seeing that Batman was about to run up the city wall, Gervais cursed loudly.
Boy, you will regret it.
But Batman still didn't look back. But he gritted his teeth and left Gervais with a harsh word.
Old guy, I'll chop you to death. I'll kill you with a critical strike.
Gervais immediately became angry and slashed at Batman's back several times with his sword. Puff puff. The next moment, several more blood marks appeared on Batman's back. But at this time, Batman finally ran to the city wall.
Stop him!
Batman came to the city wall, immediately blended into the crowd, and then gave instructions to his subordinates.
Yes, Your Majesty the Duke.
The Golden Knights on the city wall were still unclear about the situation. But after hearing Batman's words, they subconsciously immediately rushed towards Gervais.
Get away!
Puff puff. However, just as those Golden Knights stepped forward, they were slashed to the ground by the furious Gervais with several swords. But when Gervais chopped down these Golden Knights, Batman had already escaped down the city wall with the help of a ladder.
Asshole!
A strong man like Batman, who wants to escape Gervais, really can't kill him completely, unless his current strength can completely crush Batman. So when he came to the edge of the city wall, and saw that Batman had reached the bottom, Gervais could only curse. Woohoo! Batman came and ran to the city wall. When he saw that Gervais was not chasing him, he turned pale and looked for the herald. Woohoo! Then, the sound of retreat horn sounded outside the city wall. When they heard the sound of the retreat horn, the Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family were startled for a moment, and then turned to look outside the city. They saw that the team on the edge of the moat below the city had begun to retreat. Only then did everyone's expressions change, and they rushed towards the city. He leaned against the city wall.
Ick!
Seeing this, Gervais immediately called over Ike, who was fighting.
His Majesty! Go down immediately and surrender without killing! Yes, Your Majesty!
Ike immediately accepted the order, with great excitement on his face. This time, they actually defeated tens of thousands of Golden Knights. If such a record were achieved in Eurasia, the nobles would definitely be shocked.
Your Majesty has an order. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed.
As Ike shouted the order, the nearby direct guards and slave soldiers roared. The Golden Knights on the city wall immediately hesitated. If they were under the city wall, they would turn around and flee without saying a word, and only Shasha would choose to surrender. However, it is difficult to get up to this 50-meter city wall, and it is equally difficult to get down. Just being crowded with teammates scrambling to escape has now become a constraint for me. Even many Golden Knights had just squeezed to the edge and were about to lean down and climb the ladder. But they were accidentally squeezed out by their teammates and fell from the city wall screaming. Gervais saw these Golden Knights still hesitating, so he stepped forward in person. Puff puff. Gervais killed the 3 Golden Knights, who climbed onto the wall in one breath, and then shouted loudly,
I won't kill you if you surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender too!
The next moment, several Golden Knights near Gervais were so frightened that they immediately dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, begging loudly for mercy. Things like surrender are contagious to the defeated army.
as the Golden Knights knelt down and begged for mercy. The sounds of surrender and begging for mercy immediately came from the city wall.
Gervais!
At this moment, Gandalf came to Gervais like a bloody man.
Father! You're fine.
Gandalf's appearance shocked Gervais. His armor was riddled with pits, and there were more than a dozen holes cut through it. Plus, his body was covered in blood. Gervais was a little unsure of what this was. The enemy's blood is still his own at the expense of his father.
Ha ha! Gervais, I'm fine. All this blood belongs to the enemy. My father personally killed 2 White Flag Knights and more than a dozen Golden Knights today. Ha ha!
Gandalf's face was full of excitement, because the damage immunity potion that Gervais gave him finally allowed Gandalf, who likes to fight directly, to experience what it means to be an invincible god of war. He also achieved the first cross-level kill in his life.
That's good.
Gervais was relieved to hear this. Then looking at the retreating Golden Shield family soldiers outside the city, Gervais said to Gandalf,
Father, the prisoners on the city wall will be handed over to you first. We can't let all these guys outside the city escape. Okay, Gervais.
Gandalf knew that this was the best opportunity to expand his victory, so he agreed without hesitation. After telling Gandalf, Gervais immediately turned over and came to the outside of the wall, followed the siege ladder of the Golden Shield family to the bottom of the city wall. At this time, all the soldiers of the Golden Shield family around the city wall had fled, and they were all crowded on the edge of the moat, waiting to pass. In the previous battle, there were more than 15,000 people in the Golden Shield family. 89,000 people climbed up the city wall, and more than 3,000 people were preparing to climb under the wall. As for the other 3,000 to 4,000 people, they were stuck in the moat fighting with the High Clan, or waiting to pass. Now those Golden Knights, who had not crossed the moat, became the lucky ones, and immediately left with Batman after receiving the order to retreat. But those who had already crossed the river were blocked again by the High Clan soldiers at this moment. When the High Clan soldiers saw that the enemy began to retreat, they naturally would not let them pass so happily.
Surrender without killing!
Gervais quickly came to the edge of the moat. He immediately shouted at the soldiers of the Golden Shield family, who were crowding by the river. But it was a pity that these people didn't pay attention to Gervais at this time, and they all pushed their way into the crowd.
Blood Moon Death God slash.
Boom! Seeing this, Gervais fired the Blood Moon Death slash forward without saying a word. In an instant, a terrifying red sword light appeared in front of him, blasting away the ground and spreading to the moat.
I said, those who surrender will not be killed. Now I ask you, will you surrender?
Gervais's Blood Moon Death slash completely suppressed the Golden Knights. In the frightened eyes of these Golden Knights, Gervais spoke to everyone in a cold tone. In the previous blow, he deliberately struck towards an uninhabited place. Otherwise, this sword alone might have killed hundreds of people when the enemies were so densely packed.
We surrender. Don't kill me. We surrender.
Gervais's terrifying strength, coupled with his cold words without a hint of fireworks, finally made these Golden Knights collapse, and they immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered.
But tie them all up.
Seeing these guys finally surrender, Gervais was also satisfied. After giving instructions to Bard and the Sea Tribe, Gervais turned his attention to Batman and others who had escaped more than a mile away. There were more than 3,000 Golden Knights who escaped with Batman this time. However, compared to the more than 16,000 elites he invested in Holy Grail City this time, only 3,000 people escaped in the end, which was already a disastrous defeat.
Let you live a little longer.
Gervais was not ready to continue the pursuit at the moment. His subordinates are too few and too weak. Such a record is already the limit, and it is impossible to expand the results further. What's more important is that he feels a little exhausted at this time. Although he shared the power from the goddess Angelina, the problem is that the dozens of wounds on his body require his own body to bear it. Therefore, the current plan is to collect these prisoners first, and then wait for the team of Edward and others to arrive. And then together they will chase down the old guy Batman. This time, he will take advantage of his illness to kill him. As for whether other holy cities would object to this, Gervais had thousands of prisoners of the Golden Shield family on hand. This was evidence that Batman took the lead, and no one could say no. Chapter 837 Doubts. Carrying more than 2,000 Golden Shield family prisoners outside the city, Gervais and a group of sea people entered Holy Grail City directly from the gate.
Father, how about receiving prisoners on the city wall?
When he arrived at the city, Gervais saw soldiers from the Golden Shield family on the city wall. Their hands were tied with mithril ropes, and they were being led down. Gandalf, holding his sword in his hand, majestically watched the actions of these prisoners at the entrance to the city wall. A move.
It went very well. Gervais. They lost the will to fight when they saw that Batman had escaped. Moreover, your terrifying blow just now also shocked them. They are all very honest now.
Upon hearing Gervais's inquiry, Gandalf immediately changed his expression, from the original murderous look to a look of joy.
That's good. Then, Father, I'll leave the things here to you. I'll go back and rest for a while.
Seeing that everything was as usual, Gervais couldn't stand it at the moment. Although the blood on his back has stopped flowing, he is still a little tired after the deadly battle just now.
Gervais, are you okay?
Only then did Gandalf realize that although he was not injured today, his youngest son's opponent was not those miscellaneous fish. He immediately asked the dusty Gervais with concern.
Father, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired.
The injury was not life-threatening. In order to prevent Gandalf from worrying, Gervais waved his hand directly. Then, he paused and continued.
Father, you are now sending a few rapid dragon birds to fly towards the east. The team from Sky City should be not far from us. If they arrive at Holy Grace City, please have someone come and notify me. Okay, Gervais, then you have a good rest first. Father will help you watch from here.
Gandalf saw that Gervais was indeed like a normal person, so he did not continue to ask questions. After talking to Gandalf, Gervais walked towards the hut where he stayed last night. On the road, he randomly found a member of the medical team and asked her to notify Lilia, the leader of the medical team, to come find him. Then Gervais returned to the hut. After returning to the hut, he first asked someone to boil some hot water and rinse it briefly, and then lay down on the bed. Boom!
His Majesty!
At this time, there was a knock on the door.
Come in!
Gervais ordered.
His Majesty!
Lilia opened the door and obediently came to Gervais' bed.
No need for so many etiquette. Come and help me heal.
Gervais lay straight on the bed, wearing only an undershirt at the moment. He waved his hand to Lilia, who was half kneeling, and greeted her.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Lilia didn't hesitate and quickly came to Gervais' side.
Your Majesty. Where are you injured? Lilia will help you treat it now. Back.
Gervais raised his hand and pointed at his back.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Although she saw that Gervais was in good condition at this time, Lilia took action immediately. Dongji carefully opened the underwear on Gervais's back.
Ah, Your Majesty.
You? The next moment, Lilia was stunned. She has been the captain of the medical team for more than a year, and has treated many seriously injured soldiers. But this was the first time I had seen someone like Gervais with dozens of slashing wounds crisscrossing his back. Lilia's eyes immediately turned red. It can be said that their second life was given by Gervais, and the one they admire most in their hearts is themselves, His Majesty. But now His Majesty has suffered such an injury. How painful it must be.
Okay, Lilia. It's just a minor injury.
Gervais couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw his medical captain looking like he was about to cry. If it weren't for the fact that these injuries would affect his actions, he wouldn't be prepared to announce them. After all, Gervais felt that his character should be a wise, mighty, and invincible king.
Yes, Your Majesty. Lilia will help you treat it now.
When Lilia heard this, she immediately reacted, not daring to delay any more. She replied with a nasal voice, and then began to chant magic.
Primary healing technique.
As Lilia finished singing, a green light appeared in front of her and lingered on Gervais's wound. And Gervais immediately felt a coolness and comfort in his back.
Primary healing technique.
After the first healing spell was released, Gervais's wounds were already recovering visibly to the naked eye. However, Lilia did not stop and continued to perform the second healing technique.
Primary healing technique.
Then came the third and fourth.
Okay, Lilia.
When Lilia was about to cast the fifth healing spell, Gervais immediately raised his hand to stop her, because at this time Gervais could feel that his back injury had basically recovered.
But, Your Majesty, there are still red marks on your wound.
Okay.
Listen to me.
Looking at Lilia's already pale face, Javision deliberately stopped her with a straight face.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Seeing Gervais' serious expression, Lilia didn't dare to say anything and immediately responded in a low voice.
That's how you behave. By the way, Lilia, what happened today is a secret between you and me. Don't reveal it.
Seeing Lilia's agreement, Gervais changed his smile and joked at her.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Obviously, with Gervais's current status, the weight of flirting with Lilia was very heavy. Lilia immediately blushed and hesitated.
Very good.
Then go and get busy. Many people should be injured in today's battle, and we must do our best to treat them.
Gervais did not dare to tease her too deeply. After seeing Lilia's reaction, he immediately changed the subject.
Yes, Your Majesty. Lilia is going now.
Lilia, who was still shy at first, became a little more serious when she heard Gervais's words. Although the Golden Shield family was defeated today, there were also a lot of injured people on Gervais's side, and she was really needed as the captain of the medical team.
Well, go ahead.
Afterwards, Lilia excused herself and left the room. Gervais continued to lie in this hut for more than half an hour before there was another knock on the door. It was Edward and others who had arrived in the city of Holy Grace.
It's farther than originally expected. Fortunately, today's system is powerful.
Gervais immediately put on his clothes and armor while thinking about the reasons why he was able to turn defeat into victory today. The system didn't know what strange power it used, and relied on the aura left by the goddess Angelina on her body to directly lock onto her. Then he asked her to sign a power-sharing contract with him. Under this contract, Gervais can fight with half of Angelina's strength. Of course, this power currently has a drawback. That is, the farther away he is from the goddess, the weaker this power becomes. If Goddess Angelina could be by Gervais's side today, then Gervais was very sure that Batman would never be able to run away. Of course, Gervais was not curious about shared power. After all, he could understand the literal meaning. What Gervais is really curious about is why the system can force the goddess to sign such an obviously unequal and oppressive contract. Gervais speculated that there were two reasons for this. One is that the goddess Angelina is now too weak to resist the oppression of the system. The second is that no matter how strong Angelina is, the power of the system may be more advanced than that of the goddess, which is why the goddess surrendered. Of course, the reason why the system helped Gervais complete the contract to share power was after consuming 1,500 energy points for him. If Gervais only had 15 energy points today, he would probably have to wait to die today. Chapter 838 Pursuit. After thinking about it, Gervais got dressed and walked out of the cabin directly.
Gervais, well done.
Gervais came outside the gate of Holy Grace City. When Edward saw him, he immediately stepped forward and praised him.
Thank you, Duke Edward, for the compliment. It's just good luck.
Gervais was very modest and put it off with a smile.
Ha ha. Lord Gervais, we just heard from your subordinates that there are 20,000 people coming to attack your city this time. The Golden Knights alone are at least 16,000 people. You are still talking about luck? That's all.
When Johnson heard what Gervais said, he immediately squeezed forward, patted Gervais on the shoulder, and started to argue. Gervais suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. In fact, today's battle was no worse than any other holy city. But he just wanted to keep a low profile in front of outsiders.
Gervais, I heard that Batman personally brought people here this time.
Edward didn't hold on to Gervais, and even changed the subject.
Yes, Batman came in person and escaped just now.
Gervais nodded, and was about to start discussing business with Edward.
Duke Edward, Batman only took more than 3,000 people with him during this retreat. I think we can deal with him at once this time. What do you think?
Gervais was not ready to let Batman go, and now he began to test Edward and others' opinions. His strength alone in Stormwind City was not enough to take down Batman. After all, Batman had many allies in the land of the gods. But if Edward and others also participate, then things will be much simpler.
More than 16,000 elites came, but only 3,000 escaped?
Edward couldn't help but be surprised. Although they heard how many people came from Batman, they didn't know Gervais's results. After all, they were still being counted. At that moment, Edward did not answer immediately, but began to think, his eyes flickering.
Duke Edward, I think it's feasible. The Golden Shield family has been causing trouble for us again and again. Why don't we work together and take advantage of this opportunity to deal with him directly?
Edward was still thinking about it. But Johnson on the side immediately agreed with Gervais's idea. Gervais's results this time really impressed him. But he was even more grateful that he was on good terms with Gervais.
That's right. The Golden Shield family has lost so many people this time. It will definitely be impossible to mobilize troops and horses to come to the land of the gods for a while. Why don't we deal with him?
At this moment, another holy city lord spoke out.
Okay. However, let's pursue him first. What happens next depends on how things develop. I don't know if the allies of the Golden Shield family will stand firmly with him by then. In addition, we must also find a way to occupy the next large indigenous city. And we cannot let it be occupied by other holy cities. Otherwise, it will be very detrimental to our future development in the land of God's fall.
After several city lords expressed their opinions, Edward finally nodded in agreement.
Okay, Duke Edward. City lords, you must be tired from traveling all the way. Let's go into the city first and have a good meal, and then set off to chase Batman.
Seeing that none of the city lords objected, Gervais was very happy and immediately invited them to enter street and city. After hosting a banquet for several holy city lords in Holy Grace City, Gervais made arrangements for the prisoners. Without taking any extra rest, he immediately led his team to follow Edward and others, heading west. This time, most of the troops and horses brought by Gervais were missing. In today's battle, they killed and injured more than 6,000 people from the Golden Shield family, and captured more than 6,000 people. The reason why such a result can be achieved is the huge contribution of the magicians and the sea people in the moat, especially the magicians, with them helping out behind the scenes. The Golden Knights of the Golden Shield family were frightened and unable to do anything. The 50 aerial magicians led by Long Air have become harvesters on the battlefield. Of course, with such brilliant results, Gervais's men suffered unprecedented losses. In today's battle, the number of direct guard deaths reached 200, and more than 300 were seriously injured. Although the High Clan fought fiercely on the moat, there were still more than 200 casualties. Even Gervais' trainee magicians suffered more than 10 deaths. As for the slightly injured Gervais, they have not been included in the statistics, because the medical team is here. Even the seriously injured can basically be saved as long as they do not die on the spot, let alone the slightly injured. In this way, Gervais's total number of casualties this time reached more than 700. In order to safely watch the prisoners of the Deposit Shield family, Gervais left behind more than 300 direct guard soldiers and more than 300 Sea Clan soldiers. They will stay in St. Grace City to guard the prisoners until Street and City gets the news and sends people to support them. After leaving the city of Holy Grace, Gervais, Edward and others headed west. However, the speed of pursuit was much slower than Gervais expected, because the total strength of more than 10 holy cities reached 70,000 to 80,000. There were 70,000 to 80,000 people plus countless horse-drawn carriages carrying supplies. It was not until the evening of the next day that Gervais and the others saw the first city.
Your Majesty the Duke, there is the flag of the Golden Shield family on the city wall, but there are only a few guards guarding the city, and there are no human activities in the city.
2 miles away from the city, Gervais and others stood on the slope and observed the city ahead. The scouts who had just been sent to investigate had returned on griffins and reported the situation in the city.
Is there no one? It seems that Batman has abandoned this city.
Gervais and others were not surprised. They encountered 2 waves of aerial scouts from the Golden Shield family when they arrived this morning. Even if Batman had stayed in this city, he would have run away long ago. The only thing they're a little unsure about now is where Batman will go next. Should he return to his base camp, or follow him to the other side of the river? If Batman returns directly to the base camp, where there is the Golden Shield family's Divine Fall passage, and Batman can receive immediate support, then Gervais and the others will not need to pursue him. After all, it is their home base, and it must be a tough nut to crack. But if Batman didn't choose to return to base camp, they could still pursue him.
Duke Edward, how about this? Let's just send the Sky Knight to the city to capture a few soldiers of the Golden Shield family and question them. And then we can make plans.
Gervais immediately suggested.
Can!
Edward had the same idea and immediately agreed with Gervais's words. Then directly, Gervais and Sky City each sent 50 flying beasts to the city. At this time, there were less than 200 soldiers guarding the city. It only took about a quarter of an hour for the gate to the city to be opened. Then several prisoners were immediately sent to the city. After interrogation in batches, Gervais and others learned that Batman did not return to the base camp, but directly crossed the river to the other side, because the day before yesterday, part of Batman's troops and his allies had already moved to the other side of the river.
It seems that when Batman came to Holy Grace City, he didn't expect to lose the battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made arrangements to attack the natives early.
After hearing this, Gervais couldn't help laughing.
That's for sure. If it were me, I don't think I would lose. 20,000 people versus 5,000 people. And there is still a big gap in strength. To be honest, Lord Gervais, I still can't figure out why Batman was defeated.
Johnson immediately added,
Ha ha. It's just luck. It's just luck.
Naturally, Gervais didn't want to go into details about how he defeated Batman and his subordinates, so he just made fun of him. Then he paused and immediately changed the subject.
Duke Edward, City Lords,
Let's cross the river now. The news this time is good news. At least Batman did not return to the base camp. And Gervais still has a chance to take revenge. Okay, let's go! Afterwards, Gervais and others directly changed direction, preparing to cross the river to the other side, and pursue Batman while going deep into the hinterland of the indigenous people. Chapter 839 Doubts. When Gervais and his group of 70,000 to 80,000 people came to the river, what they saw was a broken bridge that had been burned black. Judging from the traces on the bridge, this was not done by Batman and others. It was obvious that it was burned down by the indigenous people when they evacuated. Just like the one outside Holy Grace City, facing this large river that is 200 to 300 meters wide. It must have been a big problem for them to cross the river without ships. However, this time with the presence of 2,000 Sea Tribe soldiers from Gervais, their crossing of the river became easier and faster. The army only needs to cut down a big tree, tie it with hemp rope to make a simple large raft, and then put it into the river. And Gervais's sea soldiers will push the raft across the river. With the help of the Sea Tribe soldiers, the safety of the rafts was greatly ensured during the process of crossing the river. Every large raft could reach the other side safely. The crossing operation of Gervais and his party continued until midnight. After everyone arrived safely on the other side of the river, Gervais and the others set up camp directly by the river to rest. When the meal was finished at noon the next day, their team started moving forward again, along the way until the next morning. They finally arrived at the first medium-sized indigenous city. However, when they arrived in front of this medium-sized city, they found that it was in ruins. At this time, there were ruins everywhere in the city, and many houses that had been burnt black were still smoking. What was even more cruel was that the bodies of indigenous people were everywhere in the city, and no one had stopped them. What do Batman and the others want to do? Gervais, Edward and others came to the city, and frowned when they saw the corpses of indigenous people and ruined walls all over the ground. For such a medium-sized city, after Batman captured it, instead of occupying it, he actually burned it directly. Could it be that the natives set the fire themselves? It can't be the fire set by the natives. Did you see that the temple has collapsed? Even if the natives are defeated, they will never destroy their temple. At that moment, the city lords began to discuss one after another. Gervais and Edward silently listened to the discussion of the city lords, and each continued to look around, hoping to find any clues. Originally, each family came to the land of God's Fall to occupy the city and land, and then seize the resources in the land of God's Fall. It was not in their interests to destroy the captured cities at all. The Golden Shield family and those holy cities did this. Extremely abnormal. Gervais, why do you think the Golden Shield family did this? Edward looked around for a long time, but found nothing. Finally, he saw Gervais next to him, who was still looking around. So he asked Gervais, I don't know why the Golden Shield family does this. When Gervais heard the inquiry, he immediately withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and replied to Edward. Then, he paused before continuing. But no matter what, we may have to be more careful next time. As the saying goes, there must be a monster when something goes wrong. Gervais felt that Batman might have some conspiracy in doing this. I think so too. Edward deeply agrees. Next, everyone continued to check the city for a while. After finding no clues, they exited the city and continued on the road towards the large indigenous city. Because of this incident, Gervais and the others became cautious when moving forward. The original scope of the scout investigation was only more than 20 miles. But now it was changed to more than 50 miles. And the number of people was doubled. In this way, Gervais and the others continued to work for several days. However, the rest of the journey made them even more confused, because the several indigenous cities they encountered were all the same as before. The cities were broken down and burned, and all the indigenous people inside were killed. And there are a total of 4 such cities later. Batman, these bastards, are they planning to kill all the natives? How much manpower and material resources are needed to build a city? But it was burned down like this. Yes, such a medium-sized city would be perfect if used as a stronghold. But now it has become a ruin. According to the investigation results of the past 2 days, their location at this time is already the last one among the indigenous people besides the main temple city. In other words, if they go further, it will be the home of the indigenous people. At this time, the 5 ruined cities they saw were all burned to the ground. This situation was indescribably weird. What's more important is that they didn't even see the shadow of Batman and others along the way. Let's move on! No matter what Batman does, we still have to fight for the big indigenous city. If it is occupied by Batman,
It will be very detrimental to us in the future. Especially the surrounding cities have been destroyed a lot by Batman. If you want to use it as a stronghold in the future, you can only capture that big city.
Edward waved at the city lords, who were scolding Batman for his lunacy, and motioned for the army to continue on their way. After hearing Edward's words, all the city lords stopped complaining and continued to lead their men forward. At this time, Gervais, who was following the team at the center, felt a little uneasy. Bartman's approach reminded Gervais of the strong walls and clear fields in his previous life. Although Gervais and the others were not short of food or siege equipment, he always felt that Batman might have such a plan. If they could abandon so many cities, Batman's plan might not be simple. Later, Gervais also found Edward and informed him of his concerns. After hearing this, Edward agreed that Batman must have some plan, but it was imperative to go to the indigenous city, so they could only move on and wait and see. The only thing that can be done now is to cheer up the scouts. In this way, if Batman really has any conspiracy, they can find it early and respond. After 3 days of careful driving, Gervais and the others finally arrived at the big city where the main Aboriginal temple is located. This is a super city comparable to the City of Hope. The city walls are hundreds of meters high. As for the length and width, you can't see the sides at a glance. This city can accommodate a population of at least several million. What Gervais and others did not understand was that the conspiracy they were worried about did not appear, because when they arrived in this big city, they finally discovered Batman and his allies. Batman and his group, with a total of more than 70,000 people, are currently attacking the natives in the city to the west of the city. Gervais and the others had just sent scouts to observe the situation on the Golden Shield family's side. Their attack seemed serious this time, because there were already 2,000 to 3,000 corpses piled under the city wall. Under such circumstances, the Golden Shield family and his allies had no extra energy to plot against Gervais and others.
Dear city lords, the big Aboriginal city is right in front of us, and the Golden Shield family and its alliance, Holy City to the west, are already attacking the city. Then we must speed up and prepare to attack the city, and we must not let the Golden Shield family take the lead.
A camp was set up directly to the east of the big city, and Edward immediately summoned a group of Holy City lords to start discussions.
I agree with Duke Edward's words. This Aboriginal city must not be snatched away by the Golden Shield family. I agree too. I agree too. After Edward finished speaking, all the city lords spoke in agreement. At this time, it has been confirmed that the Gene Dunn family and others are attacking the city with all their strength, and they have relaxed a lot. At least for now. It seems that the Gene Dunn family has no conspiracy.
Very good. Since everyone has no objections, let's spend the whole morning repairing and prepare the siege equipment. We will start the official siege in the afternoon.
Seeing that no one objected, Edward immediately made up his mind.
Then, let's allocate the order of attack.
Such a big city cannot be captured in a day or two. So this is a protracted siege. In order to maintain sufficient combat effectiveness, the family must be the first to conduct wheel battles, so as to ensure the combat effectiveness of each family.
Duke Johnson, you guys should be in the first round. Do you have any objections?
At that moment, Edward began to assign the order of attack.
No problem. Duke Edward, Duke of Osney, you.
Chapter 840 can't wait any longer. Edward quickly arranged the order of the wheeled battle, because Gervais's team was the weakest. He was placed in the last wave. Of course, before the wheeled battle, they still need to work together to complete the most important thing, which is to fill in the moat.
The name of this large indigenous city is different from other small cities. It does not start with the word holy, but is named directly with the word God. This sacred city can accommodate at least 2 to 3 million people. For such a big city, one can imagine the width of the moat, which is more than 150 meters wide. The ballistas on the top of the city were even more densely packed, making people scalp numb just by looking at them. Earlier, the scouts went to the Golden Shield family on the west side to check, and most of the thousands of people died under this ballista.
Gervais, I'll leave those ballistae to you. Is there any problem?
All the city lords had returned to their respective camps to arrange manpower preparations, but Edward stopped Gervais. Edward had long heard from Johnson that Gervais had a strange weapon. Although this weapon was about as powerful as a trebuchet, it was very accurate.
No problem. But there are a lot of indigenous ballistae, and the city wall is too high, so it may take a little more time.
Of course Gervais would not hide it. But this big city is more than 100 meters high, and has at least 800 or 900 ballistae on each side. It is not easy to solve it.
It's okay, Gervais. Just do your best. Edward did not put pressure on Gervais and immediately reassured him. Good. After saying that, Gervais said goodbye to Edward and returned to his camp. Arriving at the camp, taking Ike and the others with him and 10 artillery pieces, Gervais headed directly to the city 500 meters outside the city. Ike, you take command? Yes, Your Majesty. It is not an emergency at this time, so Gervais does not need to personally take command. He gave instructions to Ike, then sat on the soft chair prepared for him by the guard, and began to wait leisurely. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, under the command of Ike, 10 artillery were put into operation, and bursts of explosions suddenly sounded outside the sacred city. Although Gervais left some room for his promise to Edward, the artillery attack still caused a lot of trouble for the natives defending the city. After just 3 rounds of Sh. Ling, more than a dozen ballistas on the 100-meter-high city wall were destroyed. Of course, compared to 800 or 900 ballistae, a dozen or so ballistae is just a drop in the bucket. Edward gave Gervais half an hour's advance time. At this rate, he should be able to deal with hundreds of indigenous crossbows within half an hour. And half an hour later, it was necessary for each holy city to temporarily risk their arrows and fill the river. To the west of the city of God, when the Sky City Coalition forces began to fill the river, Batman was sitting in his tent. At this time, an aerial knight, who had just returned from reconnaissance, was reporting the situation to him. So, the weird weapon of the God of Death can easily deal with the ballistae on the aboriginal city wall. Batman's face was expressionless. After listening to the Sky Knight's report, he asked in a deep voice, Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. The weapon of the God of Death only rang 3 times, and more than 10 ballistae on the aboriginal city walls were destroyed. It only took 4 or 5 minutes. The Air Knight immediately nodded in confirmation. Boom! After receiving a positive answer from the Sky Knight, Batman suddenly slapped the table and then stood up. It has been 3 days since the allied forces of the Golden Shield family arrived at this divine city. But faced with the densely packed ballistae on the city wall, it took them more than 2 days just to fill the river. Moreover, it took more than 3,000 people to complete the filling of the river. If the weapon of the God of Death can effectively deal with the ballistas on the city wall, then the Golden Shield family alliance will definitely not be able to compete with Sky City and others. Can't wait any longer. Batman frowned and muttered to himself, although he hoped that Edward and others could quickly start the siege. This was under the premise that the Sky City Coalition forces must consume as much strength as possible. But now the God of Death used strange weapons to destroy the ballista on the city wall, which disrupted his plan. More importantly, once the ballistas on the city wall are completely eliminated, Edward and others can concentrate on attacking the city. If the Lord God is really quickly occupied by the Sky City Coalition forces, then his plan will be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Batman finally made up his mind. Go out now and call Kuei Ying and the others to my place. Batman ordered the Sky Knight, who was half kneeling on the ground. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. The aerial knight did not dare to say anything and responded immediately, then quickly left the tent. About 5 minutes later, a series of footsteps sounded outside Batman's tent. Come right in. Hearing the footsteps, Batman directly gave instructions without waiting for anyone outside to report. Your Excellency, you are looking for us. A total of 5 people came in outside the tent. All of them were in the realm of Black Flag Knights. These people are the natives of the land of God's Fall, the people who were appointed to take charge of the Golden Shield family back then. Although today's Golden Shield family has greatly increased in strength, they can no longer play the role of sitting in charge, but they have been retained by Batman. Well, our plan is going to start early. You go and inform the High Priest now. Batman nodded to several people and said, Do you want to act in advance? Your Excellency, haven't those people from Sky City just arrived? And those allies on your side? One of the natives heard Bardman's words and immediately spoke in confusion. However, before he could finish speaking, Batman interrupted directly. Something happened in the Sky City. To be on the safe side, I decided to act sooner. As for the problem you just mentioned, I will naturally have a solution. Okay, Your Majesty the Duke, let's go and notify the High Priest now. After hearing Bardman's words, the descendant of the servant of God had no objection and immediately responded with, Okay, and bowed respectfully. Batman nodded, then thought of something, and solemnly confessed again. By the way, Kuei Ying, you must remember to be fast. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. Soon, the 5 descendants of the God servants left the tent and then rode the Golden Shield family's rapid dragon bird toward the west. After the descendants of the servants of God left, Batman walked out of the tent and stood on the high slope looking toward the camp to the southeast.
The casualties are not big enough? Wouldn't it be solved by creating some conflicts?
Gervais and others still didn't know what Batman was planning. Half an hour passed quickly, and Gervais had destroyed as many as 80 or 90 indigenous crossbows. However, the work of destroying the ballista has come to an end for the time being. Because the artillery fires at a high density, the barrel of the gun is already extremely hot. If it is not rested for a period of time, it is likely to damage the artillery and even risk exploding the barrel. When the sound of artillery here disappeared from Gervais, his allies had already assembled a team to fill the river, numbering about 5,000 to 6,000 people.
Let's start!
Woohoo! As Edward gave the order, the sound of trumpets was remembered in the camp.
Start moving!
Subsequently, these river-filling teams began to advance towards the Divine City under the leadership of their respective captains. Because the walls of the Divine City are too long, it is impossible to fill them all in one moment. Therefore, these river-filling teams were now concentrated on the section that had just been cleared of ballistae. Buzz, however, even though the number of ballistae had been reduced sharply, Gervais only had time to destroy 80 or 90 of them. When everyone approached within 200 meters, a permeating buzzing sound still sounded from the city wall. Whoosh whoosh. Puff puff. After the buzzing sound came out, hundreds of crossbow arrows as thick as a child's arm followed. These crossbow arrows were more than 2 meters long. After being fired, they immediately landed on the team, filling the river. In an instant, dozens of soldiers were pierced through the body.
Quick! Speed up! Be careful of distractions.
Fortunately, in this medieval world, siege is one of the most familiar battlefields for soldiers. Compared to the rain of hundreds of longbow arrows, the hundreds of crossbow arrows were already very intimidating to them. After all, although the crossbows were powerful, their number and attack speed were simply not as good as those of the longbows. Then, thousands of soldiers braved rounds of volleys from ballistae and began to transport soil to fill the river. Gervais's small steel cannon rested for half an hour before starting to eliminate the ballistae again. In this way, the river-filling operation continued until midnight. Just as the sun was about to set, the horn of retreat sounded outside the city. After filling the river for most of the day, there was already a crossing channel outside the city that was large enough for 10,000 people to pass through at the same time. The completion of filling the river also indicates that the first wave of siege will begin tomorrow morning. That night, to the west of the Divine City, outside the camp of the Golden Shield Family Alliance, a team of 2,000 people was ambushing in the grass outside the camp. Tonight, the bright moon in the sky was completely obscured by clouds, allowing these 2,000 people to lurk unnoticed at the edge of the camp without being discovered.
Cuckoo! Cuckoo!
But at this moment, I remembered a few birdsong at the edge of the camp ahead. After hearing the birdsong, more than 2,000 people who were lying on the ground like ghosts squatted down instantly. One of the leading men leaned towards the wooden wall of the camp. When the man came to the wooden wall, he immediately saw 5 people wearing armor, but without any family emblems on their chests.
Everything is arranged inside. The guards have been dealt with. Let's start taking action. Yes.
After the two parties met, they just had a brief conversation, and then waved to the people on the grass behind. In an instant, the team of 2,000 people started to move and moved towards the wooden wall. When everyone walked along the wooden wall to the left for more than 100 meters, an incredible scene appeared. The gate of the Golden Shield Family Alliance's garrison was completely opened, and all the guards fell into a pool of blood. You must know that there are 60,000 to 70,000 troops stationed in this camp. Such a thing would have been impossible to happen in the past. However, more than 2,000 people were not surprised by this, but seemed to have known about it for a long time. When they arrived at the gate of the camp, they immediately rushed into the camp with a torch in one hand and a sword in the other.
Kill!
Afterwards, there were shouts of killing in the camp of the Golden Shield Family Alliance, and countless tents were set on fire. Dang, dang, dang.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
Suddenly, shouts of death and alarm bells rang across the sky from the west outside the sacred city. Affected by it, both the natives in the Divine City and the coalition camp of Sky City in the northeast became trembling. Chapter 841 Murderer?
What happened? That's the camp of the Golden Shield family over there. Could it be that the natives came out of the city to make a sneak attack?
In the Sky City coalition camp, all the city lords walked out of their tents and gathered on the camp observation deck to look toward the west. Looking at the flames soaring into the sky and the endless shouts of killing, everyone was a little confused. Gervais was also among the crowd at this time, looking at the west with doubts.
It stands to reason that the natives rely on the giant city, and do not need to venture out of the city at all, especially when there are enemies like them. But if it wasn't the natives who attacked the Golden Shield family coalition, then who else could be? You must know that Gervais and the others are also very close to Batman's camp. So scouts from both sides are constantly patrolling the realm within a radius of 20 miles. If there is really an unknown enemy coming, Gervais and his scouts should be able to detect it.
Whatever. It would be best if the natives come out of the city. I hope the natives can catch all the guys like Batman.
That will be a big help to us. Duke Johnson is right. It's best to kill Batman and the others at once. Then we can slowly capture the sacred city.
However, although everyone was puzzled, they were happy to see the Golden Shield family alliance suffer misfortune. And they all began to watch and laugh. There were cheers and laughter in the Sky City. But the Golden Shield family coalition camp was already in chaos. The soldiers had already fallen asleep after high-intensity fighting during the day. The sudden attack and the sky full of fire made the awakened soldiers immediately fall into panic. Many people rushed out of the camp without even having time to grab their armor and weapons. But as soon as these soldiers rushed out of the tent, they encountered heavily armed attackers. These attackers didn't say anything. As soon as they met, they wielded their gleaming swords and slashed at them. In an instant, these soldiers, who were only wearing linen underwear, were chopped down to the ground like melons and vegetables. These attackers quickly set fire to the tents and supplies in the camp, and at the same time went on a killing spree, killing anyone they saw. As time goes by, the casualties in the Golden Shield family coalition camp are increasing, and the chaos gradually penetrated from the original periphery to the core area. Many families in the Holy City wanted to organize a team to fight back, but it was night and there were many panicked soldiers running around and fleeing to the core of the camp, making it impossible for the lords and captains of the Holy City to organize themselves for a while.
Don't panic. Everyone listen to my orders and follow the soldiers of my Golden Shield family to fight back.
But at this moment, Batman suddenly appeared, and more than 1,000 fully armed elite soldiers had gathered around him. Seeing such a scene, the soldiers who were scurrying around slowly eased their panic, and actually followed the team of the Golden Shield family towards the outskirts of the camp.
Kill!
A few minutes later, the elite members of the Golden Shield family met the sneak attackers, and the two sides rushed together instantly, and the sounds of killing were heard again. The two sides fought for about 2 or 3 minutes, and the attackers did not gain much advantage. Seeing this, a loud shout suddenly came from the crowd of attackers.
Retreat! Everyone returned to camp. Retreat!
When the order to retreat was given, the sneak attackers did not hesitate to fight, and ran out of the camp gate like a tide without any delay, heading toward the southeast.
Stop chasing. Put out the fire first and rescue supplies.
Batman personally led his elite men in pursuit to the gate of the camp. When he saw the attacker disappearing into the night in the southeast, he immediately stopped his men's actions.
Yes, Your Majesty the Duke.
Those subordinates heard Batman's order and immediately stopped the pursuit. The other Holy City soldiers, who had been following them, originally wanted to beat up the drowned dog, but after seeing the hatred in their hearts, they could only stop the pursuit angrily when they saw this situation. Afterwards, the Golden Shield family alliance quickly began to clean up the camp. It took more than half an hour to put out the fire in the camp, and all the lords of the Holy City gathered in the meeting tent.
What is going on? Why do unknown people come to attack our camp in the middle of the night? The most disgusting thing is that the soldiers on duty were quietly eliminated by the other party. Yes, I saw clearly that those sneak attackers were not natives. Bastard. I lost more than 500 men. I also lost more than 300 people. I lost more than 400 people.
At this time, a group of Holy City lords were sitting around the long table, all of them looking gloomy and gnashing their teeth.
The soldiers on duty are jointly appointed by everyone. We still need to investigate carefully where the problem occurred. However, I'm afraid there are some clues about tonight's attacker, but we can't tell whether they are true or false yet.
Just after the lords of the Holy City bitterly recounted the losses of themselves and others, Batman, who had been silent at first,
finally spoke.
"Oh, Duke Batman, who is the attacker?"
All the lords of the Holy City immediately looked at Batman.
"Let me show you something first."
Batman said something to the city lords, and then raised his hand and waved to a guard at the door. When the guard saw it, he immediately nodded and walked out of the tent. After a while, the tent curtain reopened, and more than a dozen soldiers from the Golden Shield family came in from the outside. The soldiers were divided into groups of 2, each carrying a corpse. Then they placed the corpses in a row in the meeting tent. When the city lords of the Holy City saw this situation, They already had suspicions in their minds. So they immediately looked at the armor of these corpses.
It's the emblem of Sky City.
In an instant, these holy city lords saw the badges on the chests of these attackers.
Asshole! Why do they dare to do this? Now that the natives have not been driven away, they dare to attack us.
In fact, there is no need to think too much. There are only 3 parties within a radius of dozens of miles. The people who attacked them, apart from the natives, could only be the Sky City Coalition forces, who also belong to the Holy Alliance. However, although there were some speculations originally, the city lords did not dare to really confirm it without evidence. But now, after seeing the badges on the armor of these sneak attackers, I immediately identified the murderer. Not only are the armors of these sneak attackers unique to Sky City, but the engraved badges are not deceptive either.
Everyone, please listen to me first.
When all the holy cityists angrily cursed Sky City, Batman spoke again. After attracting everyone's attention again, Batman continued,
although my Golden Shield family also lost more than 200 people this time, I can't wait to find the murderer now and cut him into pieces. But everyone, have you ever thought that although the armor style and badges belong to Sky City, it cannot be ruled out that someone with ulterior motives deliberately framed the fault? I think we should investigate carefully before drawing any conclusions.
Batman slowly explained to everyone.
Duke Batman, although our Jer family usually only follows the leadership of the Golden Shield family, this time I don't agree with your statement. This is the hinterland of the Land of God's Fall, and there are only us and the Sky City Coalition forces around at this time. How could anyone else deliberately frame the Sky City? It's impossible for us to do this ourselves. Right. So I think this must be the work of the Sky City Coalition. Yes. Duke J is right. Edward and the others must be worried that we will capture the City of God. So they deliberately sent people to sneak attack to cause us trouble. Yes. Except for the people from Sky City. There are no other human races around here. As Duke Jer said, it can't be done by one of our own.
This was the first time that the lords of the Holy City refuted his words in front of Batman. After all, this sneak attack caused a lot of losses to the families. Not only did the soldiers suffer a lot, but they also lost a lot of materials. Not to mention how angry they were at this time.
Alas, although what you said makes sense, it's just that the enemy is facing us now.
Batman seemed to be half convinced by everyone, showing a helpless expression.
Your Majesty the Duke, the natives must not dare to leave the city at the moment. Moreover, this sneak attack by the Sky City Coalition forces has caused huge losses to each of our families. I'm worried that they will continue to do this. So we might as well strike first.
Duke Jer had a hot temper and once again proposed to Batman.
Yes, we must avenge more than 4,000 casualties and countless supplies. Moreover, so much supplies were burned today. I am afraid that the remaining supplies will not be enough to support us in capturing the indigenous sacred city. Yes, who knows if they will continue to sneak up on us next time. We are lucky this time. Duke Batman just organized a team to fight back. Otherwise the losses may be even greater. Those sneak attackers are definitely elite.
One by one, the lords of the Holy City echoed.
If that's the case,
let's drive away the Sky City team first, and then continue to attack the city.
Batman was finally persuaded by the city lords, and he made a decision immediately following everyone's wishes. But everyone didn't know that at this moment. There was a flash of light in Batman's eyes. Chapter 842 The War Begins. When the shouts of killing in the Golden Shield family camp to the west disappeared and the fire went out, the city lords on Gervais' side gradually dispersed. Early the next morning, Johnson led his 5,000 men out of the camp and prepared to attack the city for the first time. Woohoo! As the horn was blown, Johnson's army began to advance towards the walls of the indigenous sacred city. However, the city lords like Gervais were sitting on soft chairs preparing to watch this battle. Wow! However, just as the battle was about to begin, 2 rapid dragon birds suddenly fell from the sky. They were the scouts sent by Gervais. In addition to Gervais's scouts, aerial knights from several other families could be seen swooping down in the sky at this time. But their speed was only half a beat slower than the rapid dragon bird.
What happened?
Facing the emergency landing of the scouts, the city lords naturally understood that something must have happened. They stood up from the soft chairs and looked at Gervais's scouts one after another.
Your Majesty, the army of the Golden Shield clan to the west has been dispatched. However, their direction of action is not the indigenous holy city, but towards us. They are expected to arrive in 10 minutes.
After the 2 scouts under Gervais jumped off the rapid dragon bird, they immediately reported to Gervais.
Coming towards us? What does Batman want to do?
The city lords also heard their reports and immediately frowned and looked to the west. However, due to the obstruction of the city wall, no one could see the specific movements of the Golden Shield family at this time. Wow! Wow! Your Excellency, there is something strange happening in the Golden Shield family. At this time, as scouts from various families landed one after another, they also brought the same news. How many people there are? After Edward concentrated for a moment, he immediately asked for an exit. At least 50,000 people. 50,000 people? Are the Golden Shield family preparing to fight us? All the city lords immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Everyone, go back immediately to gather people to form an array outside the camp. Edward did not hesitate and immediately gave instructions to the city lords. Johnson, quickly withdraw your soldiers. The siege operations are temporarily suspended. Okay, Duke Edward. At this time, Johnson's men had already arrived at the edge of the moat, and the natives on the city wall had already started to attack with their bows and arrows. Now that the Golden Shield family is coming fiercely, it is definitely impossible to fight on two fronts. So withdrawing now is the best option. Gervais, why are you back? When Gervais quickly returned to his camp, Gandalf was sitting on the open ground wiping the sword in his hand. After seeing Gervais, he asked curiously, Father, call everyone together now. There may be a big battle later, and the Golden Shield family coalition is coming towards us. Gervais did not waste any time. He replied briefly to Gandalf and asked him to gather men. Okay, Gervais, I'm going to gather people now. Gandalf couldn't help but be startled when he heard such a turn of events. Then he immediately put away his sword and stood up to gather men. Soon, Gandalf notified the direct guards and Sea Tribe soldiers. Gervais's more than 3,000 troops quickly left the camp. When he led the team to the vast field outside the camp, the teams of Edward, Johnson, and others had already been lined up, and they were all lined up in family units. At that moment, Gervais also immediately directed his men to line up on the far left side of the team. When they had just formed their formation, the Golden Shield family coalition finally appeared not far away from them. Afterwards, the troops from both sides faced off outside the aboriginal sacred city. The Golden Shield family coalition forces number about 50,000, while Gervais and the others have more than 60,000. Both sides left more than 10,000 people on duty in the camp to deal with any eventuality. Regarding this scene, the most curious people are the natives on the city wall. They were originally the party under attack, but now they are the audience. At this time, the walls of the Divine City were already filled with natives, all pointing and looking outside the city. They were all curious about why the invaders started fighting among themselves. Of course, they were curious, but they had the same mood as Gervais and the others last night. That is, they expected the intruders outside the city to fight to the death. At this time, the atmosphere outside the city was full of chills against the gleaming armor and swords. However, the two sides did not start fighting immediately. I saw the Golden Shield family alliance making the first move. A team of over 100 people rode Warcraft towards the open space in the middle of the two armies. Everyone, let's go take a look too. When Edward saw this situation, he immediately greeted Gervais and other city lords. And then, they also led more than 100 people towards the central open space. Soon, the troops from both sides met at the center of the two armies. Batman, what do you want to do? After Edward pulled the Warcraft mount under him, he immediately asked Batman. Although they had wanted to hunt down Batman along the way, they were now under the aboriginal sacred city. If they fight to the death, they will probably be taken advantage of by the natives in the city. This is a large indigenous city, and its military strength and powerful men are no longer comparable to those of smaller cities. Edward, you Sky City have done such a despicable thing, and now you are asking me what's going on in a pretentious manner? After Batman met Gervais and others, he did not look at the others for the first time, but gave Gervais a hard look. After hearing Edward's question, he looked away and retorted in a bad tone. Batman, what do you mean? Edward's face immediately turned cold. Batman called him Sky City despicable in front of so many people. This was already related to the family's face. What do you mean? Edward, you understand. Wow, Batman sneered, then took out a few pieces of armor from the space ring and threw them on the ground. They were the same armors worn by the sneak attackers last night. Batman, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Edward looked at the armors on the ground that were exactly the same as those of his subordinates, and had some guesses in his mind. but he still needed Batman to speak on his own.
Humph. Edward, do you think our Golden Shield family is really afraid of you? Since you are so despicable and sent men to sneak attack us last night. Stop pretending to be confused now.
Batman snorted and pointed it out directly. But when Edward heard Bartman's words, he was stunned. He didn't expect that he had really guessed it. Johnson and other city lords also looked at each other in confusion.
Batman, if you want to cause trouble, we will help you to the end. But what happened last night?
Whoosh.
Duke Edward, be careful.
After Edward reacted, his expression became even more sinister. As he said, he was not afraid of a battle. But he couldn't let Sky City be framed. So he just wanted to explain. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, a sound broke out from the crowd on the side of the Golden Shield family. Gervais could see clearly from the angle he was at. So he immediately spoke to remind him. And at the same time quickly released a magic shield. Boom. Wow. Gervais's instant magic shield is blessed with Edward. And it is also an intermediate magic shield. However, under the blow of the hidden arrow, it was shattered on the spot. Fortunately, with such a buffer, Edward has already reacted. Ding! As Edward swung his sword, the hidden arrow, which had been slowed down by 3 points, was directly deflected. After picking away the hidden weapon of the sneak attack, Edward's face was gloomy.
Batman, how dare you plot against me?
The next moment, Edward raised his sword and slashed directly forward.
Die! Kill!
Batman showed a little disappointment when he saw that the hidden weapon was not successful. However, Edward had already taken action at this time. He also immediately started to switch machines. After shouting loudly, he also slashed towards Edward.
Kill these shameless guys! Kill!
After the two took action, the other Holy City lords reacted one after another. Then Johnson and others, who were furious, roared and attacked the other city lord. In an instant, what was originally a pre-war negotiation turned into the beginning of a war. Boom! More than 100 people were fighting in the center of the two armies, and the roar of swords clashing resounded through the wilderness. The two sides fought fiercely for a moment, and Batman blocked Edward's sword strike before speaking.
Retreat!
Afterwards, the members of the Golden Shield family alliance began to retreat one after another. Of course, this does not mean that Bartman's army cannot defeat Gervais and the others. It's because Batman's real plan is to consume the strength of both sides through a war. At this time, the war was inevitable, and he did not need to stay here to fight to the death. After all, besides Edward, Gervais was also a person he was very afraid of.
Come on! Let's go back too!
Seeing Batman and others evacuate, Edward didn't hesitate to fight and immediately called everyone back. Afterwards, all the city lords cursed and returned towards the army. Before returning, Gervais frowned and looked at Batman. He felt that today's matter had a strong conspiratorial meaning, and combined with the several destroyed cities he encountered a few days ago, he was deeply wary of Batman. The only thing we don't know right now is how big this conspiracy is. Batman seemed to notice Gervais' gaze on him, and immediately turned his head to look at Gervais as well. Their eyes met, and Batman gave Gervais a sinister look.
Old guy, let's see what tricks you can do.
The two looked at each other for a moment, and then both looked away. Woohoo! At this point, there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. After returning to their respective armies, they all began to arrange their offensive formations in full swing. For such a field battle, the strategies of both sides are very simple. That is, they put the Warcraft cavalry at the front, while the infantry and long-range firepower follow closely behind. As the battle horn was blown, the armies of both sides immediately started moving. The Warcraft cavalry took the lead and charged towards the other side, like a torrent of steel. Chapter 843 Chapter 845 Becoming Stronger Again.
Kill! Kill!
The cavalry legions on both sides each numbered between 3,000 and 4,000. And they were almost the same in terms of strength, accompanied by the roars of beasts and shouts of death. The scene of the frontal confrontation between the two sides was really huge. Bang bang bang. Ho ho! As the cavalry from both sides collided fiercely, the battlefield suddenly turned upside down and beasts roared repeatedly. Woohoo! Seeing that the cavalry in front were already fighting together, the horn of attack sounded again from behind.
Everyone listen to the order and start moving forward.
This horn was conveyed to the infantry. As the horn sounded, the leaders of each family drew their swords and directed the infantry to move forward.
Kill!
When the infantry approached the battlefield where the cavalry was fighting, they immediately joined the chaos.
Long E! Let the magic squadron take action.
In this battle, Gervais also sent his thousands of direct guards. However, compared to the elites of the Holy City families, Gervais's direct guards were much weaker. Therefore, Gervais had to send Longy and others up to relieve the pressure on the direct guards.
Yes, Your Majesty.
After Longy received the order, he immediately began to move towards the battlefield with 200 magicians. Gervais's original magician team consisted of more than 250 people. But at this time, 50 people had already taken off to fight on the rapid dragon bird. Therefore, there are only 50 junior magicians among Longy and others, and the rest are all trainee magicians. A moment later, Longy and others had arrived at the battlefield.
Fireball! Ice cone technique! Tangled with vines!
Whoosh whoosh! Boom boom boom! Following the violent roars of Longy and others, countless whistling sounds of magic suddenly came from the battlefield. Fireballs the size of tennis balls passed over the heads of the guards, and directly hit the Golden Shield family coalition forces. There are also a few ice picks and thick vines growing on the ground.
Ah! It's a magician!
Suddenly, there were many screams from the Golden Shield family alliance.
Okay! Ha. This is too enjoyable!
Accompanied by screams, the Golden Shield family coalition fell in an instant, with nearly 200 people in total. Regarding such a scene, Johnson and other city lords naturally noticed it and cheered instantly. Although most of Gervais's magician squadron are just trainee magicians, it can be seen that the trainee magicians are also magicians. The performance of this first attack alone is extremely dazzling.
Gervais, your magician squadron has so many more people?
After the cheers ended, Johnson suddenly remembered something. That was when he first saw this magician squadron. There were not so many people. Now it is more than doubled. So I immediately cried out in surprise.
Ha! They are all trainee magicians. I spent all my efforts to select them in my Eurasian continent.
Gervais smiled modestly and replied to Johnson.
Ha! Lord Gervais, your efforts are well spent. With so many magicians fighting together, we never thought about it before. But now it is really eye-opening.
Seeing that Gervais was so humble, all the city lords continued to compliment him.
Ha! Thank you, city lords, for the compliments. Gervais, when I get rich in the future, I also want to form a magician army like this. The number doesn't need to be large. Just a squadron will be enough. Then you have to sell me spiritual potions.
Seeing Gervais's delighted look, Johnson couldn't help but feel envious in his eyes, and suddenly said something to him.
Ha! Of course. Johnson, if you have more money, you can give it a try. But you must agree first that you can't ask me to return the potion after it is sold.
Gervais smiled and nodded when he heard Johnson's words, and at the same time solemnly confessed in a joking tone. Because Johnson's wish is very difficult. The key to Gervais being able to create so many magicians is the affinity potion, not the mental power potion. In the absence of affinity potions, if Johnson and others want to cultivate many magicians by relying solely on spiritual potions, the difficulty will rise sharply, which is at most about 30% better than cultivating without potions. Therefore, it is very cost-effective, and it is not very possible to form such a magic squadron.
Ha! Gervais, I'm kidding. I'm not as willing to spend money as you are. You are the richest among us, second only to Duke Edward.
Upon hearing the answer, Johnson immediately waved his hand, indicating that his wish was just a wish, while everyone was chatting and laughing. Because of the addition of magicians, the Sky City Coalition forces, which originally had a numerical advantage, vaguely gained the upper hand. Faced with such a situation, some people are naturally happy while others are worried.
Asshole! How come they have so many magicians?
The city lords of the Golden Shield family alliance also paid close attention to the battlefield. When they saw Gervais magicians running rampant on the battlefield like harvesters, they were all furious and anxious.
Duke Batman, we can't continue like this. Those magicians will make us lose this war.
All the city lords looked at Batman, waiting for him to give him a solution.
Then let's go straight on. Then some of us will stop Edward and the others, and send 2 people to deal with those magicians. Those magicians are all trainee magicians. As long as there is no obstruction, it will be easy to solve.
Facing the anxious inquiries from the city lords, Batman also immediately pretended to be anxious. After thinking for a moment, he spoke to the city lords.
Okay, then Duke Batman, let's take action now. We can't wait any longer.
After hearing this, all the city lords had no objections. This was the only way at the moment, so they immediately prepared to play in person.
Okay, let's do it now.
Batman nodded immediately, and then arranged for 2 city lords to be responsible for sneak attacks on the magicians. And the group of people quickly rode towards the battlefield on their mounts. Carrot.
Look! Batman and the others are moving!
The unusual movements of Batman and others were immediately noticed by Gervais.
Come on! Let's go up too!
Without any hesitation, Edward immediately greeted the city lords.
Good!
Then Gervais and the others drew out their swords one after another, urging their mounts to rush toward the battlefield.
Leave Batman to me, and you can deal with the others together.
When the 2 sides were about to meet, Edward shouted to everyone.
Okay, leave the others to us. Don't worry, Duke Edward.
All the city lords immediately responded after hearing this. Batman and Edward were strong men of the same level, so they couldn't get involved.
Phone ya //
After a while, the city lords from both sides finally met. Edward was seen taking the lead, swinging his sword at Batman first.
Explosive fire /
Batman didn't show any weakness and counterattack with his sword. In addition to the 2 people, other city lords also started to take action. Boom! Boom! As the 2 sides started to fight, there were bursts of roars in the field, because the power of these city lords was too strong. The originally flat grass on the ground was immediately blasted into pits, and dirt filled the sky.
Hey! No! There are 2 less people!
The roaring sound was endless. But Gervais during the battle suddenly noticed something strange. When he glanced around, he immediately found that the number of enemies had decreased. Gervais has a photographic memory, and this skill has the most obvious auxiliary effect on team battles, allowing Gervais to see through changes on the field at all times. Now, with 2 enemies suddenly missing, he naturally had to be careful whether the other party was preparing to stab someone in the back. However, just when Gervais was confused, the next moment his peripheral vision scanned the crowd of soldiers fighting not far away. There were 2 figures there who were rushing towards the side.
No! They want to sneak attack my magician!
Gervais's eyes immediately flickered, and he immediately understood what the 2 city lords were planning.
Johnson! They separated 2 magicians who want to sneak attack on me. I will go over there to rescue first. It's up to you here.
Gervais didn't have time to think too much, and immediately shouted to Johnson, and then prepared to move towards his team of magicians to return support.
Stop him! Don't let that killer god get away!
Unexpectedly, as soon as Gervais finished speaking, Batman's roar rang out.
Kill! Vortex /
After Batman's roar came out, a city lord immediately approached Gervais, trying to stop him from leaving.
Roll!
Gervais was immediately furious, and immediately used his fighting spirit to the extreme to strike a sword at the city lord. As the crimson moon slashed out, it instantly collided with the city lord's sword light. Boom!
What? How can you be so strong?
However, when the swords of both sides collided, the city lord shouted in disbelief. And at the same time, he jumped up from the Warcraft mount, because Gervais's power remained unabated after the collision, and he continued to attack him. Puff! Roar! The next moment, Gervais's sword light enveloped the mount, directly cutting a deep sword mark on the back of the high-level monster.
Holy crap! Why am I so powerful?
Not to mention the city lord. Even Gervais was surprised at this time. The blow just now was just a powerful slash. Not a secret skill. But just like that, he directly overwhelmed the opponent's secret skill. In this way, his strength today is several times stronger than when he fought Batman that day.
Could it be that the goddess has become stronger again?
Gervais was a little baffled that he suddenly became so powerful. But the only change should be the goddess. The next moment, Gervais stopped thinking and immediately urged the giant crocodile to run towards his team of magicians.
If you stop me again, you will die.
But just as Gervais made a move, the city lord wanted to continue to block him. Seeing this, Gervais gave a cold shout. Immediately, the city lord couldn't help but take a step back, and was actually scared away by Gervais. Taking advantage of this gap, Gervais immediately left the battle circle and headed back to support his squadron of magicians. Chapter 844, Encircled. When Gervais cleared away the enemies blocking the way, the 2 city lords responsible for sniping the magicians had also arrived at their destination.
Asshole! Go to H.L.
Seeing a group of magicians constantly releasing fireballs, the 2 city lords, who had long been filled with hatred, did not hesitate to swing their swords towards the group of magicians.
No! Run!
Because they were in the middle of a melee. Long Yi and others did not notice the 2 holy city lords, who sneaked in quietly. When they really launched an attack, Long Yi's face changed drastically, and he showed horror when the terrifying momentum exploded. However, it was too late to run away at this moment. The huge sword light from the two city lords, with the strength of the purple flag, had already struck their heads.
Ha ha! Go to H.L.
The two city lords suddenly looked happy, and their previous anger was relieved at this moment.
Do you two think you can kill my people in front of me?
At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the ears of the two city lords.
What?
The two of them were suddenly shocked and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. However, he saw that Gervais's figure was like lightning, and he had already come closer at some point.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais gave a cold shout and instantly shot out a red light.
Fire shield technique! Fire shield technique!
Boom! The red light came first and directly blocked the two sword lights above Longy and others. With a roar, both sword lights were firmly blocked. In the moments before the explosion, Gervais released shields for several magicians who were approaching. Not only was the sword light struck by the moment, but the shock wave was also offset by the fire shield released by Gervais. Longy and the others were unscathed, which made the two city lords widen their eyes with disbelief on their faces.
How come you have such power?
If fighting alone, it is not unusual for Gervais to be able to block one of their blows. But now that the two of them joined forces, they were able to be resolved so easily. I am afraid only Edward and Batman could do it.
Longy! Take people away!
Gervais did not pay attention to the two of them immediately, but looked at Longy first and gave a faint instruction.
Yes, master!
When Longy and others heard the order, they quickly evacuated and continued fighting elsewhere.
God of Death! You are too arrogant!
The two city lords still didn't know that Batman was defeated by Gervais. Seeing Gervais's attitude at this time, how could they, the city lords, endure it? His face suddenly dropped, ready to attack.
Ha! You'd better not care whether I'm arrogant or not, and pay more attention to how much ransom I'm going to pay this time.
Seeing that his men were all gone, Gervais looked at the two city lords with a faint smile on his lips. He is not prepared to kill all the city lords, who are allies of the Golden Shield family, because of the desperate counterattacks of more than a dozen holy cities. Even the city in the sky has to weigh its concerns, and it is more likely that the orcs will take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he will save the lives of these city lords in exchange for benefits. As long as the Golden Shield family is exterminated, these city lords of the Holy City will naturally not be able to cause trouble. They were just allies. Without the Gene Dunn family as a troublemaker, there was no reason to dare to fight with him anymore.
Let us pay the ransom. Then let's see if you have the ability to kill a god. Do you really think we are? What a shame! Blood Moon Death God slash.
Before the two city lords could finish speaking, Gervais had already raised the Crimson Moon impatiently. Immediately, the two city lords shut their mouths obediently, and then waved their swords to resist with solemn faces.
Fiery slash! Chaotic slash!
Boom! In an instant, 3 terrifying sword lights collided together, causing an ear-splitting explosion.
Careful!
However, the next moment when the explosion weakened slightly, one of the city lords suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that Gervais's blood-red sword light did not dissipate during the confrontation, but continued to blast towards them with unabated force. Boom! It was too late for the two city lords to escape, so they could only use their fighting spirit to resist. The next moment, there was a second explosion in the field, and the red sword light instantly completely submerged the two city lords.
Ahem! You are still so young. Why are you so strong?
The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, and finally the incredible voices of the two city lords were heard. At this time, the two of them had become extremely embarrassed, with their armors covered with bumps and holes, and blood hanging from the corners of their mouths.
Speaking of which, I don't know how I can be so strong.
Gervais was also a little puzzled. In just over a minute, he actually became more than half a point stronger.
You kill gods! You bully others too much.
Gervais told the truth, but the two city lords felt that Gervais was pretending to be with them, and they almost lost their temper. With a red face and ears, he yelled and cursed at Gervais. At the same time, he raised the sword in his hand and continued to slash towards Gervais.
If you don't believe me, throw me down.
Gervais shrugged helplessly when he saw the red faces of the two of them.
Blood Moon Death God slash.
Then Gervais also shouted loudly and shot at the two of them again. Boom!
Ah!
Suddenly there was an even louder roar. Then there were the screams of the two city lords, and it was obvious that they were seriously injured this time.
Hey hey!
Gervais felt the so-called power, immediately laughed, and then flew directly towards the two city lords without any hesitation, preparing to capture the two city lords alive.
The God of Death is mighty! Kill!
Gervais's performance was immediately seen by the soldiers fighting nearby, and they all showed joy. If he could restrain the two holy city lords so easily, then their Sky City coalition would definitely win today.
Kill!
In an instant, the soldiers from the Sky City coalition forces began to exert force, causing the already small number of the Golden Shield family coalition forces to retreat step by step.
No! Seignior and the others can't defeat the God of Death. Why is the God of Death so strong? Duke Batman, what should we do?
When Batman was waiting for the City Lord to fight, he did not forget to observe the battle situation in the field. He found that Gervais was so strong, and their men's affairs had been faintly suppressed, and his face suddenly turned ugly.
City Lords, don't worry about him. We can't retreat now. We can only fight to the death. I will deal with that murderer later.
Batman was also horrified. If the God of Death had been as powerful as he was that day, then he would have died by the sword of the God of Killing. But now, Batman couldn't help but sneer in his heart, and glanced at the west. Now he just needs to stabilize his allies, and that's it.
It should be there soon. Let you be arrogant for a few minutes first, and then I will see how desperate you will be.
Batman thought to himself. Several city lords, who were allies of the Golden Shield family, did not know Batman's plan. At this time, they also knew that the army was deeply trapped, and it was impossible to retreat. After hearing Batman's guarantee, they had no choice but to fight to the death.
Kill!
Several city lords really started to fight for their lives. If all these elites are eliminated, then the strength of their holy city will be greatly damaged. By then, the holy city in the middle reaches will not necessarily fall to the bottom. This is something they are not willing to bear. Next, the battle between the two sides became more intense. It only took Gervais 5 minutes to finally capture the two holy city lords alive.
Hey! Think carefully about how much ransom you can pay.
Gervais took out the mithril rope and tied up the two bruised holy city lords, and then smiled knowingly. Facing Gervais's words, the two city lords had no intention of refuting, and were tied to the ground without saying a word, looking as if they were dead.
Longy! Take the two city lords down.
Gervais greeted Longy in the distance.
Yes, master.
Soon Longy brought his people over and suppressed the two city lords. The two city lord prisoners were taken away, and Gervais immediately looked towards Batman.
The next thing is...
Boom! Boom! However, just as Gervais was about to head over there and take care of the other holy city lords, one side suddenly rose up. I saw a roaring sound all day long on the horizon in the distance.
What happened? No, there is a large group of people coming from the west.
In addition to Gervais, the city lords present also saw the situation there. They all slowed down their offensive and looked towards the west with caution. For a moment, all the city lords in the scene looked at each other, and a strange atmosphere filled the place. Both the Golden Shield Family Alliance and the Sky City Alliance were shocked and suspicious, suspecting that the team was reinforcements from the other side. When Gervais saw the reactions of the city lords, his heart suddenly thumped.
Where did this team come from? Are they orcs?
Gervais couldn't help but become confused. As one of his own, he naturally knew that what appeared at the end of the horizon was not reinforcements from his side. But looking at the appearance of the city lords of the Golden Shield family, it was obvious that they did not arrange it.
Wrong!
Suddenly, Gervais set his sights on Batman. Although Batman also looked confused at this time, Gervais could clearly see the smile flashing at the corner of his mouth.
This is Batman's conspiracy. And it's a very big conspiracy.
Thinking of the cities that were deliberately destroyed along the way, and the unreasonable sneak attack last night, Gervais immediately thought that Batman was probably planning something. If this speculation is true, then Batman will probably trick even his own allies. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a self-directed sneak attack last night.
Duke Edward, what should we do now?
Soon Gervais came to Edward and others, and at this time other city lords began to ask Edward. In such a situation, if another surprise soldier comes, it will be enough to make them disgraced.
Everyone, give the order to gather your formation immediately.
Edward also noticed that something was wrong. Naturally, he could see the confusion and consternation of the city lords of the Golden Shield family, so he decisively gave orders to the city lords.
Good.
Without any hesitation, the city lords immediately began to order the messengers to issue instructions to break away from the battle. On a normal day, in the middle of a war, this retreat would naturally be a huge rout. But at this time, the city lords of the Golden Shield family were also at a loss. So not only did they not suffer any losses from the gathering, but the other party also sent people to gather the team. If something goes wrong, they will naturally run away immediately. Although Batman was a little disappointed when he saw this situation, he couldn't stop it,
After all, gathering the team was the best choice now. Even if he ordered the city lords to continue fighting, I'm afraid they wouldn't listen. Boom! Boom! As time passed by, the queue on the horizon grew larger and larger, and the city lords in the field took a breath. The surging unknown team was actually a sea of people, and it was impossible to see the end.
I'm afraid there are hundreds of thousands of troops here.
Although the identity of the visitor cannot be identified yet, the number can be roughly estimated.
No less than 80,000.
Duke Edward. What now?
Johnson looked at the unkind team and asked Edward for advice.
We retreat to camp.
In such a situation, it is naturally impossible to continue fighting against the Golden Shield family. It is impossible to continue to attack the city until the situation is clear. So if you retreat to the camp, you can still rely on the camp to defend it, although it is only a temporary residence, with a simple wooden wall to block it. It can also play a lot of roles.
Good.
All the city lords responded and prepared to evacuate.
Late.
But at this moment, Gervais suddenly spoke.
What?
Johnson and others haven't reacted yet.
Look at the woods behind the camp.
Gervais reminded everyone. The next moment, Edward and others immediately looked towards the east and saw a group of birds and beasts rising into the sky and singing continuously in the woods not far from the camp. It was obvious that there were also large groups of people coming from the woods. The reason why no one noticed it before was just that it was attracted by the momentum from the west.
Who are they? How come there are people from the east?
At this time, all the city lords were really shocked. Looking at the movement in the woods, there were at least tens of thousands of people, and they were preparing to surround them all. It is absolutely impossible to retreat to the camp now.
It's aboriginal. Hey, we haven't seen these natives all the way. They came out of nowhere. They look familiar, as if we've seen them before somewhere. This is the Golden Shield family.
Because the forest to the east was very close, many people had already emerged from it. Everyone had seen their appearance clearly and immediately recognized that these people were the natives of the land of the gods. Moreover, they noticed that these natives were very similar to the natives that the Golden Shield family interacted with. There are two types of natives in the land of the gods. One kind looks like a human being. The other type is slightly different from the human race in appearance due to various reasons, such as bloodline, etc. For example, the natives who are friends with the Golden Shield family have dry, cracked and dark red skin, as if they were mud, making them easy to identify. And this is the case for the large group of indigenous people who are suddenly coming in front of them. After recognizing the origins of these two teams of surprise soldiers, everyone looked at Batman in surprise. But when Batman saw his identity as Aboriginal revealed, he finally put a smile on his face.
Edward, I didn't expect that. You will die today. Batman, is this your plan?
Edward really didn't expect Batman to be able to contact these natives. You must know that the land of God's fall is extremely vast, and the place will change every time it is reopened. Therefore, if you want to get back in touch, it's no different than finding a needle in a haystack. But at this time, Batman was found.
Ha ha. Edward, you are right. This is my plan.
As the native team got closer and closer, Bartman's excitement finally couldn't be suppressed. This time he could finally capture all the Sky City.
Duke Batman, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ha ha. We thought we were enemies.
Yes.
Duke Batman, you scared us quite a bit. It turns out you were prepared.
After receiving Batman's confirmation, every city lord in Sky City looked gloomy. On the other hand, the city lords from the Golden Shield family were finally freed from their worries and fears, and came to Batman one after another to praise him.
Hee hee.
Batman smiled at several flattering city lords. Puff! But the next moment, Batman's smile suddenly turned fierce, and the sound of a sword entering flesh could be heard in the field.
Batman, you?
In an instant, both Gervais and Batman's allies were stunned. The person who did this was none other than the smiling Batman, and the one he killed was the ally he was touting next to him. The city lord's chest was directly pierced by the long sword, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He could not figure out why Batman wanted to attack him until his death. As for the other city lords who saw this,
they flew away from Batman's side and looked at Batman with horrified eyes.
Ha ha! Sorry everyone. I think the Holy Alliance is too loose. Why can't we establish an extremely powerful human nation like hundreds of years ago?
Batman slowly pulled out the sword from the chest of the Holy City Lord, and then said something with a sinister smile on his face.
His!
Suddenly, all the city lords gasped. They didn't expect that Batman had such great ambitions, and even his allies were involved.
Batman, We are your allies. A moment ago, everyone thought that they would be able to defeat the Sky City Coalition forces today. But before they could sustain 2 breaths, they found that even themselves had been betrayed. One can imagine everyone's unwillingness. Sorry, I don't need allies. But Batman shook his head. Batman, you will be despised by the world for being so treacherous. When things got to this point, several city lords also knew that there was no possibility of recovery. Their faces turned red, and they actually had a faint urge to take action. Ha ha! When our Golden Shield family comes to dominate the Holy Continent, who dares to say anything? Batman smiled disdainfully, paused and continued. Besides, you are just the beginning. There will be other city lords to accompany you in the future. Don't worry, and go with peace of mind. After saying that, Batman knew that he could not stay any longer. So he immediately mounted his mount and ran away. Even if everyone wanted to chase him, it was already too late. Batman's thousands of elites also began to evacuate at this time. They were originally at the outermost edge of the battle circle. At this time, they evacuated so quickly that the city lord's men had no time to stop them. High Priest Callie, kill them all. Leave no one behind. At this time, the natives finally arrived a mile away. When Batman met the natives, he immediately spoke to the High Priest at the front. Okay, Batman, we'll keep our promise. The High Priest named Carrie responded immediately after hearing Batman's words, and then waved his hand behind him. Kill! Leave no one behind. Yes, High Priest. When the natives saw High Priest Callie coming down, they continued towards Gervais and the others without any hesitation. Duke Edward, it's time for us to break out. Seeing more than 100,000 natives rushing over there, and when the city lords were at a loss what to do, Gervais immediately spoke to Edward. Maybe I can't get out. Edward showed a rare hint of bitterness. There are 120,000 to 30,000 natives in the west, and 70,000 to 80,000 in the east. In other words, the total number of indigenous people this time was around 200,000. Under a double attack, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through. Duke Edward, you must give it a try no matter what. Otherwise you will only die if you are besieged here. Gervais knew that the chance of leading the army to break through was slim, but he was not in the habit of waiting for death. Then give it a try. Lords of the city, let's break out toward the east. If that doesn't work, everyone should escape on their own and inform other holy cities of what Batman has done. Although the loss of his men was inevitable, the city lords still had a chance to escape due to their high strength. So Edward immediately told the city lords, okay, let's fight out and make sure that Batman, the bastard, is made public. All the city lords also made a prompt decision and listened to Edward's words and prepared to break out. Afterwards, all the city lords headed towards their respective teams. If you guys still want to survive, you'd better break out with us. When all the city lords left, Gervais suddenly saw the city lords who wanted to be in Batman's camp and shouted to them. These guys are the most unlucky, having been tricked by their allies. Oh, okay, Lord Gervais, Lord Edward, we will break out with you. The city lords reacted immediately after hearing Gervais's words. From then on, their army, totaling 80,000 people, broke out toward the east. Kill! Soon, Gervais and the others faced the natives blocking the way, and a battle broke out. At this time, the 100,000 natives from behind also pressed forward, trapping Gervais and others in the middle. Although Gervais and his team were elites from various holy cities, they were surrounded by indigenous people and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Every time their group took a step toward the east, they would suffer heavy casualties. However, Gervais's men suffered the least casualties because they were supported by magicians. Blood Moon Death God Slash. At this time, Gervais was on full fire and didn't hold back at all. Boom! Puff puff! As the blood-red sword light fell, the natives blocking the road in front instantly fell on their backs. Gervais did not stop, and immediately led his subordinates to move forward through the temporary gap. In fact, it is not just Gervais, but other city lords are also like this. For example, Edward, Johnson and others all took the lead and wanted to lead their men to break out as quickly as possible. Because he stayed for one more minute, his men would lose dozens or hundreds more. Gradually, with the full efforts of several city lords, they slowly broke through to the edge of the indigenous encirclement. Seeing that the road ahead was about to be clear, the faces of all the city lords were filled with joy, and they worked harder. High Priest Callie, they are about to break out! Batman stood not far away and became anxious when he saw this scene. Gulu! Gulu! At this moment, A carriage drove up beside Batman and the high priest.
Don't worry. They can't run away.
Carrie had no reaction when he heard Batman's words. He responded to him lightly, quickly turned over and jumped off his mount, and then came to the carriage.
Welcome to the Lord God.
High Priest Callie came to the carriage and knelt on the ground respectfully under Batman's unclear gaze.
What?
Even Batman was shocked by Carrie's actions and words. Although he knew that gods once existed in the land of God's fall, he didn't know how many thousands of years ago it was. What the High Priest of Callie did now was unexpected. Immediately, Batman couldn't sit still anymore and immediately rolled over to the ground. Then stood aside and stared at the carriage. Buzz! The next moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the carriage, and a faint red-black mist was seen coming from the carriage. When the fog filled the air, Batman suddenly shivered and felt cold all over.
Lord God, this is the mortal leader who cooperates with us. He promised to provide me with a steady stream of people for sacrifices within 100 years.
Carrie was not surprised at all and continued to speak respectfully to the carriage. Wow! When Carrie finished speaking, the curtains of the carriage were seen to automatically move without wind, revealing the scene inside the carriage. Surprisingly, the carriage was empty except for a statue placed on the seat. Batman knew this statue. The Golden Shield family used this statue to return it to Carrie, and that was how they gained their friendship. The red and black mist is released from this statue. Buzz! The next moment, the statue flashed red again. Batman felt his eyes blurred. And then, he took a closer look. But there was a figure made of black mist standing in front of the scissor blade carriage. This figure was a bit hazy and illusory. With only his eyes, there are 2 points of red light.
Lord God!
After Carrie saw the humanoid black mist appear, his tone was full of piety.
Go!
The next moment, a strange and low voice came from the hazy black mist.
Yes, Lord God!
When Carrie heard it, he immediately responded, and then waved to several guards not far away. Soon, 4 guards came to the carriage. I saw the humanoid black shadow slightly raising its hands, and 4 streams of black mist headed towards the foreheads of several guards and submerged themselves into it. After doing all this, the humanoid black mist quietly dissipated, and the curtain of the carriage closed automatically.
You go and kill all those strong human beings now.
Yes, High Priest. Following Carrie's order, the 4 people quickly rushed towards Gervais and others who were about to break out. Chapter 845 The God of Blood and Evil.
Hey, what's going on? Suddenly you feel a little creepy?
Although Gervais didn't know what happened next to the carriage, he felt a faint palpitation at the moment the hazy black mist appeared. Immediately he looked towards the west. But unfortunately, there were densely packed enemies all around, and there was no clue at all.
Let's break through first.
Although he didn't know the reason, Gervais' movements became more agile, because the Sky City Coalition army had already suffered heavy losses. Only his subordinates suffered less casualties.
Blood Moon Death God slash!
Gervais shouted loudly and swung his sword again to slash at the natives in front. As long as they pushed forward more than 200 meters, they would be able to break through successfully.
Ha ha! We will break out soon! Batman, this shameless and despicable guy. We'll definitely make him pay the price when we summon the other city lords.
The people who hate Batman the most are naturally the allies of the Golden Shield family. Seeing that they could break out, they immediately roared with joy, looking forward to exposing what happened here and settling accounts with the Golden Shield family. However, at this moment, they did not see that a strange-looking native had squeezed past them. There is a little black energy in the eyes of this native, although his aura does not seem to be strong. It is extremely strange.
Fire crit!
The Lord of the Holy City reached the point of excitement and continued to use his strength, roaring violently and using his secret technique again. However, just after his violent roar ended, the situation in the field suddenly changed. Whoosh!
Who dares to sneak attack me?
The next moment, the sound of a long sword piercing the air suddenly came to his ears. The city lord was not weak either. He reacted immediately and without any hesitation. He swung his sword to block the attack. When? Puff! However, something happened to his originally confident blocking. Well, when the Holy City Lord struggled to focus his eyes on the right side, he found that the long sword in his hand had been broken into 2 pieces, and a strange native had slashed the long sword into his right chest. At the same time, the native's long sword was filled with a lot of black energy, causing all the strength in the City Lord's body to quickly drain from the wound on his chest.
How is this going? Be careful. That person is weird.
The other city lords around were horrified when they saw this situation.
And they also felt the strangeness of the black mist. Puff! Puff! Unfortunately, the next moment, two more Holy City lords had no time to react. But they suddenly felt pain in their bodies, and were also attacked by surprise.
Be careful! Those people are weird!
Suddenly, the breakout team was in a state of panic. And they were all horrified.
Quick! Let's speed up and break out!
As the person with the highest level among the group of people, Edward felt the strangeness of those people more clearly than anyone else. He didn't care much about it, and roared to greet everyone. However, their original breakout speed was already at the limit. And now it was not easy to go faster. Before they could advance a few more meters, those strange natives were already blocking the front. Looking at a total of 4 strange natives, Edward Johnson and others unconsciously gathered together.
Duke Edward. What now?
Seeing the strangeness of these 4 natives, the city lords were extremely afraid, and did not dare to take action immediately.
If you want to break out, you have to deal with them first. There are 4 of them, and we have 16. 4 of us can deal with 1. Everyone, be careful.
Edward made a decisive decision, and spoke to everyone.
Good. Kill.
The next moment, several city lords immediately rushed towards the person closest to them, without any hesitation. Gervais was on the far left. Looking at the 4 strange natives, he felt a faint sense of familiarity and repulsion. However, he was not allowed to think so much at the moment. Seeing that the 3 city lords had already rushed forward, he immediately picked up his sword and followed them.
Die! You bastard natives!
Dang!
It can't be cut in! How can this be?
The 3 city lords in front of Gervais attacked the strange native at the same time. But the next moment, they found that their long swords could not hurt the opponent at all. The sword sounded like it was striking hard steel, making a clanging sound. Several city lords were instantly horrified. Just as they were about to take action again, they saw the natives in front of them suddenly move. This native had a ghostly figure and moved so fast that several city lords felt their eyes blurred. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, 3 dull sounds were heard. With a muffled sound, the 3 city lords flew out like cannonballs and landed hard on the ground 5 or 6 meters away. Puff! After the 3 city lords fell to the ground, a stream of blood spurted out from their mouths.
Critical strike and slash with 1 sword.
Gervais felt his scalp numb when he saw this situation. However, fortunately, he is now different from what he used to be, so he can clearly see the movements of this strange native. He immediately shouted loudly and slashed at the strange native with all his strength.
Win!
The strange natives immediately returned to defense and narrowly blocked Gervais's full blow. However, they did not expect to be knocked back several steps by Gervais's huge force.
You can actually shake me!
The next moment, the strange native's eyes flashed red, and he spoke for the first time.
Who are you? Do you deserve the word shake?
Gervais now had some confidence in his heart. He had tested the strength of this strange native with just 1 blow. With the strength of the Red Flag Knight, Gervais was sure that he could fight against it. But the only trouble is that the other city lords seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Only the 4 of them, Edward, can compete with the strange natives.
Critical 3-sword slash.
At this moment, Gervais stopped slacking off and attacked the strange native again. If they delay a little longer, even if they can break out, not many of their men will survive.
Stupid! Can an ant like you offend the Lord God's power?
The strange native didn't take it seriously. He just thought that Gervais was a strong man from the human race. And the next moment, he pressed directly towards Gervais.
Win! Win!
The strange native waved his sword to block Gervais's 2 critical sword strikes. But when Gervais struck out the 3rd sword, the strange native no longer raised his sword to block. Instead, he turned his back towards Gervais's sword, and stabbed Gervais's chest with his own sword.
Stupid ant! Go to H.L.
The strange native was full of confidence, and it was impossible for mortal power to seriously injure him, because he was blessed by the Lord God's divine power. So it was worth exchanging minor injuries for the death of this human being. Puff! But the next moment, this strange native figure was stunned. It turned out that the white blade on his back that he imagined did not appear, but was cut directly into the flesh. Boom! The next moment, this weird native exploded directly, and at the moment of the explosion, you could see a white light spot and black mist colliding and canceling each other in the air.
Holy shit!
Gervais was startled by this situation and immediately retreated to avoid the broken flesh and blood.
Fortunately, I hid quickly.
After Gervais quickly jumped 2 meters away, he breathed a sigh of relief.
It needs to be solved quickly.
The next moment,
Gervais turned his attention to the other three strange natives, and then rushed over without stopping. Buzz! At the moment when the strange native died, the distant carriage buzzed again. The buzzing startled High Priest Carrie and Batman, who were nearby.
What happened?
Batman quickly asked Carrie in a low voice. But Carrie had no time to pay attention to Batman, but quickly returned to the carriage.
Lord God!
Carrie knelt in front of the carriage again and tentatively asked inside. Wow! The next moment, the humanoid black mist appeared outside the carriage again.
There are also the auras of other gods.
After the humanoid black mist appeared, the deep and hoarse voice came out again. Batman and High Priest Callie were stunned. They didn't expect that there were other gods.
Lord God! What do you need a slave for?
After Carrie reacted, he immediately asked respectfully,
You are not qualified yet, and I need to take action myself. But this is fine. As long as I devour the broken godhead of that god, my strength will be restored quickly.
Black Mist said coldly, and then flew towards Gervais's location. Gervais didn't know that he had provoked a big guy. At this time, he had killed two strange natives again.
Well done, Lord Gervais. Ha ha! Gervais, Johnson, will obey you from now on.
With blood pouring from the corners of their mouths, the city lords looked at Gervais as if he was receiving divine help, and they offered their knees without hesitation.
Ha ha! Johnson, you must treat me to a good meal this time when you go back.
Gervais was also smiling, naturally very happy that he had become stronger.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Boom! The next moment, Gervais found the opportunity to swing his sword again and directly eliminated the last strange native.
Phew! Gervais, good job.
Edward couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that this strange native was also dealt with. This strange native is much stronger than him, and it is difficult for them to hurt this strange native. They were actually struggling to hold on just now. Without Gervais, let alone his subordinates, it would be a question of whether they could escape today.
Duke Edward, let's break out first.
Gervais nodded to Edward, looked at the soldiers fighting behind him, and immediately greeted him.
Okay, let's break out first.
All the city lords immediately cheered up.
Mortal, where did you get your divine power?
However, at the next moment, Gervais and others paused because a humanoid black mist suddenly blocked their way, and the natives who were originally blocking the front all knelt on the ground.
Is this a god?
At this moment, both Edward and the other city lords' expressions changed drastically, looking at the descendants of the servants of God who were kneeling devoutly, and the terrifying aura coming from the black mist. They vaguely guessed something, but at this time, Gervais dared to be 100% sure that this was probably a god, because he could clearly distinguish it by relying on the divine power in his body.
Sorry, God, I don't know what you were talking about.
Cold sweat broke out on Gervais's forehead. The oppressive force of the god in front of him was too strong, and it was all aimed at him alone. If he hadn't shared his power with the goddess, he would probably be pressed to the ground like mud at this moment, unable to stand up.
Mortals, don't play tricks in front of me. This is very childish and ridiculous behavior.
Boom! Faced with Gervais' lies, the humanoid black mist just waved its arm lightly, and a jet of black mist shot onto Gervais. The moment he was hit by the black mist, although a burst of white light flashed across Gervais's body, the next moment he flew backwards. Puff! Gervais vomited blood, and finally stood up with difficulty. His face extremely solemn. Although he shares the power of the god, he doesn't know how to use it at all, so he is no match for the god himself.
Mortal, I give you one more chance. Where does your divine power come from? If you are willing to tell, the great Pistebo can give you the opportunity to become my slave.
The human-shaped black mist remained motionless, but the deep, cold voice pierced Gervais's heart.
Damn it! What should I do now?
Facing the questioning from the god himself, Gervais remained silent, but he was thinking anxiously in his heart. He opened the system panel to see if there was anything that could be used to deal with the current situation, but unfortunately he found nothing.
Snort!
Seeing Gervais' silence, Pistebo snorted coldly, and then waved his arm gently again.
Ah! Ah!
This time, he did not take action against Gervais, but instead shifted his target to the soldiers who were fighting fiercely in the rear. The moment after the black mist hit, there were screams from the soldiers. Gervais and others looked around and saw 800 or 900 soldiers rolling and wailing on the ground, their faces covered with a faint black mist. The black mist covered their faces and kept corroding their flesh, and the soldiers' bodies shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can you be considered a god if you kill mortals like this?
Although the dead soldiers were not his subordinates, seeing nearly 1,000 people die in such a tragic manner at this moment, Gervais could not help but feel angry in his heart.
Ha ha! Mortal, do you know the title of Pastebo? My title is the God of Blood and Evil.
Faced with Gervais's question, Pastebo burst into sharp laughter and even revealed his godly title.
Mortal, I give you one last chance. If you don't say anything, everyone present will die.
If it wasn't for the purpose of knowing where Gervais's magical power came from, how could Pastebo be so patient with him? At the moment, Pastebo gave Gervais an ultimatum. When Gervais heard his words, his expression suddenly darkened. He first looked at the pale people, and finally looked at Pastebo.
Even if you are a god, don't make me surrender.
It was impossible for Gervais to inform street and city. Otherwise his wives would be in danger. This Pastebo is a god, and Gervais is not sure if he has any weird means to quickly travel to St. Anne's City. Therefore, now he has used the contract communication to give orders to the rapid dragon birds in the sky to let them return quickly. Pass back the situation here, and let his wife go back to the sacred forest to hide first. After effectively refuting the threat of the god of blood and evil, Gervais roared violently the next moment, and then shot towards Pastebo, with the long sword in his hand pointing directly at Pastebo. He knew that he was no match for Pastebo, but he also had an unyielding heart, and wanted to die gloriously even if he died. Boom! The next moment, Gervais' long sword directly hit Pastebo. But the imagined damage to Pastebo did not appear. The figure that forced Tabor was like smoke, disappearing in front of Gervais in an instant. And the next moment, it had appeared beside him.
And, although you have some divine power, you can't exert its power at all. If you didn't listen to my advice, then watch your companions die first. They were all killed by you.
After Pastebo regained his body, he slowly said mocking words. And the next moment, he slowly raised his hand.
Go to H.L.
Gervais's face turned pale, and he swung his sword towards Pastebo again.
It's the god of blood and evil. He's actually still alive. High priest, what should we do now? There is nothing we can do. You immediately open the door to the north. Take the holy objects and people and leave. If the main god Angelina revives one day, we will be able to fight against other gods.
On the walls of the divine city, the high priest had long had a panoramic view of the situation outside the city, and was both envious and afraid of the gods who appeared. Naturally, what I envy is the resurrection of the god of blood and evil. With its existence, the servants of the god of blood and evil will be able to ascend to heaven in the future. The reason for fear is that the god of blood and evil are not in the same camp as the main god Angelina. The god of blood and evil prefers the evil and chaotic camp, but their main god Angelina is light and lawful, and the two sides are mortal enemies. So as long as the human invaders outside the city are dealt with, I'm afraid they won't be able to escape. Facing the gods, even the towering city walls cannot resist them.
This high priest.
The priestess was startled when she heard this. She was about to say something, but suddenly a shout came from behind, interrupting her words.
High priest, a miracle happened. A miracle happened.
The person who came was a priestess serving in the main temple. She was running up the city wall with a face full of joy, shouting loudly.
What miracle?
The high priest was slightly startled and had not yet reacted.
High priest, the sacred vessels in the main temple suddenly emitted white light on their own.
The priestess who came to report the news immediately responded.
Is our Lord God also going to revive? Quick, take me to see him.
The high priest finally heard clearly at this moment, and his body suddenly started to tremble. Afterwards, the priests on the city wall no longer cared about the fighting situation outside the city and rushed towards the main temple quickly. What they don't know is that their main god Angelina has actually awakened a long time ago. In the past, it was just that the distance was too far and the goddess's strength was not at its peak, so those holy objects could not be sensed. Gervais slashed out his sword, trying to stop Pastebo's action, but unfortunately he missed again. Pastebo appeared 2 meters away at this time, and the black mist in his hand was gathering crazily.
Harvest!
The next moment, the black mist in Pastebo's hand gathered to the extreme, and with his cold groan, the black mist instantly covered the entire place.
Asshole!
Gervais's eyes were about to burst, and veins popped out all over his body. In a few breaths, as long as the black mist is covered, the tens of thousands of elites in the field will be directly wiped out, but they will be unable to resist. The lords of the holy city in the field all showed expressions of despair, including Edward. Even gods in their weak stage cannot compete with their divine power. Buzz, however,
Just when these 70,000 to 80,000 people were about to face death, a strange change occurred in Gervais, who was extremely angry. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and a powerful white light appeared on his body, and it rippled like ripples. After the white light rippled out, it directly blocked the blood evil demon's black mist from corroding the human race.
How is this possible? Are you the god himself?
The blood evil demon was also startled by this sudden turn of events, and looked at Gervais with a solemn expression, because at this moment, the divine power in Gervais's body is no longer a little bit weak, but as full as the god himself. But the next moment, the blood evil demon noticed something different with the divine power exuded by Gervais.
No, this breath is very familiar. It's Angelina. Why do you have Angelina's breath?
The blood evil demon's eyes widened, but his words showed that he was a little confused. Angelina's title is the Starlight Goddess, but in front of her, Gervais is a real man.
I'll tell you when you fall again. Go and die.
Gervais's eyes were red, and white light was flowing around his body. How could he nag him? He swung his sword towards the blood evil demon without hesitation. This time, the blood evil demon did not dare to be as negligent as before, because the divine power in Gervais's body had been fully stimulated and could really hurt his body. However, Gervais was still too weak in his eyes at this time.
Mortal, even if you have divine power, but don't know divine magic, you are just an ant blessed by divine power.
The evil god of blood mocked.
Go to H.L.
Regardless of the taunts of the god of blood and evil, Gervais never stopped.
Blood evil imprisonment.
The god of blood and evil muttered in a low voice.
Dang.
However, as the god of blood and evil said, Gervais does not understand divine magic and is still too weak when facing him. When Gervais' long sword slashed out, the blood evil demon just cast a magical spell casually and instantly imprisoned Gervais' figure, unable to move forward any further.
Damn! Is this the true power of gods?
Feeling as if his limbs were being suppressed by tens of millions of kilograms of force, and unable to break free no matter how hard he struggled, Gervais finally understood why the man in front of him could be called a god. Such strange power has exceeded mortal imagination.
And you didn't appreciate the opportunity one just gave you. In this case, I will make your soul disappear between heaven and earth forever.
Gervais was controlled, and the god of blood and evil appeared in front of him in a flash. His blood-red eyes looked at Gervais, and then he slowly raised his arm filled with black mist. The next moment, the black mist from the arm of the god of blood and evil came to Gervais's forehead. As long as he advanced for half a minute, Gervais would be completely destroyed. Chapter 846, Killing the God.
Let go of my son!
Seeing that Gervais was about to be in danger. At this moment, Gandalf not far away suddenly rose up and rushed towards this direction desperately.
No! Father!
Seeing Gandalf charging towards him with a sword, Gervais was not happy, but became frightened. Even he is no match for this evil god of blood. His father will be completely destroyed in the moment he rushes forward.
I didn't expect that after more than 100,000 years. There would be so many ants who overestimate their abilities.
Hearing Gandalf's violent roar, the god of blood and evil stopped his hand temporarily, turned slightly, and looked at Gandalf with his blood-red eyes. When his eyes looked at Gandalf, who was still rushing forward suddenly stopped, and his movements stopped abruptly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. It took just one look to completely suppress Gandalf.
No!
Bastard! After Gandalf was immobilized, the god of blood and evil waved his finger lightly, and a cloud of black mist shot towards Gandalf's face. No matter how hard Gervais struggled, he couldn't stop it. Buzz! When Gandalf was about to be hit by the black fog, a ball of white light suddenly shot from the sky, and the white light instantly offset the black fog. Seeing such a scene, the blood evil demon was stunned.
Goddess of Starlight, you actually appeared.
At this time, on the eastern horizon, a white figure was floating towards them. Further behind her, Gervais saw a rapid dragon bird carrying a sapling of the holy tree. This figure is none other than the goddess Angelina inside the sacred tree. At this time, the goddess's face was no longer blurry, and she actually had a peerless appearance.
God of blood and evil, you have also revived.
The Starlight Goddess floated over, and the holy radiance on her body instantly dissipated the black mist that had filled the place.
Ha ha! Didn't you also recover? But this is just right. As long as I swallow your divine power, I can recover to half of my strength back then.
When the god of blood and evil saw the appearance of the Starlight Goddess, his words were filled with excitement.
Is it?
After hearing this, Starlight Goddess' indifferent face showed a slight smile.
Not good.
The next moment, the blood demon suddenly realized something was wrong, and was shocked and quickly left the place. However, his action was still half a beat late.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Puff! At this moment, the black mist on Gervais's hands and feet had dissipated. After regaining his mobility, Gervais injected divine power into his crimson moon and slashed his sword directly at the god of blood and evil. This sword struck firmly on the body of the god of blood and evil.
Ah!
The blood evil demon suddenly let out a wailing cry, and his body was like a deflated ball. The black mist began to pour out and disappeared between the sky and the earth.
And, Starlight Goddess, how dare you sneak attack me?
The blood evil demon dodged and fled more than 10 meters away, then looked at Gervais and the Starlight Goddess with resentful eyes.
God of blood and evil, how despicable you evil gods were when you colluded with the dark evil god to invade the holy heaven.
There is no abnormal color on the holy face of the star goddess.
Humph. Do you think you can deal with me like this? Goddess of starlight, you will die today too. I will swallow all your divine power. Blood evil god leads.
The ghastly words of the blood evil god were heard again, and the next moment the blood evil demon was seen quickly heading towards the west. Seeing the blood evil demon rushing towards the west, Gervais did not hesitate and prepared to pursue it immediately, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Gervais knew this very well, and now he found that the divine power in his body was stronger than ever before.
Gervais, wait a minute.
At this moment, Angelina stopped Gervais.
Starlight Goddess, he is running away.
When Angelina stopped him, Gervais was a little confused.
He won't escape. He just went back to find his physical body. He is the same as me now. Although he has recovered, he has no real body, so he can't really hurt me,
Angelina explained to Gervais.
Although I can suppress his power with my divine power now, I still can't really kill him. However, the blood demon has an evil magic, which is to temporarily occupy the body of a mortal to fight. Then he will hurt me.
This, Gervais frowned. He originally thought it would be 2 against 1. But now Angelina can't hurt the opponent, but with her own strength, she may not be able to truly defeat the god of blood evil. Especially since the god of blood evil has those weird things of divine magic.
Gervais, don't worry. You signed a power-sharing contract with me. You have the same power as me.
Angelina knew what Gervais was thinking and immediately comforted her. However, at the same time, he also gave Gervais a strange look, apparently still a little bit dissatisfied with being forced to sign a sharing contract.
But I don't know magic.
Gervais had no time to pay attention to Angelina's emotions at this time, and frowned and replied,
I can teach you.
Angelina spoke immediately. Then, without waiting for Gervais' reaction, she ducked in front of Gervais, stretched out her long white palm, and placed it on Gervais's chest. Gervais's armor was already in tatters. Angelina's palm directly touched her body, and Gervais's body froze instantly. However, this stiffness did not last long. After a while, Angelina's hand began to light up with white light, which was continuously transported into Gervais's body. Then Gervais felt warm all over his body, and many scenes of practicing magic appeared in his mind. However, he accepted this memory as a bystander. The scene in the picture was of the goddess Angelina when she was practicing. After about 10 seconds, Angelina retracted her arm, with a slight blush on her face. Those scenes that really happened, so instilled in Gervais, are equivalent to exposing his private practice activities in the past for Gervais to watch. Although there are no extraordinary scenes, there must be many scenes in life that are unknown to outsiders. Therefore, before Gervais could recover his thoughts, Angelina spoke.
Now that you know the magic, I can't help you here. I'm going to a city now to absorb the power of faith from my servant of God and use it to strengthen your strength.
After saying that, Angelina headed directly towards the divine city in the distance. After Angelina walked away, Gervais came back to his senses, looking at Angelina's back. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Originally, in his mind, the goddess Angelina was holy and inviolable. But after accepting these memories, he discovered that the goddess herself was actually a woman. Whoosh!
Blood evil imprisonment.
Just when Gervais looked at Angelina's back, Pakong himself suddenly came from behind. And at the same time, Gervais's familiar voice came.
Batman? No, it's not Batman. He has been possessed by the god of blood and evil.
At this time, it was Batman who was rushing towards Gervais. However, from the black energy that enveloped his body, Gervais knew that the blood evil saint's blood evil divine induction was probably used on him. In this way,
Batman is in bad luck. If he is possessed by the god of blood evil, his body will be contaminated. Even if the blood evil god leaves his body, Batman will not be able to survive. There was no time to observe a moment of silence for Batman. But Gervais reacted immediately. Starlight barrier. Buzz. Gervais directly released the magical technique he had just learned. And a crystal-like protective layer suddenly appeared around his body, directly absorbing the black mist that imprisoned the blood evil demon. What's going on? You actually know magic? Although releasing the magic is just a few words silently. But the real situation is countless times more difficult than releasing magic. Not only do you have to understand the rules between heaven and earth, but you also need to know how to invoke divine power. This technique would be impossible to learn without thousands of years of experience. And without the shared contract, Angelina would not have been able to instill her magical memory into Gervais so easily. Now the god of blood and evil is not surprised when he sees Gervais suddenly using magic. Ha! Stars shine! Gervais ignored the surprise of the god of blood and evil and cast another magical spell. In an instant, countless light spots appeared in the sky and fell towards the blood evil demon. Bloody hell! The blood evil demon did not dare to neglect, and roared loudly. A thick bloody mist immediately appeared around his body, and a smelly wind blew towards his face. Boom! White starlight and blood mist intertwined, and a violent explosion occurred in an instant. Ah! However, after the explosion, the god of blood and evil let out a scream, because he had been injured by Gervais in a sneak attack earlier. The power of the god of blood and evil was actually half weaker than Gervais at this time. The black mist was directly broken by the starlight, and then shone on him. When the light dissipated, only Batman's body was covered in blood and flesh, turning into a living monster. We can also kill gods today! Seeing the state of the god of blood and evil, Jeeves immediately grinned. And you force me. I will kill all of you! The blood evil demon suffered a heavy blow, and its scarlet pupils became even stronger, knowing that there was no chance of winning without using the bottom of the box. Blood demon magic! The next moment, the bloody Batman roared loudly, and the blood-red light on his body gradually began to shine like a lamp. Not good! Gervais immediately learned from Angelina's memory what the evil god of blood wanted to do. Starlight Guardian! Buzz! Without saying a word, Gervais turned around and released the protective barrier to most of the human soldiers present. As soon as his barrier was completed, a horrific scene occurred. Ah! Bang bang bang. In addition to the people within the barrier, both the indigenous people and the human soldiers outside the barrier began to scream. After screaming, these people exploded from their bodies with a loud bang and turned into minced flesh. Along with the banging sound, blood mist filled the field for a moment. These blood mists did not fall back to the ground and dissipate, but were drawn by the power of the blood evil demon, and they all converged towards the blood evil god. This is too vicious! Seeing more than 100,000 natives turning into blood, Gervais's scalp couldn't help but feel numb. Duke Edward Johnson, take your people and leave immediately! Gervais did not dare to neglect. After absorbing the blood mist, the god of blood evil was growing in strength. When the fight started, he might not have time to worry about them. After hearing Gervais's words, Edward and the others realized that they could no longer intervene. They immediately helped Gandalf and quickly began to evacuate. At this time, those natives had become the blood prey of the blood evil demon, but no one came to stop them. By the time Edward and others left, the blood demon had almost been absorbed. You think it's okay to just let them leave? Once I absorb the divine power in you and Angelina, I will transform them all into my new slaves. At this time, the power of the blood evil demon was unleashed. It was more than 10 times stronger, and even the sky was filled with blood. Then come and try it! Gervais's face was solemn, but he did not show any timidity. Blessings from the stars! Gervais released his magic again, and countless white lights instantly fell from the sky, covering his body to compete with the blood evil demon. And die! When the blood evil demon saw Gervais's move, he didn't hesitate at all. With a low groan, he charged towards Gervais with blood mist all over the sky. Blood moon death god slash! Gervais faced off against him, roared loudly, swung the crimson blade and charged towards the blood evil demon. Win! Boom! Gervais and the blood demon faced each other head-on. But the blood demon's strength was now more than 10 times stronger. Even though Gervais had used his divine power to strike with all his strength, the blood demon was still unstoppable. Encountering Gervais's sword light, the blood evil demon directly crushed him with his physical body. With 2 clanging sounds,
He effortlessly offset Gervais's sword light. The next moment, he came to Gervais's body, and the punch hit Gervais in the chest. Ahem. With the explosion, Gervais' body was blown away like a cannonball, and he barely stabilized his body until hundreds of meters away.
No! I'm afraid I'll die if I continue like this.
After stabilizing his body, Gervais clutched his chest and coughed out blood. The evil god of blood was too strong at this moment. He finally understood how aggrieved those opponents were when they were cheated by him.
He! Tremble! From now on this world will belong to me. The evil god of blood.
The god of blood and evil is not a good person. And he also knows how not to give Gervais a chance to breathe. The moment he severely injures Gervais, his figure will follow.
Damn it! Are you really going to die like this?
Gervais was unwilling to give in. He discovered that his kiwi fruit had no effect on divine power. Whether it was a strength-enhancing fruit or a damage immunity fruit. Buzz. However, at this moment, Gervais was shaken all over, and there was a constant buzzing in his ears. It turned out that Angelina had already arrived at the main temple in the city. In the main temple, there are several sacred artifacts that the priests, who have been servants of the gods for thousands of years, already contain incomparable divine power, and are now absorbed by Angelina.
Not enough!
However, even after receiving these powers, Gervais still felt unable to fight against the god of blood and evil.
Ding! The host's divine power has reached the system upgrade requirements, and the system is being upgraded.
At this moment, there was another ringing sound in Gervais's mind.
What? Upgrade?
The anxious Gervais was stunned.
System, you have to upgrade quickly.
This was an unexpected surprise, but Gervais was very worried about whether he could wait until the system was upgraded in a few minutes. He was afraid that the day lilies would be cold by then. However, he didn't know if it was because of the system's care for him that this idea came to him. The next moment, there was another voice in his mind.
Ding! The system upgrade was successful. Added a divine fruit.
Hearing this, Gervais didn't dare to neglect and immediately opened the panel. The next moment, he saw a different fruit in the system panel. This fruit was crystal clear, like a crystal fruit. Gervais immediately checked its effectiveness.
Crystal divine fruit. The divine power possessed by the gods is beyond the reach of mortals. So the kiwi fruit is no longer effective against divine power. However, the reason why a great system is great is that it makes the impossible possible. As long as you take the crystal fruit first, and then the kiwi fruit. The kiwi fruit's effect will be effective against the divine power.
Seeing this explanation, Gervais's face turned darker, because at this time, he had already seen the price of the crystal fruit, which was 500 energy points each.
Isn't this exploitation in disguise?
Gervais couldn't help but curse. However, complaints are complaints, and he clicked redeem without hesitation. His original energy points had been exhausted, but now he spent 5 million gold coins to redeem them. Then, with 2 gulps, Gervais swallowed the crystal fruit and a strength-enhancing fruit.
Hee hee. Go to H.L. Ant.
The god of blood and evil has already rushed in front of Gervais, grinning ferociously and preparing to harvest Gervais's life.
Ha ha. You're the one who's going to die. I told you to use a cheat to attack me. Go to H.L.
At this moment, Gervais also showed an evil smile, and then slowly raised the crimson blade in his hand. Boom! On this day, there was a shocking explosion outside the sacred city of the Starlight Goddess in the land of God's Fall, and the sky and the earth changed color. Later, according to people who were lucky enough to witness it, the blood-red color between heaven and earth lasted for a full hour, and on the ground outside the city, a deep trench stretching for several miles was left, which was as deep as 100 meters. Chapter 847 Finale. Time flies, and it is already a year later. At this time, outside the sacred forest, this originally wilderness place had become bustling with people, and several broad roads had been built at some point. Each of these avenues is enough to accommodate more than 10 carriages traveling in parallel. Some roads lead to the depths of the sacred forest. Some roads lead to the royal court of the beast tribe, and some roads lead to the fire grassland. Although these roads stretch in different directions, their final intersection is the same, and that is Stormwind City, the real focus of the Holy Continent today. That's right. At this time, Stormwind City has become the focus of the Holy Continent. This is a huge city that can accommodate 4 to 5 million people. At this time, the walls of this huge city are covered with Stormwind City's exclusive dragon flags. The city walls were densely packed with elite soldiers wearing fine armor. These soldiers have a calm demeanor, and the lowest ones are actually golden knights.
Each section of the city wall in Stormwind City is guarded by 3,000 such golden knights. Calculating this, there are tens of thousands of golden knights responsible for guarding the city wall alone. It's hard to imagine that Stormwind City, which couldn't even muster thousands of golden knights at the beginning, would actually have such strength. Of course, these are not the focus. The focus is the lively scene in Stormwind City at this time. At this time, colorful flags were flying in Stormwind City, and the common people there were all dressed up and took to the streets. Their faces were filled with immense joy, and everyone was immersed in a sea of joy. Because today is an extremely important day. Today, their city lord, their king, there's a wedding. Moreover, it is said that he welcomed 3 concubines at once.
Thomas, ask Caroline if they are ready. I'm a little overwhelmed. I have to get married quickly and hide in the palace.
Gervais was wearing a purple robe and a shining golden crown on his head, but his face was full of dissatisfaction.
Your Majesty, I just asked you. Your Majesty, the Queen and others will be here soon.
Thomas, dressed in a respectable silk gown, bent down and answered Gervais.
Okay, hurry up. Those city lords in Johnson are really not human beings. Hundreds of people took turns toasting to me, and it was my own age, fire wine. They clearly don't want me to wake up at night. And the Beast King is also here to join in the fun. Isn't he afraid that I will get angry and kill him? Your Majesty, the little one should go and urge him again.
Hearing His Majesty's casual thoughts, Thomas just didn't dare to say anything, and immediately made a report and prepared to run away.
Go, go!
Gervais waved his hand.
Gervais, are you okay? Why are you so slow to go to the toilet? Are you scared? There are more than 80 city lords here. Plus the Dwarf King and the Goblin King didn't toast you. Today is your big day today. You can't do this.
Just as Thomas left, Johnson's rough voice came from the hall outside again.
Who said I'm scared? I'm coming right now.
Gervais, who had already drank more than 20 bowls of fire wine, touched his face and immediately retorted, then walked back to the banquet hall.
Her Royal Highness the Queen has arrived. Miss Caroline is here. Miss Adela is here. Miss Lolita is here.
Fortunately, Gervais's savior appeared the next moment, as Thomas's powerful voice shouted the news of the arrival of Alice and others. The banquet hall where thousands of people gathered immediately fell silent. Johnson and others, who originally thought that Weiss would continue to drink, immediately calmed down. Gervais looked happy, pretending to cast an apologetic look at Johnson and others, and then walked towards the front of the hall. There is a high platform there, and there are 5 thrones on the high platform. The throne in the center is naturally Gervais's throne. Surrounding him are 4 exquisite and small thrones.
Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King!
Gervais came to the high platform first and sat on his throne. Alice, on the other hand, brought Caroline, Adela, and Lolita to the foot of the high platform. After arriving at the foot of the high platform, the 4 women immediately saluted and greeted Gervais respectfully.
No need to be so polite. You are both my wives.
Gervais suddenly trembled and spoke softly to the 4 women below. However, despite his high-sounding words, Alice and others would not be rude. Several people saluted to Gervais, and then they walked slowly and orderly from the side steps towards the high platform. Finally, the 4 women all sat on the thrones around Gervais.
Dear guests, thank you for coming to the wedding of His Majesty Gervais, the Lord of Stormwind City. I am the host of today's wedding banquet. Now, I announce that the wedding has officially begun.
When the 4 women sat down, Thomas, the general manager of Stormwind City, immediately jumped out and stood in the center of the hall under the high platform.
Now I invite Goddess Angelina, the God of Starlight. The noble God of Starlight will serve as a witness today. Hey, Alice, why are you pinching me?
While Thomas was spitting all over the place below, Gervais on the high platform suddenly felt his arm on the armrest of the throne being stung, and immediately asked Alice dissatisfiedly,
What are you doing? Gervais, we and you. Why do you want the Goddess Angelina as a witness? The customs of the Holy Continent do not require witnesses.
Although Alice still had a smile on her beautiful face, she was questioning Gervais in a low voice.
I just want to add a sense of ceremony.
Gervais had no choice but to answer.
Humph. A sense of ritual. You and Goddess Angelina stayed in the study all night last night. What were you doing? Study the divinity left behind by the god of blood and evil. Alice, you also know that it is not easy to absorb the divine power of a god. Even if I have divine power, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, The godhead of the god of blood and evil has evil attributes. In order to eliminate the evil attributes, he refined the godhead into mine. So I asked Angelina to help me with the deduction and guidance. Is this really the only way?
Alice sounded suspicious.
It is true.
Gervais cut through the metal. But a trace of cold sweat broke out on his back without a trace.
It better be this way.
Time flies, and it is half a year later.
Alice, it's me. Open the door quickly.
Gervais stood outside the small building of Alice Manor and knocked on the door. Squeak. The door opened. But it was an elf maid serving Alice.
Prince Gervais, Her Majesty the Queen said she is not feeling well. Please go find Miss Lolita and the others. Alice is not feeling well. What's going on? Does it matter?
Gervais was startled and quickly chased after him. When the little elf maid saw Gervais asking, her face immediately turned crimson. And she finally replied to Gervais coyly.
Prince Gervais, Her Majesty the Queen said that she just sensed a new life being born in her body. A new baby was born. Is Alice pregnant too?
Gervais's eyes widened, and he immediately showed a look of joy.
Well, Prince Gervais, then I'll close the door.
Boom. The next moment, the door to the small building in Alice Manor was immediately closed.
Caroline was pregnant last month. And Alice is pregnant this month too. Ha ha.
Although he failed to enter Alice's small building, Gervais was not distressed at all, but was excited about the good news.
Well, Caroline was pregnant last month. She should go to bed now and can't disturb her. But such good news needs to be told to Adela and the others quickly. Why don't you tell it tonight? Adela? That's it.
At that moment, Gervais walked along the corridor in the palace to another manor house.
Adela, open the door quickly. It's me, your fierce knight. I'm coming.
When they arrived at Adela's small building, although the door was closed, Gervais still called the door loudly. Squeak. The next moment, the door of Adela's small building opened. But what appeared was the maid Adela brought from the Sky City.
Lord City Lord, Miss Adela said she is not feeling well and wants you to go back first. Huh? Adela isn't feeling well too. Don't tell me she's pregnant too.
Gervais's face suddenly turned dark, and the night was long, and his cheap wives were making fun of him.
Yes, Lord City Lord.
The little maid was a little scared when she saw Gervais's dark face. But the words were all spoken by Adela, so she could only answer bravely.
How could it be such a coincidence? First it was Alice, and now it's Adela. You didn't lie to me, did you?
Of course. Gervais didn't believe it. He immediately trembled and wanted to ask the little maid to confess and be lenient.
Lord of the city, Miss Adela found out she was pregnant 3 days ago, but she didn't tell you at that time.
The little maid was trembling with fear and answered quickly and honestly. Gervais was momentarily speechless. I feel that my cheap wives are working together to cheat me. Some time ago, Gervais reached a critical moment in refining the blood evil godhood. So he practiced diligently at night, and had no time to find his cheap wives. As a result, I successfully refined it today. I wanted to celebrate with my cheap wives, but ended up being rejected twice in a row.
Then Lolita can't be pregnant too.
Gervais was helpless. The cheap wives' reasons were quite valid. At the moment, he was a little worried that he would have to sleep alone. Fortunately, he still has a choice now. So Gervais puts his last hope on Lolita.
His Majesty.
However, just when Gervais was about to arrive outside Lolita Manor, he heard a call from behind.
Huh? Vivian, why are you here?
Gervais turned around and saw his childhood sweetheart Vivian.
Her Royal Highness the Queen asked me to come.
Vivian replied coyly with a shy face.
Why did Alice call you here?
Looking at Vivian's appearance, Gervais was a little confused.
Her Royal Highness the Queen. She and the other 3 Royal Highnesses are now pregnant with babies. I'm afraid they won't be able to for a long time. So they called me. Lolita is pregnant too.
Gervais's eyes widened.
Alice calls you.
The next moment he thought of Vivian's last sentence. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what it meant.
No, it's not just me. There's also Anna, and we both take turns. Her Majesty, please tell me. As long as your Majesty does not object, he will give us status in the future.
As she spoke, Vivian looked at Gervais expectantly. End.